When the precious little beasts heard this, they immediately looked at their master with tears in their eyes and choked, "Master, are you going to abandon us? Woo! We can't be separated from master." Hearing the 5 little ones' pitiful words, Leng Ruoxue held her forehead helplessly. She only wanted them to stay behind to protect Deshawn and his son. It wasn't like she didn't want them anymore. Was there a need to make it seem like they were going to be separated for life and death? Taking a deep breath, Leng Ruoxue explained helplessly, "I'll be back very soon. I asked you to stay here not only to protect Big Mountain, but also to prevent you from giving yourself away. Otherwise, if 1 or 2 of you are missing, what will Big Mountain and his son say when the other party asks? So, you have to cooperate closely. This is also the task that Master has given you. You must work hard to complete it, understand? If Master doesn't take me, then who will? If there's a chance, I'll just randomly find a flying beast on the way." The moment you heard this, he immediately burst into tears. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened once again, while you continued to mumble, "Master is too bad, Master is too bad. There are beasts trying to steal my job again." Woo! You was sad and desperate. No beastie can take away your job. Don't worry, this is just a temporary solution. Really? Master, you're not allowed to lie to me. I'm not lying to you. I'm just going to find a temporary beastie. In the future, the job of flying beast will still be yours. I trust you, Master. The other beastie had wanted to learn from you, but Leng Ruoxue said, "You guys have to wait for me to come back, okay?" Then, Leng Ruoxue instructed Qing Ju to help the mountain with the transformation. When Xiao Shan saw his father turn from father to mother, his eyes widened and his mouth was half open, unable to speak for a long time. After some time, Xiao San asked his question, "In the future, should I call you father or mother?" Pfft. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other hand, Big Mountain's face was flushed red. He glared at his son with a face that turned from embarrassment to anger and said unhappily, "You don't have to call me anything. I'm Senior Leng now." "Oh. Hello, Senior Leng. Big Mountain, you're not too bad right now." When the mountain heard that he had been praised, he was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. In the end, the red-faced mountain could only lower his head shyly. Leng Ruoxue reminded Big Mountain of a few things to take note of before bidding farewell to the 5 little beasts. Leng Ruoxue hid in the bangle and only showed herself after Qing Ju had brought her out of Luo City. After Leng Ruoxue came out, she first looked at her current location. Then, she took out a map and chose the forest that was closest to her. According to Green Vessel, there was a giant golden eagle living in this lush and not so dense forest. The golden hawk had just finished its lunch and was sleeping in its house on a huge tree. It didn't feel any danger. Danger. Leng Ruoxue walked towards the tree that the golden eagle used to build its nest, but she was not discovered. Seeing this, she could not help but sigh. The golden eagle's vigilance was really low. Standing in the golden hawk's house, Leng Ruoxue first sized up the golden hawk, which was sleeping soundly. This eagle's entire body was golden in color, and its feathers were soft and smooth. It was as if there was a layer of golden light flowing around its body, making it look extremely beautiful. On its head, there was a circle of golden feathers that looked like a crown, making it look even more handsome and extraordinary. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with this beautiful eagle as her temporary flying beast. After admiring the eagle's heroic posture, she flicked out a small stone with her fingertips. The stone hit the beautiful giant eagle's wings with a dong. The golden eagle only flapped its wings slightly, then turned around and continued to sleep. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Luckily, she wasn't here to catch a contracted beast. Otherwise, this little fellow would definitely not be able to escape. How low was his vigilance? That's why she could still sleep so soundly even with an unfamiliar aura. She was really convinced. Seeing that the golden eagle was still sleeping soundly, Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to walk closer to it and pull its wings. She found a beautiful golden feather and pulled it with all her might. The golden eagle finally woke up from the pain. Detestable. Who dares to pull my wings? You're really tired of living. The golden hawk, who was half awake, shouted. After roaring, he saw a human standing in front of him. At this moment, the giant eagle became alert. It looked at Leng Ruoxue carefully and pretended to be calm. "Who are you? Why have you appeared in my house?" Although the golden eagle looked calm on the surface, its heart was already beating wildly. It couldn't help but cry in its heart. "Is this human here to catch me?" It was a little scared. Although it had always been confident in its own strength, it did not know why, but when it faced the human in front of it, it felt a trace of fear for no reason. The pressure that this human gave it was really great. The golden hawk almost collapsed and knelt down to worship. Where did this ancestor come from? It was so scary. An animal's instinct was definitely the most sensitive. After the golden eagle felt Leng Ruoxue's power, it had to be obedient and not dare to shout or get angry at the human who had plucked its feathers. "I'm Leng Ruoxue. I'm here to discuss something with you." Seeing that the golden eagle's attitude was rather friendly, Leng Ruoxue naturally spoke in a friendly manner. Previous chapter. "What is it?" The giant golden eagle asked with a confused expression. "I'm going to the Green Dragon Mountain. I want to hire you as my flying beast." Leng Ruoxue went straight to the point and stated her purpose. The golden hawk was a little angry and shouted, "Human, you're actually letting me, who has a noble status, be your flying beast? You've really gone too far." It was very angry. He was quite angry. It felt that it had never been humiliated by a human in all its life. However, the human in front of it seemed to have given it a slap and woke it up. It also told it that in the eyes of the human in front of it, it was only a flying beast. For the proud golden hawk, this was definitely a big blow to its self-esteem. If you're willing, I'll give you this bottle of pills. Leng Ruoxue saw that the golden hawk did not seem to agree with her idea. She was not angry, but took out a bottle of pills and opened the bottle. The unique fragrance of the pills drifted into the golden hawk's nose with the breeze. The golden hawk couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, and secretly sighed, what a strong spiritual qi. It liked it. However, just as it was thinking about this, Leng Ruoxue kept the bottle of pills. Seeing this, the golden eagle looked at Leng Ruoxue eagerly, its eyes filled with desire for the pills. It had to be said that Leng Ruoxue was well aware of the beast's habits. She knew that they would never be able to resist the charm of the pills. Hence, she had taken out the thing that could attract them the most. Now, it was hard for the silly golden hawk not to take it. Do you want it? If you agree to take me to the Azure Dragon Mountain, this bottle of pills is yours. Leng Ruoxue deliberately paused for a moment before asking. Good. I promise you. The golden hawk thought for a moment and then gave up for the Dan beads. It couldn't be helped. It was the most difficult for Beastie to get medicinal pills, so it really couldn't refuse such a benefit. Then let's go. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. It's already so late, can't you leave tomorrow? The golden hawk didn't want to go immediately. It was still sleeping. After saying that, it actually yawned again. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she saw its reaction. Little golden hawk, it's only afternoon now. With your speed, you should be able to fly very far in one afternoon, she reminded the hawk. But I'm very sleepy. She was still sleeping. I'm not awake yet, so I can't fly fast. What if I accidentally doze off on the way and you fall off? The golden hawk said innocently. Hearing its words, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Now, she really doubted whether it was a wise choice to find such a lazy eagle as her flying beast. She was starting to regret it. What should she do? Qingju, who knew what was on Leng Ruoxue's mind, suppressed his laughter and sent a voice transmission to Leng Ruoxue. Sister, this eagle is the highest level in this area. Eagle-type beasts are also famous for their fast speed. If we give up on it and look for other flying beasts, I'm afraid it will be a waste of time. But what if it doesn't want to set off? Leng Ruoxue asked, feeling speechless. It was the first time in her life that she had seen an eagle that would rather sleep than fly freely in the blue sky. Today was an eye-opener for her. Why don't we leave tomorrow morning? One more day won't make a difference. Qingju suggested. All right then. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to compromise. Then, she turned to the yawning golden eagle and shouted, you really shouldn't be an eagle, you should be a pig. Go to sleep. Just sleep well. We'll leave tomorrow morning. With that, Leng Ruoxue left the golden eagle's home. Out of sight, out of mind. This sleeping eagle was driving her crazy. Big sister, calm down. The environment in this forest is not bad. Let's just treat it as an outing. Qingju saw that Leng Ruoxue's temper was getting a little bad, so he continued to comfort her. Little girl, why don't we teleport to the Azure Dragon Mountain ourselves? Why do we need to find that lazy eagle? The voice of the parasol tree's mother tree rang in Leng Ruoxue's mind at the same time. She had seen everything that had happened earlier, so she could not understand what was going on. Not only is it a waste of spiritual energy, but it's also very tiring. Leng Ruoxue said, a little embarrassed. I like this reason. The mother parasol tree smiled and requested to accompany Leng Ruoxue. With a thought, Leng Ruoxue moved the mother parasol tree out of her bracelet. The two of them started to wander around the forest. As soon as the mother parasol tree appeared in the forest, the few flowers and trees in the forest all stirred and stretched out their most beautiful branches and leaves to greet the mother parasol tree. The mother parasol tree was an ancestor-level plant that had lived for a long time. When it saw these little fellows, it naturally treated them as if they were its juniors and was extremely enthusiastic. Watching the mother parasol tree touch the grass and the branches of the surrounding trees from time to time, as if it was communicating with them, speaking in a language that she did not understand, Leng Ruoxue could only sigh in her heart. As expected of the ancestor of plants. He was so kind to flowers and trees. At the very least, she couldn't communicate with a tree. More importantly, neither she nor the tree with intelligence could understand what the other was saying. I didn't master this foreign language. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree did not even finish strolling through half of the forest before the sky turned dark. The two of them discussed and decided to return to the Golden Eagle to rest for the night. They would set off the next morning. When they arrived at the Golden Hawk's home, Leng Ruoxue helplessly realized that the Golden Hawk did not seem to be awake. Such a fact made Leng Ruoxue's face darken even more. Just how much sleep did this guy have? Hee hee. You're really a sleepy little fellow. The mother parasol tree laughed. She had already heard from the flowers and trees in the forest that the Golden Eagle's biggest hobby was sleeping. Not only that, but this guy spent at least 2/3 of the day sleeping, and the other 1/3 was looking for food. Of course, she didn't dare to tell Leng Ruoxue about this. Otherwise, that little girl would fly into a rage. I'm not just sleepy, I'm sleeping like a pig. Leng Ruoxue said. Let's rest early. The mother parasol tree could not help but want to laugh wildly, but in order to maintain her image, she held it in. However, after Leng Ruoxue sent her into the bracelet, she could not help but burst out laughing. Hearing the laughter in her heart, Leng Ruoxue was even more speechless. She then entered the bracelet as well. The next day, when Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree came out of the bracelet, the golden eagle was still asleep. This also caused the number of black lines on Leng Ruoxue's forehead to increase. After waking up the giant golden eagle with much difficulty, the golden eagle's eyes were filled with confusion. It looked at Leng Ruoxue and asked, "Human, who are you? Why are you in my house? Have you forgotten the deal we made yesterday?" Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but roar like a lion. She was really about to be angered to death by this eagle. Did he have to be so forgetful? Previous chapter. Next chapter. A deal? The golden hawk blinked its eyes and tried to think. Finally, it flapped its wings and said, "Arg. I remember now, you're going to the Green Dragon Mountain, right? Right." Leng Ruoxue gritted her teeth and shouted, "Then let's go after breakfast." Hearing its words, Leng Ruoxue's emotions eased up a little. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement with the golden eagle. The golden eagle roared and flew out of the house to hunt. However, after the golden hawk had been hunting for an hour and had yet to return, Leng Ruoxue regretted it. Damn it! She knew that she couldn't let the eagle go out. Leng Ruoxue's heart was burning with anger. Her entire body was unconsciously emitting a vicious aura, scaring the mother parasol tree so much that it kept its distance from her, afraid that Leng Ruoxue, who was on fire, would harm the innocent. After another 2 hours, the golden eagle finally returned with an excited expression. It said happily, "My luck today is pretty good. I actually managed to catch a fat rabbit." After he finished speaking, he even showed the rabbit in his claws to Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree. "You're so excited just because we caught a rabbit? What do you usually eat? Fruits, leaves, rats, etc. Eat whatever you have. I'm not a picky eater. Why did you take so long? It's all to catch this damn rabbit. You took 3 hours to catch a rabbit? I don't eat lunch. What about dinner? I'm not eating either. It's too hard to catch food. No wonder you're always sleeping." To be honest, the mother parasol tree truly sympathized with the eagle. Thinking of this, the mother parasol tree looked at the golden eagle with more and more sympathy. The golden hawk accepted it gratefully. Then, it looked at the mother tree and asked curiously, "Who are you? I didn't see you yesterday." "I'm her companion." The mother parasol tree was speechless and didn't know what to say. "Oh. Welcome." Then, he planned to enjoy his breakfast. Hearing the rabbit's pitiful tone, the hawk was embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, the golden hawk turned around and said, "You can leave. You'd better be more careful next time and not let others catch you again." "Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency Golden Eagle, you're such a good man." The scared rabbit trembled and timidly asked, Your Excellency Golden Eagle, do you have any other order? Don't you have elders and children at home? Take these fruits, don't let the elderly and children go hungry." The rabbit thanked him profusely in pleasant surprise. Then, it hugged the few fruits that it had obtained for free and quickly disappeared into the forest. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were both dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? The hawk felt embarrassed when the two didn't say anything and looked at it with disappointment. "We'll go with you. It's hard to hunt. Are you sure you want to follow?" The two of them nodded in unison, both making up their minds to follow and confirm their own speculation. The golden eagle had no choice but to take the two women, who, after following the golden eagle for a long time, they finally encountered a fat rabbit that had probably finished its breakfast and was out for a stroll to digest its food. "AI. You can leave now." As expected. After knowing how the golden hawk hunted its prey, Leng Ruoxue was no longer angry at its sleepiness. Sighing, Leng Ruoxue did not want to waste any more time. She took out some food and placed it in front of the golden eagle. "Hurry up and eat. We can leave after we're done. After eating, we should take a nap." "Sleep? If you dare to take a nap, do you believe that I will pluck all the feathers off your body? Don't. How am I supposed to fly if you pluck all my feathers?" "Feathers?" the golden eagle said fearfully. It did not dare to mention the matter of taking a nap again, but Leng Ruoxue's ferocity had already been deeply engraved in its heart. "Then you better be honest and stop sleeping. Quickly bring me to the Green Dragon Mountain and you will be free," Leng Ruoxue reminded. "Oh." The golden hawk nodded and then started to eat the food in front of it. It swore that it had never eaten anything so delicious. The golden eagle didn't want to waste the rest of the food, so it put it away in its storage space. The mother parasol tree saw this and could not help but pat its head, praising, "What a diligent and thrifty little fellow." "Hee hee." The golden hawk giggled in response to the mother tree's words. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the golden hawk and asked, "Can we set off now?" "Yes. Yes. Ladies, please get in the car. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. This was the first element of safe driving. For the happiness of you and your family, please don't ignore the use of seatbelts." The golden hawk reminded him with a smile. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she pretended to be unhappy and said, "Where did you learn all this nonsense?" Even though she said that, Leng Ruoxue was actually very surprised by the words that came out of the golden hawk's mouth. She even wondered if the hawk had come from her previous world. But that was obviously not possible. The golden hawk laughed and touched its head embarrassedly. "I heard a passerby mention it, so I remembered it. So it was like this." Leng Ruoxue thought to herself, "This eagle's memory is pretty good, but it's just too out of line." Then, she and the mother tree sat on the back of the golden eagle. The golden eagle shouted, "Please fasten your seatbelt, I'm leaving." He flew straight into the sky. Seeing that the golden hawk was still going on and on, Leng Ruoxue's anger started to rise again. However, before she could even start to lose her temper, she heard the mother parasol tree ask the golden hawk with a puzzled look, "Where's your seatbelt? Why can't I find it?" Previous chapter. The seatbelt is in the passenger's heart. Only passengers who had a safety belt in their hearts would be safe. Ladies, please remember to use your seatbelts when you're on the bus. Safety first. The golden hawk murmured. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was about to fly into a rage, the mother parasol tree quickly held her down and urged the golden eagle, "Little guy, we know. Hurry up and drive." "All right. But madam, I still have a question." The golden hawk said with an embarrassed look, and it stopped in the sky without moving. "What questions do you have now?" Leng Ruoxue said unhappily. She swore that the anger she had felt in her entire life was not as much as yesterday and today combined. This eagle definitely had the ability to infuriate people to death, but it had done it unintentionally. One had to know that Leng Ruoxue had always been the one to anger people to death. However, the situation had reversed in the past 2 days. How could Leng Ruoxue not be depressed? What was even more infuriating was that she felt that it was not worth it to be angry at an out-of-line eagle, but she was really angry. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know. AI. Sighing heavily, Leng Ruoxue looked at the golden eagle with a cold gaze, causing it to shrink its neck in fear. It then shouted at the top of its lungs, "I don't know the way to the Green Dragon Mountain." In fact, not only did the golden eagle not recognize the Green Dragon Mountain, it had never left the forest since it was born. However, it could not tell anyone about this unless it was forced to, or it would be embarrassing. But now, it had no choice but to say it. Its eyes were dark, and it didn't know where to fly. The golden hawk told the truth and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree shyly. Then, it quickly lowered its head and did not dare to look at the two of them. After waiting for a long time, it saw that Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree did not have any reaction. It thought that these two did not know the way. Therefore, he glanced at the two of them with a worried look and comforted them, "It doesn't matter if you don't know the way. We can ask around." It wasn't that they didn't know the way, they were just speechless. After hearing the golden eagle's words, Leng Ruoxue's mouth twitched as she secretly complained. She then sighed and said helplessly, "Keep flying east." East? The golden hawk was stunned, and its face was full of confusion. "Damn it, don't tell me you don't even know which way is east." Leng Ruoxue roared. I know. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was angry, even if the golden eagle didn't know, it was too scared to say anything. After nodding its head, it made up its mind and flew in a random direction. Stop. That's the south. Leng Ruoxue saw the golden eagle flying around in the air and quickly stopped it. "Nan? I'm sorry, my eyes are looking in the wrong direction." The golden hawk's little heart trembled. Leng Ruoxue was too lazy to expose it. Seeing this, the golden eagle seemed to let out a long sigh of relief and changed its direction. Then, Leng Ruoxue's icy voice was heard, "That's the north." The golden hawk changed its direction. West. Finally, the golden eagle flew in the right direction. Because it had not tried in one direction, if it flew in the wrong direction again, it really should not have. Sitting on the back of the golden eagle, the mother parasol tree was stunned at first, but then she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She couldn't help but laugh. This golden eagle was so funny. She had lived for so long and had seen many plants and animals, but she had never seen such a funny guy. However, Leng Ruoxue's mood was not good at all. She was almost driven mad by the golden eagle. She even felt that she had made the wrong choice. Thinking back, she should not have accepted Qing Ju's suggestion and waited for this stupid eagle for an entire night. If she had known that it would be like this, she would have immediately changed to a flying beast. But now, it was hard to get off. If he were to find another beast that could fly and was fast, he would have to waste a lot of time. Fortunately, the golden hawk didn't know the way and didn't have any sense of direction. Besides, it was kind and stupid, but it could still fly fast. After flying for less than an hour, they arrived at a city. According to the usual practice, they should go down to the city to rest. However, Leng Ruoxue was too angry, so she did not let the golden eagle land. Although the golden eagle was hungry, it did not dare to make a sound. Woo! The woman it was carrying was too fierce. It couldn't afford to offend her, so it could only fly with its life. After a long while, seeing that Leng Ruoxue was still unhappy, the mother parasol tree could not help but comfort her. "All right girl, don't be angry with that golden eagle. This little fellow is quite interesting. With it, I think our journey won't be boring. Not only will I not be bored, I'll be lucky if I don't die of anger." Leng Ruoxue sighed and was speechless. Ha ha ha. I quite like this little fellow. Give me some face and don't scare it. The parasol tree mother spoke up for the golden eagle. Although the golden eagle always did things that normal people could not understand, in general, the little guy was not bad. At least it was obedient. "All right. I won't be angry," Leng Ruoxue said, giving him face. In reality, she was very clear that her anger was for nothing. That stupid eagle had no idea how she had angered him. If that was the case, why should she make things difficult for herself? As she thought about it, she looked up at the sun in the sky and ordered the golden eagle, "Let's find a place to land and have something to eat before we continue flying." "All right." The golden eagle was relieved to hear the fierce woman's words, so it landed immediately. He didn't know what kind of good luck it had, but the place it chose to land was actually not bad. As soon as they landed, the golden hawk immediately urged, "I'll go find food." "Go." Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. The golden hawk immediately flew into the forest. The moment it left, the mother parasol tree nudged Leng Ruoxue and asked worriedly, "You agree to let it find food? Will we still be able to eat lunch?" "I didn't expect to eat the food it found. I was just annoyed by it and wanted to make it leave my sight for a while." After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, for some reason, the mother parasol tree started to pity the golden eagle. It seemed like that little fellow was really driving the little girl crazy. From this, it could be seen that the golden eagle was really powerful. However, its ability to hunt was nothing to be proud of. After waiting for a long time, Leng Ruoxue's food was ready, but the golden hawk still hadn't returned. After leaving enough food for the golden eagle, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree started eating. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they suddenly heard a sharp scream. The two of them immediately became alert. "That stupid eagle?" Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and said with certainty. "Something might have happened. Let's go and take a look," the mother parasol tree said anxiously. Then, it grabbed Leng Ruoxue and the two of them immediately teleported towards the direction of the sound. In the heart of the mother parasol tree, the stupid little eagle was under their protection. How could anything happen to it under their watch? If that was the case, where would they put their face? Leng Ruoxue had the same thoughts. Even though she didn't like the eagle, it was only because of its eccentric personality. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a hurry, it would be interesting to have such a stupid eagle by her side. When the two of them arrived at the scene, they only saw a few golden feathers on the ground, and the golden eagle was gone. Leng Ruoxue was furious. Damn it, he dared to capture the beastie she hired. Wasn't this snatching food from the tiger's mouth? After summoning Green Vessel, Leng Ruoxue asked him to help her search for the golden eagle. Green Vessel received the order and immediately started searching. In just a few seconds, he had found the golden eagle's location. "Sister, there's a team of 5 adventurers in the southwest of this small forest." "I know, we'll go now." At this moment, the golden hawk was tied up in a cage. "Woo, ladies, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again." The golden eagle was thinking in its heart. It had accidentally regarded its own status as very important. However, the golden hawk didn't worry for long. The fierce woman was here. Sob, it feels so good to see family. At this moment, the 5-man adventurer team also noticed the sudden appearance of Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree. They immediately became alert. "Who are you people? We saw this place first, so please move to another place." Leng Ruoxue's cold eyes swept across the room. The woman who had spoken shuddered and shut her mouth subconsciously. Although she was a little self-righteous, she was still a cultivator and had a sense of danger. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. The other 4 men also felt that the other party was not friendly, and they didn't dare to act rashly. "Seniors, this place is very big, and we don't need that much. Please use this place as much as you can," one of the young men said with a respectful expression after calming down. "There's no need. We didn't come here for this place." "Then what does senior mean by that?" "For this." Leng Ruoxue pointed at the golden eagle. "It's our beastie, but you captured it." When the 5 people heard this, their faces all changed. They had never thought that the golden eagle was a beast with an owner. Now that they had caught the beast, they had attracted the owner of this beast. This was a terrible fact. He had thought that this golden eagle could be sold for a good price, but who knew that it had brought him big trouble? The 5 of them were very depressed. They had been caught red-handed, and it seemed impossible for them to deny that they had caught the golden eagle. "Senior, I'm sorry. We didn't know it was your beastie. We thought it had no owner. Let it go, and I won't cause you any trouble." "All right." The young man agreed readily and was ready to open the cage to release the golden eagle. In his opinion, as long as the expert in front of them, whose cultivation they could not see through at all, did not mind their reckless behavior, what was the loss of a beastie? He had thought it through very clearly, but he couldn't stop someone from dragging him down. "Wait. She said that it was her eagle and you all believed her? Who knows if he's lying to us? You bastard. Does this idiot even have a brain?" The woman, who did not seem to realize that she was being despised by her companions, saw that the other 4 did not say anything and naturally assumed that they had tacitly agreed to her words. At this time, she didn't care about being afraid anymore. After all, this golden eagle could be sold for a lot of money. Previous chapter. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree only smiled faintly. Neither of them replied to the woman's words. As soon as the 4 of them saw each other, they immediately expressed that they were willing to return the golden hawk. When the woman heard this, of course, she didn't agree. The scene was finally quiet. Both sides were overjoyed and extremely satisfied with this. The golden eagle was also released from its cage. It burst into tears as it pounced towards Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree. "Woo. I thought I would never see you again. It's a good thing you guys came to save me." When Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree saw this, they dodged to the side tacitly. The golden hawk missed and fell to the ground on all 4s. However, this golden eagle was obviously tough and tough. The golden hawk was sad. No one could understand the excitement it felt when it saw its family. Whoa. The 4 people on the side all widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. This golden hawk. But at this time, they no longer doubted the authenticity of the 2 women and the golden hawk knowing each other. However, for some reason, the 4 of them felt that the way the 2 people and the eagle got along was a little strange. As if she knew what they were thinking, Leng Ruoxue suggested to the 4 of them, "It's very important to choose your teammates. Remember to open your eyes wide in the future." After that, she and the mother tree left with the golden eagle. The four of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. She brought the golden eagle back to the temporary camp they had chosen. Before Leng Ruoxue could reprimand it, the golden eagle had completely wilted. It sobbed, "Woo-woo. I'm so useless. I was actually caught. You finally know that you're useless, so you're not completely hopeless." Then, she looked at the hawk in disbelief and asked, "I don't understand. How come you can't even defeat 5 humans who are weaker than you and were captured by them?" "Oh. It was an accident. It was a pure accident. A rabbit was frightened by their violent behavior, and I was caught by them because I wanted to save that timid rabbit." "You're willing to give up your life for a rabbit? Even though rabbits are weak, they're still a life." Leng Ruoxue listened to the golden hawk's argument and was speechless. Not only her, even the mother parasol tree did not know what to say. This golden eagle was beyond saving. Not wanting to think about how the golden eagle survived until now, the mother tree gave the food to the golden eagle and said, "Hurry up and eat. After you're done, we'll continue on our way." "Oh." The golden hawk was very obedient. After eating, the hawk's sleepiness came back. However, the golden eagle was slightly drowsy now, so its flight efficiency in the afternoon was obviously much lower. After holding on for a while, the two of them couldn't take it anymore. The jolts were extremely uncomfortable. After Leng Ruoxue called for it to stop, the golden hawk turned around and yawned in confusion. "What's wrong? How do you fly? You want us to fall down?" The golden hawk heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. It quickly said, "No, I didn't. No. I'm just a little sleepy." But it didn't dare to say such words. However, even if it didn't say anything, Leng Ruoxue could already tell. "Let's find a place to sleep. Otherwise, it's really too dangerous for you to drive like this." The golden eagle and the mother parasol tree couldn't help but widen their eyes. The golden hawk blinked its eyes and then became ecstatic. However, whether the mother tree was willing to believe it or not, the golden eagle had already started to look for a place to take a nap. The moment the golden eagle landed, it did not care if Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree had alighted from the carriage. The mother parasol tree looked worriedly at the golden hawk who was sleeping soundly when it heard the loud snores. It turned to Leng Ruoxue and said, "This guy fell asleep just like that? Isn't it afraid of being captured? It has always been flexible. It seems like it's true. Urgent." How could Leng Ruoxue not be anxious? However, what could she do when she hired such a flying beast out of her poor eyesight? Forget it. She should just go with the flow. When the golden hawk woke up, the sun had already set. After the golden hawk woke up, it looked at the sky that was turning dark and said, "I actually woke up early today. The sky isn't even bright yet." It had just woken up and its mind was obviously not very clear. It was only when it felt 2 cold glares coming from behind it that it suddenly quivered and remembered everything that had happened. Oh my god. How could it forget that it had already left home and was on its way to the Green Dragon Mountain? This was really a dereliction of duty. The golden hawk was annoyed. It turned around carefully and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree with a fawning expression. "Ladies, it's dark." Its voice was getting softer and softer, but Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree could still hear it clearly due to their excellent hearing. "You also know about it?" Supreme. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novels. Supreme. Lin. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She didn't expect to see Luo Lin under such circumstances. However, Luo Lin was even more embarrassed. He also Also didn't expect that at his most embarrassing moment, he would always be seen by the master he admired. Admired. This fact was really too sad. Sob. Actually, he really wanted to leave a good impression on his master. However, it had always met its master when it was in a difficult situation. At this moment, Luo Lin's head was lowered, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He didn't want to be human anymore, did he? The golden hawk looked at the man on the ground who forgot to get up, so it stretched out its wings in a friendly way and asked with sympathy, "Did you hurt? You're just a little guy without wings, how can you stand on such a high tree? What if you break it?" Ugh. Luo Lin felt even more awkward. Could he say that he was monitoring them? The answer was no. However, he did not know how to answer the eagle, so he could only pretend to be silent. The golden eagle saw that the other party didn't speak, and thought that he was ashamed. It patted Luo Lin's head with its wings and comforted him, "It's okay. It's normal for a little guy to be curious. However, after falling down, you should know not to climb trees, right?" Luo Lin was once again so embarrassed that he didn't know how to answer such a question. He couldn't help but look at Leng Ruoxue, but Leng Ruoxue looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It was obvious that she had no intention of helping him out. Seeing this scene, Luo Lin really wanted to cry. He felt that he had made the master angry. Woo, look. His master didn't even want to talk to him. Luo Lin was heartbroken, and the way he looked at Leng Ruoxue became more and more resentful. In fact, it wasn't that Leng Ruoxue didn't want to talk to Luo Lin, but she couldn't stand the golden eagle's caring attitude towards Luo Lin. It was so cold and warm towards Luo Lin. So, she was afraid that Luo Lin would associate her with the golden eagle, so she had to pretend to be invisible. But Luo Lin didn't know what Leng Ruoxue was thinking. In his mind, his master must be angry with him, so he didn't want to talk to him. Thinking of this, Luo Lin felt particularly aggrieved and called out softly, "Master." Although Luo Lin's voice was very soft, the two humans and one beast on the scene could still hear him clearly. The mother parasol tree and the golden eagle moved in unison, looking at Leng Ruoxue as if they were waiting for her to answer. "So it's our own people." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had no intention of answering their questions, the golden eagle scratched its head awkwardly and mumbled to itself. "Who's on your side?" Leng Ruoxue gritted her teeth when she heard the golden hawk's words. "Hey! Don't be like this. Our friendship has deepened along the way, so we're on the same side now," the golden hawk said shamelessly. "Oh, really? I don't think so." Leng Ruoxue glared at the golden eagle and said. "Woo. How could you do this? I'm very sad that you're treating me like this." The golden hawk held its chest with its wings, looking sad. Tears were rolling in its golden eyes, but it didn't fall. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. How long had it been? Did the golden eagle goo turn into glass again? His ability to resist attacks had weakened? Leng Ruoxue was rather disappointed by this reality. "Alright, little guy, stop pretending to be pitiful." The mother parasol tree could not take it anymore. It then turned to Leng Ruoxue and said, "Girl, since we found the Luo family, let's get down to business." She meant to go to the Luo family's residence, but the golden eagle's eyes lit up when it heard that it was about business. "What serious business? I'm very willing to help." "You're not helping." Leng Ruoxue did not think highly of the golden hawk's ability. "How can that be? I'm very strong." The golden hawk felt it had been underestimated. It was heard again. "Very strong? That's right. Your strongest ability is to sleep. When you wake up, you eat, and when you finish eating, you sleep again. This is a cycle." Leng Ruoxue scoffed. "Who said so? I can fly very fast too." The golden hawk quibbled in a low voice. "Yes, it's quite fast. It took half a month to fly from Luo City to Green Dragon Mountain. Not only did I get lost, but I also can't tell north from south." Leng Ruoxue mocked. That's because I'm not familiar with the road." The golden hawk continued to explain, but its voice was getting softer and softer, and its face was getting hot. "You mean you know him just because he's familiar? But didn't you say you didn't know the way back?" Leng Ruoxue raised another question. "That's because I've only walked this path once. I'll naturally know when I walk a few more times," the golden hawk said. "Alright. You've won." Leng Ruoxue felt that she was really bored. To actually argue with an idiotic golden eagle, such behavior was really. Leng Ruoxue was rather depressed. Then, she turned to Luo Lin and said, "Where are the Luo family members now? Take me to them." "Yes." Luo Lin saw that his master was finally paying attention to him, and couldn't help but nod vigorously. Then, he awkwardly got up from the ground. The golden eagle, who had just suffered a blow and was heartbroken, very attentively helped him to pat off the grass and leaves on his body. The golden hawk patted him and said, "You have to be careful in the future. Don't ever climb up such a high tree again. It's so dangerous." AI. Young man. He had to cherish his life and never play with it. Even ants can live, not to mention you are a human. Luo Lin was a little dumbfounded when he heard this kind of earnest advice. He didn't know how to respond to the golden eagle at all. It seemed that the relationship between his master and his beastie wasn't very harmonious. Or it could be said that the way they got along was too special. Luo Lin took the golden eagle for granted as his master's beast pet and wanted to build a good relationship with his master's beast pet. Therefore, other than smiling foolishly in response, he didn't give any further explanation for his own actions. However, if Leng Ruoxue knew that Luo Lin had linked her with that silly and out-of-line golden eagle, she would definitely be depressed. However, at this moment, this beautiful misunderstanding was not exposed. After that, Luo Lin brought Leng Ruoxue, the parasol tree mother tree, and a noisy golden eagle to the bandits' lair. That was where the Luo family was stationed. After entering the bandits' lair, Leng Ruoxue and the other two attracted the attention of all the people and beasts in the valley. Among these people, only a small number of them recognized Leng Ruoxue. Most of them were the younger generation of the Luo family who had only grown up later on. They had only heard of Leng Ruoxue's name, but had never seen her in person. As for those clansmen who recognized Leng Ruoxue, when they saw her from afar, they were so excited that they were incoherent. It was not easy for them to calm down. They then pulled the people beside them and told them that one of the two women was the famous master whom they admired. Previous chapter. This time, all the clansmen were excited. The elders of the Luo family who had rushed over upon hearing the news were like young people. They were even more excited than the younger generation of the Luo family because no one knew better than them how powerful their master was. Led by two grand elders, the elders of the Luo family followed behind Luo Lin. In the main hall, Luo Lin invited Leng Ruoxue to the main seat while he respectfully stood at the side. Leng Ruoxue did not stand on ceremony. After she sat down, her beautiful eyes glanced at the elders of the Luo family, but she realized that she did not know many of them. Where are the other members of the Luo family? The moment Leng Ruoxue said this, the entire Luo family did not know how to answer. After exchanging glances, Luo Lin said in a low voice with an ashamed expression, "Master, many people you've met have fallen in order to protect the Luo family. Luo Xian and his son have also fallen?" Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows. She could clearly feel that the Luo family's overall strength had dropped by quite a bit. Thinking back, the Luo family had once been attacked by a few large families, and they had lost more than half of their members. After a few years of recuperation, they had finally recovered. She did not expect that the incident this time was even more serious than that time. At least, many of the powerful cultivators of the Luo family were not present at the scene. She used her divine sense to scan the area, but she could not find any traces of the powerful cultivators she knew about. They went to the divine realm to look for Master. One of the grand elders said. He went to the divine realm? Leng Ruoxue raised her brows. She didn't expect Luo Xian and his son to have gone to the god realm. It was fine as long as he was alive. How long have you been gone? It's been 2 years, where are my god brothers? They also went to the divinity together? Yes. They went to the divinity with a few of our ancestors. They left this place for us. Leng Ruoxue nodded and changed the topic. She glanced at the elders and said coldly, "Now, who can tell me why the Luo family is here? And when did Luo City change hands? AI. Let's talk. Then, make it short. Master, it's like this. The Luo family had been developing smoothly in the Hautian continent and successfully replaced the Sun family, becoming one of the 3 super families along with the Leng family and the Lan family. However, a few years ago, Sun Tao suddenly returned to the Hautian continent with a group of powerful people. After they appeared, they began to plunder the territory and resources of the Hautian continent wantonly. Other than the Luo family, the Leng family, the Lan family, the Shadow League, and the Wanshan city were all attacked by them. Furthermore, each of them can take care of themselves. A certain grand elder noticed Leng Ruoxue's displeasure and hurriedly said. The other party is using the principle of attacking at the same time and taking them down one by one. Their strength is also above ours, and we are not their match, so we can only hide here. Because of this, all the major families have suffered heavy losses, and our Luo family's losses are the greatest. Among the 3 super families, although our family has the best resources, we have the least number of people. We are not as strong as the other 2 families, so our losses are very big. Except for Luo City, all the territory of the Luo family has been divided by the other party. If it were not for the timely rescue of the Green Dragon Mountain, I'm afraid that the people of the Luo family would not have been able to survive. This humiliation would always accompany them and cause them great mental pressure. Now that the master had appeared in person, the grand elder of the Luo family seemed to have seen the light of hope and was full of hope for the future. With master leading the Luo family, the day of their return to glory would not be far away. Sensing the emotions of the elders present, Leng Ruoxue asked in a neutral tone, "If I remember correctly, before I left the Hautian continent, I set up a defense formation for the Luo family. As long as the Luo family doesn't open the defense formation themselves, no one in the entire Hautian continent can break it. Do you have any explanation for this?" Leng Ruoxue was infuriated by the Luo family's current situation. She was even more furious than when she heard that Sun Tao and the others were the culprits. She was very confident in her own formation. On the Hautian continent, that defensive formation was like an iron wall. No one could break through it. However, not only had the Luo family lost Luo City, but they had also suffered countless casualties. How could she not be angry from embarrassment? Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's question, the elders of the Luo family and Luo Lin all knelt down on the ground in unison. Luo Lin took the lead and replied, "Master, we've let you down. There's a traitor in the Luo family." "Who is it?" The moment Leng Ruoxue heard that, the anger in her heart surged up. The people she hated the most in her life were those who helped others while they were still alive. She would not let this traitor off easily. When the golden eagle heard Luo Lin's words, it couldn't help but interrupt, "A traitor? How could there be such a person? This kind of person should be dragged out and killed. He can't be allowed to remain in this world." As soon as the golden eagle finished speaking, both Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree turned to look at it, causing the golden eagle to shiver in fear. It thought it had said something wrong again, so it said carefully, I was just casually saying. After saying that, the golden hawk immediately lowered its head. This time, you finally said a few correct words. Leng Ruoxue said, much to the golden eagle's surprise. The mother parasol tree also patted the golden eagle's head and praised, little guy, it seems like you're not that kind to just anyone. Hee hee. Of course, I'm the most righteous golden eagle in the world. I'm born for justice, and I must live to defend justice. When Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree heard this, they both sighed. They knew they shouldn't praise this fellow, or else he would climb all over their heads. Back to the main topic. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned to Luo Lin, signaling him to continue. Luo Lin understood and quickly said, it's Luo Xing, However, she was also deceived. So it's her. Leng Ruoxue's eyes turned icy as she automatically ignored the last few words of Luo Lin. She would believe that Luo Xing, was deceived because that woman was brainless. Master, there's a reason why Luo Xing betrayed the Luo family. She had completely fallen for the other party's beauty trap. When Yuan, the man who took over Luo City, tried every means to get close to Luo Xing, and promised to marry her. Luo Xing, believed him and thought that she had found a rich husband. Therefore, she listened to his words and even told Wen Yuan everything about the Luo family. Wen Yuan, that greedy man, not only deceived Luo Xing, but also many other members of the Luo family. Later, the master found out that Wen Yuan was not normal. He wanted to stop Luo Xing from contacting him, but it was too late. Luo Lin didn't dare to hide anything. At that time, Luo Xing was also blinded by love. In the end, he led a wolf into the Luo family's house and harmed them. Luo Lin sighed and continued. Although he had put it simply, Leng Ruoxue believed that this matter would not be as simple as Luo Lin had described it to be. However, she did not want to ask about the details. After all, the incident had already happened, and the tragedy had already happened. It was meaningless to pursue the process now. But there was one person she had to ask. Where is Luo Xing now? Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. She's already dead. Luo Chen said, and then added, the master did it himself. It's too easy for her to die. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Master, Luo Xing received her retribution after she led the wolf into the house. She didn't end up well. In the end, she was tortured and executed by the master. At that time, the patriarch even wanted to die to atone for his sins, but we stopped him. Later, the patriarch brought a few experts of the Luo family and followed the Li brothers to the divine world, wanting to find master to atone for his sins. A supreme elder put in a few good words for Luo Xian. In his opinion, Luo Xian had always been a dutiful and responsible family master. He was also well liked by the clan members. However, because he had a troublesome daughter, he could not erase everything that he had done for the Luo family. Therefore, he really did not want the master to misunderstand Luo Xian. Don't worry, I won't blame him. Leng Ruoxue understood the elder's meaning and nodded. In fact, she knew very well what kind of person Luo Xian was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the bloodline contract back then. What a pity. Luo Xing was a failure and her brain wasn't good enough. She deserved what she had now. After briefly understanding the process of the change in Luo City's leader, Leng Ruoxue then asked about the Luo family's current situation. The elder sighed and talked at once, and she finally had a rough idea. The Luo family's current situation was not good. How many people are there in the Luo family? Leng Ruoxue asked. Less than 100 people. Most of them are from the younger generation. Luo Lin said, embarrassed. Younger than you, I guess. Leng Ruoxue was well aware that the little fellows of the Luo family had just come of age. Their strength was low and they had little experience. It was impossible for them to achieve anything. Yes, I am. Luo Lin's face reddened unconsciously. The Luo family's current situation was really tragic. Back then, when their Luo family was jointly attacked by several major families, they had already declined to such a state. But this time, without a few hundred years, the Luo family could not even dream of recovering. 2 Mystique Venerable rank, 5 Mystique Emperor rank, and dozens of Mystique Monarch rank. Their strength is really weak. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the strength of the elders present and said impolitely. As soon as she said this, all the elders' faces turned red, especially the 2 grand elders, who felt their faces burning. In fact, according to the strength of these people, if they were placed in an ordinary family, they would definitely be powerful. The elders knew that the Luo family had disappointed their master, but what else could they say? Gather everyone in the Luo family. I have something to say to them. Yes. Luo Lin quickly responded and personally went to handle the matter. As for the elders present, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, their hearts could not help but tremble. Not long after, Luo Lin came in with a group of youths and girls whose faces were obviously uneasy, but their eyes still had a trace of anticipation. They were afraid that their master would abandon them because they had heard about their master's personality from their elders. At this moment, they had never hated Luo Xing as much as they did now. In their later education, the elders of their families also clearly told them that even if they loved each other, they could not do anything that would harm the family, or they would bear the consequences. One sentence, bear the consequences. In addition, they had personally experienced life experiences and the fickleness of human nature. After these children entered the meeting hall, they all stood carefully and obediently, as if they were waiting for Leng Ruoxue to review them. When Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across them, they were so nervous that their hearts started beating faster. They all lowered their heads in unison. The pressure that their master gave them was too great. They did not dare to look at their master directly. After taking a look at the aptitude of the little ones in front of her, Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly in her heart. The Luo family had raised them well. These children all had extraordinary aptitude and a pure temperament. Most importantly, their wills were strong enough. They could be considered as promising talents. From the looks of it, these little fellows were the Luo family's only hope. Don't be nervous. I called you here to hear your thoughts. As expected, when the youngest generation of the Luo family heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they all looked at her in confusion, then quickly lowered their heads. Then, one of the youths bravely raised his head and looked straight at Leng Ruoxue. I hope that one day, the Luo family will regain its glory in my hands. Are you sure you have the ability? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I believe that one day, I will be able to take back Luo City for the Luo family. 10 years. Can change a lot of things. Your strength is growing, and so is your enemy. Then I'll work twice as hard as the enemy. Anyway, I'll take revenge with my own hands. What about you guys? With someone taking the lead, the others also expressed their determination to work hard in their cultivation so that they could take back Luo City for the Luo family as soon as possible. The elders of the Luo family were excited again when they heard the passionate answers from the young men and women. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was observing the crowd's actions from the side, said in a calm tone, "That's a good idea. Unfortunately, I don't have the patience to wait that long." When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What did master mean by this? Were they really going to give up on them? The elders and the young boys and girls felt that their master seemed to be disdainful of them. At least with master around, the Luo family still had hope, and the next generation of the Luo family could grow smoothly. Many of the young boys and girls could not bear such a fact. In their sadness and disappointment, some of the children standing in the center of the meeting hall began to cry. This cry made the hearts of the elders present sour. Leng Ruoxue looked at the scene in front of her and could not help but feel embarrassed. Why are you guys crying? The golden hawk also asked curiously. It didn't understand why these human beings were crying. Luo Lin looked at the ignorant golden eagle with an aggrieved expression and sighed softly, but he didn't say anything. As a result, the golden eagle was even more baffled. It kept pulling Luo Lin and asking, "Little guy, tell me, what are they crying about? You humans are really strange." They actually formed a group to cry. Hearing the words, crying together, Leng Ruoxue's mouth twitched. She didn't expect the golden eagle to have learned so many popular languages. She wondered who had taught it. Leng Ruoxue was convinced. She was getting calmer and calmer when the golden eagle said that it didn't belong to this world. When she was bored, she might even cooperate. However, as a native of the Hautian continent, Luo Lin didn't quite understand the golden eagle's words, but he still tactfully whispered to the golden eagle, "Master might be abandoning us." Really? Hearing this, the golden eagle's round golden eyes widened in disbelief. Then, it couldn't help but pat Luo Lin's head with its wings, saying, "You're thinking too much. How is that possible? You heard wrong." At least, it didn't hear that the fierce woman had any intention of giving up on them. Did I really mishear? Luo Lin asked as he pulled the golden eagle's wings, as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Yes, fierce women are easy to talk to. If you think that she really wants to give up on you, you can cry for her. She'll definitely be soft-hearted, hee. That's what I did. See, I managed to stay. When the golden hawk said this, it sounded very proud. It accidentally blurted out the truth. It didn't even realize what it had said, but Leng Ruoxue's face darkened when she heard them whispering. All right. It turned out that the golden hawk was pretending to be pitiful at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Mountain. Unexpectedly, this fool also knew how to use his brain. Not bad. This child could be taught. Although the golden hawk had set her up, Leng Ruoxue was not angry. Instead, she felt that the golden hawk could still be saved. Even she found this kind of thinking a little unbelievable. In the end, she concluded that the golden hawk had taken advantage of her original beastie. Who asked her to be so soft-hearted towards beastie? From the looks of it, she could only comfort herself in this way. Otherwise, the fact that she had been tricked by a fool would definitely make her vomit blood. However, although the golden eagle gave Luo Lin the idea, Luo Lin didn't quite understand the meaning of its words. What did it mean by, "That's what it did"? His master wasn't someone that anyone could scheme against. Thinking of this, he silently sympathized with the golden eagle in front of him. Although this guy was very proud now, who knew how its master would take revenge on it in the future. Therefore, he definitely could not learn from it, as that would only make his master even more disgusted. It had to be said that Luo Lin's thinking was correct, because Leng Ruoxue's attitude towards humans and beasts were absolutely two different things. She could forgive some of the actions of beasts, but she had extremely high expectations for humans. Therefore, if any human dared to plot against her, they must be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. Luo Lin humbly accepted the golden hawk's advice, but he would never accept it. This way, he could not only not anger his master, but also not offend the golden hawk. After listening to the golden hawk's explanation, Luo Lin immediately admitted his mistake to Leng Ruoxue with a serious face. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but chuckle. What did you do wrong? Luo Lin was stunned. It seemed like he. Alright, stop crying. I'm not giving up on you. I just want to give you a chance to improve your strength. Without giving Luo Lin any time to react, Leng Ruoxue turned to the crying Luo family's next generation. This time, the entire Luo family was stunned. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue continued, "Your powers are too weak now. It's impossible for you to take revenge. And I can't possibly stay here for 10 to 20 years. We're confident, but The young man hesitated. The 3 months I said is only 3 months in real life. However, in my space, it is equivalent to at least 100 years. If you can't become Dark Supremes in 100 years, I can only say that the Luo family can't count on you in the future. When everyone heard that 3 months was equivalent to 100 years, they were all excited. The group of young men and women immediately expressed their confidence in advancing to Mystique Venerable rank within 3 months and personally taking back Luo City. Sensing the children's blood-boiling excitement, the elders of the Mystical Emperor and Mystical King could not sit still either. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue threw everyone, including the 2 Mystique Venerable rank masters from the Luo family, into the bangle to cultivate in seclusion and handed them over to Green Vessel to manage. The 2 grand elders of the Luo family took on the role of servants after everyone in the Luo family went into seclusion. They were prepared to personally take care of Leng Ruoxue and the Mother Parasol Tree's food and living arrangements. However, Leng Ruoxue and the Mother Parasol Tree did not need these 2 old men to take care of them. Hence, they rejected the 2 great elders' kind offer and left the Golden Eagle in their care. After the 2 great elders took over the Golden Eagle, Leng Ruoxue and the Mother Parasol Tree could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, from then on, the 2 grand elders found themselves in a tragic situation, especially during mealtime. From the moment they took over the Golden Eagle, they hadn't had any meat. Every time they wanted to improve their food and go hunting, the Golden Eagle would insist on following them. The 2 grand elders sighed like this every day, and sincerely prayed that someone would come to save them. At first, they still had a glimmer of hope for their master, but after thinking about it, since their master had thrown this eagle to them, he must have known some of the eagle's habits. As such, they gave up the idea of disturbing their master over such a small matter. From Luo Lin, there were also a few elders who had come out of seclusion. In a month's time, they had successfully advanced to Dark Supreme. However, what touched them the most was that the 2 respected grand elders of the Luo family had actually come to welcome them in person. They were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. This situation simply made Luo Lin and the others feel flattered. However, they had clearly misunderstood. The 2 grand elders were excited to see them, not because they had successfully advanced to Dark Supreme, but because they felt that someone had come to take over their suffering. The 2 great elders put the innocent-looking golden eagle into their hands and told them to take good care of it. They immediately teleported and disappeared. Their speed was as fast as if they were being chased by evil ghosts. When Luo Lin saw this scene, the joy that had yet to fade from his face was completely baffled. He truly felt that after not seeing them for a month, the 2 grand elders' mental state seemed to be abnormal. After instructing the elders to take good care of the golden eagle, Luo Lin went to see Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but nod in satisfaction when she saw that Luo Lin had advanced to Dark Supreme in a month and had successfully come out of seclusion. It should be known that the closed-door cultivation she had arranged this time was not just for cultivation. While she was cultivating with the Luo family, she had also sent them in batches to receive demonic training in the Dark Heaven. This was also to improve their mental state cultivation. After all, if their mental state cultivation could not keep up with their strength, something big would happen. Although Luo Lin's clothes were a little disheveled, he was in a good mental state. Luo Lin saw that his master kept looking at him but didn't say anything. Luo Lin, what's wrong? Are you tired? No, it was too terrifying. Are you sure you didn't tea? If you were tired, I wanted to let you rest for a few days. Luo Lin wanted to cry but had no tears when he heard this. Alright, but I can only give you 3 days. Yes, I will. Luo Lin immediately bade Leng Ruoxue farewell and returned to his room to rest. After he left, the Mother Parasol Tree smiled at Leng Ruoxue and said, "Girl, you're too strict with him. This little guy is not bad. Don't give him too much pressure. Motivation comes with pressure. Otherwise, how can they survive in the divine realm? I can't possibly be by their side all day, right? You're right." Thinking of the cruelty of the divine world and Shue's powerful enemies, the Mother Parasol Tree did not say anything more. In that case, doesn't that mean that it has found the value of its existence again? Yup. However, the Luo family is going to be poisoned. Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh. 3 days later, Luo Lin entered the illusory sky again. The golden hawk followed behind the elders like a little tail. A few days later, the elders were all going crazy. For a moment, the entire valley was in chaos because of the group of people and the eagle. The elders who had been successfully killed by the golden eagle were forced to follow the example of the grand elder and hand the golden eagle over to the Luo family. What was even more tragic was that since the golden eagle appeared in the valley, the Luo family had all changed their diet. 3 months passed by quickly. All the members of the Luo family who were in seclusion had successfully come out. It was supposed to be a good thing to celebrate, but because of the golden eagle, the Luo family didn't have much hope for it. It should be known that when there was a celebration, there would be a lot of fish and meat. In the end, at the celebration party, everyone ate fruits and vegetables together. Seeing the lack of interest in the crowd, the Parasol Tree mother whispered to Leng Ruoxue, "Girl, the Luo family has been brainwashed by the golden eagle." "Yup. Senior, I've made a decision." What's the matter?" "I've decided to take in this golden eagle." The Mother Parasol Tree was shocked when it heard this. It stretched out its hand and touched Leng Ruoxue's forehead. With a worried look, it whispered, "Little girl, are you sick? Why did you suddenly make such a decision?" She was horrified. "I think this golden hawk has a bright future, especially in the aspect of ideological education. In the future, if anyone pisses me off, I will send this golden hawk to him and let it brainwash him." Good idea." The Parasol Tree broke out in a cold sweat because of Leng Ruoxue's thoughts. At the same time, it couldn't help but pity the person who might anger Leng Ruoxue in the future. Such thoughts were too terrifying. This golden eagle was definitely invincible in a certain aspect. After the slightly dull celebration banquet, the next day, under the leadership of Luo Lin and the Grand Elder, the Luo family came to look for Leng Ruoxue collectively. They asked her with faces full of anticipation, "Master, when are we going to take revenge and take back Luo City?" They looked forward to it and decided to take revenge this time. Calm down. Before I take my revenge, I still need to make a trip to Wanshan City and the Leng clan. What about us? Luo Lin couldn't help but ask. After 2 hellish training sessions, he was full of fighting spirit and his blood was boiling. He couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with the enemy. Of course you're coming with me. Leng Ruoxue replied with a smile. Master, we're all going. Then what about the Green Dragon Mountain? You don't have to worry about the Green Dragon Mountain. I will set up a formation here. No outsider will be able to occupy this place. You don't need to come back here anymore. Yes, after we take back Luo City, we must develop Luo City well. From now on, Luo City will never fall into the hands of others. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she smiled faintly and said, Why? Do you want to develop Luo City well? Are you guys satisfied with a small city like Luo City? What does master mean? The Luo family didn't understand. They grew up in Haotian, and Luo City was the foundation of the Luo family. Originally, I wanted to take you to the divinity to develop. Since you want to stay in the Haotian continent, I won't force you. Hearing this, the Luo family was stunned for 3 seconds before they went crazy. The Divine Realm. To the Divine Realm? Master said that he wanted to bring them to the Divine Realm to develop? Did they hear wrong? Everyone from the Luo family was so shocked by this huge surprise that they lost the ability to speak. Their eyes were shining as they stared at Leng Ruoxue without blinking, afraid that they had heard wrong. Finally, it was Luo Lin who asked, Master, are you really going to take us to the Divine Realm? Yes, I do have such an idea. I came back to the Haotian continent to pick you up. I just don't know if you want to stay in the Haotian continent or go to the Divine World with me. When everyone heard this, they immediately rejoiced, Master, we're willing to follow you to the Divine Realm. To any cultivator, the Divine World was a place that they yearned for. This was especially so when the Luo family had heard more than once from their elders that their master was in the Divine World. When she saw the joy on the faces of the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue knew that these little fellows had great expectations for the firmament. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Luo family members quickly calmed down. They could not help but look at each other. After thinking for a while, they still expressed their willingness to follow Leng Ruoxue to the divinity. In their words, a dangerous place would help them improve faster. After Leng Ruoxue heard their reasons, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Actually, she had said that to scare them and make them raise their vigilance. The words of these little fellows made Leng Ruoxue not know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, I'll be waiting for your protection then. After chatting and laughing, Leng Ruoxue set up a formation for the Azure Dragon Mountain. Then, she brought everyone and set off for the Cold City. According to the information provided by the 2 grand elders of the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue knew that most of the Leng family's power had been taken over by Sun Tao. The reason why she went to the proud Cold City first, other than the fact that the city was closer to Wanshan City, was also because of the face of her cheap ancestor. This time, the flying beasts of the 2 great elders of the Luo family were in charge of the flying mission. At first, Leng Ruoxue had teased the Golden Eagle, saying that it could go home on its own or stay at Azure Dragon Mountain since it liked it here. Who knew that the Golden Eagle, who knew that they wouldn't go back to Azure Dragon Mountain, didn't fall for it. It even said that it would follow them wherever they went. As such, Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to pretend to be very reluctant to bring it along. The Golden Hawk was quite pleased with itself, but it never thought that Leng Ruoxue was just teasing it. On the way, Leng Ruoxue was bored. She pointed at the Golden Eagle on her shoulder and said, Look at them. They're both flying beasts, but why is the difference so huge? Yes, their flying speed is indeed not as fast as mine. Right now, they were riding on 2 vulture brothers. The gray vulture was not as eye-catching as the Golden Eagle, but she's more professional than you. So what? I'm a Golden Eagle with a noble status. I won't be as unrefined as them. Listening to the Golden Eagle flattering his master, Luo Lin, who was sitting on the side, twitched the corner of his mouth. The journey to the proud Cold City passed by quietly as Leng Ruoxue and the Golden Eagle chatted. When they arrived at the proud Cold City, Leng Ruoxue realized that the city gates were heavily guarded. In the distance, Leng Ruoxue listened to the questions the city guards were asking the people who entered the city. Leng Ruoxue felt a chill down her spine. She had finally witnessed how nervous the proud Cold City was. It seemed that Sun Tao had caused quite a bit of trouble for the Leng family. It was only when they stood in front of the city gates that Leng Ruoxue suddenly realized that the city guards were looking at them as if they were facing a great enemy. It seemed to be more serious than she had imagined. As Leng Ruoxue and the others had a large number of people, they were immediately treated as the prime suspects and were under strict interrogation. The person in charge of asking them questions looked like a steward, but it was obviously not the guard leader, because the guard leader was standing respectfully beside that person, and the first question that person asked them was actually what they were doing in the city. Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. What else could they do in the city? Of course, they had something to do. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's expression turned ugly. What did he think she was doing here willingly? If it wasn't for old madam, she wouldn't have stepped into the Leng family's territory. Are you sure? No regrets? What do I have to regret? Seeing this, the 2 grand elders of the Luo family had a headache. Looking at the situation, they would not be able to enter the city today if they did not report their background. After taking a few deep breaths, a grand elder of the Luo family put on a smile and said, We're from the Luo family. They thought that the man in front of them would welcome them warmly into the city if they said the words Luo family. The Luo family's grand elder, who had introduced himself, was silent for a moment, but he still replied with a good temper, The Luo family is the Leng family's ally. Oh. You're talking about the Luo family. Wasn't the Luo family hiding in the Green Dragon Mountain? How could they still dare to wander around the continent under such circumstances? Were they not afraid that Wen Yuan would cause them trouble? Humph. It's a great shame for our Leng family to have such a useless ally. When the Luo family members heard the man's words, their faces turned red with anger. Although they had seen such cold and indifferent people after the Luo family was forced out of Luo City, the Leng family had a close relationship with their master. Master, this. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glanced indifferently at the man who had just spoken. She questioned him coldly, is the Leng family trying to break the contract? Break what promise? Did I say anything? You didn't say anything, you just refused to let us enter the city. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to let us in or not? I've told you. You have a lot of people and your identities are unknown. The city refuses to let you in. Didn't you hear us say that we're from the Luo family? TSK. Just because you say you're from the Luo family, does that mean you're really from the Luo family? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid that's easy to fool? Then what will it take for you to believe that we're from the Luo family? I can't believe it. Detestable. You're really looking for death, you bastard. One should know that Leng Ruoxue was the idol of the Luo family. If he could endure it any longer, he would be unworthy of being a member of the Luo family. After the hot-blooded and impulsive youth took the lead to attack, the other youths from the Luo family could not hold back any longer. His movements were so fast and smooth that the Leng family member didn't even have time to react before he was beaten until the Leng family's guards and the Luo family's elders were all dumbfounded. However, they were more gratified. They were happy, but the guards of the Leng family were depressed. In the face of such a fierce and powerful young man, the guards of the Leng family were stunned and even forgot how to react. Oh my god. What was this good? The person in front of him was not an ordinary member of the Leng family. However, Leng Ruoxue's side had more people than the Leng family's guards. Laughing speechlessly, Leng Ruoxue glanced at the guard captain and said, you plan to besiege us with just this many people? You've injured our Leng clan. The Leng clan will never let you off. What's the big deal about injuring a member of the Leng family? You've injured a member of the Leng clan. The Leng clan will never let you off. Who knew that when Leng Ruoxue heard this, she only patted the guard's shoulder calmly and consoled him, don't be nervous, as long as you behave, I won't touch a single hair on you. By the way, I have not only beaten up the Leng family, but also killed them. I'm still fine. Leng Ruoxue's words were not only unbearable to the Leng family, but even the Luo family were speechless. They had calmed down, but the captain of the Imperial Guards had a lump in his throat, and he almost passed out. Not only that, the way he looked at Leng Ruoxue was as if she was a lunatic who had come out of nowhere. Previous chapter. The captain of the Imperial Guards had already treated Leng Ruoxue as a mentally ill patient. At the same time, the captain's gaze towards Leng Ruoxue had an additional trace of sympathy. However, Leng Ruoxue did not want to think too much about it. She only asked indifferently, can we enter the city? This. I can. However, the captain of the guards did not know how to refuse these fiendish men from entering the city. After hesitating for a long time, the guard captain's expression turned awkward, not knowing what to say. The proud cold city refuses to let you in, so get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. If one didn't look at his body that was trembling like a leaf in the cold wind, his voice would still be quite imposing. Furthermore, even though his voice was rather loud, his heart was trembling with fear. Otherwise, with his personality, Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Leng clan? Leng Ruoxue turned around unhurriedly. With a light wave of her hand, she smacked away the other party's chi force. She then squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the person who had arrived. What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a few years and you're pretending to be strangers now? Her words were definitely provocative, and after the other party heard his words, he gritted his teeth in anger. Can't you be more normal when you come back to the Leng family? The person who spoke was Leng Xiaoqing, one of the greatest ancestors of the Leng clan. He had never thought that the person who came to cause trouble in the proud cold city would be Leng Ruoxue, the god of killing. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he was both happy and troubled. He was happy that the Leng clan had gained a powerful support, but the troubled one was that the person in front of him did not treat him as a member of the Leng clan. To put it bluntly, she was not an obedient descendant, and would not treat him with the respect of an ancestor. By normal, he meant that Leng Ruoxue could have taken the normal route. There was no need for her to destroy the Leng clan's city wall as soon as she returned. I wanted to come back normally, but someone in the Leng family wouldn't let me. After hearing Leng Xiaoqing's words, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. What's going on? Leng Xiaoqing's eyes were like daggers as she asked the petrified guard captain. Hearing Leng Xiaoqing's reprimand, the captain of the royal guards suddenly came to his senses. He then looked at Leng Xiaoqing with a respectful expression and said, Old ancestor, it was young Master Kun who said that they had a large number of people and their identities were unknown, so he refused to let them enter the city. What the guard captain was thinking was that he couldn't take the blame for young Master Kun. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the anger of the old ancestor. More importantly, he didn't expect the old ancestor to know this goddess of killing. In that case, wasn't it a big mistake to stop her from entering the city? When he thought of this, he was so nervous that his little heart started to beat wildly. Leng Yichun? Get Leng Yichun to come out. Not long later, Leng Yichun, who was covered in dirt and bruises, was brought in. The moment he saw Leng Xiaoqing, he immediately knelt on the ground and strongly requested old grandmadam to seek justice for him. When Leng Xiaoqing heard this, he was so angry that he kicked him again. With such a brainless descendant, he really had no idea how many of his hair had turned white from worry. On the other hand, Leng Yichun, who was kicked, had a look of disbelief and bewilderment on his face. This made him, who had always thought that he was pampered in front of the old ancestor, extremely puzzled. Old grandmadam. Leng Yichun was dumbfounded. Never in his dreams would he have thought that the old ancestor would actually help an outsider. Is this how you guard the city gate? The Leng family dares to refuse to enter the city? Leng Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with rage as he roared at Leng Yi. The Leng family? Who was it? I've never refused the Leng family's entry into the city. Leng Yichun said with an aggrieved expression. Sob. How would he dare to reject the Leng family from entering the city? Wasn't this courting death? Especially at such a sensitive time, if the Leng family really filed a complaint against him, his good days in the Leng family would be over. Towards this, Leng Yichun had thought it through quite clearly. He knew that it was okay for him to bully outsiders. At least, outsiders could not complain to the old ancestor. However, he could not bully his own family as he pleased. Otherwise, it would not be good for him to offend his own family. Girl, you never said you were a member of the Leng family? Looking at the aggrieved Leng Yichun, Leng Xiaoqing believed that he wouldn't dare to lie. This matter could be a misunderstanding. In his opinion, it was fine as long as this matter was not intentional. Hence, he turned to Leng Ruoxue. You didn't say that you're from the Leng family, so you're going to be refused to enter the city because of the large number of people? Although I didn't say who I was, my subordinate said that they were from the Luo family, so they were also refused to enter the city. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Yes. I told you that we are from the Luo family, but this young Master Kun doesn't believe me. He even looks like he doesn't like our Luo family at all, as if he looks down on us. I wonder if the Leng family wants to end their alliance now. The grand elder of the Luo family continued Leng Ruoxue's sentence. Leng Yichun. Leng Xiaoqing's face darkened when he heard this. However, Leng Yichun still tried to defend himself and quickly said, Ancestor, it's a critical time now. They said they were from the Luo family, but they didn't show any solid evidence. How can I believe them? You said that you wouldn't believe that we're from the Luo family, so what does it matter if we can't produce any evidence? In short, even after we said that we are from the Luo family, your Leng family still chose to refuse our alliance. May I ask the ancestor of the Leng family, does the Leng family want to end our alliance with the Luo family? Grand Elder Luo, this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize to the Luo family on behalf of the Leng family. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to the same level as this stupid pig. Seeing that the Leng family's ancestor, who was the most senior in the family, had apologized to him in a humble manner, the Grand Elder of the Luo family also knew when to stop. After all, the Leng family and his master still had a blood relationship. The matter of Leng Ruoxue's refusal to enter the city was temporarily forgotten under the Leng clan's intentional fawning. After being personally welcomed into the Leng family's main residence by Leng Xiaoqing, Leng Ruoxue and the rest moved into the falling snow garden that they had once stayed in. Leng Xiaoqing, who was familiar with Leng Ruoxue's personality, similarly did not arrange for anyone to serve them. Leng Ruoxue did not mind this, but even if she did not mind, it did not mean that no one would come to cause trouble. The person who was looking for trouble was Leng Yichun, who had just been severely scolded by the Leng family's old ancestor. Although Leng Yichun was scolded, he did not receive any other punishment. Hence, the self-righteous him thought that the other party's position in old Grand Madame's heart was not as high as his. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were sitting in the garden. The mother parasol tree felt that Leng Jiayuan's scenery was really not bad and was pulling Leng Ruoxue along to admire it with her. When she saw Leng Yichun who suddenly appeared in front of them, the mother parasol tree raised her brows and asked indifferently, is there something? Leng Ruoxue did not even look at Leng Yichun. Looking at the mother parasol tree, Leng Yichun's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He was slightly regretful that he did not notice the existence of this great beauty at the city gate earlier. At this moment, he was here to make Leng Ruoxue feel uncomfortable. Hence, he could only give the mother parasol tree the cold shoulder for now. Then, he turned to look at Leng Ruoxue and said arrogantly, I heard your Leng Ruoxue. Yes, I am. How audacious. Why don't you kneel when you see your elders? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and asked the mother parasol tree on purpose, Senior, are there any elders here? I don't know. Who knows how the Leng family's seniority is ranked? From what she knew, Leng Ruoxue was very famous in the Leng clan and was known as the god of slaughter. Actually, it wasn't that Leng Yichun had not heard of Leng Ruoxue's great name. It was just that when Leng Ruoxue was displaying her divine might in the Leng family, Leng Yichun happened to not be at home. Moreover, even though he had offended Leng Ruoxue at the city gate, the old Grand Madame did not do anything to him. Therefore, he, who didn't learn his lesson, had just been taught a lesson and now he was looking for a beating again. I'm your elder. Leng Yichun was listening to the conversation between Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree. My surname isn't Leng. The mother parasol tree said with a smile. May I ask which sect are you from? I'm Woody's uncle, so you guys have to call me uncle too. Uncle? Are you dreaming? Even if you want to acknowledge your family, you don't have to do this. After she finished speaking, she immediately lifted Leng Yichun up as though she was lifting a little chick. Leng Yichun was so frightened that he immediately cried out, what are you doing? Quickly put me down. Why were women so rough these days? Leng Yichun was incomparably indignant. Being lifted up like this was a complete disgrace to his manliness. However, the mother parasol tree did not give him the chance to show off his might. With a gentle wave of her arm, Leng Yichun immediately turned into a shooting star and was thrown out. When they heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground in the distance, the two of them calmly continued to drink tea, chat, and enjoy the scenery. Ha ha ha. Little sister, long time no see. At this moment, Leng Shuang's forthright laughter rang in Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree's ears. The two of them looked up and saw Leng Shuang and Leng Woody walking in from outside. Sister, have you seen enough? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the mother and son, who seemed to be eager to see the world in chaos, and smiled. Hee hee. Sister, don't be angry. We didn't show up because we wanted to give you guys a chance to act freely. We haven't seen each other for a few years, why has elder sister's courage become smaller instead? AI. It's hard to explain in a few words. Ever since Leng Yichun returned, we've all been living in an abyss of suffering. Was that guy Leng Yimin's younger brother? Your uncle? Leng Ruoxue asked Leng Wuti after a moment of curiosity. It's a clan brother with a very distant relationship. Then why are you so afraid of him? He has caught the old ancestor's eye and has been very favored in recent years. No wonder. He didn't even receive any punishment for provoking me. That's good too. We don't have to be bored. This is... Leng Shuang finally had the opportunity to ask about the identity of the parasol tree mother tree. A senior I met in the divine realm. Leng Shuang and Leng Wuti immediately bowed to the mother tree. Senior, this junior has been impolite. You're welcome, the mother parasol tree smiled gently. After the four of them had gotten to know each other, Leng Shuang enthusiastically did her part as the host and ordered people to serve quite a lot of good wine and food. They chatted and laughed, and only then did Leng Shuang ask about the purpose of Leng Ruoxue's trip. Seeing that Leng Shuang had finally asked the main question, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, I came to the Haotian continent for a tour and found out that it doesn't seem to be very peaceful. How is the Leng family doing? Leng Ruoxue's question was obviously a deliberate attempt to see how Leng Shuang would answer. When Leng Shuang heard this, she was suddenly in a dilemma. She thought that Sister Shui was blaming the Leng family for not lending a helping hand to the Luo family and had come to question them. So, for a moment, she did not know how to answer. Say that the Leng clan situation is not good? However, the Leng family was still living peacefully in the city. How could they say that the Leng family was doing well? Since he was not bad, why did he turn a blind eye to the Luo family's misfortune? Leng Shuang thought about it for a moment and felt that no matter what she said, it might annoy little sister Shui. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to speak. Seeing that his mother was in a difficult position, Leng Wuti had to take over the difficult task. He sighed and said, I'm sure you've seen the current situation of the entire Haotian continent. At present, the members of the Leng family are all staying in the proud cold city, and we rarely walk on the continent. Leng Wuti's words were flawless. He did not reveal the Leng family's current situation, nor did he complain too much to Leng Ruoxue. He also fulfilled the old ancestor's request of not telling Leng Ruoxue the entire situation. He thought that Leng Ruoxue would be understanding and let this matter pass, but who knew that Leng Ruoxue was not satisfied with his answer. She laughed coldly and said, Leng Wuti is indeed the young master of the Leng family. Your answer is so formal. However, since you've said so, I'll believe you. I was going to help you if you were in trouble, but it seems unnecessary now. I'm sure your Leng clan will be able to handle the situation. After listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the mother and son looked at each other with bitter smiles. They knew that they had still angered this little girl who loved to hold grudges. Now, this little girl was truly angry. AI. It was all their fault for being so full of themselves. Both mother and son were extremely regretful and tried to appease Leng Ruoxue's anger. Who knew that the other party would not give them a chance to speak at all? Leng Ruoxue even went straight to the point, Sister, you've changed. We've grown distant. When she said this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with disappointment. When Leng Shuang heard this, she felt extremely upset. How could she have wanted this? However, she could not disobey the words of her old grand madam. Just as Leng Shuang was filled with regret, Leng Ruoxue, who had finished speaking, had already turned around and returned to her room. The parasol tree mother sighed and said, You two can go back first. We also need to rest. Looking at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, the mother and son were quite helpless. This was really a good excuse to send off their guests. The sun hadn't even set yet, but they were already going to rest. They were quite helpless about this. Sighing, Leng Shuang and Leng Wuti left the snow garden gloomily. After watching the mother and son leave, the parasol tree mother tree walked into the room and glanced at Leng Ruoxue who was sitting on the chair and playing with the golden eagle. She smiled and said, Shui, are you really angry? No, I didn't have much hope for the Leng family, so why would I be angry? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. But the mother and son just now took it seriously. The mother parasol tree said helplessly. Yes, I know. In the Leng family, this mother and son are the only ones I like, but they don't dare to tell me the truth for the sake of the Leng family. Although it was their own choice, and they have no obligation to tell me anything about the Leng family, I am still a little disappointed in them. Besides, I think I have shown my sincerity by coming to the proud cold city. For the sake of our ancestor, I can't just sit by and do nothing about the Leng family's difficulties. But now it seems that I was thinking too much. They even thought that I was here to cause trouble. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, she could still understand Leng Shuang and her son's thoughts of standing on the family side. After all, the present was not like the past. Now, the Leng family needed to be united. However, understanding did not mean approval. Perhaps the Leng family valued their face very much, but she really did not think that the Leng family's face was worth much. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the mother parasol tree could not help but laugh. Shui, you really don't think you're here to cause trouble? Of course not. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly, and as she spoke, she playfully snatched the fruit that the golden eagle was holding tightly in its arms. The two of them began a tug-of-war. The golden hawk turned to Leng Ruoxue and said angrily, Scoundrel. Scoundrel. You're so bad, how could you snatch my fruit? If I'm not mistaken, I'm the one who gave you this fruit. Leng Ruoxue said with a half-smile. Since you've given it to me, it's mine. How can you take it back? The golden hawk said angrily and looked at the mother tree for help. The mother parasol tree looked at the two fellows in front of it and was really speechless. She sighed and ignored the golden hawk's plea for help. She turned to Leng Ruoxue and said, "Girl, you just arrived and you already smashed their city walls. You can't blame me for that." Leng Ruoxue did not feel guilty at all and continued to play with the golden eagle. Sighing heavily again, the mother parasol tree gave up on preaching to Leng Ruoxue and turned around to sit at the side to watch the show. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue and the golden eagle were even more excited. At the same time, Leng Shuang and Leng Wuti, who had just returned from Leng Ruoxue's place, were invited over by Leng Xiaoqing. She stood uneasily in the old ancestor's study room. Both mother and son did not say a word, and the atmosphere in the study room was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. After a long time, Leng Xiaoqing looked deeply at Leng Shuang and Leng Wuti before he slowly said, "What did that girl say?" "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Leng Shuang raised her head and looked at Leng Xiaoqing with a confused expression. She wanted to play dumb, but she did not know if she could fool him. "What's that girl going to do this time?" Leng Xiaoqing asked through gritted teeth. "He said he was here for a tour in the Haotian continent." Leng Shuang said honestly. "What else?" Leng Xiaoqing asked again. "No more." Leng Shuang blinked her eyes and said with an innocent face. "No more? Aren't you two good sisters? Didn't she say anything else to you?" It was clear that Leng Xiaoqing did not believe Leng Shuang's words. From what he could remember, that girl would never be so cold to anyone who caught her eye. "No, she has already turned against me," Leng Shuang said honestly. Actually, she really did not want to accept the Grand Madame's mission to test Leng Ruoxue. Now, the test was not successful, and their sisterhood was over. "What? Why did she fall out with you? Is she really that heartless?" Leng Xiaoqing's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. "It's not that she's heartless, it's just that she thinks we're too distant," Leng Shuang said indifferently. "How could this be? Didn't you treat them well?" As far as he knew, Leng Shuang and her son had moved the best ingredients of the Leng family to the falling snow garden. If this was considered as being estranged with her, then what was considered as not being estranged? That hateful girl was really hard to serve. This news gave him a headache. "We did treat her well, but she thinks we're not sincere," Leng Shuang said helplessly. "Great ancestor, you didn't want us to reveal the current situation of the Leng family, so we didn't dare to say anything. We only said that the members of the Leng family are all staying in the proud cold city and rarely walk around the Haotian continent." She thought that answer was too official, so she was annoyed. Leng Wuti added after receiving a look from his mother. "What's there to be annoyed about? Could it be that she really wanted to hear that our Leng family's status had fallen by 1,000 feet and was not as good as before? We have to rely on her help to restore the Leng family's prestige?" Leng Xiaoqing roared, his face ashen from anger. Faced with the old Grand Madame's questioning, Leng Shuang and her son did not know how to respond. If they could, they really wanted to say, yes. To be honest, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The Leng family really needed Leng Ruoxue's help now. Unfortunately, on the one hand, the great ancestor was concerned about the Leng family's face, and on the other hand, he wanted Leng Ruoxue to take the initiative to do something for the Leng family. This way, the Leng family would not be too embarrassed. But was this possible? They were all very clear about Leng Ruoxue's temper. If you want her to help you, you must first show your sincerity, right? However, the old ancestor was very conflicted about this. He wanted to save his face so much that he had to suffer. Now, such a powerful helper not only did not intend to help, but also wanted to watch the fun and not care about the matter. It could be imagined how depressed the Leng family would be. And now, the first person to be depressed was naturally the Leng clan's greatest elder. According to Leng Xiaoqing's thoughts, Leng Ruoxue should have heard that Sun Tao had found a group of experts from God knows where and caused chaos in the Haotian continent. Many clans and powers were affected, and the Luo clan was the one who suffered the most. This way, the Leng family would have Leng Ruoxue, a powerful ally, and they would not need to seek help from Leng Ruoxue, who had never treated them as part of the Leng family. It had to be said that Leng Xiaoqing's idea was pretty good. This was because in his heart, whoever spoke first at this moment would mean that the other party was weaker. In a relationship with a strong person, the weaker party would naturally have a lower right to speak. From what he knew, even though Leng Ruoxue didn't acknowledge the Leng family, in terms of bloodline, she was still a member of the Leng family. This was something that no one could deny. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that Leng Ruoxue had no sense of belonging to the Leng family and had never admitted that she was a member of the Leng family on Haotian continent. As long as Leng Ruoxue was conscious, such a thing would never happen. Right now, Leng Ruoxue's attitude towards the Leng clan on the Haotian continent was neither to take the initiative nor to reject them. The members of the Leng clan on the Haotian continent, especially those from Leng Xiaoqing's lineage, who were led by him, naturally hoped that Leng Ruoxue would take the initiative to lend a helping hand. But this could only become their beautiful dream. After Leng Xiaoqing found out that Leng Ruoxue had angered Leng Shuang and her son, he was so troubled and depressed that he could not eat for a few days. He had been sighing all day long. Finally, after he sighed countless times, Leng Xiaoxiao, who had been pretending to be invisible, could no longer take it. He pulled up Leng Xiaoqing, who was in a dilemma, and roared, "Big brother, let's go. I'll bring you to that little girl. Why are you looking for her?" Leng Xiaoqing looked at Leng Xiaoxiao warily. "Go and tell her that the Leng family needs her help now. You want me to go beg that bad girl? What else can we do? Do you expect them to take the initiative to come to our door and be ordered around by us? Big brother, wake up. Stop dreaming, alright? That girl isn't someone who can be manipulated by others. Leng Xiaoxiao's words were rather direct. He did not wish for his elder brother to have any hope that she would take the initiative to ask him or send herself to his door. Based on his understanding of Leng Ruoxue, that was simply impossible. Furthermore, based on what he knew, she had been living happily in the falling snow garden for the past few days. She had been living a carefree life. In fact, he was very clear about his eldest brother's thoughts. It was nothing more than the fact that all the younger generations in his family couldn't compare to Leng Ruoxue. It wasn't that they couldn't compare to her in one aspect, but that they couldn't compare to her in all aspects. His intelligence, wealth, and resources were inferior to others, and his abilities were even worse. In front of Leng Ruoxue, even he, the elder ancestor of the Leng family, felt inferior, let alone his eldest brother, who had always been proud and thought that his descendants would live up to expectations. It could be said that Leng Ruoxue's sudden appearance had extinguished all of eldest brother's sense of superiority. Among the three brothers, the eldest brother's descendants were the most abundant and filled with talents, followed by his. The second brother's descendants were the least. There was only one Leng Qinya on the Haotian continent. However, the appearance of Leng Ruoxue and her two grandsons had dulled the brilliance of the Leng family's descendants. They could not even shine a little. This fact was a huge shock to his big brother. Even he was envious, jealous, and hateful. After all, who didn't want such a capable descendant? But they didn't. However, it was fortunate that Leng Ruoxue had the bloodline of the Leng clan. This was something that no one could deny. In front of Leng Ruoxue, the members of the Leng family who knew her true strength were both afraid and loving of her. Especially after they found out that all the members of the Leng family who had a history with her were no longer in this world, their fear of Leng Ruoxue had risen to an unprecedented level. However, at the same time, they also knew that if the Leng family wanted to regain its glory, they could not do so without Leng Ruoxue. Therefore, most of the clan members showed their goodwill towards Leng Ruoxue's arrival. According to their thinking, it didn't matter whether she took a fancy to them or not. What was important was that they didn't want to offend the goddess of killing. With this thought in mind, unless there was something important, most of the Leng clan members wouldn't disturb Leng Ruoxue. As for those who couldn't open their eyes, they would just turn a blind eye and treat it as sending toys to Leng Ruoxue. Otherwise, it would be quite boring, right? It was precisely because they had such a thought that the entire Leng family turned a blind eye to Leng Yichun's provocative behavior. However, they didn't dare to let that fool Leng Yichun off too easily. Otherwise, if he really angered Leng Ruoxue, she would definitely make a fool of herself. Leng Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed on his elder brother, who was in a dilemma. In an instant, he had already gone through the situation in his mind. Anyway, he had already thought it through clearly a long time ago. He just did not know when his elder brother would come around. Seeing that Leng Xiaoqing was only frowning and not saying anything, Leng Xiaoxiao could only continue to persuade her, "Big brother, I know that you also want to be on good terms with that girl. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to become an ally with the Luo family. So, don't be so prideful. Let's go and talk things out with that girl. She won't sit by and do nothing about the Leng family. Who said I want to be on good terms with her? I'm her elder, shouldn't she be the one to please me? Also, what's wrong with being an ally of the Luo family? That was me giving face to Xiaoyu, I didn't want to lower my head. You have to be clear about this." Leng Xiaoxiao's words finally caused Leng Xiaoqing to have a slight reaction. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hearing this, Leng Xiaoxiao could only ignore the smell of gunpowder. He consoled his elder brother and said, "All right. You only became an ally of the Luo family because you wanted to give second brother face. You're Leng Ruoxue's elder, so she has to come and beg you. Is it okay for me to say this? Big brother. Previously at the city gate, didn't you already put down your pride and took the initiative to apologize to the Luo family for Leng Yichun's actions? Why are you quarreling now?" Leng Xiaoxiao could not understand. What was Big Brother trying to do by being so willful? Could it be? In fact, he was right. Leng Xiaoqing really thought that way. Even though he had given the Luo family some face at the city gate, this did not mean that he could forgive Leng Ruoxue for ignoring him and him as an elder. Hence, after he had arranged for Leng Ruoxue and the rest to stay in the snow garden, he did not appear because he hoped that Leng Ruoxue would take the initiative to visit him. Who knew that a few days had passed and the little girl was living in the snow garden with good food and drink? She did not have any intention of meeting Leng Xiaoqing at all. It was as if they had forgotten about his existence. As such, the proud and arrogant Leng Xiaoqing was naturally infuriated. However, it was not convenient for him to share his little thoughts with outsiders, so he could only sulk on his own. In Leng Xiaoxiao's eyes, his behavior was naturally seen as a quarrel. Now, Leng Xiaoqing, who had obviously reached a certain level of bickering, immediately retorted when she heard Leng Xiaoxiao's words, "Who said I was being difficult? Who said that? Am I not that little girl's elder? Shouldn't I be the one to greet the elders? I should. But she's not an ordinary junior. At the very least, I don't dare to treat her as a junior. Big brother, I can't see through Leng Ruoxue's current strength." Leng Xiaoxiao sighed softly. He had finally revealed this cruel truth, hoping that his big brother would be able to recognize the truth as soon as possible. Even though Leng Ruoxue's current strength was only at the level of a mystical king, anyone with a discerning eye would know that she had long gone to the firmament, so it was naturally impossible for her to only be at the level of a mystical king. In the world of cultivators, the strong had always been respected. If Leng Ruoxue did not have a trace of bloodline connection with the Leng family, they would probably have to address her as senior. But now, at least Leng Ruoxue had shown some friendliness, and the two sides were still equal. Since that was the case, Leng Xiaoxiao felt that there was no need for them to worsen the relationship between the two sides for the sake of so-called face. After all, Leng Ruoxue was not the one who needed to rely on them, but they needed her. Leng Xiaoxiao's words made Leng Xiaoqing fall silent once again. That's right. Xiaoxiao was right. Leng Ruoxue's abilities had probably reached a level that they could not imagine. He naturally knew how monstrous that girl's aptitude was. Logically speaking, he should be happy that his family had such a talented descendant, but he just couldn't be happy at all. Throughout Leng Ruoxue's growth, the clan had never given her any help. As such, what right did he have to ask her to contribute to the clan? Just because of that wisp of illusory bloodline? Putting himself in Leng Ruoxue's shoes, he would also feel that this reason was too far-fetched. He also knew that Leng Ruoxue's visit to the Leng family this time was definitely for Xiao Yu. AI. Xiao Yu had a good descendant. At that moment, Leng Xiaoqing was extremely jealous of Leng Xiaoyu. He even felt that he would be willing to exchange such a huge number of descendants for Leng Ruoxue. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Forget it, I've been hoping for too much. That girl has never been an obedient descendant and has never thought of her as a member of our Leng family. Since that's the case, why should I still consider myself an elder? That would only make that girl loathe us even more. After a moment of silence, Leng Xiaoqing spoke slowly. In fact, he had already known that this would be the case, but he had been unwilling to admit it. Now, he had no choice but to admit it. Xiaoxiao had already made it so clear, and he could not continue to lie to himself. Big brother, it's good that you can think this way. In reality, it doesn't matter if Leng Ruoxue is willing to admit her relationship with us or not. Her ties with us will never be broken because as long as second brother is around, she can't ignore our Leng family. Second brother isn't someone who doesn't care about brotherhood, so as long as we don't make any excessive requests, Leng Ruoxue will always be our greatest backing. Leng Xiaoxiao analyzed. Do you think that Leng Ruoxue will become our backing? Leng Xiaoqing asked in surprise. He had thought that even though Leng Ruoxue could not be his junior, she would at least be able to interact with him on an equal footing. However, Xiaoxiao's words clearly placed Leng Ruoxue's status above the Leng family. Was this appropriate? Big brother, don't tell me that you don't feel relieved when you see that little girl? Leng Xiaoxiao asked instead of answering. Leng Xiaoqing pondered for a moment, then nodded gloomily. He could not deny that the moment he saw that detestable little girl, he was indeed rather happy. He even felt as if his savior had arrived. It's precisely because of this that we've unconsciously treated Leng Ruoxue as our salvation. At least with her around, it's as if we have a pillar of support. It's not as if Big Brother isn't aware of what that girl has done back then. Before she was a Dark Supreme, she had dared to turn the Sun family upside down. Now that she's gone to the firmament for a period of time, I'm afraid her destructive power is even greater than before. Leng Xiaoxiao's face showed a hint of sympathy towards the end of his sentence. Of course, he was not pitying the Leng family, but the unlucky Sun Tao. I agree with what you've said, but isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say that she's our backer just because of this? Leng Xiaoqing was still reluctant to admit the truth, so he asked with uncertainty. Big brother, let's face reality. Even if Leng Ruoxue can't be our backing now, she will definitely be in the future. You have to trust my intuition and judgment. Leng Xiaoxiao sighed softly. All right. I believe you, so what should we do now? Leng Xiaoqing was out of ideas. Of course I'm going to show some concern for that little girl. Leng Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Leng Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing this. She was finally willing to put down her pride and go meet Leng Ruoxue. At this moment, an uninvited guest happened to visit Leng Ruoxue's snow garden. This uninvited guest was none other than Leng Yichun, who had been thrown out of the courtyard by the mother parasol tree time and time again but had appeared in front of them again and again with an unyielding attitude. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree could not even be bothered to look at Leng Yichun, who was reporting to them almost every day to pick a fight. Anyway, this fellow would always question them with the same few words every time he came and there was nothing new about it. They had heard him so many times that their ears had grown calluses. Of course, when they were sick of him, the mother parasol tree would display its might and throw him out of the courtyard like a chicken. This had simply become a fixed show for the past few days. The Luo family was numb to watching such performances every day. However, if Leng Yichun did not show up one day, they might not be used to it. In the garden. Leng Yichun, who had been here for a while, saw that he was completely ignored and started to howl at the top of his voice. Leng Ruoxue, you're too rude as a junior. I'm your elder, how can you ignore my existence? He said the same thing again. However, Leng Ruoxue was clearly in a good mood today. Even though she still did not raise her head to look at the other party, she was willing to respond. What do you want me to do? Leng Ruoxue said lazily. Of course, you must respectfully invite me to sit down, then warmly greet me and sincerely listen to my reprimand. Leng Yichun said as if it was a matter of course. After saying these words, he immediately felt a few more gazes with unknown meanings. Although he didn't know what they meant, he chose to ignore them. You're not sick, right? After listening to Leng Yichun's high-pitched speech, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but hold her forehead and said in a speechless manner. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Of course I'm not sick. I'm in good health, and the food is delicious. Leng Yichun didn't hear the sarcasm in Leng Ruoxue's words as he patted his chest and shouted. Hearing what he said, the onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. The hawk laughed so hard that its stomach hurt. It rolled on the stone table in the garden to show its good mood. Since you're not sick, why are you talking nonsense? Leng Ruoxue said with a straight face. Her face was filled with confusion. Nonsense? Who was talking nonsense? You wretched girl, are you talking about me? Leng Yichun finally reacted and his face turned ashen from anger. He then jumped up and put on a stance as though he was going to fight to the death with Leng Ruoxue. This was definitely slander. Leng Yichun was furious. The consequences. Of course, Leng Ruoxue would not care about it. At least you're not so stupid that there's no cure. Leng Yichun, I'm talking about you. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The infuriating expression on her face was really infuriating. It was undeniable that with Leng Yichun, she had once again found the feeling of making one vomit blood from anger. This made her feel a little more comforted. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the golden hawk, who was laughing so hard that its belly was shaking. This little guy was definitely not normal. He could be considered her nemesis. You, how dare you? Leng Ruoxue, you actually dare to address your elder by his name. This is unfilial. I'm going to punish you with the family law. Just you wait. Leng Yichun was so angry that his face turned green and white, then white and green again, and his words were even more incoherent. Elder? You? What right do you have to be my elder? You want to punish me with the family law? What a joke. Leng Yichun, when are you going to bring the family law? I'll be waiting for you. Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. Leng Ruoxue. You. Do you even have any respect for the Leng clan? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Leng Yichun was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He held it in for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out such a sentence. He was thinking that this wretched girl from the Leng family should be afraid now, right? Humph. In this world, no one could ignore the power of a family clan, and Leng Ruoxue was no exception. Unfortunately, his plan was not bad, but it was destined to fail. If it was someone else, they might have been afraid of the clan, but the person he had met was Leng Ruoxue. A Leng Ruoxue who had never placed any importance on the power of her family. As such, his threats were naturally of no use. His words were no different from scratching an itch through one's boot. To Leng Ruoxue, it did not even hurt. I really don't have any. Leng Ruoxue was silent for a moment before she replied honestly. Oh. A good child should not lie. You unfilial descendant of the Leng family. I will report this to the forefather and have you expelled from the Leng family. Leng Yichun was really furious this time and he couldn't help but speak without thinking. Immediately, everyone heard a roar. How audacious. After these two words appeared, two figures appeared in the garden. When the grand elder of the Luo family saw who it was, he felt that the situation was getting more and more chaotic. How was he going to resolve this? He didn't know if his master would be blamed by the Leng family's old ancestor. It had to be said that the thinking of the grand elder of the Luo family was still very traditional. Although he had heard that the relationship between his master and the Leng family was not very harmonious, in his opinion, no matter how bad the relationship was, his master was still a member of the Leng family. This was an undeniable fact. In that case, it was not a big problem for his master to say that he did not take the Leng family seriously in private. However, once this matter was put on the table, he felt that no matter what the outcome was, it would not be good for his master. One must know that in this world, the power of a clan was absolutely powerful. No one could ignore the power of the family and be unaffected by the influence of the family. The strength of the family also had endless benefits to the powerful. Therefore, logically speaking, the grand elder of the Luo family definitely did not wish for the two sides to fall out completely. At the very least, it was fine to maintain a respectful relationship on the surface. But now, the situation of being respectful to each other was probably impossible to maintain. Just as the grand elder of the Luo family was feeling a little worried, Leng Yichun had already dashed in front of Leng Shaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao and complained, "Old ancestors, this Leng Ruoxue is really unfilial. She actually doesn't respect our Leng family. She just admitted it herself." Then, he turned to glare at Leng Ruoxue and roared, "Leng Ruoxue, do you dare to deny it?" "Why should I deny it?" Leng Ruoxue gave a faint smile as her beautiful eyes glanced at the person who had arrived. "My two ancestors, you've heard it. Leng Ruoxue has admitted it herself. I suggest that we expel this unfilial descendant from the Leng family. Our Leng family cannot have such a descendant. Otherwise, it will affect the Leng family's reputation." Leng Yichun said insensibly, completely ignoring the two Leng clan's old ancestors' faces which had already turned black. When the Luo family members who were watching from the side saw this scene, they simply felt some sympathy for Leng Yichun. However, looking at the expressions of the two elders of the Leng family, they could not tell whether they were angry at Leng Yichun or angry at their own master for being unfilial. This was really a difficult question to understand. "Get out of here." Leng Shaoqing suppressed her anger and said coldly. Leng Yichun nodded and turned to Leng Ruoxue. "Leng Ruoxue, did you hear that? The old ancestor wants you to get out of here." Looking at Leng Yichun's appearance of a fox exploiting a tiger's might, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. She sighed helplessly and said, "Are you sure he was talking to me?" "Humph. Who else could it be if not you? It can't be me, right?" Leng Yichun said in a matter-of-fact and self-righteous manner. "It's possible," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "You." Leng Yichun pointed at Leng Ruoxue. He was so angry that he could not speak. Suddenly, he felt his body sink, and then he felt like he was flying. Then, everyone heard a plop and a heavy object fell to the ground. The crowd was no stranger to such a voice. However, the person who did this had given them quite a shock. The person who had kicked was not Leng Ruoxue or the parasol tree. It was Leng Shaoqing, the Leng clan's greatest ancestor. After kicking Leng Yichun out, Leng Shaoqing suddenly felt very pleased. No wonder the people around this girl liked to kick people so much. It felt good indeed. Patting off the dust on her hands, Leng Shaoqing smiled faintly and said, "Little girl, you don't have to take that idiot's words to heart. I'll punish him later. There's no need for punishment. Wouldn't it be better to keep it as my toy?" Obviously, she didn't take Leng Yichun's words to heart because she didn't think of herself as a member of the Leng family. This was a fact that everyone in the Leng family knew, but Leng Yichun didn't know about it. This clearly explained the problem. Previous chapter. Alright. Leng Shaoqing nodded helplessly. In reality, in his heart, Leng Yichun was just a clown who was used to please Leng Ruoxue. He was only afraid that Leng Yichun's words would make Leng Ruoxue angry, so he specially said that. But now that he saw that Leng Ruoxue did not take Leng Yichun's words seriously at all, his heart felt sour again, and it was especially unpleasant. However, Leng Ruoxue did not have the time to care about how Leng Shaoqing felt. She asked directly, "Is there something you need? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" When Leng Shaoqing heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was a little unhappy. "We don't visit without a reason. Our relationship doesn't seem to be good enough for us to visit each other, right?" Leng Ruoxue deliberately put on a suspicious expression. As expected, Leng Shaoqing was a little angry after hearing this. Stinky girl. Bad girl. He had already lowered himself to visit, but the other party actually thought that he had bad intentions. This was really too much. Leng Shaoqing could not help but curse in his heart. However, he really had a reason for looking for this little girl. When he thought of this, he suddenly became listless. Sob. Bad girl. He was really too bad. Couldn't he leave him some face? Leng Shaoqing was depressed. Unconsciously, his gaze towards Leng Ruoxue carried a trace of resentment. His gaze, on the other hand, gave Leng Ruoxue a shock. Ugh. Did I see wrongly? The Leng family's first ancestor was actually looking at her like she was a mistreated wife? Leng Ruoxue was a little shocked. Did she do something? Leng Ruoxue, who was reflecting on herself, was completely frightened by Leng Xiaoqing's resentful gaze. Fortunately, Leng Xiaoxiao noticed his eldest brother's strange behavior and pulled at the hem of his clothes in time. Only then did Leng Xiaoqing finally return to normal. However, just these few seconds were enough for Leng Ruoxue to be on tenterhooks. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Please don't look at me like that, I'm scared. Leng Ruoxue shivered and couldn't take it anymore. You still no fear? Leng Xiaoqing gritted her teeth when she heard that. I must know. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head seriously. She felt that she was too honest and did not even know how to lie. However, Leng Xiaoqing's expression turned even uglier after he heard what she said. How come I didn't see it? Leng Xiaoqing was speechless. This girl is really too shameless. Then I can only say that you don't have enough eyes. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking seriously, she turned her gaze elsewhere, not looking at the man who was starting to exude endless resentment again. Leng Xiaoqing was so angry that he was speechless. He realized that this girl's ability to anger people to death had grown again. Cough cough. Leng Xiaoxiao, who was at the side, noticed the damn oppressive atmosphere. After coughing twice, he took the initiative to speak to Leng Ruoxue. Little girl, we indeed have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue turned her beautiful eyes back to Leng Xiaoxiao and said, if you have something to say, say it. It's like this. The entire Haotian continent has been turned into a mess by Sun Tao and the others, and all the major families have suffered great losses. So, we hope that we can join forces to get rid of Sun Tao and the others and return peace to the Haotian continent. Leng Xiaoxiao tried to find the right words. Return the Haotian continent to its peaceful state? What does it have to do with me whether the Haotian continent is peaceful or chaotic? After Leng Ruoxue heard what Leng Xiaoxiao had to say, she asked with a puzzled look on her face. One should know that she was just a passerby in the Haotian continent. Now that her base camp was in the divinity, she naturally did not have to care about the Haotian continent's affairs. Therefore, she really had no intention of being a savior. However, after Leng Xiaoxiao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he misunderstood. He thought that Leng Ruoxue didn't want to get involved in this matter, so he advised her with a heavy heart, little girl, although you are no longer in the Haotian continent, your power is still here. Getting rid of Sun Tao and the others will be beneficial to their future development. So I hope you can consider it carefully. This is not only for the whole Haotian continent, but also for the Luo family and your Wanshan city. What if I say that I plan to move the Luo family and Wanshan city to the divinity? After Leng Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue smiled and told him this shocking news. As expected, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao were both stunned when they heard that. Never in their dreams would they have thought that Leng Ruoxue would not want her subordinates to stay in the Haotian continent. Could it be that this girl had returned this time to bring her subordinates away? If that was the case, she really didn't need to care about Haotian. However, without her help, it would be even more difficult for them to get rid of Sun Tao than to ascend to heaven. When they thought of this, the two of them frowned. Observing their expressions, Leng Ruoxue threw out another piece of shocking news. If you guys want to leave this place, I can take you guys with me. His words successfully brought Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao back to their senses. We can't leave. If we leave, what will happen to the Leng clan? The two of them said in unison. The Leng clan. Before they could finish their words, they could not help but widen their eyes and look at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief. Did this girl mean that she was going to bring them along with her? Not just the two of them, but the entire Leng family? Was it like this? Thinking of this possibility, Leng Xiaoqing asked with uncertainty, you mean the Leng family will leave the Haotian continent with you? Yup. This is the will of my cheap old ancestor. However, it's up to you whether you want to leave or not. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, casting this matter aside completely. She didn't want the two people in front of her to think that she had any deep feelings for the Leng family, which was why she wanted to bring them along. In fact, that was impossible. If our Leng family leaves, what will happen to the Haotian continent? Leng Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask. The Leng family's power on the Haotian continent was the result of countless years of development. Once they left, it meant that they would have to start over again. In addition, the divine world was a rather cruel place. How could they protect themselves when they arrived there with their strength? At that moment, Leng Xiaoqing considered many things. Like Leng Xiaoyu, he had returned from the godly mainland, so he naturally knew better than anyone who had never been there how cruel it was. However, when he thought about the Luo family in Wanshan City, he felt that since Leng Ruoxue dared to say that she would leave with her subordinates, she must have a way to protect herself. That was why he was in a dilemma. The Haotian continent has been reshuffled, and the Leng family will no longer exist. Leng Ruoxue replied honestly. Wouldn't that be too easy for Sun Tao and the others? If we leave, we'll just give them some space. At the thought of this, Leng Xiaoqing felt a little indignant. Don't tell me you want to live in the Haotian continent forever and fight for territory with Sun Tao? Are you so short-sighted? No wonder the Leng family is so oppressed by Sun Tao. Why don't you think about it? You've been living in the Haotian continent, and you'll have to leave here sooner or later. Your strength won't improve much here. Or do you want to stay here and wait for your death? Everything in the Haotian continent, no matter how noble, is just a fleeting cloud in the divine world. The divine world is a place where ambitious people should fight for. Don't you want to fight for a place in the divine world? Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disdain. Her words were not polite at all. However, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao did not have any temper at all when they heard her. It was undeniable that what Leng Ruoxue said was the truth. Although the immortal realm was cruel, it was still a place that everyone yearned for. On the Haotian continent, so what if one became a top family? Wasn't he still beaten up by the people Sun Tao brought back from the divine realm and forced to hide in the proud cold city? They didn't dare to step out of the city for fear of being attacked by Sun Tao and the others. They had had enough of this kind of sullen life. In a short moment, their minds immediately became clear and they thought it through. The divine world was the biggest stage. They could not lose their will to fight in the divine world just because of its cruelty. Such an idea of not retreating was definitely a great taboo for cultivators. More importantly, Leng Ruoxue was right. In the Haotian continent, their status seemed to be noble, but their strength had not improved at all. If this continued, in the long run, they would really be sitting around and waiting for death. After thinking it through in an instant, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao immediately looked at each other and made a decision at the same time. We agree to bring the Leng clan with you. After Leng Xiaoqing had thought it through, she immediately became decisive and spoke without any hesitation. Little girl Xue, when we reach the immortal realm, you have to take care of us more. Leng Xiaoxiao added with a smile. Even though his tone sounded like he was joking, this was indeed what he truly thought. If they really moved the entire Leng family to the divinity, the Leng family would probably have more to rely on Leng Ruoxue. I can only guarantee that the Leng family is safe within a certain area of the divine world. Therefore, I hope that you can restrain your clansmen. If someone insensible provokes a big figure that even I can't handle, I can't do anything about it. Leng Ruoxue put the ugly words out first. The important person she was referring to was naturally Wu Cheng. However, she didn't want to say it out loud, in case she scared the two of them. As long as we can have a safe place for the Leng family to slowly develop, that's enough. Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao nodded at the same time. They were already very satisfied with Leng Ruoxue's progress. However, at this point in time, they still didn't know that the god world that Leng Ruoxue was talking about was a completely different place from what they had in mind. Once the decision was made, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted off their shoulders. At this moment, they thought of Sun Tao and the rest and felt that it was nothing. Those who were going to develop in the divine realm could not limit their vision to the Haotian continent, which was just a small place. After they had let go of their grudge with Sun Tao, Leng Ruoxue had brought up the matter of Sun Tao again. The two of them were stunned for a long time before they said, Xue, didn't you say you didn't want to argue with Sun Tao? Did I say that? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said with an innocent look. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder, did she look like such a kind person? Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao were completely speechless. What did this girl mean by this? Previously, when they had said that they would deal with Sun Tao together, didn't Xue clearly show no interest in it? Now that they had decided to leave the Haotian continent with Leng Ruoxue, she wanted to deal with Sun Tao. What was this? Was he teasing them? The two of them were quite depressed about this. They felt that Shue's thoughts were very difficult to guess. Leng Ruoxue glanced at their expressions and laughed evilly. Do you think I'll be kind enough to let go of someone who bullied my subordinate? But didn't you say before that? Leng Xiaoxiao could not help but want to remind him, but he had only spoken half of it when he tactfully swallowed the second half of his sentence. I'm just saying that I'm a person who has left the Haotian continent. What does it have to do with me whether the Haotian continent is quiet or not? Am I right? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. That's right. Leng Xiaoxiao nodded gloomily. He had finally realized what was going on. Had he said the wrong thing? She was not interested in the peace and quiet of Haotian continent, nor did she want to be a savior, but she was very interested in Sun Tao. Now, he finally understood what Leng Ruoxue meant. Sun Tao still had to be eliminated. After he came to his senses, Leng Xiaoxiao did not say a word and waited for Leng Ruoxue's next words with anticipation. I'll have to trouble the two of you to send a message to the families that were persecuted by Sun Tao and invite them to the Leng family to discuss this matter. Leng Ruoxue said to Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao with a smile. What do you want to do? The two of them asked curiously. Of course I'm here to discuss business with them. You guys don't think I'm doing this for free, do you? Leng Ruoxue smiled ambiguously. She would not help others to take back their territory for nothing. One should know that no one would treasure something that was obtained too easily. I'll send someone to inform the great clans. When Leng Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately understood what Leng Ruoxue meant. It looked like this little girl was planning to make a huge profit. I'm sorry to trouble you, Leng Ruoxue was in a good mood. She found Leng Xiaoqing much more pleasing to the eye. It's no trouble at all. After Leng Xiaoqing finished speaking, he turned and ran. If he stayed any longer, he might fall into this girl's trap. Oh my god. This girl was a terrifying vampire. Leng Xiaoqing's heart ached. Upon seeing this, Leng Xiaoxiao also left. The mother parasol tree could not help but chuckle as she watched the two of them leave as if they had seen a ghost. Little girl, you've scared them. What's there to be afraid of? Do they really think I'm their savior? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She had always firmly believed that there was nothing in this world that could be obtained without effort. If one wanted to obtain something that one had high hopes for, one would naturally have to pay the price. As for whether they were willing to pay the price, it naturally depended on the person. After Leng Xiaoqing sent out the message, the first to send someone over was the Lan family. Leng Ruoxue only knew Lan Lai as the representative of the Lan family. The rest of them were unfamiliar to her. They were definitely not the Lan family elders that she had bullied before. After seeing Leng Ruoxue, Lan Lai was as warm as ever. He even asked about Bing Yao. One had to know that he had been thinking about Bing Yao all these years. He didn't know if that little thing missed him. However, Leng Ruoxue told him regretfully that Bing Yao had been in closed-door cultivation ever since she went to the God world. She probably did not have the time to miss him. Lan Lai's face fell when he heard this. It was obvious that he had suffered a heavy blow. Seeing that Lan Lai was still the same as before and didn't seem to have changed much, Leng Ruoxue felt a sense of familiarity. Even her tone when speaking to Lan Lai had become much gentler. Seeing this, Leng Wuti laughed bitterly in his heart. It seems like Shui is still angry with me. That little girl wasn't even angry with the old ancestor anymore, but she kept on being angry with the mother and son, and ignored them. This made him and his mother very worried. The main culprit was obviously the old ancestor, so why did Shui only hate the mother and son? This was too unfair. Leng Wuti felt a little disgruntled. However, he knew that this was because Shui had acknowledged them. That was why she was even more angry at their actions. As he watched Leng Ruoxue and Lan Lai chatting happily, he felt a deep sense of regret. They were even more envious and jealous of Lan Lai. However, Lan Lai and Leng Ruoxue had clearly ignored Leng Wuti, who was constantly emitting a resentful aura, and were chatting happily. Leng Ruoxue had even specially mentioned Netherblue. When Lan Lai heard that Leng Ruoxue had met Lan Ming in the God world, he immediately requested that Leng Ruoxue bring him to the God world to have some fun. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue sized up Lan Lai. If he were to go to the divine realm with his strength at the level of a mystical emperor, in addition to his somewhat carefree character. You really want to go to the divinity? Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes and asked as she glanced at Lan Lai. Hee. I do want to, but I definitely can't go to the divine realm with my strength. Shui, in the future when I can also go to the divine realm, you have to take care of me. I can't let others bully me. Lan Lai requested with a smile. No problem. But if you want to go now, I can take you there. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and couldn't help but think to herself, if I bring this guy to the divine world, Blue Nether should be very happy, right? Thinking of Lan Ming's hesitant expression before she left, Leng Ruoxue knew that Lan Ming also wanted her to take care of the Lan family, but he was too embarrassed to ask because there were too many things. She felt that since she had already taken in Lan Ming, she naturally didn't care about Lan Lai. Lan Lai's eyes went wide when he heard her. He asked in disbelief, Shui, can you really take me there now? As long as you want to. Leng Ruoxue smiled. I want to. Of course I want to. But. Lan Lai was a little hesitant. As the young master of the Lan family, he couldn't leave so easily. Although he didn't care about the title of the young master of the Lan family, he still had to consider what that old man thought. Can't bear to part with the Lan family? Leng Ruoxue was well aware that the Lan family was different from the Leng family. Even though she didn't admit that she was a member of the Leng family, she was still a member of the Leng family in the eyes of outsiders. So it was only natural for her to take the members of the Leng family with her when she left Haotian continent. However, the Lan family had nothing to do with her. She couldn't possibly take all the members of the Lan family with her just because Lan Lai couldn't bear to do it, right? That was obviously not realistic. Besides, she had robbed the Lan family of a lot of money back then. Some of the Lan family members might still see her as an enemy. It's not entirely the Lan family, Lan Lai said, a little embarrassed. His heart was in a deep dilemma. He only had feelings for certain members of the Lan family, and these people were enough to influence his thoughts of staying in the Lan family. I understand, Leng Ruoxue patted Lan Lai's shoulder to show her understanding. Hearing this, Lan Lai became even more depressed. Woo! How he wished he could be as carefree as Xue Er. However, with his family dragging him down, that idea was clearly an impossible dream. Lan Lai, who had returned to his room after his conversation with Leng Ruoxue, was deeply worried. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed the door open and entered. Lan Lai quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully, old ancestor. Sit down. That girl was Leng Ruoxue? The Leng family sent a letter to us because of her? As soon as the middle-aged man sat down, questions shot at Lan Lai like a cannon. Lan Lai didn't know which one to answer first. After some thought, Lan Lai nodded. She is Leng Ruoxue. As for whether the Leng clan sent us the letter because of her, I'm not sure. Lan Lai knew that Leng Ruoxue was quite famous in the Lan family. This was why the grand ancestor, who had not come out of his closed-door cultivation for a long time, had heard of her. However, he was not sure if the grand ancestor would make things difficult for her because of what Xue had done to the Lan family in the past. However, he knew very well that if the grand ancestor made things difficult for Leng Ruoxue would definitely not be the one to suffer. After some thought, Lan Lai couldn't help but remind him, Ancestor, Xue Er has just returned from the divine realm. The reason why he said this was because he hoped that the old ancestor would not act rashly. After all, Xue Er was someone who had gone to the divine world. She was so powerful that even the old ancestor would not be a match for her. I know, the middle-aged man nodded, then turned to the serious-looking Lan Lai. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for that girl because of what happened in the past. Some people in the Lan family are blind, so you can't blame anyone else. Lan Lai was relieved to hear that. In reality, even if he had not reminded her, this Lan family's old grandmadam clearly had no intention of making things difficult for Leng Ruoxue. He was not a fool with no judgment. From the Leng family's attitude towards Leng Ruoxue, he knew that this little girl was not to be trifled with. Moreover, to be able to go to the divine realm and return safely, this in itself also showed that this girl was a capable person. Everyone had to respect the strong. In just a short meeting, the Lan family's old ancestor had identified Leng Ruoxue as a powerful cultivator. Now, that powerful cultivator was willing to interact with them on an equal footing without putting on any airs. He believed that this was all due to Lan Lai's efforts. The Lan family's old ancestor glanced at Lan Lai and couldn't help but say enviously, "You've made a good friend, Lai Er. You have to get along well with him." "Yes, I will." Lan Lai nodded blankly. He thought to himself, would he dare to not get along well with Xue Er? That girl was fierce. He was no match for him, and he knew his own limits. After saying this, the Lan family's old ancestor turned around and left in relief. Lan Lai was still at a loss as he watched his ancestor leave. What was this situation? Did old grandmadam come to his room just to tell him to get along well with Xue Er? This was such a fantasy. Lan Lai didn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it. At the same time, the parasol tree that was sitting in the snow garden smiled at Leng Ruoxue and said, that Lan clan's old ancestor is quite self-aware. What? Leng Ruoxue did not understand the mother parasol tree's words and could only look at her with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha. The Lan family's ancestor told Lan Lai to get along with you. He must have noticed that you're not ordinary. The mother parasol tree smiled slyly. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she heard this. In fact, she wanted to say that she had made many great achievements in Haotian continent, and it was not a big deal that some people were still afraid of her. But looking at the mother parasol tree, it was obviously very surprised. Then, she heard the mother parasol tree say, "Little girl, it seems that no matter where you are always restless." Was this a compliment? "Senior, I'm very well behaved," Leng Ruoxue said, feeling wronged. "All right. You're so well behaved that you've already made everyone tremble in fear." Ha ha ha. The mother parasol tree laughed evilly. Hearing her words, Leng Ruoxue could only feel helpless. However, she could not deny that the mother parasol tree's words made no sense. AI. This fact made her quite depressed. The mother parasol tree could tell that Leng Ruoxue was a little depressed, so it stopped teasing her. However, it was rare for the parasol tree to see such an expression on Leng Ruoxue's face, so it still laughed unkindly. In the next few days, the representatives of the major forces arrived one after another. After they had moved into the Leng family's guest house, the representatives of the various forces had communicated with each other in private. Although they knew that the Leng family had invited them here to discuss the matter of Sun Tao and the others, they did not know how they would discuss it. With a hint of curiosity, after waiting for a few more days, the representatives of the major forces finally arrived. After everyone was gathered, Leng Xiaoqing personally went to look for Leng Ruoxue to inform her of the matter. When Leng Ruoxue heard that the representatives of the various major factions had arrived, she requested Leng Xiaoqing to arrange for all the representatives to attend the meeting in the meeting hall 3 days later. Even though Leng Xiaoqing did not understand why Leng Ruoxue had arranged for the meeting to be held 3 days later, he still immediately sent someone to inform the various major representatives of this news. After he left, the mother parasol tree asked Leng Ruoxue with a puzzled look, "Shui, why is the meeting only 3 days later? Isn't it better to solve the problem earlier? Senior, you don't understand the evil nature of humans. If we hold a meeting immediately, some people will think that we urgently need them to express their stance. I set the meeting 3 days later to let them know that this matter is not urgent for us at all." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. "Aya. Humans are indeed cunning." When the mother parasol tree heard this, it said fearfully, "I can't help it. There are too many people in this world who want to get something without working." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. "That's true. Shui, you have to think about it before the meeting. There will definitely be people who will object to your proposal." The mother parasol tree could not help but remind him. "Don't worry, I've already thought about it," Leng Ruoxue said confidently. And these 3 days were an unspeakable torment for the major forces. They had thought that once they arrived at the Leng family's residence, the other party would eagerly tell them the plan. Who knew that the other party wasn't in a hurry at all, and the Leng family members even acted as if nothing had happened and did what they had to do. As a result, many representatives couldn't keep their cool anymore. They couldn't figure out what the Leng family was thinking. The 3 days passed by like a year for the representatives of the major forces. The meeting was held in the largest chamber of the Leng family. After the various representatives took their respective seats according to the size of their respective factions, they all turned their gazes toward Leng Xiaoqing, who was sitting at the main seat. Leng Xiaoqing coughed twice. He was not used to being the center of attention for a moment. However, he was a superior after all, so he quickly adjusted his depressed state of mind and said to the people present with a serious look, "I know that everyone is very anxious about this meeting. Let's officially start the meeting now." After he finished his opening remarks, he gave Leng Xiaoxiao a look. Leng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Everyone, I've invited you here today to discuss how to deal with Sun Tao and his group. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it." The Lan family's old ancestor said sensibly after hearing Leng Xiaoxiao's words. He knew that the two brothers had been building the business for a long time, and what they said would definitely not satisfy all the forces. Moreover, he wanted to befriend the Leng family, so he naturally had to help them at this time. "Yup. Senior, if you have any good ideas, just tell us. If it's feasible, we won't object." Another representative immediately expressed his opinion. Leng Xiaoxiao frowned when he heard this. He thought to himself, if my method was so easy to open up, would I still need to be so conflicted? To be honest, he had never asked someone for such a thing so directly in his life. Generally speaking, even if there were some transactions between the major forces, most of them would be rather subtle. But now, what he wanted to say was, if you want to deal with Sun Tao, you just have to pay a certain reward. He really couldn't bring himself to say such words. Just as Leng Xiaoxiao was in a dilemma, a light and crisp voice was heard in the meeting hall. "I can help you deal with Sun Tao, but you have to pay me a certain amount." Along with the voice, 2 extremely beautiful women entered. Among these forces, most of them had only heard of Leng Ruoxue's name. Not many of them had seen her in person. Therefore, many of them were shocked and surprised by the arrival of these 2 stunning beauties. When someone saw Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree, he immediately said, "You? Do you know how many powerhouses Sun Tao has around him? Even if all of us join forces, we don't dare to say that we can deal with Sun Tao. Do you think a weak woman like you can deal with Sun Tao and the others?" The person who spoke had never met Leng Ruoxue before. However, Leng Ruoxue was not angry after hearing his words. Instead, she smiled and said, "In the entire Haotian continent, if even I can't deal with Sun Tao, then there's really no one who can do anything to him. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe it." The man was very honest. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, as long as someone does." Leng Ruoxue smiled and turned to the others, "Trust me, as long as you pay me a certain amount of money, I'll be able to deal with Sun Tao." "How do you want to deal with Sun Tao and the rest?" The Lan family's old ancestor could not help but ask curiously. He naturally believed in Leng Ruoxue's strength, so he really wanted to know how Leng Ruoxue would deal with Sun Tao. All the powerhouses in the Haotian continent could not do anything to Sun Tao. If Leng Ruoxue did not give an explanation, it would not be easy to earn the reward. "That will depend on how many of you are willing to ask me for help. If all the forces have hired me, I'll naturally exterminate you and return peace to the Haotian continent. However, if only a portion of the forces have such a request, then I will only guarantee the safety of the forces that are paying the reward. As for the other forces, they can only hope for the best." Leng Ruoxue chuckled lightly. Her words were very clear, and the major forces also understood. What the other party meant was that if she wanted to get rid of Sun Tao, all the major forces on the Haotian continent had to pay. Otherwise, she would only care about the safety of the forces who paid. In that case, the other forces would naturally be in a worse situation than now. Ruthless. How ruthless. It was obvious that he wanted all the forces to hire her. Otherwise, those forces that were reluctant to spend money would definitely suffer from Sun Tao's violent revenge, and the consequences would naturally be imaginable. At the thought of this, someone asked about Leng Ruoxue's remuneration out of concern. 50% of all the assets of your major forces. Leng Ruoxue calmly stated the number that caused the various major powers to feel heartache. This is too much. Someone immediately objected. The price is clearly stated, and I'm honest. Do as you please. I'm only going for this price anyway. To be honest, I'm giving you a friendly price because I've lived in the Haotian continent for a few years. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. How many years did he live on the Haotian continent? What was the meaning of this? Some of the more meticulous people immediately grasped the main point of this sentence and secretly discussed it with their companions. I want to know, if we pay, how will you guarantee our safety? Someone asked. Now, everyone in the Haotian continent was in a state of panic. All the major forces were afraid that their territories would be taken over by Sun Tao. Therefore, they had not been able to eat well or sleep well all these years. They had been living like stray dogs all day long in fear, and they did not know when such days would come to an end. More importantly, who knew when the faction they were in would become Sun Tao's? After all, that guy was very ambitious, and the people around him were like fiends, causing unspeakable suffering for their original factions. I've said it before. If you all agree and are willing to give me 50% of your assets as my reward, I will naturally help you get rid of Sun Tao and all his forces. However, this is a treatment that only group purchases get. If someone is unwilling and cannot meet the conditions of the group purchase, I will not do that. As for those who fail to meet the conditions of group purchase and have paid the reward, I will set up a defensive formation outside your territory. With this formation, you naturally don't have to worry about the attack of Sun Tao and the others. Leng Ruoxue replied honestly. A defensive formation? Would that work? I've heard that Luo City already has a defensive formation. Isn't Luo City in Wen Yuan's hands now? A man immediately questioned after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. He. You're right, Luo City has a defensive formation and Luo City has indeed fallen into Wen Yuan's hands. However, the fall of Luo City had nothing to do with the formation. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. What does that have to do with? A traitor? The man sneered. It was no secret in the Haotian continent that there was a traitor in the Luo family and that he had led the wolf into the house. However, what he said at this time seemed to be a slap to the Luo family's face. The grand elder of the Luo family, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, felt his face burn as he listened to the other party's words. Then, he stood up from his seat and said loudly, that's right. There's a traitor in the Luo family, and that's why we're in such a state. I want to remind everyone to be careful of the traitor. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how good your defense is. Well said. The Lan clan's old ancestor agreed with these words. However, some people were still looking for trouble. The man from before continued to provoke them, there's a traitor in the Luo family, and they've fallen from their status as a top family. I wonder if your master knows about this? She couldn't have forgotten about you guys on the Haotian continent, could she? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. What are you talking about? Master will never forget us. The grand elder of the Luo family roared. Ever since the fall of the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue, who was behind the Luo family, had been exposed by someone. Therefore, the entire Haotian continent now knew that Leng Ruoxue was their backer. As the grand elder of the Luo family, he could not allow someone to use his master as an excuse. Yo! You really called me master? The man said with a proud smile. So what if you call me master? She's the master of the Luo family. Moreover, master standards are very high, not just anyone can acknowledge him as their master. The grand elder of the Luo family said proudly. I say, old man Luo, you've really lost the face of the strong. You've acknowledged a woman as your master, yet you're still so smug. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I'm flustered on your behalf. The man said with a look of disdain. You can say whatever you want about me, but you can't insult my master. Seeing that the person who spoke was obviously looking down on women, the grand elder of the Luo family was so furious that he could not hold back his anger. However, when Leng Ruoxue gave him a look that told him to calm down, the grand elder of the Luo family miraculously calmed down in the eyes of others and obediently returned to his seat. When the man saw this, he thought that the other party had retreated. Just as he was secretly pleased with himself, he suddenly felt the pressure behind him increase. When he turned around, Leng Ruoxue was already standing behind him. What are you doing? The man's heart trembled for no reason, and his voice trembled. He didn't know why, but this woman gave him so much pressure. This was definitely not normal. Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you something. From what you're saying, you seem to have a lot of complaints about the master of the Luo family? Leng Ruoxue's smile was rather amiable, but her gentle smile caused the other party's heart to palpitate in fear. The other party did not even know what he was afraid of. Of course. Acknowledging a woman as his master, this is simply a disgrace to the strong. When the man heard this, he immediately gathered his courage and said. Then what kind of master should I acknowledge so that you won't feel that I'm losing face for the strong? Sun Tao? Leng Ruoxue squinted her eyes and said in a sharp tone. What Sun Tao? Don't you spout nonsense. When the man heard the name Sun Tao, he was so scared that his little heart was pounding. He looked at the people around him with an uneasy expression. Seeing that they did not have much reaction to the woman's words, he was slightly relieved. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you should know in your heart. However, it's none of my business who you acknowledge as your master, but it's my business that you bully my subordinates. Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly as she grabbed the man's collar and pulled him in front of her like a little chick. Who bullied your subordinate? Don't you slander me. Everyone's eyes were watching. You can't wrong me. The man immediately cried out his innocence. Why was this woman's aura so strong? He felt like he was about to suffocate. This feeling was really uncomfortable. I've wronged you, do I need to? Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I am the master of the Luo family, Leng Ruoxue. Do you have any objections? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. When the first elder of the Luo family heard this, he was like a proud rooster as he held his head high and puffed out his chest. He was extremely pleased with himself. The moment he heard Leng Ruoxue's name, the man, who was full of fighting spirit, instantly wilted. He asked carefully, you're really Leng Ruoxue? Aren't you in the divine realm? Why did you appear in the Haotian continent? He. Do you think that someone would dare to impersonate my name? I was in the divinity, but I heard that someone in the Haotian continent was bullying my subordinates, so I came back to take a look. Do you have a problem with that? Leng Ruoxue smiled as she retorted. No objections. The man immediately said, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Woo. Why was he so unlucky to have bumped into Leng Ruoxue? If he had known that the beauty in front of him was Leng Ruoxue, he would not have dared to bring up this killing god. Even though he had never met Leng Ruoxue in person, he had heard all of her past deeds by heart. This person was definitely not easy to get along with. I heard that she's also a killing god in the divine realm. At this moment, the man was filled with regret. Leng Ruoxue, who he had thought would not appear in the Haotian continent, had appeared without a trace. What should he do? He didn't know if he would be able to return alive this time. You really don't have any objections? Leng Ruoxue asked, seemingly worried. I really didn't. Ancestor, treat what I just said as a fart and let it go. I don't dare to speak nonsense again, really. I promise. The man begged for mercy. But what if I have some opinions about you? Leng Ruoxue said with a conflicted expression. The man was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't understand why a big shot like Leng Ruoxue would keep harping on him when he was just a minor character. This was definitely not something an expert would do. Absolutely not. Ancestor, I truly know that I'm in the wrong. Can you be magnanimous and spare me? The man continued to plead, and his fawning appearance made everyone look down on him. However, at this moment, the man couldn't care much. Saving his little life was the most important thing. How much is self-respect worth? There's a saying that only women and villains are difficult to raise. I don't know if you've heard of it. So you think I'll let you go? I'm sorry, I've never been generous. Leng Ruoxue immediately rejected the other party's suggestion. Ancestor, I know I'm wrong. What do you want me to do to make you let me go? The man said with a long face. It's simple. Tell me about your master. I'm very interested in him. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. I. The man trembled when he heard this. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. Don't tell me you don't have a master. Leng Ruoxue warned indifferently and released some pressure. The man's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the end, he couldn't bear the powerful pressure and cried, Woo. I have a master, I've turned to Sun Tao. After the other party had finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue threw him on the ground and stood at the side as if nothing had happened. When everyone heard this, their faces changed. They did not expect Sun Tao and his group to not only take over the territories of many forces, but also cultivate spies. For a moment, everyone looked at the people around them with distrusting eyes. They could not be sure that there was no one around them who had been bribed by Sun Tao. Once such a thought appeared, it was like a wildfire that started a prairie fire, and they could not suppress it no matter what. Looking at the distrusting expressions of the crowd, Leng Ruoxue could not help but sneer. This was the fragile trust in human nature. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was strangely heavy. After a long time, someone finally reacted and looked at Leng Ruoxue with a burning gaze. Senior, what should we do now? I told you. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to repeat her words. The Lan family is willing to accept your conditions. At this time, the Lan family's old ancestor took the lead and said. To him, money was just a worldly possession. Protecting the Lan family's status was the most important thing. You won't regret this. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with the tactfulness of the Lan family's old ancestor and spoke in a very friendly manner. The Lan family's old ancestor nodded at Leng Ruoxue as well. Both parties had reached a preliminary agreement. With the Lan family taking the lead, the factions that knew Leng Ruoxue's strength were naturally willing to pay a certain price. They only hoped that they would not be harassed by Sun Tao and the rest. Of course, it would be even better if they could get rid of Sun Tao and the rest. However, from the looks of it now, not all the factions had agreed to the other party's conditions. The other party would obviously not do that. This fact made them very sad. However, they were well aware that Leng Ruoxue was not someone who could be manipulated by others. When Leng Ruoxue saw that things were almost done, she left the meeting hall with the parasol tree mother tree. She left the rest of the matters to Leng Shaoqing and his brother. The two of them had completely become Leng Ruoxue's coolies, but they still looked like they were willing to do so. This was because this was definitely a good start for their relationship with Leng Ruoxue. After signing the contract with the various factions that had agreed to Leng Ruoxue's conditions, they brought the contract to Leng Ruoxue. Flipping through the thick contract, Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 2/3 of the factions had agreed to her conditions. As for the remaining 1/3, most of them were still hesitating. Hence, the Leng brothers gave the factions a few days to discuss this matter seriously. Fortunately, the representatives of the major forces who came this time were all masters of the family. Otherwise, this matter would have been delayed even longer. Many of the major powers that had agreed to Leng Ruoxue's conditions were urging them to take action as soon as possible. After telling Leng Ruoxue that some forces hoped that Leng Ruoxue would quickly set up a defensive formation for her clan, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao remained silent. Leng Ruoxue did not say anything. The atmosphere immediately became tense. After a long while, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, "They would rather I set up a defensive formation for them?" What do you mean? Didn't you say that yourself? Leng Xiaoqing asked when he heard that. He was about to be confused by Leng Ruoxue. Don't you want to set up a defensive formation for them? Leng Xiaoxiao replied in confusion as well. However, it was clear that his tolerance for Leng Ruoxue's words was much higher than his elder brother's. Hence, his mind was still clear and he felt that Leng Ruoxue's words definitely had a deeper meaning. As for the deeper meaning, he did not know. It's not that I don't want to, but it's too troublesome to set up a defensive formation for each family. As a result, it will take at least a year and a half to complete it, so I'm more inclined to help them get rid of Sun Tao, the root of their disaster. That'll save us a lot of trouble. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she glanced at Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao before she spoke. When the two heard this, they felt that it really made sense. However, not all the forces had signed the contract. They couldn't force all the forces to sign the contract, right? Instantly, the two of them were at a loss. Looking at the two's gloomy expressions, Leng Ruoxue smiled and asked, "What kind of forces are those who haven't signed a contract?" Most of them are from small and medium-sized forces. They are not rich to begin with and are short-sighted, so they are simply reluctant to pay this reward. Leng Xiaoqing explained helplessly. If it were the major factions, they would be more willing to pay. This was because the top factions basically had no doubts about Leng Ruoxue's strength. However, the small and mid-sized factions were not well informed, so they did not know much about Xue's strength. Naturally, they were not willing to pay this reward so easily. In my opinion, it's not that those small and medium-sized forces are short-sighted and can't bear to fork out this sum of money. They're just too scheming. After hearing Leng Xiaoqing's words, Leng Ruoxue could not help but sneer. You're saying that they think they can take advantage of us? That's why you haven't agreed? Leng Xiaoqing understood what was going on the moment he heard that. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be possible. But hadn't Xue already made it clear? If not all the forces had hired her, she would not have done anything to Sun Tao and the others. Why were there still forces holding on to the hope of getting lucky? AI. In this world, there were always some people who would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Leng Xiaoqing was having a headache over those people's petty thoughts. He didn't know what to do. Leng Ruoxue nodded and smiled. Are those forces still in the city? Yes, they are still staying in the Leng clan's guest house. Leng Xiaoqing replied honestly. From now on, ask them to leave the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. This isn't very good, is it? They're all guests invited by the Leng family, and it's impolite to invite them out. It might affect the reputation of our Leng family if word gets out. Leng Xiaoqing said hesitantly. Why would a super force like the Leng family care about the opinions of some small and medium-sized forces? After Leng Ruoxue heard Leng Xiaoqing's words, she felt that it was rather laughable. There's no other way. I'd rather offend a gentleman than a villain. Some of those small and medium-sized forces don't have a good reputation. If we offend them, we might pour some dirty water on the Leng family. It's a critical time now, and it's not good to make too many enemies, or it will affect the Leng family's reputation in the Haotian continent. Leng Xiaoqing said helplessly. Don't forget that the Leng family is about to leave the Haotian continent. Why would they care about their reputation? Leng Ruoxue reminded him calmly. Leng Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? They were about to leave the Haotian continent and would never come back. In that case, why should he care about what those small and medium-sized forces thought? With that thought in mind, Leng Xiaoqing quickly said to Leng Ruoxue, I'll ask them to leave the Leng family now. Those people were obviously treating the Leng family as a safe haven now. The Leng family really had no obligation to provide for them for free. Leng Xiaoqing then turned around and left to handle the matter. Leng Xiaoxiao had wanted to tag along, but he was asked to stay by Leng Ruoxue alone. Looking at Leng Ruoxue, Leng Xiaoxiao was very uncertain as to why this little girl had asked him to stay behind. He immediately felt uneasy. Leng Ruoxue could not help but chuckle when she saw that Leng Xiaoxiao was a little ill at ease. Are you very afraid of me? I'm not afraid. Leng Xiaoxiao braced himself and said, no matter what, I'm still this little girl's ancestor in terms of bloodline. How embarrassing would it be if I were to admit that I'm afraid of her? I can't admit it. I can't admit it. However, no matter how much he consoled himself in his heart, his expression still revealed his nervousness, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Damn it! Why did this little girl give off so much pressure? Seeing that he was being stubborn, Leng Ruoxue did not expose him. Instead, she waved at Leng Xiaoxiao, who immediately walked towards her like an obedient puppy. He whispered a few words into Leng Xiaoxiao's ear, and Leng Xiaoxiao's face revealed a hint of surprise. She then looked at Leng Ruoxue with an inexplicable expression. She thought to herself, no matter who I offend in this world, I can't offend this little girl. Will this work? Leng Ruoxue said with a hint of uncertainty after he heard that. This is just a strategy. Believe me, it will succeed. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. All right. I'll make the arrangements. Leng Ruoxue said with a nod. He knew that he could not reject this at all. Even though this girl had told him this in private, she was just giving him an order. She would not give him a chance to reject her at all. Sigh. He accepted his fate. However, after some thought, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask curiously, why did you ask me to handle this matter? What he meant was, why didn't he tell his big brother? You don't look like a pedantic and rule-abiding person. You're the most suitable person to handle this kind of thing. Leng Ruoxue gave Leng Ruoxue an answer. However, Leng Ruoxue did not know if he should be happy or worried after hearing this. Why did this little girl's words not sound like a compliment? However, it seemed that he could only take it as a compliment. Otherwise, he would be depressed to death. After he found out the reason why Leng Ruoxue had looked for him, Leng Ruoxue left the falling snow garden with a heavy heart. As soon as he left, the mother parasol tree, who was watching from the side, immediately laughed evilly and said with a look of understanding, Girl, you're asking him to do bad things, right? It's not a bad thing. It's just a small strategy. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. All right. It's definitely not a good thing. The mother parasol tree sighed. Hee hee. Senior, let's just be tactful. There's no need to say this kind of thing. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. That's true. But the guest house is quite lively now, aren't you going to take a look? The mother parasol tree said with a mysterious look. Looking at the mother parasol tree's gloating expression, Leng Ruoxue knew that this bored plant-level ancestor had used his divine sense to investigate the Leng family again. Every time he encountered something fun, the other party would be eager to share it with her. Since Senior wants to see it, let's go and take a look. Leng Ruoxue did not have to guess to know what the mother parasol tree was referring to. Seeing how eager she was to try, she did not object to it. After that, the two of them walked towards the guest courtyard. At this moment, the guest courtyard was filled with people. There were representatives from various major forces who were here to watch the show, and there were also people involved. They were the representatives from the forces who had yet to sign the employment contract with Leng Ruoxue and had been invited out of the Leng family's guest courtyard by Leng Shaoqing. Those people had already surrounded the Leng clan's members, led by Leng Shaoqing, and were strongly demanding that the Leng clan give them an explanation. On what basis were they being asked to leave the Leng clan's guest courtyard? They didn't want to leave. Although the Leng family didn't ask them to leave the city was safer than the Leng family. They were also treated to good food and drink, so they were even more unwilling to leave. Previous chapter. Leng family's ancestor, we respect you as our senior, but you can't rely on the Leng family's power to look down on small forces like us, right? All the forces on the Haotian continent have always followed the Leng family's lead. If it weren't for us, the small and medium-sized forces, who supported the Leng family so much, how could the Leng family have such a high status on the Haotian continent? But now, your Leng clan's actions have really disappointed us. A middle-aged man criticized in an unusually agitated manner. He was so angry that his face and neck turned red. His words naturally received the support of many small factions. Because this person had said something that none of them dared to say. Leng Shaoqing was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He was a little regretful that he had been too polite to them before. These people had thought that the Leng family would not dare to drive them away because of their pride. Now, the Leng family was accused of bullying others. If it were not for the fact that the Leng family was about to leave the Haotian continent, it would take a lot more effort for the Leng family to recover their former reputation. But now, he really didn't care. They were about to retort, but before Leng Shaoqing could say anything, an icy-cold female voice rang in their ears. What's wrong with using your power to bully others? Don't you need the capital to bully others? Leng Ruoxue walked over leisurely. The people on both sides who were watching the show couldn't help but make way for her. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, Leng Shaoqing heaved a huge sigh of relief. By the time she finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue had already walked to the front of the middle-aged man and continued to ask, Do you think I'm right? This. The middle-aged man who had been very brave when he was facing Leng Shaoqing earlier suddenly felt the pressure on his body increase. He stuttered and could not speak. Seeing his reaction, Leng Ruoxue sneered, After seeing you today, I finally understand why it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. We've already finished our discussion, but you're still staying in the Leng family. Do you want the Leng family to support you, or do you want to join the Leng family and become its subsidiary? With that, Leng Ruoxue did not give the middle-aged man and the rest a chance to speak. She turned to Leng Shaoqing and asked, Does the Leng family still accept affiliated families? I won't accept it. Leng Shaoqing replied without even thinking. At the same time, she could not help but chuckle to herself. This girl was really something. With just a few words, the guy who was making a lot of noise just now had run out of battery. Woo. When he compared the two, he suddenly felt that he was too useless. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He felt very inferior. Did you guys hear that? The Leng family is not accepting any affiliated families now, so please leave the Leng family as soon as possible. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can also stay in the inn in the Ao Han city, and pay for your own expenses. Leng Ruoxue had made her words very clear. When the crowd heard her words, their faces turned even uglier. In fact, those people knew it was time to leave, but most of the small and medium-sized forces had brought many clansmen and subordinates to the proud cold city, and they were all elites of their forces. On the surface, those people wanted to be safe, but in fact, they wanted to stay in the Leng family to preserve their strength so that they would not be completely annihilated when they were attacked by Sun Tao. According to their thinking, since a super force like the Leng family had invited them here, they would not easily drive away the guests. As such, even though the discussion was almost over, they still had no intention of leaving. However, it seemed that these people had miscalculated. The original Leng family might not have chased these people away for the sake of their reputation, but Leng Ruoxue did not care about that. In her eyes, since these people were not considered her clients, they naturally did not have the right to stay in the Leng family after the matter was settled. They would also be served by the Leng family with good food and drink. If they wanted to treat the Leng family as a safe haven, they would have to see if he agreed. With her in the Leng family, it was impossible to support these idlers. Why are they allowed to stay here? The middle-aged man, who had finally managed to adjust his state of mind, pointed at the other factions who were watching the show when he heard Leng Ruoxue's direct order to leave. When the other forces saw that the other party wanted to drag them into the water, they couldn't help but hate the middle-aged man. Many people even cursed in their hearts. This is obviously your business, and the Leng family didn't drive them away, so why are you still holding on to them? They're my clients, so they don't have to leave. Of course, if you become my customers, you don't need to leave. However, you are not. So, please leave quickly. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Can you not be so realistic? Are you going to drive us away if we don't become your customers? When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately became excited and shouted. He felt that he had gotten hold of something that could be used against Leng Ruoxue. If such words were heard by the powers who were in the same boat as him, it would definitely resonate with them. This way, everyone would be even more united. Moreover, the middle-aged man believed that no one would not care about their reputation and would not care about being criticized in public. It was a pity that even though his idea was good, he had met Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue wasn't one of those sanctimonious fellows. To her, reputation wasn't a big deal. She didn't care about other people's opinions and only wanted to follow her heart and do things her way. It had to be said that there were many people who wanted to do this. However, not everyone had the confidence and ability that Leng Ruoxue had. Thus, Leng Ruoxue's casual actions would naturally be criticized by many people. However, she did not care. What's wrong with reality? Could it be that I'm kind by taking care of you people even though you're not my customers? May I ask what my kindness can be exchanged for? Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and asked with a face full of doubt. You can earn our respect. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and quickly said in a righteous manner. Hee. I've always heard that only the strong are respected in this world. I didn't expect to hear another version today, where kindness is respected. Let me ask you, if I'm a complete mess of kindness and my strength is 0, I wonder what kind of treatment I'll receive. Leng Ruoxue continued to ask curiously. This. The middle-aged man was speechless again. What, you can't say it? Since you're speechless, then don't talk about kindness anymore. Kindness also depends on who you're being kind to. If I'm kind to people like you who refuse to leave, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. Men. Send the guests out, whoever refuses to leave, beat them out. Following that, Leng Ruoxue turned around and instructed the Leng family's guards. All the guards quickly responded, and then they all put on a stern face, looking at the middle-aged man and the others with a fierce look. The guards truly felt that Leng Ruoxue's words were more imposing. Now, the other party didn't even dare to say a word. Many people were so scared that they were like chicks that had just come out of their shells, and their bodies began to tremble. Satisfying. It was really satisfying. When they thought of the domineering aura that Leng Ruoxue had exuded, the Leng family's guards all puffed out their chests like roosters who had just won a battle. They felt that they must not weaken Leng Ruoxue's killing god aura. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. With this thought in mind, the guards would no longer be polite to those who refused to leave. As such, those people were a little afraid and all looked at the middle-aged man in unison. The middle-aged man was helpless and could only bite the bullet and say, Wait a minute. We didn't say we wouldn't hire you. It's such a big matter. Can you give us a few days to think about it? Alright, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, those who haven't signed a contract with me, please leave the Leng family. Otherwise, I'll send people to chase you away. It won't look good then. Leng Ruoxue's previous coldness was gone as she smiled. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, just like how she had come. The moment Leng Ruoxue left, most of the people present heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them were already drenched in cold sweat, and their clothes were mostly wet. It was clear how much pressure Leng Ruoxue had put on them. Back at the snow garden, the mother parasol tree could not help but ask curiously, Shui, why are you giving them 3 days? After 3 days, some people might not be willing to pay you so much to hire you. I know. I gave them 3 days to make them think it through. After all, my goal is for all forces to agree to my conditions, not to be like a bull, exhausted to the point of setting up a defensive array for them. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. I hope you can succeed. The mother parasol tree was not optimistic about the remaining forces. It should be known that most of the forces that had not signed a contract with Shui were greedy, selfish and petty. It was good enough that they did not want to take advantage of the situation. How could they be willing to share half of their assets with others? Wouldn't that be the same as taking their lives? Leng Ruoxue smiled but did not say anything. 3 days passed by in a flash. Leng Xiaoqing came to see Leng Ruoxue with joy on his face and went straight to the point. Shui, among the remaining forces, a small number of them have signed contracts with us. Those who have not signed contracts have also left the Leng family. Your words are more powerful. Leng Xiaoqing admired Leng Ruoxue a lot. When it was time to be ruthless, she was more ruthless than anyone else. When it was time to be gentle, she was equally irresistible. However, not everyone had the right to see this little girl's tender side. At least, he had never seen it before. Now, when Leng Ruoxue faced the Leng family, she still had a faint and distant expression on her face. He was rather helpless about this. You didn't leave the city? Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. No. It's strange. Those forces are staying in the inn in the Ao Han city. Don't they want to go back to their original forces? Leng Xiaoqing asked with a puzzled look. Are those guys really thinking of using this place as a safe haven? Before we leave the Haotian continent, the Leng family will have a chance to make a fortune. Don't be shy about charging them, because they will need a lot of money in the divine world. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a faint smile. Don't worry, I won't let go of the chance to slaughter a fat sheep. Leng Xiaoqing laughed with a tacit understanding. Oh right, there's one more thing. Those forces that have signed a contract with us are asking me when I'm going to set up a defensive formation for them. Leng Xiaoqing added after some thought. Tell them to calm down. I will arrange this. Leng Ruoxue nodded. I think some forces can't wait any longer. Leng Xiaoqing reminded with a faint smile. We'll still have to let them wait. I only signed a contract with them and didn't take their money. What are they rushing me for? Leng Ruoxue was a little unhappy. It was really hard to earn money these days. However, she wouldn't pamper her client. She had the initiative. I think those people think that since you've signed a contract with them, you have an obligation to ensure their safety. Otherwise, why would they be willing to pay you half of their assets so easily? At this moment, the mother parasol tree, who had been silent all this while, said with a smirk. I only signed a contract of intent with them. It means that they're willing to pay half of their assets to hire me. As for when I'll take action, it's up to me. Moreover, I won't charge them a single cent if I don't finish my work. So, in fact, our employment relationship is not really established. Leng Ruoxue explained. If those forces were to know what you said, they would most likely think that you are toying with them. The mother parasol tree broke out in cold sweat and could not help but ask. I'm not playing with them. I just want to use a more convenient way to achieve my goal. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. If the parasol tree and Leng Xiaoqing still did not understand, then they would be really stupid. Hence, the two of them could not help but shed tears of sympathy for those who had fallen into Shui-er's trap. At the same time, they rejoiced that Shui-er was not scheming against them, or else they would have been depressed to death. In the next few days, a piece of news spread to the city of Prideful Frost. All of a sudden, the people in the city were in a panic. Especially those forces that were related to the news, they were so scared that their faces turned as pale as paper. This was because the news said that the faction they were in had been attacked by Sun Tao and no longer existed. This news was too shocking. Although only a few of the small and medium-sized forces were attacked, Sun Tao and the others had not made a move for a long time. Now that they had made a move again, the meaning was self-evident. When the various factions found out about this news, they were like ants on a hot pan. They were so anxious that they were going in circles. Some people even strongly requested that Leng Ruoxue immediately set up an array formation for their factions. Although most of the factions had such thoughts, the people in charge of some of the major factions were still calm. They knew that they had to remain calm at times like this. They couldn't force Leng Ruoxue because of such a matter. Otherwise, if she were to shirk her responsibilities in a fit of anger, wouldn't they be the ones to suffer? It could be said that it was because of their calmness that Leng Ruoxue was satisfied with their performance and had summoned them in private. When the representatives of the top forces saw that they weren't the only ones invited by Leng Ruoxue, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, they were smart enough not to say anything and patiently waited for Leng Ruoxue to speak first. Leng Ruoxue knew that even though the few of them looked calm on the surface, they must be very surprised that she had asked them to come. Thus, she did not beat around the bush and said directly, I've called you here in private to discuss something. May I know why you're looking for us? A representative of a top force couldn't help but ask. I want to ask you about your plans for the future. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. The few of them did not understand and all of them looked at Leng Ruoxue, waiting for her to continue. Do you want to hide in your own territory, or do you want to become a super force on the Haotian continent? Leng Ruoxue asked casually as if her words were as simple as asking what they were having for dinner. However, the expressions of the representatives of the top forces changed drastically when they heard this. Was Leng Ruoxue testing them? Were they afraid that they would fight with the Leng family or the Luo family? In fact, it was almost every force's biggest dream to become a recognized super family. However, to become a super family, it was not just about having money, power, and territory. It also required a certain foundation and enough reserve talents. A super family like the Leng family had to have at least operated on the Haotian continent for thousands of years before it could reach its current scale and become a super family on the Haotian continent. However, the Luo family was a special case. Who asked the Luo family to have a powerful master with a strong background that no one else could compare to? Then there was the Lan family, which, like the Leng family, had at least a few thousand years of history. None of the top forces present could compare to these three families. Hence, when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they sensitively felt that Leng Ruoxue thought that they were ambitious and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to fight with these three families. Sob. They were really wronged. The Hautian continent situation was so bad now. It was not easy to keep his family from being incorporated by Sun Tao, so he did not dare to think about such nonsense. Moreover, with the existence of Sun Tao and the others, the three great families seemed to exist in name only. These three super families with deep roots and strong backings had all been forced to hide in their own territory by Sun Tao. The Luo family had even lost Luo City. Compared to these three families, they were even less presentable. At that moment, the representative of the top forces who thought of this immediately expressed his thoughts to Leng Ruoxue. Senior Leng, please rest assured. The Leng family, Luo family, and Lan family will forever be the three great families in our hearts. No one can replace their positions. We will not acknowledge anyone else, including Sun Tao and the others. You really don't want to do it at all? Leng Ruoxue listened to their confession and said helplessly. These people seem to have misunderstood her words. I don't. The representatives of the top forces shouted in unison. What if I say that the Leng and Luo families are leaving? Leng Ruoxue exposed. What? At this moment, the representatives of the top forces were all stunned. They did not understand what Leng Ruoxue meant. What did he mean by leaving? Where to? When Sun Tao's matter is settled, I will take the Leng family and the Luo family out of the Hautian continent and head to the Divine Realm. By then, the Lan family will be the only super force left on the Hautian continent. Do you understand what I mean? Leng Ruoxue smiled. They heard Leng Ruoxue's words clearly, but they still didn't understand what the other party meant. Does Senior mean that you want us to replace the Leng and Luo families? After the representatives of the top forces looked at each other, one of them asked on behalf of the others. That's right. I selected you from all the top forces. The forces you belong to are the strongest among all the top forces on the Hautian continent. That's why I'm willing to tell you my future arrangements in advance. When Sun Tao's matter is over, I'll take the Leng family and the Luo family and leave Hautian continent. At that time, the Lan family will be the only dominant family in Hautian continent. This also means that your chance has come, doesn't it? Leng Ruoxue smiled. Senior, you don't wish for the Lan family to monopolize the world? Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, another person could not help but ask. Now that Leng Ruoxue's intentions had confused them, they could not figure out what she was trying to do. At the same time, he was afraid that he had expressed the wrong feelings, so he didn't dare to casually reveal his thoughts. He could only choose to ask clearly first. For me, it doesn't matter who is the most powerful in the Hautian continent. I don't care about that. What I'm concerned about is who the Leng and Luo families' territories will belong to after they leave. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking calmly, she casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Then, her beautiful eyes turned to the people opposite her. If you're interested in the Luo family, the Leng family, and Wanshan City, I can make the decision to transfer these places to you. Of course, I won't be transferring them for free. You'd better understand this. After a pause, Leng Ruoxue continued. After she finished speaking, the representatives of the top forces finally understood Leng Ruoxue's words. The other party wanted to leave, but she didn't want the territory to go to someone else for no reason. Therefore, she wanted to sell the territory now. However, how much did the other party want to sell this territory for? Could they afford it? The most important thing was that after buying the land of these three families, they would still have to send people to guard this place. Putting aside how much money they would have to spend, if the land they bought was snatched by Sun Tao and the others, who would they cry to then? Thinking about it quickly, the representatives felt a headache. To be honest, the cold city of the Leng family was a good place. The spiritual qi was much richer than that of other cities. Luo City and Wanshan City were both equipped with defensive formations. As long as there were no traitors, their defenses could be considered impenetrable. The territories of these three cities naturally made many forces envious. It could be said that if Leng Ruoxue really left the Hautian continent with her subordinates and the Leng clan, these three territories would definitely become the focus of many forces. However, it was clear that she didn't want to let others take advantage of her territory, which was why she proposed to transfer it. It had to be said that the few people sitting here were very tempted by these three places, but being tempted didn't mean that they dared to buy them. They were even more afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on to it after they bought it. After all, they didn't have the strength of the Leng family or a strong backing like Leng Ruoxue. In this way, these three treasured lands were of little value to them. However, none of them dared to tell Leng Ruoxue that the three areas were of little value. Otherwise, the person in front of them would definitely go berserk. Hence, after conversing with each other through voice transmission for a long time, a young man then spoke carefully on behalf of a few factions. Senior, we're very interested in the three places you've mentioned. But you've seen the situation in the Hautian continent. Even if we want to buy the three territories you've mentioned, we don't dare to make a move. You guys are worried about Sun Tao? Leng Ruoxue knew the answer. The few of them nodded with shame. Sun Tao's return this time had shown them his strength, and they were all shocked. The other party was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they were not his opponent. This fact was enough to give them a heavy blow. Therefore, what else could they do other than choosing to hide in a corner? You want to hide from him forever? Leng Ruoxue asked again. What else can we do? We once thought about getting rid of them, but they were too strong. As soon as they came, they attacked the 3 superpowers first, catching all of us off guard. By the time we reacted, they had already conquered more than half of the territory of the Haotian continent. Even if we wanted to fight back, we couldn't do anything. Thus, we had no choice but to sweep away the snow in front of our own doors, each preserving our strength and shrinking back in our most important territories. If the Leng family didn't send a letter and Sun Tao and the others didn't take a break recently, we wouldn't have dared to walk around the Haotian continent. The young man said honestly. Do you think that hiding in a hole is a long-term plan? Don't think that Sun Tao hasn't made a move on you guys yet, that's because he's already treated you guys like turtles in a jar. He thinks that he can take care of you guys at any time, so you guys aren't afraid of him. But you have to live in fear all day long. How long do you want to live like this? Until the day Sun Tao no longer has the patience to play hide-and-seek with you guys and takes action to deal with you guys? Leng Ruoxue retorted with a face full of disappointment. As long as Senior sets up a formation in our territory, we'll be even safer. Someone said in a low voice. Do you really think you're safe with the formation? Have you forgotten the lesson from the Luo family? Let's put it this way. You might be able to stay in the territory for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years, or even 100 years, but what about 100 years later? Will your people be unable to stand this kind of life? There will be a day when the resources of your families run out. What will you do then? Leng Ruoxue reminded. We. The representatives of the top forces were speechless after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. How could they not know that the things Leng Ruoxue had mentioned would become a reality in the future? However, what could they do? Leng Ruoxue was not willing to help them get rid of Sun Tao. Get rid of Sun Tao? The few of them thought of this situation at the same time and hesitated. Finally, the young man opened his mouth and probed, Senior, can you help us get rid of Sun Tao? I've said it before. As long as all the forces in the Haotian continent hire me, I'll help you eliminate this hidden danger. Leng Ruoxue still said the same thing. When the few of them heard this, they were instantly disappointed. If they could get all the forces to hire Leng Ruoxue willingly, would they need to be so conflicted? It was precisely because they could not control the thoughts of other forces that they could only care about themselves. You guys don't have to be so dejected. Didn't Sun Tao attack a few other forces? I think this is a good opportunity for you. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Senior wants us to hit them while they're down and take the opportunity to recruit them? The young man raised his head and looked at Leng Ruoxue. I'm not that kind of person. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be unhappy after hearing the young man's words. When the people present heard this, they quickly said, no. How could Senior be that kind of person? However, what they thought was completely different from what they said. In their hearts, Leng Ruoxue could not be considered kind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. It's good that you know. I just wanted to remind you to do their job. Now is a good time. As long as they sign a contract with me, I'll take care of Sun Tao. Leng Ruoxue promised. Senior, Sun Tao has a lot of people around him. They're almost spread out across the entire Haotian continent. Can you really deal with him alone? The young man asked worriedly. In fact, this was what everyone present wanted to know. I've never put Sun Tao in my eyes. Leng Ruoxue was full of confidence. Since Senior is so confident, we'll definitely try our best to convince the powers that have yet to sign a contract with Senior. The young man promised. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with the way the man in front of her was acting. She gave him a look that said he was a promising child. Senior, we'll take our leave first. The young man said as he stood up. He then turned around and left. Seeing this, the others immediately followed. After they left, the mother parasol tree appeared beside Leng Ruoxue silently and asked curiously, Xue, do you think they'll be able to see through your intentions? So what if I can? If they really want their clan to become a super clan, they have no other choice. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Senior, we just need to wait and watch the show. Leng Ruoxue continued. Yes. The mother parasol tree nodded. Just as Leng Ruoxue had said, when the representatives of the top forces returned to their own lodgings and thought back on Leng Ruoxue's words, they could sense that Leng Ruoxue's intention was to get rid of Sun Tao. In order to replace the Leng family and the Luo family as a super family, they were willing to cooperate with Leng Ruoxue's idea. However, they thought that Leng Ruoxue's intention was most likely to earn money. Who would have thought that Leng Ruoxue's main reason was because she found it too troublesome and time-consuming to set up formations for their families. That was why she chose the method that she thought was the most convenient. In order for them to convince the various factions that had yet to sign a contract with her, Leng Ruoxue had racked her brains and put in a lot of effort. However, the results were not bad. At the very least, it was developing in the direction of the ending she had designed. Now, she just had to wait for those forces to take the initiative. It had to be said that the representatives of the top powers had the motivation to become a super family. They were extremely effective in their actions. In less than 2 days, they had managed to convince more than half of the powers to hire Leng Ruoxue. However, there were still a few representatives who were extremely stubborn. They would rather die than sign an employment contract with Leng Ruoxue. This fact made those few people particularly depressed. Seeing that things were developing in a good direction, some people refused to cooperate. Several representatives of the forces were so anxious that they were about to burst into flames. Unfortunately, no matter how they threatened and tempted, the other party refused to give in. What should he do now? The few of them gathered together and discussed for a long time. In the end, they decided that if it really didn't work, they could only. After gathering the stubborn representatives into a room in a certain inn, the young man among the representatives of the top forces spoke on behalf of them. We'll give you one last chance. Do you agree or not? I don't agree. We will never agree to it. What, do you want to silence me? You're all Leng Ruoxue's dogs. The middle-aged man, who once represented the forces that were expelled from the Leng clan's guest courtyard, shouted at the top of his voice. Help! Help me! Someone's trying to silence us. Then, the middle-aged man started to shout again. His voice was so miserable that it instantly attracted the attention of more than half of the customers in the inn. The young man was very vexed, but before he could remedy the situation, the door of the guest room was knocked open, and a group of onlookers rushed in. What's going on? What's going on? The people who had barged into the room without permission asked all at once. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. We just have something to discuss with each other. The young man could only say. Don't listen to his nonsense. We have nothing to talk about. They want to kill us. They're trying to kill us. The middle-aged man saw that there were many onlookers and quickly asked for help. Silence. This is the cold, arrogant city of the Leng family. You guys are too bold. Quickly inform the Leng clan. Someone in the crowd shouted. Then, there was the sound of panicked footsteps. Guys, don't listen to their nonsense. We don't want to kill anyone. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the young man immediately said. One of you said that you wanted to silence us, and the other said that you didn't want to kill us. Who do you want us to believe? Seeing that the two sides had different statements, someone questioned. Of course they'll listen to us. We're the victims. The middle-aged man said anxiously. Why did you kill them? Their forces were destroyed by Sun Tao's men, and that's already pitiful enough. Someone asked the young man in confusion. Yup. That's right. Our forces have been destroyed, and now we're being bullied. Woo, they're forcing us to our deaths. Without giving the young man a chance to answer, the middle-aged man burst into tears. Seeing this scene, the young man and the others' faces darkened. This guy was really good at acting. Why didn't he look so sad when they talked about this? Why are they doing this to you? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. These few people are Leng Ruoxue's dogs. They came to force us to agree to hire Leng Ruoxue. We were unwilling, so they wanted to kill us. Sob. The Leng family is bullying us. Do they still want us to live? The middle-aged man howled as he spoke. His expression was so miserable that everyone present couldn't help but sympathize with him. Don't listen to their nonsense. We're only hoping that they'll agree to hire Senior Leng Ruoxue for the safety of the entire Haotian continent. You should know that only those few clans have not agreed to hire her. If they agree to this, Senior Leng will definitely get rid of Sun Tao and the others for us. By then, we won't have to fear anyone and can go back to our previous lives. Isn't that good? The young man said loudly to the crowd. Most of the onlookers were the representatives of the major forces. Therefore, after hearing the young man's words, they felt that it made sense. Naturally, they did not feel sorry for the middle-aged man and his group. Seeing that he had saved some of his losses, the young man struck while the iron was hot. Now, just because they refused to hire Senior Leng, Sun Tao, and the others are still running amok in the Haotian continent, and our people don't dare to go out and walk around freely. Do you want to live like this forever? I don't. Someone in the crowd shouted. So, do you think they should agree to this? The young man pointed at the middle-aged man, but his words were directed at the onlookers. You guys agree. This isn't just a matter of your clans, it also concerns our clansmen. Someone saw that the young man's words made sense and tried to persuade the middle-aged man. Previous chapter. Next. That's right. Your clansmen were all killed by Sun Tao. Don't you want to avenge your clansmen? Another young man chimed in. Whether we take revenge or not is our business, what does it have to do with you? The middle-aged man saw that the situation was a little one-sided, so he raised his head and said angrily. I did it for your own good. You really don't know what's good for you. The young man who had spoken before was a little angry when he saw his good intentions being treated like this. Don't tell me you really don't want to take revenge? A certain man looked at the middle-aged man with a suspicious look and asked. This is my family's business, it has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned green, and he continued to shout at the top of his lungs. Hee. Of course, it has nothing to do with us. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue's smiling voice could be heard. The crowd at the entrance subconsciously made way for her. The moment the middle-aged man saw Leng Ruoxue, his voice instantly raised by a few octaves. Leng Ruoxue, you still dare to appear? Quickly take your dogs and leave this place, we don't need you to avenge our family. Then who do you want to help you? Or do you think that your clansmen are still alive? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. I. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words when he saw Leng Ruoxue. After being questioned by Leng Ruoxue, the courage he had when he shouted at her earlier had disappeared without a trace. Following that, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned to the other people on the middle-aged man's side. She smiled and asked, do you all have the same thoughts as him? We want to take revenge. The other people looked at each other and whispered. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned his head and shouted at the few people, how could you betray me? Didn't we agree that we'll think of a solution together? There's no need for Leng Ruoxue to interfere. But I'm afraid she's the only one on the Hautian continent who can help us. The few of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the middle-aged man. Back then, they had agreed that they would all follow the lead of the middle-aged man's faction. However, that was under the premise that their clan had not been destroyed by Sun Tao. Now that their clan was no longer around, if they still did not avenge their clan members, how could they face the clan members who had died? You're right. Other than me, no one else can help you. Leng Ruoxue noticed that they were going against each other, so she made her presence known. Instantly, the middle-aged man's anger rose again. Who said she's the only one who can help you? Don't be fooled by her, she won't help you for free. This woman is very black-hearted. His anger caused the middle-aged man to forget his fear of Leng Ruoxue once again. His face was red as he roared. From what you're saying, you want me to do good things for free? Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. Pfft. Someone in the crowd laughed. Then, there was another burst of laughter. In a world where the strong were respected, how could there be a strong person who would help others for free? Such a person could not be called a strong person, but a savior. Moreover, for cultivators, being too kind usually didn't make them live long. This was because wherever there were cultivators, it was full of fierce competition and cruelty. In such a world, only those with a heart like a rock and a firm will could go further and stand at the top of the many cultivators. Seeing that the middle-aged man did not speak, Leng Ruoxue took out a white memory crystal and threw it into the air. Following that, an image appeared on the memory crystal. It was a scene that people couldn't bear to look at directly. It was the news that had been spreading like wildfire. As the video was played, the faces of the middle-aged man and the people around him all turned pale. The broadcast of this video confirmed the authenticity of the news. Before the clip could finish, the few people beside the middle-aged man could not control their tears and knelt in front of Leng Ruoxue, begging her to take revenge for their family. At this moment, let alone giving up 50% of their assets, even if they were asked to give up all their assets, they would be willing to do so. Although they had heard the news before, they had been skeptical. Now, they no longer had any doubts. Instead, the thought of getting rid of Sun Tao and the others had become the most urgent thing in their hearts. When Leng Ruoxue heard their request, she immediately gave the young man a look. Following which, the young man took out a few contracts. The few of them did not even think and immediately signed on the contract. In just a few minutes, except for the middle-aged man, everyone on his side had made their choice. In the end, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned to the middle-aged man, waiting for him to make a decision. After a long time, the petrified middle-aged man finally had some reaction. He mumbled, "No. This was impossible. This is impossible. Why is it impossible?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. "This is fake. This video is fake. This isn't fake. Fake. It must be fake. Sun Tao would never kill my clansman. Why not? It's impossible." The middle-aged man said firmly. "What you're saying doesn't make sense. Could it be that Sun Tao is your relative, so he can't kill your family members? How could he be my relative? Don't spout nonsense. Weren't you the one who kept emphasizing that Sun Tao couldn't have killed your family? Then what was going on in the image? This was clearly done by Sun Tao's men. You can't possibly not recognize the clothes of Sun Tao and his men, right? Of course I recognize their clothes, but the people in your image are definitely not them. They would never kill my clansmen. They're the ones who did it. No. It wasn't T. Sun Tao wouldn't do that. I've already submitted to them, so what reason do they have to send people to kill my clansmen?" In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man retorted, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had just said and quickly changed his words. "I'm just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." When everyone heard this, they looked at the middle-aged man in disdain. So what if this guy took them for fools? The words came from his own mouth, and he actually asked them not to take it seriously? If they didn't take it seriously, did they think he was joking? Wouldn't they be the silly ones if they did that? Now you know why he stopped you from hiring me, right? Leng Ruoxue ignored the middle-aged man who was filled with regret and frustration. Instead, she turned around and spoke to the other representatives who had been wearing the same pants as the middle-aged man. When the representatives heard this, they felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she immediately turned around and left. After returning to the snow garden, the mother parasol tree immediately came over and said, "Little girl, your wish has finally come true. Okay, next we should prepare to deal with Sun Tao. By the way, did Sun Tao really exterminate all those forces? You'll have to ask him." The mother parasol tree then turned its beautiful eyes to Leng Xiaoxiao. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman with anticipation, he did not feel a trace of joy in his heart. Instead, he felt a little scared. However, he did not dare to hide, so he could only brace himself and say, "Senior, is there anything you need to ask me?" "Yes, I want to know if the rumored forces are all gone." The mother parasol tree raised its head and asked Leng Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Leng Xiaoxiao's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He looked at Leng Ruoxue and saw that she did not have any intention of stopping him from speaking. He then told the mother parasol tree truthfully, "Other than the middle-aged man's faction, the others are still there. So you're saying that you're lying to them?" The mother parasol tree looked at Leng Ruoxue and said, "This isn't lying. This is strategy." Leng Ruoxue said helplessly, "Actually, I think you're still doing something unnecessary. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Those who aren't willing to hire you will be directly killed. Wouldn't that save more time and effort?" The mother parasol tree could not help but suggest, "Senior, I'm a kind-hearted person. Please don't teach the child the wrong things." Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines when she heard this. Leng Xiaoxiao also felt that the mother parasol tree's words were a little. He was speechless about this. However, Leng Ruoxue's words were clearly despised by the mother parasol tree. The mother parasol tree rolled its eyes at her and said, "You're kind? Hee hee. I have no comment on your kindness." Alright. Leng Ruoxue admitted that she wasn't kind enough, but she was definitely not someone who liked to use violence. Basically, she felt that she was a peace-loving person, but the prerequisite was that no one offended her. Otherwise, she would immediately transform into a female T-Rex, and at that time, no one would be the one to suffer. Just as Leng Ruoxue was about to defend herself, a voice rang out in her heart, "Master, we're here." Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue revealed a faint smile. When the parasol tree mother saw this, it could not help but ask curiously, "What's the matter? Is there a good thing? Mei and the others are here." Leng Ruoxue smiled. "I see." The parasol tree nodded in understanding, but Leng Xiaoxiao was not sure who the Mei that Leng Ruoxue was referring to was. He asked curiously, "Who are Mei and the others?" "It's a few of my beastie and my subordinates from Wanshan City." Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Ever since she had arrived at the Azure Dragon Mountain and settled down there temporarily, she had sent a voice transmission to Mei and a few other small beasts, asking them to bring Big Mountain and his son to the Wanshan City to find the head butler, then bring them to the proud cold city. Now, they could finally meet up. Leng Ruoxue was looking forward to the arrival of Mei and the other small beasts and the people of Wanshan City. After not seeing him for so long, she realized that she missed those guys from Wanshan City. At the same time, she felt that she was really an irresponsible master. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue raised her head and looked at Leng Xiaoxiao. She requested very politely, "Please arrange a place for my subordinates to stay. I think there will be a lot of them." "Alright," he said. Leng Xiaoxiao nodded his head delightedly. Then, he resigned himself to his fate and went to work for Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were waiting for the Mei and the other little beasts to arrive. At this time, the succubus and the other beasts, as well as the people from Wanshan City, were already approaching the proud cold city. Looking at the city gate in front of him, Baby was excited. Sob. "I'm going to see my bad master." It missed its master so much. Originally, their master had left them for the Azure Dragon Mountain and said that they would be back soon. Who knew that this separation would last for several months? Moreover, they could not go directly to the Azure Dragon Mountain to meet their master. Instead, they went to the even further Wanshan City. The abnormally excited Baby jumped down from the feather's back and ran straight for the city gate. At the city gate, the petite Baby was still stopped by someone. The person who stopped it was none other than Leng Yichun, who was punished by the Leng family's grand elder, Leng Xiaoqing, to guard the city gate. Because Leng Yichun was punished, he was in a terrible mood. What he was thinking was, it was fine if he was bullied by Leng Ruoxue, but now, even this little fox didn't care about him. He really couldn't tolerate this. With this thought, Leng Yichun immediately shouted at the little fox in front of him, "Where did this little bastard come from? Ao Han City isn't a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter." When Baby heard this, he squinted his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What did you just say? Do you have the guts to say that again?" "Humph. What's wrong with saying it again? Did you see that? This is the proud cold city, not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. Little bastard, get lost. Don't let me see you again." Leng Yichun's mouth twitched as he spoke arrogantly. "You bastard. You're the little beast. This grandpa isn't some random cat or dog. Open your blind eyes and let this grandpa see clearly. You dare to scold me? I'm sorry, we're in a hurry to enter the city. This is your fox." "No, it's my master S," the head butler of the Wanshan City said very honestly. "Where's your master? Let him out. What kind of beast is he raising? My master is in the city." Baby didn't want to be outdone and roared back. However, the head butler of Wanshan City did not dare to act willfully like his precious treasure. With this thought in mind, he very much hoped that the Leng family in front of him would be able to see the light. However, Leng Yichun had obviously been oppressed to the point of suffocation recently, so he could not understand the good intentions of the head butler of Wanshan City. As soon as these words came out, the face of the head butler of Wanshan City immediately turned black. Although Leng Yichun was sometimes a little out of line and couldn't see the truth clearly, his intuition wasn't bad, so he immediately felt that the atmosphere was unusual. The strong smell of gunpowder made him subconsciously take a big step back, and after he stood in the middle of the guards, he then asked with a face of vigilance, "What do you want? This is the city of prideful frost. If you dare to cause trouble here, you'll regret it." It would have been better if he had not said those words. The moment he said those words, the people of Wanshan City became even angrier. The other party's words clearly showed that he wanted to use his power to bully others. Ever since Wanshan City had Leng Ruoxue as their backer, everyone in the Haotian continent had to look up to them. It had been a long time since they had received such treatment. Now, they had finally tasted the feeling of being despised again. Although it was not a fresh feeling, it was still rare. Everyone from the Wanshan City turned to look at their chief steward, using their eyes to ask him what to do, whether to make a move or not. Although the head butler was also very angry, he was more troubled. As the actual person in charge of the Wanshan City, he had too many factors to consider. In addition, his master was currently living in the Leng family. If they fought with the Leng family outside the city before they met his master, would his master blame them? Regret? You bastard. I'll let you know what regret is. Just as the head butler was thinking, Baby, who could not bear it any longer, was the first to attack. It did not care so much. Whoever made it unhappy, it would not let them off easily. Hence, its first target was Leng Yichun. The treasure's speed was too fast and Leng Yichun had no time to react before a claw mark appeared on his body. Seeing that he was injured, he did not even think and immediately ordered the guards, "Quickly catch this fox, I want to teach it a lesson." The guards obeyed and all stretched out their hands to grab the treasure. The people of Wanshan City saw this and naturally could not watch them bully their master's little beast. So, without even asking for the chief steward's opinion, they swarmed forward and surrounded the guards. In an instant, the scene became even more chaotic. The two sides were in a chaotic battle. Wanshan City had the absolute advantage in numbers. On top of that, there were also Precious and other small beasts who took the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. Very quickly, the guards of the proud cold city were completely defeated. Leng Yichun's body was also covered in wounds. His face was blue and purple, and he looked extremely miserable. This scene happened in just a few minutes. By the time the head butler of Wanshan City reacted, the guards and Leng Yichun had already been surrounded and beaten into a miserable state. The chaotic battle ended without any suspense. They were so easily taken care of that all the guards felt ashamed. Although the other side had more people, it was a fact that they were too weak. Comparing the two sides, the other party was really too brutal. Woo! The guards' eyes were filled with tears as they looked pitifully at the baby who was sitting on Leng Yichun's body. Towards these people in front of them, they were already afraid. Where did this debt-collecting ghost come from? Could they be sent by the Sun family? With this thought in mind, a guard could not help but ask. When baby heard this question, he crossed his legs and stretched out his little paws, shaking them gently. "We're not from the Sun family." "Then who are you? Why did you come to the proud cold city to cause trouble?" The guard captain said with a face full of grief and indignation. "Don't you think it's a little too late to ask who we are? Besides, we didn't come here to cause trouble. It was this guy who came to find trouble first." Baby pointed at Leng Yichun, who was already in a half-conscious state. Young Master Kun just didn't let you enter the city," the captain of the guard said in a low voice. "Wrong. Not only did he not let me enter the city, he even called me an animal. I can't stand this," Baby said angrily. But you also beat us up. What else do you want?" The expression on the captain's face became more and more sorrowful, but the situation was pressing, and he really didn't know what to do. He could only think of a way to stall for time. As for what happened at the city gate, he had just sent a message back to the Leng family. He believed that someone would come to solve it soon. Sob. "I don't want anything. I think someone from the Leng clan who has the final say will soon come," Baby said. When the captain of the guards heard this, he was shocked. He couldn't help but think to himself, how did this little fox know? Could it be that the other party could read minds? He let his imagination run wild. However, his baby really didn't know how to read minds. Otherwise, his baby would definitely tell him that if he beat the young, the old would come. If he beat the weak, the strong would come. Wasn't this the rule of most situations? It had already seen it many times. Not only that, but the captain's face also clearly said, "We have a backer." And that backing would definitely arrive soon. Just like that, the Leng family's guards were scared witless. They looked at Baby and the others cautiously, afraid that they would feel that they had not had enough and would fight with them again. Baby, on the other hand, sat leisurely on Leng Yichun's back with her legs crossed. Her beautiful silver eyes were fixed on the direction of the city. A moment later, two figures rushed out of the city. The two men first looked at their guards, who had been beaten black and blue, and then turned their eyes to the little purple fox. "Forefather, save me." Woo. Leng Yichun, who was in a semi-conscious state, saw Leng Xiaoqing's figure from the corner of his eyes and hurriedly called for help. However, Leng Xiaoqing ignored him and said to Bao Bei, "You're a treasure? Not bad. It seems that you recognize me. Not like this guy with no vision." Baby pointed at Leng Yichun and said with a look of disdain. Leng Xiaoqing did not know how to respond to this. In fact, after he found out that Leng Ruoxue's beastie was coming to the proud cold city, he was afraid that it would cause more trouble, so he had specially asked Leng Ruoxue about it. He had originally planned to inform the city guards, but he did not expect them to arrive so quickly. Now, there was nothing to say, because his own guards had already been beaten up. AI. The situation in front of her made Leng Xiaoqing sigh in her heart. What she was afraid of really happened. He was clearly afraid that a conflict would occur between the two sides, but it still happened. Why couldn't anyone from both sides restrain themselves? However, he was even angrier at the people on his side. There were so many people on the other side, and they dared to start a conflict with the other side without asking clearly. How stupid was this behavior? Needless to say, the main culprit was definitely Leng Yichun, that idiot. At this moment, Leng Xiaoqing was filled with regret. Why did he have to punish Leng Yichun to guard the city gates? Miscalculated. It was definitely a mistake. He really regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Moreover, the little beastie in front of him looked like an unforgiving master. How should he deal with the aftermath now? Leng Xiaoqing's head was starting to hurt from thinking about it. Unable to come up with any good ideas, he glanced at Leng Xiaoxiao beside him and gave him a look. Leng Xiaoxiao had no choice but to bite the bullet and said to Bao Bei with a smile, "Treasure. Come with us to the Leng family's main residence. Your master is still waiting for you. She's been looking forward to your arrival." "I'll definitely go. However, you have to first settle the matter at hand for me," Baby said with a face that left no room for discussion. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you an explanation. Leng Xiaoxiao guaranteed. However, he was thinking in his heart that at most, he could just hand Leng Yichun over to the other party. In any case, from the looks of it now, other than causing trouble, that guy really didn't have much contribution to the family. I want an explanation now. I don't blame him for not letting me enter the city. After all, I was anxious to see Master and didn't think so much before barging in. It's my fault. Baby first admitted his mistake with a good attitude, then changed the topic and said aggrievely, but he shouldn't have called me an animal. So what if you humans are more noble than us beasts? Everyone was a cultivator, so they should be equal. More importantly, Master has never scolded us like this before, so what right does he have to do that? After Baby finished speaking in grievance, she was so angry that all the hair on her body stood up. Her beautiful silver eyes seemed to be burning with raging flames, and two small flames of anger flickered in her eyes. I'll get him to apologize to you, okay? Leng Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said when he heard his precious say that. Just an apology is definitely not enough. Baby was not very satisfied with this suggestion. If you have any other requests, just tell us. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will definitely satisfy you. Leng Xiaoxiao made up his mind. He has to compensate us for the emotional damage. Baby's eyes turned and he laughed evilly. A little fox who loved money so much was indeed Leng Ruoxue's beastie. It was simply carved out of the same mold as its master. Leng Xiaoxiao was surprised by the treasure's request, but he also felt that it was only natural. However, who do we have in this? Didn't he only scold you? I'm not the only beastie here. The word beast included all of us. Baby said matter-of-factly, but it was smart enough not to drag the Leng family guards into the water. After all, it was the one who started it first. When it's possible to forgive someone, one should forgive them. It would only target that idiot. What was this called? Oh. That's right, it was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. It was still all right. When Leng Xiaoxiao heard this, she swept a glance from the corner of her eyes. There were only 5 little beasts present, which was not a large number. Leng Yichun should be able to afford it. Therefore, he quickly agreed to it. At the same time, he was glad that the little fox did not include the people from Wanshan City. Otherwise, Leng Yichun would have to pay off his debt for the rest of his life. However, what he didn't know was that even if there were only 5 little beasts who wanted compensation for mental damage, it would be enough for Leng Yichun to spend the rest of his life paying off his debts. Can we enter the city now? Leng Xiaoxiao, who felt that he had settled the few little beasts in front of him, asked again. Looking at Leng Yichun, who had fainted from anger after hearing that he had to pay for emotional damages, Baby finally nodded kindly. Then, he glanced at the head butler of Wanshan City and said, Head butler, let's enter the city. Yes. The head butler of Wanshan City nodded his head and heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. The matter was finally resolved without any mishaps. He no longer had to be an invisible person. It was really good. However, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao's attention was obviously focused on the few little beasts. In this regard, the head butler of Wanshan City was rather calm after being ignored. In his words, he wanted to keep a low profile, and it would be perfect if he was not noticed by others. He followed Leng Xiaoqing and his brother into the city of Prideful Frost, and then to the Leng family's main residence. The head butler and the others were led directly to the accommodation that was arranged for them by the Leng family's butler, while the treasures and the other beasts went to the falling snow garden. The 5 little beasts, who had not seen their master for a long time, were so excited when they saw Leng Ruoxue that they could not control themselves. They all pounced towards Leng Ruoxue enthusiastically. Leng Ruoxue hugged this and touched that, playing around with the little beasts. Suddenly, a curious voice rang in their ears. Who are they? The golden eagle flapped its little wings and flew over from the distance. It landed on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and asked with a frown. They are my beastie. Leng Ruoxue explained to the golden hawk. You have a beastie? The golden hawk was surprised. It had never heard of this. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she could not help but feel a dark cloud hang over her forehead. What did she mean by she had a beastie? Couldn't she have a beastie? One had to know that she had quite a number of beasties. Cute master, who is this stupid bird? Baby saw the traces of an unfamiliar beastie and asked curiously. It's a temporary flying beast that I hired when I went to the Green Dragon Mountain. Leng Ruoxue sighed. These little guys wouldn't start a fight over a disagreement, right? She was a little worried. If it's only temporary, why is it still here? You glared at the golden eagle and said when he found the guy who was snatching his bowl of rice. Hello, I don't know the way home, so I had to stay. Where's your house? In a forest, the golden hawk thought for a while and replied. Baby was very depressed when he heard this answer. In the forest? There were plenty of forests in the Hautian continent. Which forest was it? What forest? I'll send you back. You asked the question in his baby's heart, and his face was full of eagerness. Apparently, he wanted to get rid of the golden eagle in front of him as soon as possible. I don't know what kind of forest it is. It doesn't seem to have a name. The golden hawk thought for a while and said honestly. This time, Lian Yu was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Was the golden eagle playing with it? How could a beastie not remember its own home? Master, where is its home? I'll send it back. Taking a deep breath, you turned to ask Leng Ruoxue. The forest that it lives in really doesn't have a name, and I can't tell the exact address either. It can only recognize it if I send it back personally. I see. Then when can we send it back? Yu was very disappointed by Leng Ruoxue's words, but he did not give up and continued to ask, after the Haotian continent is over. He said. Leng Ruoxue replied perfunctorily, oh. Hearing this, Yu was a little listless. However, he didn't want to be looked down upon by the golden eagle, so he quickly pulled himself together and decided to use a soft approach. After thinking it through, Yu immediately said to the golden eagle, as an eagle, I will protect you in the future, so you have to listen to me, understand? You have to listen to us. Baby said. What's in it for me to listen to you? The 5 little beasts choked. Even if there are no benefits, you still have to listen. If there are no benefits, I will not listen to you. I will only listen to this fierce woman. At the very least, she will not let me go hungry. The golden eagle said without hesitation. As it spoke, it looked at Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue immediately understood that the fierce woman the golden eagle was talking about was her. We won't let you go hungry. You promised. He knew very well that they had to reduce the contact between the golden eagle and its master, so that the golden eagle would not compete with them for favor. That's right, we'll take care of your food in the future. Baby also promised. If you can really feed me well, then I'll listen to you. The golden hawk thought for a while and agreed. It felt that an eagle had to bow its head under the eaves. These 5 beastie looked like they were not to be trifled with, and it was alone, so it thought it was better to be tactful. Anyway, it did not have high requirements, as long as it was not hungry, had food to eat, and had sleep, it would be satisfied. It's settled then. Baby gave the final word. Seeing that the little beasts were chatting happily and that Leng Ruoxue was evil-hearted enough not to remind Baby and the other beasts, the golden eagle's personality was a little. Hee. Let them discover it themselves. After the golden eagle thought that it had been accepted by the 5 strange little beasts, it quickly turned its curious eyes to the father and son, who were a little uneasy not far away. It flew directly to Xiao Shan and asked, who are you? I've never seen you before. I'm Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan introduced himself. What about her? The golden hawk looked at the mountain. I'm Xiao Shan's father. My name is Deshan. Nice to meet you. The mountain took the initiative to introduce himself after hearing the golden eagle's question. However, the golden hawk immediately widened its eyes and looked at Xiao Shan uneasily. It asked again with a confused face, your father is a woman? This question not only made the golden eagle feel unprecedented uneasiness, but even Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao, who had been watching the show from the side, were extremely puzzled. The mountain in their eyes, even though his name was very masculine, his body was extremely burly, and his face was not very pretty, was still a woman. Why did he claim to be Xiao Shan's father? Wasn't this a little too strange? They couldn't deny that they were a little frightened. I'm a man. The mountain quickly explained when he saw that the other party had misunderstood. Liar. I'm not so old that I can't tell men from women. The golden hawk complained. Senior, please help me explain. The mountain was so depressed that he was on the verge of tears. Although he was pretending to be a woman to help Senior, there was no need to do so now. Therefore, he really didn't want to let people continue to misunderstand. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle. She then said seriously, he's indeed a man. He's currently dressed as a woman. Oh. The golden eagle, Leng Xiaoqing, and Leng Xiaoxiao nodded at the same time. They finally understood. Besides, they were very impressed by the mountain. This guy was too good at pretending to be a woman. If he had not confessed, they would have thought that the person in front of them was a woman. The mountain heaved a sigh of relief after the matter was cleared up. However, what made him depressed was that even after knowing the truth, the 2 humans and the beast would still look at him curiously from time to time. This fact drove him a little crazy. Mountain, who could no longer bear the strange looks, looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in his eyes. He sobbed, Senior, please help me restore my male identity. Sob. He couldn't take it anymore. All right then. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her laughter and nodded. Then, she brought Big Mountain into a guest room. When the 2 of them came out of the guest room, the mountain had completely returned to his original gender, and his face was full of smiles. After dressing up as a woman, he finally realized how difficult it was to be a woman. When he was in Luo City, he could not ignore Wen Yuan's affectionate gaze even though he had been pretending to be sick. If he were a real woman, he might have been secretly delighted by Wen Yuan's gaze. However, he was not a real woman. He was a man deep down. When he was faced with such an affectionate gaze, he did not feel any secret delight. Instead, he felt that it was harassment. That's right. That was how he felt. Although those days were only for a few short days, he deeply felt that he did not want to try again. What's more, on the way to Wanshan City, he still had to serve his precious few masters like a horse or a cow. To be honest, he was very happy to take care of these few beast ancestors, but he didn't want to hear something like, aren't you a woman? Why can't you even do such a small thing well? However, this was nothing. After being with those little beasts for a long time, he also knew that they liked to joke and would tease him from time to time. So, although he was teased like this for no reason, he was still very calm. The real restlessness started when they arrived at Wanshan City. That was the source of his nightmare. This wasn't to say that Wanshan City's people didn't treat him well. On the contrary, Wanshan City's people treated him quite well. However, he really couldn't stand those men treating him like a real woman. The moment there was something that everyone thought women should do, such as washing clothes, helping others take care of their children, and so on, if there was a lack of manpower, they would arrange for him to take over. Moreover, as long as he showed even the slightest intention, those people would say to him very earnestly, as a woman, if you can't even handle such a small family matter, how are you going to get married in the future? Or rather, a woman should do something that a woman should do. How can you compete with us for work like a man all day? Our Wanshan city doesn't lack anything, but what we lack the most is women who can do family affairs. So, you should go and do what you need to do. Every time he heard these words, he would feel conflicted, depressed, and frustrated. He felt even more indignant in his heart. You bastard! Who made the rule that women could only do housework and take care of children? Could it be that women can't do things that men can do? This was clearly a display of male chauvinism. The mountain disapproved of such words and scoffed at them. Several times, he was so angry that he even told the head butler of Wanshan City that he was a man and not the woman they thought he was. However, no one believed his words. Even with his precious little beasts and his own son as a witness, he still couldn't make the chief butler and the others believe this fact. This result made him even more depressed. At the same time, he also clearly understood that the people of Wanshan City really treated him as a woman. They also treated his truth as nonsense, and might even think that he was mentally unstable. This realization made the mountain so depressed that he almost vomited blood. However, from then on, he gave up the idea of continuing to correct the chief butler and the others. It was all because they were destined not to believe his words. Now that he had regained his original gender, the mountain suddenly felt elated. Let's see what else those people have to say now. The mountain decided that when he had the time, he would definitely pay the chief butler and the others a visit and make them blind. Just as the mountain was thinking about this, he sharply felt 3 more curious gazes on him. He looked up and saw that it was the same 3 people. After some thought, the mountain looked up at the 2 people and the beast and said, I'm a man. It really is. The golden hawk said as if it finally believed him. Previous chapter. Next. The mountain was depressed again when he heard that. So even when Leng Ruoxue said that she was a man in a woman's outfit, they didn't really believe her. What the hell is this? Big Mountain felt his eyes turn wet. He really wanted to cry. Hee hee. It's too magical. The golden eagle saw that the mountain was not in a good mood, so it smiled awkwardly and flew around him a few more times before it finally stopped looking at him in surprise. The mountain remained silent. He did not know how to respond to the golden eagle. After a long time. When Leng Shaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao were done being surprised, the 2 brothers decided to take their leave and leave the remaining time for Leng Ruoxue to catch up with her little beasts. Before he left, Baby did not forget to remind Leng Xiaoxiao, remember our compensation. When Leng Xiaoxiao heard this, he staggered and almost fell. He did not expect this little thing to still remember this. He had thought that the little fellow would have forgotten about such a warm gathering of the master beasts. From the looks of it, Leng Yichun would not be able to escape this calamity. Nodding his head, Leng Xiaoxiao indicated that he would not forget. He then pulled his elder brother and left the falling snow garden as if they were running for their lives. Leng Ruoxue's curiosity was piqued when she saw the 2 Leng clan's elders running away as if they were being chased by evil spirits and heard the treasure mention compensation. What compensation? What did you guys do? Leng Ruoxue was still unclear about what had just happened outside the city gates, and did not pay attention to the movements of Baby and the rest. However, based on her understanding of her beast, no matter what the compensation that Baby had mentioned meant, her beast would definitely not suffer a loss. He just didn't know who would be the unlucky one this time. Cute master, someone is bullying us. Sob. We're so pitiful, we almost didn't get to see our cute master. When Baby heard Leng Ruoxue's question, it suddenly remembered that it had yet to complain to its master. What a big mistake it was to be a beastie that was good at acting coquettishly. No. It had to work hard to correct its bad habit of forgetting business when it saw its master. It's that serious? Hearing her precious's words, Leng Ruoxue could do nothing but feel astonished. To be honest, she didn't believe her precious's words. In this world, even if someone dared to bully her beastie, the one who would suffer would definitely not be her own child. However, since her precious had already said so, it wouldn't be right if she didn't cooperate. So, after she asked the question in her heart, she revealed a pained expression again. She gently stroked her own beastie's soft and smooth fur and patiently waited for her baby to complain to her. She also wanted to see who had the guts to bully her child, humph. She couldn't even bear to touch a single hair of her little friend, let alone others. Baby's silver eyes were filled with tears as he nodded heavily. He then said, it's a guy called Leng Yichun who bullied us. Following that, the 5 little beasts explained to their master what Leng Yichun had done at the city gates with added oil and vinegar. After listening to it, Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines while Mountain and his son, who were listening by the side, broke out in cold sweat. They swore. In the future, no matter who I bully, I will never bully these 5 little beasts. They are really too terrifying. Not only did he vividly describe what had happened at the city gate, he even described Leng Yichun as a criminal who had committed a great crime and wanted to obstruct their master beast from meeting. If Dashan and his son were not involved at the scene, they might have believed the 5 little fellows and blacklisted Leng Yichun as an important enemy. In addition, he had to think of a way to avenge his beastie. But now, they did not have such thoughts at all. Instead, they felt deep sympathy for that unlucky fellow named Leng Yichun. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke these 5 black-hearted guys, sigh. He was really too pitiful. However, as much as they pitied Leng Yichun, they were also curious as to what Leng Ruoxue would do to that unlucky fellow when she heard what the few little beasts said. What made them even more confused was the strange expression on Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. Rage? It didn't look like it. But it didn't make sense for him to not be angry. Based on their understanding of Leng Ruoxue, they knew very well how protective this master was of their beastie. Now that he heard that his beastie was being bullied, why did he have such an expression? The father and son were very confused. They truly felt that they could not guess the thoughts of the strong. In reality, the reason why Leng Ruoxue acted this way was because she felt that the Leng Yichun she knew was not the same person as the one her beasties were talking about. Even though she did not have much contact with Leng Yichun and he was a little self-righteous, he was definitely not the kind of person that her precious and the rest were talking about, a tyrant-level character. Based on Leng Yichun's intelligence and courage, he was just a tyrant. If they wanted him to show off his power in front of outsiders, they might as well wait for the iron tree to bloom. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask, "Is the Leng Yichun you're talking about from the Leng family?" "Of course it is." Baby laughed evilly. "But the Leng clan shouldn't have anyone with the same name. Why is the Leng Yichun that you guys are talking about different from the one I know?" Leng Ruoxue asked in bewilderment. "Hee hee. Cute master, people are multifaceted. What you've seen should only be one side of him, while what we've seen is the other side. In short, he looks down on us beasts. We should really throw him to the beast clan. In the beast clan, he will definitely be a different species. At that time, let's see if he still dares to not treat us as humans." Baby said with a face full of anger. When he got to the point of excitement, he even clenched his claws into small fists. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and Big Mountain broke out in cold sweat. They really wanted to say, "You weren't humans to begin with." However, it seemed that it was better not to say this, or it would affect everyone's relationship. Leng Ruoxue caressed the obviously agitated baby in a comforting manner and said, "That's a good idea. I support you." "Yes, we support you too." The mountain father and son quickly replied in unison. "And me." The mother parasol tree, who had been pretending to be invisible, also said. "I also support it. We must let those humans who disrespected us receive the most severe punishment." The golden eagle said. "Then it's a deal. By the way, cute master, how much should we charge Leng Yichun for his mental damage?" Baby thought for a while and asked. "You guys can do as you see fit. I'll bear the consequences for you. Do whatever you want." Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Baby nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. The mountain father and son were moved to tears. "What a good master." Sob. When they heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they had the urge to recognize her as their master. The mountain father and son sighed with emotion. At that moment, several excited voices rang in their ears. "Master! We finally meet again." The representatives of Wanshan City, led by the chief steward, appeared in the garden of the falling snow garden. These tall and strong men had tears in their eyes, and they were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Previous chapter. The head butler of Wanshan City knelt down in front of Leng Ruoxue and started bawling. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. However, she did not stop him. Instead, she allowed him to cry without caring about his image. The head butler cried until he was covered in snot and tears. When he had cried enough, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have embarrassed himself. He was a man, but he was crying like a woman. Master wouldn't despise him, right? At the thought of this, he felt so wrong that he wanted to cry again. "Master." The head butler's eyes were filled with tears as he called out shyly like a little wife. Leng Ruoxue looked at his expression and felt even more embarrassed. However, she couldn't let her subordinate down, so she could only smile awkwardly and say, "We meet again, head butler." "Master, we've missed you so much." Only then did the head butler remember the Wanshan City representative who had followed him here to meet his master, and he said with some embarrassment. "I also miss you guys very much. This time, I've come back to bring you guys to the divine realm. In the future, everyone in the Wanshan City will develop in the divine realm." Leng Ruoxue laughed. "Yes, we will all listen to master. However, if we leave, what will happen to Wanshan City? We've been developing there for so long, and there are already rules there. It's a pity to give up just like that." The head butler said with some reluctance. He had the deepest feelings for Wanshan City, and Wanshan City represented all his hard work. Therefore, it was really difficult for him to part with it when he left this time. Of course, no matter how important Wanshan City was to him, it was not as important as his master. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that he was arranged to stay behind to protect his master's career, he would probably have gone to the divine realm with Commander Yi and the others at that time. And now, although it was a few years later than that time, he was still quite happy to be able to leave with his master. "Sell Wanshan City. We won't be coming back to the Haotian continent in the future, and there's no use for us to keep the Wanshan City." Leng Ruoxue replied honestly. "That's good." The head butler nodded his head. He was indeed reluctant to let Wanshan City go to waste. If he could find a good master for Wanshan City, he would be able to leave with a peace of mind. However, he had to carefully choose the candidate for the future master of Wanshan City, so as not to destroy Wanshan City. "I've picked out a few buyers from the top forces. When you're free, you can get in touch with them and see who's more suitable to be the new master of Wanshan City. Then, you can sell Wanshan City to him." Leng Ruoxue explained in an understanding manner as she could tell the head butler's thoughts and his reluctance to part with Wanshan City. "Yes, yes." The head butler was happy to hear that. Then, he asked about what had happened back then. Leng Ruoxue saw that other than the head butler, the others were also curious and wanted to know, so she briefly explained it to them. When they heard how Leng Ruoxue had managed to escape, they all broke out in cold sweat for him and sympathized with the Wen family. At the mention of the Wen family, the head butler quickly added, "Master, many people from the Wen family have come up from the Haotian continent. I think they were brought back by Sun Tao from the divine realm." Yes, the Wen family in the divinity no longer exists. The Wen family on the Haotian continent should be their only hope of survival. However, the messenger of the Wen family is a disaster. What happened to the Wen family back then had a lot to do with me, so they can't be kept. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She had never thought of herself as a good person. Hence, she would never let go of the Wen family just because she was too soft-hearted and let them off. Most importantly, she did not want to bring herself more trouble in the future. After all, she had only interacted with Wen Yuan for a short while and she knew that the Wen family was ambitious. Besides, Sun Tao was also around. She could not let the Wen family off. "Master, what do you need us to do?" The head butler nodded in agreement and asked. "Let's observe the changes first. Also, I'm sure you found out how many members of the Wen family are with Sun Tao and where they are." Leng Ruoxue asked. This time, she had sent her precious little beasts to the Wanshan city. This was one of the missions she had assigned them. "Yes, we've been keeping track of the Wen family situation ever since the incident in Luo City." The head butler said proudly, but in the next second, his face immediately fell and he said in frustration, "Master, we couldn't help with the matter in Luo City." This was also one of the chief butler's greatest regrets in his life. He had always blamed himself. After all, they were all his master's subordinates. They had failed in their duties when they only found out about the other party's accident after the incident. You can't be blamed for this. After all, the Luo family is still in the light and they've been developing too quickly. It's only natural for them to become a living target for the other party. Besides, no one expected Sun Tao to lead the Wen family back. Back then, I thought that he had fallen along with the Wen family. If I didn't return to the Haotian continent this time, I wouldn't have thought that he was still alive. Leng Ruoxue consoled. Truly a disaster that lives on for 1,000 years. The head butler was not fond of Sun Tao and was rather disgusted. Just the fact that he had kidnapped his master with his master back then was enough to make him hate Sun Tao to the bone. "Don't worry, he won't have a good ending." Leng Ruoxue smiled as she promised. "Yes, with master around, Sun Tao will definitely not be able to escape this time," the head butler said with a smile. Leng Ruoxue didn't expect the head butler to learn how to suck up to her. She smiled and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, everyone busied themselves with preparing food and wine, preparing to celebrate. After preparing food and wine, it was late at night. The chief butler and the others left Luo Shuiyuan reluctantly. Of course, they were all carried away by the Leng family's attendants. After they left, the mother parasol tree, who had also drunk quite a bit, looked at Leng Ruoxue with a smile and said, "Shui, your subordinates can drink a lot, but they can't drink as much as I can. Look. They were all taken down by me. Hey. Don't move, I'm talking to you." Hearing the mother parasol tree's drunkenness, Leng Ruoxue laughed and said helplessly, "Senior, I didn't move. You're drunk." After saying that, she couldn't help but hold her forehead. In her entire life, this was the first time she had seen a drunk tree. It seemed that no matter how high the cultivation of the tree in front of her was, when it was drunk, it was no different from ordinary people. However, the drunk mother parasol tree would never admit that it had drunk too much. Instead, it looked at Leng Ruoxue unhappily and said, "Little girl, I'm not drunk. You're the one who's moving. You can't fool me." "Alright." Leng Ruoxue gave up on arguing with someone who was so drunk that she could not differentiate between north and south. She supported the mother parasol tree back to her room and helped her lie down before she left and went to the garden again. When they reached the garden, Leng Ruoxue was even more speechless. His beastie was so drunk that it was lying on the ground. The mountain father and son were each hugging a small stone bench, drooling as they slept. After picking up all her little beastie, she looked at Big Mountain and his son again. Finally, she called for 2 servants to send them back to their room. Previous chapter. The next day, the people who woke up began to have headaches. Leng Ruoxue didn't kindly give them the hangover medicine either. Instead, she pretended to look at them with an unhappy expression. Knowing that they were in the wrong, the little beasts and the father and son, the mountain, did not dare to speak. Even the mother parasol tree became very obedient. Seeing them like this, Leng Ruoxue was already laughing in her heart. However, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she continued to look at them with a serious expression. In an instant, everyone present, be it humans or beasts, felt their hearts stir from Leng Ruoxue's calm gaze. The atmosphere was also unusually tense. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a curious voice was heard. The 2 brothers, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao, walked over and found an empty seat. The moment Baby saw Leng Xiaoxiao, he cleverly changed the topic and said, "Leng family's old ancestor, are you here to give us compensation?" As soon as it said that, the other 4 little beasts, the father and son of the mountain, and the mother parasol tree immediately turned to look at Leng Xiaoxiao. Leng Xiaoxiao became nervous when he saw that he had instantly become the focus of attention of the people and beasts present. He then said carefully, "We've already prepared the compensation, but we didn't bring it this time." He didn't expect that after drinking so much last night, this little guy still hadn't forgotten about it. Sigh. What should he say? "Are you ready?" Do you know how much we want as compensation? Hearing this, Baby blinked innocently and asked. Leng Xiaoxiao was speechless. From what he was saying, the other party must have an ideal amount in mind. Could he refuse? He knew that they might not be able to accept the number that the other party had said. However, looking at the serious expressions on his precious little beasts, he knew that no matter how much the other party wanted for the emotional damage, they would not refuse. Hee. I'm ready, but you can tell me if you have any ideas. We'll discuss it. After a moment of awkwardness, Leng Xiaoxiao quickly corrected himself. And Baby was waiting for him to say this. Then, the baby turned to look at its master with a fawning smile and said, Master, let's discuss the amount of emotional damage. Is there even a need to discuss this? How much assets does Leng Yichun have in total, including all his assets in the Leng family in his future life, as well as his small gold vault? You can just bring them all over. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. However, the two brothers were glad that Leng Ruoxue had given them some face and did not ask the Leng family to pay the compensation. Otherwise, they would have to beg for food when they reached the divinity. As for what kind of treatment Leng Yichun would receive, they couldn't care less now. It was because the two of them had the same thoughts in their hearts they couldn't implicate the entire Leng family just because of Leng Yichun. Therefore, when the two of them heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Leng Xiaoqing even expressed that if this was not enough, they would make Leng Yichun their slave and servant. No matter how Bao Bao and the other beasts did, they would not say a word. Just like that, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao easily threw Leng Yichun to Baby and the rest. Although Baby wasn't too satisfied with the result, it still obediently agreed to it in order not to anger its master. In fact, the reason why it wanted to discuss the compensation at this time was mainly to divert its master's attention so that he wouldn't be angry with them. But now that its master was willing to pay attention to them, it was relieved and completely at ease. AI. It was really a false alarm. Baby couldn't help but sigh. After that, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao finally had the chance to return to the main topic. The two of them had come to look for Leng Ruoxue mainly to ask about Shue's next plan. That was because all the forces on the Haotian continent, other than the few who had secretly pledged their allegiance to Sun Tao, had agreed to hire Leng Ruoxue. Now was the time for them to start working. When Leng Ruoxue heard the reason for their visit, she asked casually, How did you deal with the people from the other forces who submitted to Sun Tao? I haven't dealt with it yet. I only temporarily locked them up in the Leng family's prison. Although many forces have requested for them to be killed directly so as to give Sun Tao a warning, I didn't listen to them. Leng Xiaoqing explained. Let them go. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Let him go? They are Sun Tao's men. Leng Xiaoqing could not understand what Leng Ruoxue meant and could not help but remind her. They're just a few small fries. There's no practical point in keeping them alive. It's better to let them fight with Sun Tao. Leng Ruoxue smiled. That's a good idea. Let them fight Sun Tao while we look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Leng Xiaoqing agreed after some thought. Leng Ruoxue smiled and didn't say much. After knowing her intentions, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao immediately bade their goodbyes and released her. As for Leng Ruoxue, she naturally returned to her days of being a hands-off manager. As long as it was a task that required communication with the major forces, she would hand it over to the chief butler and Luo Lin to do, and she would close her door every day, so no one knew what she was busy with. There were even many speculations in the outside world that she was thinking about how to deal with Sun Tao. However, only the people closest to Leng Ruoxue knew that Leng Ruoxue did not do anything at all. She did not even think about it. Every day, other than eating and sleeping, she would either lie in the garden and bask in the sun. Her days were free and at ease. More importantly, Leng Ruoxue did not care about what the outside world thought about her. She was still the same until the mother parasol tree could not stand it anymore. She asked helplessly, how long do you plan to be lazy? I'm slacking. Leng Ruoxue, who was lying on the deck chair in the garden, blinked her beautiful eyes and said innocently. Of course there is. Do you know that the outside world is guessing what you're doing and when you're going to deal with Sun Tao? Many forces can't wait. They're in constant fear every day, afraid that Sun Tao will come to find them. Especially after they heard that the dogs that had submitted to Sun Tao had been released, some forces were furious. You're hiding here and not asking about anything, but the two little guys of the Leng family are so busy. It's really not easy for them. The mother parasol tree sighed as it spoke, and it conveniently pitted Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao. Even though the mother parasol tree said that, Leng Ruoxue could hear a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue knew that the mother parasol tree had been enjoying the show for the past few days. When it had nothing to do, it would use its divine consciousness to watch the show. Hence, she did not believe that the mother parasol tree would suddenly act up with a sense of justice and wanted to accuse her of being irresponsible. Senior, since you feel so sorry for someone, why don't you go and help them? Leng Ruoxue teased with a smile. Help them? How can I help? The mother parasol tree was shocked and immediately became alert. Nothing good would come out of this little girl asking her for help. She could not be fooled. I'm just helping them calm down the angry forces. With Senior's pressure, I believe they will shut up soon. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Girl, you've already signed a contract with them. Can't you just do what you're supposed to do? The mother parasol tree asked immediately. I'm on official business. However, some people are too impatient, so I can only ask Senior for help. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. You're on business. You eat and sleep every day, then eat again after you sleep, or you'll be sunbathing in the garden. Is this called doing proper business? And those little beasts of yours too, playing all day and disappearing without a trace, leaving early and returning late. Wait. Could it be that you had them monitor Sun Tao? The mother parasol tree suddenly thought of this possibility and quickly asked. No, they took the golden hawk out to play. The few of them have been getting along quite well recently. Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction. Girl, I know it's impossible for you to not have any thoughts about it, so don't play dumb with me. Tell me first. The mother parasol tree pleaded anxiously. Senior, can't you see that I'm just waiting for an opportunity? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. The rabbit is Sun Tao? The mother parasol tree asked with uncertainty. It's only one. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Are you sure he'll come? Why do I feel like he'll hide in a rat hole? Rat hole the moment he hears your name? The parasol tree mother tree said matter-of-factly. Shue's reputation was notorious. She really did not think that Sun Tao would take the initiative to come to her door and get beaten up. Then how low was the other party's IQ? Senior, you don't know him. If he knows I'm in the city, he'll come. If that's the case, do we still need to find him? Just wait here. Besides, just to be safe, he'll also bring the entire Wen family over. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. You're so sure? The mother parasol tree was in disbelief. I'm sure, and I'm certain. Sun Tao is an obstinate and self-opinionated person. He thinks that Haotian continent is already under his control, and he has the Wen family as his helpers. Naturally, he won't take me seriously, so he will definitely come. Leng Ruoxue laughed. What if he didn't come? Wouldn't you be waiting for nothing? The mother parasol tree reminded. Based on my understanding of him, he won't let go of such a good opportunity, especially when he knows that I'm coming back alone. He'll think that his chance has come. Leng Ruoxue was exceptionally confident. Since you're so sure, then I can only wait and see. The mother parasol tree did not know what to say when it saw how confident Leng Ruoxue was. Just as she was about to change the topic, she suddenly saw her baby and the rest return from the outside from the corner of her eye. The mother parasol tree smiled and said, I actually saw you guys come back during the day. It's really not easy. Woo. Master, Senior tree, we're on the verge of a mental breakdown. Hearing the voice of the mother parasol tree, you was the first to start wailing. When Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree saw this, they looked at the dejected little fellows in confusion. What was going on? Who had the ability to make them collapse? The two of them were very curious. However, none of the 5 little beasts answered their questions. Instead, they cried together. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were speechless when they saw this. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Leng Ruoxue would never believe that they had encountered something so sad. One had to know that other than Mei, the other 4 little beasts had always been heartless, but now Mei was crying with them. How serious was this matter? Left with no choice, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree carried the little beasts and coaxed them one by one. Master, you should throw that golden eagle away. If we stay with it, we'll be driven mad. You, who was being coaxed by Leng Ruoxue, said with a choked voice. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree looked at each other and understood immediately. It seemed that the 5 little guys had also experienced the golden eagle's character and were deeply shocked. Leng Ruoxue pitied them in her heart and asked again, where's the golden eagle? Why didn't he come back with you? The 5 little beasts looked at each other, but no one answered. Where is it? Leng Ruoxue, who felt that something was amiss, asked again. It's very good. We put it in a mountain near the proud cold city. We saw that it liked it there, so we left it there. You looked at his master carefully and explained. You guys have already thrown it away? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. These little fellows were just asking her to lose the golden hawk. So they wanted to act first and report later. We didn't leave it behind. It said it liked that place. You emphasized. With that, it quickly lowered its little head, not daring to look at Leng Ruoxue. Naturally, Leng Ruoxue could see a trace of guilt on its face. Are there any mountains near the city? Why can't I find it? The mother parasol tree, who had a map of the Haotian continent in her hand, could not help but ask. There is. The mountain isn't big, so it's not on the map. More importantly, it's very quiet there. No humans will come to disturb it. Baby quickly explained. You guys are not talking about a barren mountain, are you? Oh my god. That little fellow will starve to death. When the mother parasol tree heard that, it was a little worried. How can that be? It will find its own food. For so many years, without us, it has still lived well. Baby said disapprovingly. Previous chapter. That's different. If it was a barren mountain without any plants, it would be the first golden eagle to die of hunger on the Haotian continent. We have to go find that little fellow. The mother parasol tree was kind and full of love, it could not bear to see the little fellow die from hunger. Let's go find it. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she pretended to look at the 5 little beasts unhappily, as if she was blaming them for making their own decisions. Master. Leng Ruoxue's reproachful gaze was too much for the 5 little fellows. Don't you know where you went wrong? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly. We just don't want it to be by our cute master's side. I have quite a number of beastie around me, it doesn't matter if it's one more. Why are you all targeting it? It's all for me. I don't want it to take my job. Didn't I tell you that no beastie can steal your job? But I'm worried. My instinct tells me that it's a great threat to me. You fool. Who said you're useless? All of you are irreplaceable in my heart. Oh. Master. When they heard Leng Ruoxue say that they were irreplaceable, the few little beasts pounded. It's not me, it's us. Baby emphasized. I don't want to take on this burden. I'm afraid that before I can train the golden eagle, it will drive me crazy or brainwash me. What do you want to see? You said in shock. Master, the situation doesn't look good. We'd better quickly go and find it. Treasure replied immediately. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with her baby's concern for her partner and nodded. After that, she and the mother parasol tree let the 5 little beasts lead the way. They planned to find the golden eagle that was left in a barren mountain. After they left the snow garden, the 2 of them and the 5 beasts met Leng Shaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao before they even walked out of the Leng clan. The 2 of them were surprised that Leng Ruoxue had finally stepped out of the courtyard. After asking around, they found out that they were going to find the golden eagle that had wandered into a barren mountain near the Ao Han city. Don't worry too much. Maybe it has returned to the Leng family's main house by itself. Leng Shaoqing saw that the atmosphere was a little gloomy. No, it has no sense of direction. Let's go back first. Cute master, let's keep looking. There's no need to look for him, let's go back first. It was good that she was biased. In short, for her, the golden eagle's status could not be compared with her little beastie. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue's group of 4 and the 5 extremely unwilling little beasts returned to the Leng family's main residence. In the next few days, the 5 beasts that Leng Ruoxue had kept in the snow garden tried all sorts of ways to go out and continue looking for the golden eagle. In the snow garden, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were drinking tea and chatting as usual. As they were chatting, the mother parasol tree suddenly asked, Xue, are you really not going to look for the little golden hawk? In reality, she had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Senior, I've asked Green Vessel to search the area, but there's no sign of the golden eagle. This is serious. If we can't find the golden hawk, your 5 little beasts will be so guilty. We have no choice. Now we can only pray that the golden hawk will meet a good master. I hope so. She could only say that the golden eagle was rather unlucky. Sister, I found the golden hawk. Where are you? Outside the city gate. Xue, Sun Tao has brought his men to attack the city. At the same time, Leng Xiaoxiao's anxious voice could be heard in the garden. By the time Leng Xiaoxiao appeared in the garden, Leng Ruoxue noticed that his forehead was covered in sweat. Outside the city gate? Leng Ruoxue asked subconsciously. Yes, he has brought more than 1,000 people with him, and tens of thousands of people with him. Now the entire proud cold city is surrounded by his people. Let's go out and take a look. Seeing that the rabbit had finally arrived, Leng Ruoxue was naturally happy. However, when Leng Xiaoxiao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he immediately became anxious. Xue, there are too many of them. Don't go out and find a place to hide. Let us handle Sun Tao. The number of people on their side paled in comparison to Sun Tao, whether it was the difference in numbers or the difference in strength between. At this moment, even if they had confidence in Leng Ruoxue, those who had not seen her true strength were completely flustered. Even Leng Shaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao started to worry about Leng Ruoxue. Not to mention that Leng Ruoxue was still a member of the Leng family. Even if this little girl wasn't from the Leng family, with their pride, they wouldn't allow them to use a woman to resolve the current crisis. However, even though they would not do something so uncultured, it did not mean that the other forces would not be moved by Sun Tao's proposal. Initially, some of the factions were already very dissatisfied with Leng Ruoxue's delay in fulfilling her promise to deal with Sun Tao. Now, Sun Tao had brought so many people with him and even proposed a condition that seemed rather easy to fulfill. As long as Leng Ruoxue was handed over, Sun Tao promised to leave immediately with his men and not make a move against any of the factions. One must know that Sun Tao's conditions would not cause any loss to the various forces. When the 2 brothers sensed that some factions were showing signs of such a thing, one of them stayed in the city to deal with the other factions' difficulties, while the other immediately came over to inform Leng Ruoxue to escape. In their opinion, it was not a good time for Xue, to step out of the Leng family's residence. When Leng Ruoxue noticed that Leng Xiaoxiao's tone was a little off, she sized him up and asked, What happened? Why did you ask me to dodge? It's fine. Didn't I say that there are too many of them? You want me to hide just because there are too many people? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue looked at the mother parasol tree. The mother parasol tree saw that Xue, was asking it with her eyes and said with a look of anticipation, It's so lively inside and outside the city now. The people outside are clamoring to hand you over, and there are also people inside who are demanding the Leng family to hand you over. Xue, let's go out and watch the show. I can't wait any longer. Let's go. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue agreed with the mother parasol tree's suggestion. She also wanted to know who had the foresight to want to hand her over. With that, the 2 of them ignored Leng Xiaoxiao, who was stomping his feet in anxiety, and left the snow garden. Xue, my little ancestor, don't go out. However, Leng Ruoxue had always had her own ideas, so it was impossible for Leng Xiaoxiao to persuade her. He had even decided that if anyone dared to force Xue, he would fight them to the death. On the way to the Leng family's main residence, the parasol tree noticed that Leng Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous. It even patted his shoulder with a smile and said, Calm down. Little guy, you're too nervous. Relax. He couldn't relax. Leng Xiaoxiao shot a resentful glance at Leng Ruoxue. If this girl was willing to listen to him, he might not be so nervous. But now, he felt that he was so worried that his hair had turned white. Unfortunately, at this moment, neither Leng Ruoxue nor the mother parasol tree cared about Leng Xiaoxiao's thoughts. The few of them quickly left the Leng family's main residence. The moment they saw Leng Ruoxue, the entire place fell into a momentary silence. His words quickly drew a response from many people, and the scene became chaotic. Leng Xiaoqing, who was originally maintaining order, heard his words and his face turned black immediately. You bastard! These people were really too lawless. Leng Xiaoqing was furious, but he was even angrier that Leng Xiaoxiao had failed to persuade that willful girl, Leng Ruoxue, to go into hiding. He glared at Leng Xiaoxiao angrily. After glaring at Leng Xiaoxiao, Leng Xiaoqing turned her gaze to the person who had spoken earlier. She was about to scold him when an even angrier voice suddenly came from behind her. Who has the guts to hand over my master? The ones who let out this roar were Luo Lin and the others who had arrived after them. Initially, when they heard that Sun Tao had arrived, they wanted to immediately look for Leng Ruoxue. Even though Leng Ruoxue and the parasol tree mother tree did not have much of a reaction to the scene before their eyes, when Luo Lin and the rest heard someone suggesting to hand their master over to Sun Tao, their anger instantly surged. No, it's not just my idea. This is everyone's idea. You'd better follow the public's opinion. This is good for you and us. He felt that he wasn't only doing this for himself, but for everyone's benefit. But would Leng Ruoxue do what he had imagined? When the myriad mountain city's head butler heard the other party's words, he snorted and roared, bullshit. What do you mean by everyone's intention? This was clearly your own idea, and you actually pushed the responsibility onto everyone. What kind of heart do you have? I'm not. Don't wrong me. It must be known that in the middle-aged man's mind, instigating was one thing, but he definitely couldn't let the other party pin the blame of Sun Tao's traitor on his head. However, after many years of experience, the head butler of the Wanshan city was no longer the kind bandit he was in the past. Of course there is. You are Leng Ruoxue's subordinate. Because I suggested for everyone to hand Leng Ruoxue over, you bore a grudge against me. Alright. I hate you so much, so shouldn't I just kill you now? Who asked you to incite everyone to hand over my master? I have no choice. You. The middle-aged man was so angry that he couldn't speak. The middle-aged man's words were sincere and earnest. You put everyone's safety and the safety of Haotian continent on the basis of sacrificing a woman. You call this for everyone's good? You're a disgrace to all men. Naturally, Leng Ruoxue returned him a smile to show that she appreciated his kindness. Lan Lai saw that his ancestor had stood up for him, so he naturally agreed, that's right, are you even worthy of being a man? Lan Lai's words were malicious and seemed to be trying to sow discord. He was a timid person. And now, in order to protect himself, the family head had obviously offended those who were close to Leng Ruoxue. These people were very conflicted. Previous chapter. Which one of you agrees to hand me over? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd as she asked indifferently. Her voice was quite calm, and no one could make out anything from it. The moment Leng Xiaoqing heard Leng Ruoxue's question, he became even more anxious. Shui, you don't have to worry about this. Yup. Shui. With us here, no one will dare to touch you. I'm just asking. Like this one said, we have to follow the public's opinion. That's right, you should follow the public's opinion. When the middle-aged man heard Leng Ruoxue's words, if that's the case, then make your choice quickly. Also, let me know who thinks that handing me over is the best way. When the middle-aged man heard this, he quickly turned around and said to the people behind him, hurry up and tell her that we all agree to do this. Silence. For a few minutes, no one made a sound. Hurry up and tell her. As long as we hand her over to Sun Tao, we'll be safe. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man was furious. He felt that Leng Ruoxue's appearance had given everyone great pressure, causing them to not dare to express their feelings. The middle-aged man was very anxious. His forehead was slowly covered in cold sweat. What? Weren't you guys yelling and yelling happily before? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly. Are you all mute now? Still, no one spoke. Those who had agreed to hand Leng Ruoxue over were now in a dilemma. They had wanted to hand her over in exchange for their own safety. However, the other party's aura was too strong, and it was so strong that they could not breathe. Hence, they were not sure if their decision was right or wrong. I'll give you 5 minutes to think. You must make a choice. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Lai was the first to approach Leng Ruoxue with a cheeky smile on his face. With a fawning expression, he said, Shui, I have to stand on your side. Do you need to thank your brother? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but tease Lan Lai when she saw him calling himself Big Brother in front of her. No need. No need. Lan Lai was very worried. It looked like in front of Shui, he was destined to never be able to turn things around. Once the 5 minutes were up, Leng Ruoxue immediately pointed at the middle-aged man and said, you can choose now. Those who agree to hand me over, just stand behind this person. Hearing this, all the major forces were still watching. Lan Lai took a look and immediately called out to the Lan family members, the Lan family, stand on my side. Everyone from the Lan family looked at each other. Seeing that the old ancestor did not move, none of them dared to make a decision on their own. It was only until the old ancestor of the Lan family sighed softly that he spoke, follow me. After he finished speaking, he brought the remaining members of the Lan clan and stood between Leng Ruoxue and the middle-aged man. Instantly, the middle-aged man was pleased. Lan Lai, the Leng family, and the other major forces were all dumbfounded. The Lan family's old ancestor was speaking up for Leng Ruoxue just now and looked down on a certain someone who wanted to sacrifice a woman in exchange for his own safety. Why did the Lan family's old ancestor take the lead to go back on his word in such a short time? Everyone was puzzled. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao were extremely furious. However, Leng Ruoxue was extremely calm. As the young master of the Lan family, Lan Lai couldn't stay calm at all. He shouted at the Lan family's old ancestor in disappointment, "Old ancestor, how could you agree to hand Xue over to Sun Tao? That guy is a scumbag, he won't let Xue off." When the Lan family's old ancestor heard this, he sighed to himself, but his face was so calm that no one could tell what he was really thinking. In fact, the Lan family was also quite puzzled about this. However, since this was the decision of their ancestor, they must support it. Seeing that the Lan family had agreed to hand Leng Ruoxue over, the people who had the same thoughts but did not dare to express them no longer pretended to be invisible. They all stood behind the middle-aged man. At this moment, other than the Leng family, her own subordinates, and Lan Lai, the only one who supported her was Leng Ruoxue. Comparing the two, her side seemed a little cold and pitiful. In the time that followed, the various forces were all extremely cautious and deep in thought before deciding on their own positions. What surprised Leng Ruoxue was that other than the factions that had wanted to befriend her, there were also some factions with decent strength that had chosen to stand on her side. As for the middle-aged man's side, other than the Lan family, they were all small and medium-sized forces with weak strength. Even though they seemed to have the advantage in terms of numbers, their abilities could not be compared to Leng Ruoxue's. Has everyone made their choice? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the people on both sides as she asked. Wait. Suddenly, the Lan clan's old ancestor spoke. For some reason, the middle-aged man felt uneasy. However, the Lan family's old ancestor did not give the other party a chance to speak. He said to Leng Ruoxue, "I've thought about it carefully. I still can't support the idea of sacrificing a woman in exchange for my own safety. That's not what a man should do. So, I have to choose a new stand." With that, he brought the Lan family over to Leng Ruoxue's side. Seeing this, Lan Lai's depressed mood turned for the better. The Lan family's old ancestor patted Lan Lai's head helplessly. Lan Lai was even more excited. "Old ancestor, your choice won't be wrong." Such a huge reversal caught everyone off guard. Especially the middle-aged man's side, everyone was petrified. One must know that a considerable number of factions had decided to sacrifice Leng Ruoxue because of the Lan family's choice. They felt that with the Lan family around, even if the Leng family was still angry, they would not do anything to them easily. However, things had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The Lan family had turned against them. What should they do? Learn from the Lan family? I'm afraid not. Their family didn't have a Lan Lai who had a good relationship with Leng Ruoxue. They had no reason to do so. The factions that supported handing Leng Ruoxue over couldn't think of a good solution to the current crisis. The current situation made them feel extremely uneasy. Leng Ruoxue didn't give the other factions a chance to turn against her. She only told them coldly, "Since you've chosen to sacrifice me, I can't keep you here. Please leave this place as soon as possible." "Why you can't do this?" When the middle-aged man heard this, he quickly regained his senses and said angrily, "Now that Sun Tao and the others were outside, wouldn't it be sending them to their deaths if they left the city? What a joke. Since you're handing me over to Sun Tao, you're naturally my enemy." When the head butler of Wanshan City heard this, he supported Leng Ruoxue with all his might and said, "That's right. You can't stay here any longer. You can choose to leave on your own or to have us kick you out. We won't leave the city, right?" That's right. We're not leaving. This scene made many people feel afraid. However, it was useless to be afraid, because it would soon be their turn. The people of Wanshan City were like wolves. Seeing that the head butler had taken the lead, they naturally followed suit. Looking at the entrance of the Leng family's main residence, which had become much quieter in an instant, the remaining forces were all trembling with fear. These people were really too barbaric and didn't play by the rules. They actually threw the other party out. One had to know that this wasn't just a matter of losing face, there were still Sun Tao's men outside the city watching covetously. At the same time, they were also glad that they had made the choice. After doing all this, everyone from the Wanshan City clapped their hands in disgust, as if they had just thrown something dirty. The people they had thrown out of the city were all panicking. Although it was absolutely impossible for a cultivator to die from being thrown from such a high city wall, it would still be painful even if he did not die. After all, not everyone had the wind attribute and not everyone had the strength of a dark supreme. Therefore, they fell from the city wall in different postures. At the same time, Sun Tao and the rest who were waiting outside the city had also noticed the commotion. However, they were extremely puzzled by the commotion. What the hell was this? Even if they knew that they were no match for them, they didn't have to jump down from the city wall, right? He wouldn't die from the fall and would be completely exposed in front of them. Initially, Sun Tao and the rest were very relaxed. However, when they heard those bangs, after the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, they could no longer remain calm. The moment Sun Tao recalled that Leng Ruoxue was in the proud cold city, he felt that this could be the cunning woman's plan. Hence, he had no choice but to be on guard. Summoning his confidant, Sun Tao ordered him to capture a few people to interrogate them about the other party's intentions. After sizing him up, Sun Tao looked down and asked, "You guys are the spies sent by Leng Ruoxue?" "No, we were thrown out by that bad woman's subordinates." Tell me about it." In the end, the middle-aged man even looked at Sun Tao and said, "Senior, I was definitely responding to your call to hand Leng Ruoxue over to you. But someone disagreed, and I couldn't do anything. Now, we have been chased out of the proud cold city. Oh. Senior, you have to help us." The middle-aged man cried and begged. Sun Tao patted his head and comforted him, "Don't worry, I will make the decision for you. Your choice is wise. Now, tell me, what kind of people are there in the city? I'm hungry." Just as Sun Tao was about to ask about Ao Hanqing's strength, a bitter voice suddenly rang out. Hearing that, Sun Tao turned around and scolded, "Eat. Eat." Eat. You only know how to eat. You won't starve to death if you don't eat. You're abusing cute little animals. I'm going to sue you. As he spoke, a small golden eagle had already flown in front of Sun Tao and landed on the middle-aged man's head. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but the hawk was actually waving its sharp claws here and there. Feeling a chill on the top of his head, the middle-aged man was so scared that his legs went soft. However, Sun Tao could not understand the fear in the middle-aged man's heart. Instead, he looked at the golden eagle in front of him impatiently and said, "Sue me? Where should we go? I'm not telling you. Otherwise, you should think of a way to destroy it." The golden hawk rolled its eyes and said, "I won't be fooled so easily." Sun Tao was furious. This damn golden eagle is so annoying. Sun Tao waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. He shouted impatiently, "Get lost. Get lost and don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll pluck all your feathers and you won't be able to fly in the sky. If I leave just because you tell me to, then I'll lose face. Let me tell you, Sun Momo, I'm not leaving today. I just want to eat your food and live in your place. Who asked your subordinates to capture me? You're still clinging to us, so what? Didn't I tell you to get lost a long time ago? Why are you still following us?" It was reasonable to say that this golden eagle was not very strong. It was just agile, fast, and slippery like a loach. But there were so many of them. However, it was the truth. All of them together couldn't even take down a golden hawk. Sun Tao was confused, but in order to get rid of the hawk, he threw out a piece of dried meat out of habit, because it was the hawk's favorite snack. But this time, the hawk didn't even look at the dried meat, and even said with a disgusted face, "You're letting me eat this broken thing? Broken thing? Don't you like it?" Hearing the golden hawk's words, the veins on Sun Tao's forehead throbbed. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. He felt that the golden hawk was looking for trouble, because this guy never stayed quiet for a day. Sure enough, after the golden hawk heard Sun Tao's words, it said with a look of disgust, "Don't you know that eagles also want a change of taste? Eagles are also very picky with their food. Don't even think about using this dry, hardbound dried meat to deceive me. I'm telling you, this lord wants to eat roasted meat now, bring me roasted meat." Sun Tao's face turned completely black after the golden hawk finished its command. "You bastard. Did this broken bird really think it was a master? You still want to eat barbecue at this time? They were here to attack the city, so how could they have time to roast meat for it?" However, it was impossible to not satisfy the golden hawk's appetite. Once the golden hawk's desire was not satisfied, it would come up with all kinds of strange ways to achieve its goal. By then, they would be the ones being tortured. Swallowing his anger, Sun Tao had no choice but to compromise. He called over a subordinate and said, "Go and roast some meat for this damn bird." The subordinate was about to leave when the golden eagle's voice rang again. "Don't try to fool me with that meat that has been there for a long time. I want to eat the freshest roast meat." Upon hearing this request, Sun Tao and one of his unlucky subordinates were all a little frantic. However, they didn't know that it was hard for the golden hawk to do that. The next second, the golden hawk said, "I'm afraid that you'll fool me, so I've decided to go with you to catch Sun Momo myself. Quickly send some people to me." The golden hawk's request was reasonable, but Sun Tao's face turned even darker after hearing it. He really couldn't take it anymore. Thinking of the time when he went hunting with the golden eagle, he felt so sad. As for Sun Tao's subordinate who had personally experienced this before, when he heard the golden eagle's request, his face immediately showed a constipated expression, and he wished he could just pass out. With this golden eagle, he could forget about hunting any prey. The subordinate didn't want to take the golden hawk with him, and the golden hawk could tell that it was being ignored, so it said, "It's fine if you don't bring me along. I'm so bored that I can only stay here and find a place to draw circles and curse you. Poor me. Why is life so bitter? No one loves or dote on you, and you're despised wherever you go." As it spoke, the golden hawk started to sing, but it was a little out of tune, and it was like a demonic sound to the people present. The subordinate surrendered before the golden hawk finished. "I'll bring you. I will bring you along, you bastard." If he didn't bring this jinx along, he would be the one to suffer if he was really cursed by it. Sun Tao nodded with satisfaction after hearing his subordinate's words. However, his happiness did not last for a second when he heard the golden hawk say, "You can't bring me alone. I told Sun Momo to send more people. I want to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by people. So, you have to send at least 1,000 people to me, or I won't do it." He even had to bring thousands of people. Sun Tao was so angry that he almost passed out. Fortunately, a cultivator's body was strong, so it would not be easy for him to pass out even if he wanted to. No one wanted to be chosen by Sun Tao to be the golden hawk's toy, but how could they not want to? Sun Tao closed his eyes and waved his hand. A small group of people behind him was assigned to the golden eagle. There were more than 900 people in that small group, and they were the weakest among all the groups. However, the golden eagle didn't care about that. Hearing that, the other people immediately followed the golden hawk with low spirits. Sun Tao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the golden eagle had finally left. However, the middle-aged man was clearly scared silly by what had just happened. Sun Tao was furious. Then, he wanted to ask the others, but none of the people brought by his subordinates were able to do anything. The people on Sun Tao's side were dumbfounded. What was going on? How did this happen? In fact, even if Sun Tao did not ask them, he had a simple understanding of the situation in the city. However, he thought that it would not hurt to ask more. However, who knew that this would add to his heart's burden? Not only did he not get any information, but this scene also made the people who were thrown out of the city think that Sun Tao had killed them. So, before Sun Tao could send his subordinates to arrest them again, those people had already scattered in fear. When Sun Tao saw this, his face turned red with anger and he quickly ordered, capture all of them. Don't let any of them escape. As soon as Sun Tao's order was given, the people who were originally gathered immediately divided into several teams and went to capture the people separately. Seeing this, Wen Yuan, who was standing beside Sun Tao, said worriedly, senior brother Sun, is it good to split up like this? Our strength will be greatly reduced. It's okay. The people who went to catch them aren't that strong. Their departure won't affect us at all. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake to catch some small fry. Those people would be back soon, and the strongest of them were still waiting outside the city, so he was not worried that Leng Xiaoqing and the others would suddenly attack. The truth was just as he had expected. Han City was as calm as ever. Leng Xiaoqing and the others did not even show their faces. Previous chapter. Although Sun Tao had some doubts, he felt that the people he had sent out must have been delayed by something. Otherwise, they would not have not returned after so long. On the other side, Sun Tao's subordinate, who had been brought to the mountain by the Golden Eagle, looked at the barren mountain in front of him and felt so conflicted that his heart was almost twisted into a rope. You bastard! He wouldn't let them stay here to hunt, right? It would be a wonder if there was prey here. Although they thought so, seeing the hawk's excited expression, the team didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they resigned themselves to their fate and started to search in the mountain. After searching for a few rounds, they did not find anything. Just as everyone was feeling dejected, someone suddenly shouted, there's a snake here. When everyone heard this, they immediately became energized, and when they arrived at their destination, they saw a palm-sized golden snake. Ugh! It was a little small. However, no matter how small a snake was, it was still meat. When the little golden snake saw this, its body couldn't help but shiver, as if it was very afraid. There were 3 petite foxes, 1 white, 1 purple, 1 black, and a small black eagle. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but rub their eyes, due to the sudden appearance of a few small beasts. In an instant, the 5 little beasts suddenly grew in size, their fists and claws flying in unison. All of this happened in just a few minutes. At this time, a little golden eagle flew over and looked at the 5 little beasts with admiration. Its eyes were twinkling and it said in surprise, so powerful. So powerful. My idol. The golden eaglet said as it flew around the 5 little beasts. The Mei calmly took the golden eaglet into her arms and looked it up and down. Then, she relaxed and said, it seems that you didn't suffer any abuse, we can rest assured. Hee hee. Who dares to abuse me? It's already good enough that I don't turn their territory upside down. Baby was even more direct. Hee hee. Good. But I don't know the way back. When Baby heard that, he was so conflicted that he wanted to scratch the wall. If you don't know the way, how did you bring your men here just now? Although it really wanted to ask this, it felt that it was better not to get into a conflict with this stupid bird. It pretended to be calm and looked at Ling, all right then. Ling helplessly nodded. The golden hawk was happy to hear that. Go invisible. It said. Why are you invisible? With him invisible, it would be strange if Sun Tao and the others didn't become suspicious. You bastard. The intelligence of this eagle was really worrying. Oh. All right then. I won't be invisible. Then, Ling unwillingly sat on the back of the golden eagle and gave it directions. After seeing Sun Tao, the golden eagle even shouted excitedly, Sun Momo, Grandpa is back. When Sun Tao heard this cry, more black lines appeared on his forehead. Just you? Where are my subordinates? Them? They had fallen into a trap. I'm here to deliver a letter to you. Ling, who was hiding on the golden hawk's back, twitched his mouth when he saw this. How did they fall into the trap? Did you do it? The golden hawk felt wronged and looked at Sun Tao with a bitter face. Sun Momo, how can you wrong a good man? It was clearly your subordinates who were eager to catch their prey, so they dug their own traps. Traps. Who knew that they would fall into the trap themselves instead of catching their prey? When the golden hawk said that, its face was so sincere that even Ling, who had been sitting on the back of the golden hawk, almost believed it. Seeing this, Ling was even more confused. The golden hawk seemed to be stupid. How did it learn to lie without them knowing? And it made people want to take it seriously? Did they underestimate the golden hawk? Or was there something that they didn't understand? Ling was at a loss. As for Sun Tao, he thought about what the golden eagle said and knew that his subordinates did have the habit of digging traps to catch large prey. However, he had sent out nearly 1,000 men, and there were more than a dozen of them. He couldn't possibly have all of them fall into the trap, right? Thinking of this, Sun Tao asked doubtfully, I sent nearly 1,000 men to catch your prey. Did they all fall in? Not all of them fell in, but the trap they dug was a little too big. When they were trying to save their companions, they were all pulled in by the people in the trap. The golden hawk said with a knowing expression. A bunch of idiots. Sun Tao had no choice but to believe it. Seeing that Sun Tao had finally believed him, the golden eagle pretended to be indifferent and said, your subordinates are a bit stupid. In my opinion, there's no need to save them. Let them live and die on their own. Saving them won't be of much help to you, and you still have to raise them for nothing. It's really not worth it. These words. Even Sun Tao wanted to admit that it was right. However, it would not work if he did not save the man. After all, he was his subordinate, and this was also related to his dignity. After pondering for a moment, Sun Tao immediately turned to a man in black beside him and said, go and bring some people back to those idiots. It's not enough to just bring people back, you still have to hunt for me. The golden hawk couldn't help but remind. I can't do without your roasted meat. Sun Tao roared at the golden eagle, then turned to remind the man in black, let's catch some more prey for it. Yes. The man in black nodded, then handsomely raised his eyebrows at the golden hawk and said, please lead the way. Hee hee. No problem, lead the way, what's the point, I love it. After saying that, the golden hawk flew back to the barren mountain with excitement. The black-robed man and his subordinates followed closely behind. When they arrived at the barren mountain, the man in black and the others naturally enjoyed the same treatment as the previous group. The golden eagle became more and more excited, and even said that it was going to trick more people to come. Baby naturally slapped the golden hawk's head again and said, do you know what it means to be 1 more, 2 more, and not 3 more? It's fine to lie about this once or twice, but it'll make people suspicious if you lie too much. Now, go back to Sun Tao's side and be our spy. We'll inform you immediately if there's any action. Alright. The golden hawk agreed, but then it said, but I don't know the way back. The 5 little beasts were all speechless. As far as they knew, the golden eagle had come here with its own people and didn't use Leng to point the way, so why didn't it know the way back? What the hell is this? Then where did you come from? In the end, baby couldn't bear it anymore and confirmed. Those who come get to know me. The golden hawk said with confidence. The 5 little beasts were speechless and didn't know what to say. But wasn't this a little too strange? How could there be a beast that only recognized the way here but not the way back? They felt that this was quite unbelievable. In the end, Leng had to go back and send the golden hawk back. When Sun Tao saw that only the golden hawk had returned, and the others had not followed him back, he was very surprised and said, where are the others? I don't know. I brought them there and came back first. The golden eagle had made sure to get away with it, but Sun Tao did not suspect that the golden eagle was lying to him. He did not expect that his subordinates had been completely annihilated. After hearing the golden eagle's words, he thought that his subordinates would be back soon. However, after waiting for several hours, there was still no news from those who fell into the trap and those who saved the man. At this time, the hawk started to make a fuss again, shouting, I'm hungry. I'm starving. You bad guys are abusing cute little animals. I curse you to swallow your food and forget to bring toilet paper when you go to the toilet. The golden eagle kept talking, and Sun Tao finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared, shut up. Shut your mouth. Men, capture this noisy bird. As soon as the order was given, the scene immediately became chaotic. Many people began to move, trying to catch the golden eagle that had cursed them. This bird's crow's beak was very effective, and they had all experienced it before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tolerated its existence. Now, with their boss's order and the golden hawk's curses, they didn't dare to take it lightly. They all took action. However, the golden eagle mimicry was small and very agile. They tried for a long time, but they couldn't even touch a single feather of the golden eagle. Instead, they bumped into each other and fell on all fours. Ha ha ha. You guys are so stupid. The golden hawk gloated when it saw someone fall down, and it successfully made more people join in the hunt. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Sun Tao's head started to hurt. Just then, the city gate of the city opened. Sun Tao immediately raised his vigilance. Until he saw a familiar figure walking in from the city in front of everyone. Instantly, his heart tightened. It was her. She was the woman he had been thinking about. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still clear in his heart, and even more beautiful. Instantly, Sun Tao felt his blood boiling. It was as if all the blood in his body was shouting that the woman in front of him was his. It belonged to him. Besides him, Wen Yuan was also extremely excited. Ever since the woman named Leng Ruoxue had left without saying goodbye, he had been in low spirits. Now that he had suddenly met the goddess in his heart, he felt as if his cold and lonely heart had come alive again, beating so passionately. She was indeed in the proud cold city. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the Leng clan. This time, he must take Leng Ruoxue away and find a way to make her unable to leave him again. The 2 men who had the same thoughts about Leng Ruoxue instantly made the decision to take her for themselves. Unfortunately, neither of them asked for Leng Ruoxue's opinion. Even though Leng Ruoxue did not know what they were thinking, she could feel 2 burning gazes on her. Lifting her beautiful eyes slightly, Leng Ruoxue looked toward Sun Tao's direction. Other than Sun Tao, there was also Wen Yuan who was staring at her intently. Both of their eyes were emitting a fiery heat, revealing their thoughts. Towards this, Leng Ruoxue merely smiled faintly before saying, it's been a long time. Yup. I didn't expect the beauty to still think of me. I'm so touched. When Sun Tao saw Leng Ruoxue talking to him, he immediately replied agitatedly. It's not that I'm thinking about you, I just didn't expect you to still be alive. Leng Ruoxue sighed and told the truth. It's the same. Sun Tao said shamelessly. After Leng Ruoxue heard this, she was speechless. Was this the same? Why didn't she think so? However, when facing an extraordinary person, she had to treat him differently. This was because the other party was self-righteous and very good at distorting the meaning of other people's words. Therefore, she felt that she didn't need to say too much nonsense to Sun Tao. Then, she couldn't help but look away. She glanced at the panic in Sun Tao's team, and then at the golden eagle who had created this scene. She deeply felt that she didn't know the golden eagle well enough. She didn't expect this little fellow to have such great ability. It seemed that she had underestimated it in the past. When he realized that Leng Ruoxue was looking elsewhere, Sun Tao was a little angry. He raised his voice and shouted, Leng Ruoxue, you took the initiative to leave the city. Are you here to beg for mercy? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Was the word begging for mercy written on her face? Wrong, we're not here to beg for mercy, we're here to watch the fun. Your team is so lively. The parasol tree mother noticed that Leng Ruoxue had nothing to say, so it kindly replied on her behalf. When Sun Tao saw that Leng Ruoxue was ignoring him, although he was very annoyed, the anger in his heart naturally subsided when he saw that the person who replied was also a beauty. The moment the mother parasol tree opened its mouth, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone on Sun Tao's side. As if someone was afraid that Sun Tao would snatch it from them, he quickly shouted, "I like this beauty, she's mine." The mother parasol tree was stunned. What did he mean by, "it belongs to him"? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was extremely ugly and short. However, his strength was one of the best on Sun Tao's side. Therefore, when he said that, the others who also had some thoughts about the mother parasol tree did not dare to speak. "Senior, someone has taken a fancy to you." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue saw that the mother parasol tree was still in a daze. She mischievously nudged the other party's arm and gloated at their misfortune. In an instant, the mother parasol tree reacted. Leng Xiaoqing and the others who had also heard her words broke out in cold sweat. Especially when they felt Leng Ruoxue's gloating tone, they could not help but feel 3 minutes of silence for the fellow who had taken a fancy to the mother parasol tree. Leng Xiaoqing and the others thought to themselves at the same time, this guy is really bold. One had to know that even Leng Ruoxue addressed the other party as senior. But now, someone actually dared to have designs on this senior. If this wasn't courting death, what was? However, they were also curious as to how this senior would deal with that audacious fellow just now. I'm looking forward to it. Just as Leng Xiaoqing and the rest were waiting eagerly, the parasol tree took a big step forward as expected. It then hooked its finger at the ugly middle-aged man and said, "Come, let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll be yours." When the ugly middle-aged man heard that, he immediately stood in front of the mother parasol tree in ecstasy. He looked at the mother parasol tree as if it was his own and said, "Beauty, that's what you said." "Yes." The mother parasol tree nodded happily. Seeing this, the ugly man's mood became even better. On the other hand, the people on Sun Tao's side were jealous and envious of his good luck. They deeply felt that this beauty seemed to have been picked up for free, and the ugly man had really taken advantage of her. Those on Leng Xiaoqing's side who were not aware of the status of the mother parasol tree were extremely worried. Someone even tugged at the corner of Leng Xiaoqing's clothes and asked softly, "Senior Leng, is it all right to let a woman take the lead? It can't be a meat bun hitting a dog, right?" "You bastard. You're the meat bun." Leng Xiaoqing retorted angrily. In her heart, she could not help but think, has anyone ever seen such a hard meat bun? Although he had never seen this senior's true strength, for that arrogant little girl to address her as senior, this woman's status was definitely not low. If such a meat bun was thrown out, the one who would be unlucky would definitely be a dog. However, the person who asked the question earlier clearly did not know what Leng Xiaoqing was thinking. He thought that he had angered Leng Xiaoqing by calling him a woman's meat bun. So, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe, and she obediently pretended to be invisible. However, it wouldn't take long for him to know how hard this woman who was like a meat bun in his eyes was. Previous chapter. Someone broke out in a cold sweat for the mother parasol tree, but the mother parasol tree was unaware of that. Instead, she sized up the middle-aged man standing in front of her. The middle-aged man also knew that the mother parasol tree was looking at him. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest. He stood with his arms on his hips and his legs apart in a rather imposing manner. He could not help but think in his heart, look. Watch. Look as much as you want. When you find out how extraordinary I am, you will fall in love with me completely. It could be said that the ugly middle-aged man was very confident, but unfortunately, the mother parasol tree only sized him up for a while before shaking its head repeatedly, as if it was very dissatisfied. Seeing this, the ugly middle-aged man was furious. He couldn't help but roar, "Beauty! In this world, no one is more compatible than the two of us. Hurry up and run into your brother's arms. I'll take good care of you." Pfft. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. The rest of Leng Xiaoqing's men wanted to laugh as well when they heard the ugly middle-aged man's self-righteous words. However, the other party's strength wasn't low and they weren't as bold as Leng Ruoxue, who dared to make fun of him so openly. However, even if they were to laugh secretly, they were still able to completely enrage the ugly middle-aged man. "You bastard! What are you laughing at? Did I say anything wrong?" The ugly middle-aged man shouted at Leng Xiaoqing and the rest, ignoring Leng Ruoxue. That beauty was the woman that Sun Tao had taken a fancy to, and he couldn't beat Sun Tao, so he had to give Sun Tao some face. But he wasn't afraid of the others. When Leng Xiaoqing and the rest saw that the ugly middle-aged man had directed his anger onto them, they felt extremely aggrieved. This was too much. Leng Ruoxue was clearly the one who was laughing the most, but they had been shot for no reason. However, as men, they could not be too calculative. Therefore, Leng Xiaoqing and the others simply chose to ignore the man's words. They lowered their heads to look at the ground or looked up at the sky. In short, they did not look at the ugly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. Just as he was planning to catch an unlucky fellow to warm up, who knew that his intention would be seen through by the mother parasol tree just as he took a step. "I'm your opponent." The mother parasol tree stopped the ugly middle-aged man who was only as tall as its chin. "I can do it too." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue also took a big step forward and stood beside the mother parasol tree. When the mother parasol tree saw this, it immediately said to Leng Ruoxue in dissatisfaction, "Girl, don't fight with me. It's okay, I don't mind." When the ugly middle-aged man saw that Leng Ruoxue had also come out, he immediately said happily, "Hee hee." He knew that his charm was boundless. Look at all these peerless beauties, all of them came one after another to compete with him. As for the result of the competition, it was self-evident. "You don't mind, but we do." Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree looked at each other in tacit understanding before speaking in unison. The ugly middle-aged man was a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he was thick-skinned enough to laugh. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she immediately said to the mother parasol tree, "Senior, I'll leave this guy to you. I give up." She couldn't take it anymore. She was afraid that once she made a move, she wouldn't be able to control herself and directly kill this ugly man in front of her. That would be too easy on the other party. The parasol tree mother tree nodded, then turned to the ugly middle-aged man and said, "I'm your opponent. Focus, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "All right. I'll focus, beauty, don't be jealous. That beauty just now isn't my cup of tea. You're still my favorite," the ugly middle-aged man said in an extremely self-righteous manner. Upon hearing this, the mother parasol tree felt so frustrated that she wanted to find someone to beat up. Especially when she heard the cheers from Sun Tao's team, it was as if a fire that was 3 feet high had risen in her heart, burning her heart and making her feel uncomfortable. Without further ado, the mother parasol tree made its move. No one saw what the mother parasol tree did. All they saw was that the ugly middle-aged man who was still clamoring had been tied up tightly by an emerald green vine. The ugly middle-aged man was still struggling, but the thin vine did not move at all. Then, the mother parasol tree raised its hand and the ugly middle-aged man was lifted up high and hung on the city wall. All of these actions were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. It was completed in a short moment, so fast that no one could react in time. The ugly middle-aged man was even more surprised. He felt that he hadn't even had the time to attack, so how could he be tied up by a rattan? This was simply too unbelievable. The ugly middle-aged man was very depressed. Sun Tao and the others were also very surprised. They could not imagine whether the speed of the other party's attack was intentional or unintentional. If it was intentional, then wouldn't the other party's strength be unimaginable? For a moment, both sides fell into deep thought. Only Leng Ruoxue was able to see clearly how the mother parasol tree had attacked. However, she was not surprised at all. After all, the mother parasol tree's strength was clear for all to see. Dealing with these small fries was child's play. The mother parasol tree acknowledged its kindness, and after giving the other party enough time to think, it said, "Who's next?" As soon as this provocative sentence came out, Sun Tao's team instantly became silent. The mother parasol tree saw this and thought, this won't do. She hadn't even finished warming up. How could he scare the other party away? After thinking for a while, the mother parasol tree put on a weak look and said, "Come on. Next. There's a reward for beating me." When Leng Ruoxue heard this, her forehead was filled with black lines. She would never think that the mother parasol tree had decided to give up on itself. However, with the ugly middle-aged man's example, the mother parasol tree's plan to lure the enemy would not work. As she had expected, although the conditions of the mother parasol tree were very attractive, no one dared to give it a try. They did not want to be hung on the city gate, that was really too embarrassing. After provoking them for a long time, no one dared to accept the challenge. The mother parasol tree was disappointed. She was infuriated and shouted, "You trash, can you still be called men? He didn't even have the guts to fight with a woman. I look down on you, I despise you. You don't deserve to be called men. You've lost all men's face." Looking at the mother parasol tree's shrew-like behavior, Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. This mother parasol tree must have suffered a huge blow to be acting like a shrew without a care for its image. Leng Ruoxue pitied Sun Tao and the rest. Then, she gave the mother parasol tree a bad idea and said in a volume that everyone could hear, "Senior, it's just that no one dares to accept the challenge. Since they don't dare to make a move, I think you should take the initiative." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people on Sun Tao's side changed drastically. They could not help but curse Leng Ruoxue in their hearts. A woman's heart was truly the most vicious. That woman had actually incited another seemingly powerful shrew to take the initiative to cause trouble for them. She was really too evil. Previous chapter. Next. Take the initiative? The mother parasol tree heard Leng Ruoxue's idea and blinked its eyes as it asked. N. Leng Ruoxue nodded heavily. The mother parasol tree followed suit and said, "I'll listen to you." These 3 words were like a demonic voice that entered the ears of Sun Tao and the others. This time, even Sun Tao was somewhat shocked. To be honest, in his eyes, the mother parasol tree only had the strength of a mystical king. In addition, he was not clear about the origin of the mother parasol tree, so he could not judge the true strength of the mother parasol tree. However, based on the fact that the other party was able to hang their second-ranked expert on the city wall with one move, this person's strength must not be underestimated. Now that the other party had their eyes on his people, Sun Tao was both depressed and conflicted. He was depressed that the other side actually had such a hidden expert, and he was at a loss about why he had not received any information before. However, the other party was a woman. Even if he knew of her existence, he would probably not take it seriously. But at this moment, this woman had clearly become their greatest obstacle. What should they do? Sun Tao was struggling to come up with a plan, but the mother parasol tree would not give him much time. Almost instantly, the mother parasol tree teleported towards Sun Tao's team. After the Golden Eagle's disturbance, the people on his side were still not very stable. Therefore, the mother parasol tree did not use much effort. With just a whip, a large number of people were knocked down. Instantly, Sun Tao's formation became even more chaotic. The Golden Eagle was still cheering for the mother tree, ha ha ha. Good beating, beat them up ruthlessly. Beat them up until they can't take care of themselves. After cheering, the Golden Hawk also joined the battle. It used its little claws to scratch the enemies from time to time. In an instant, several people's faces were scratched by the Golden Hawk. The Golden Hawk's policy was to run away after scratching to avoid being caught. Furthermore, it was smart enough to choose the shoulder of the mother parasol tree as its resting place. This fact caused countless people to curse it in their hearts. They didn't expect that the Golden Hawk was not only picky but also cunning. It used others as its shield, and the one it used as its shield was someone they didn't dare to mess with. The people on Sun Tao's side were extremely depressed. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue saw that the time was right. She took elegant steps and slowly walked over to Sun Tao's side. Leng Shui. I finally get to see you again. Wen Yuan, who was hiding from the attacks of the mother parasol tree's vines, immediately greeted Leng Ruoxue with great enthusiasm when he saw her. I'm sorry, I'm not called Leng Shui. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Wen Yuan and said indifferently. You lied to me? Wen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief and he looked hurt. Didn't you also take my subordinate's territory? Leng Ruoxue replied with a smile. Your subordinate's territory? Are you talking about Luo City? Wen Yuan asked softly. Yes, I am. Leng Ruoxue nodded. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Luo City was yours. Wen Yuan said guiltily. That's not important. Leng Ruoxue did not mind. However, Wen Yuan wanted to explain himself. Just then, an emerald green vine came from afar and hit him with a pop sound. It drew out a bloody wound on his body. Even so, Wen Yuan still looked at Leng Ruoxue with deep affection. Sun Tao, who was not far away, could not help but burn with jealousy. The anger in her heart was surging to the top of her head. Damn it! This woman! Couldn't this woman be more obedient? He truly felt that a woman like Leng Ruoxue should be locked up in her boudoir and not let anyone see her. Otherwise, countless men would be mesmerized by her. In his heart, Leng Ruoxue was definitely a source of calamity. With that thought in mind, he angrily moved to Leng Ruoxue's side and stared at her with his burning eyes. Leng Ruoxue, you belong to me. I'm sorry, I only belong to myself. Leng Ruoxue replied politely. Master has already betrothed you to me. Sun Tao wanted to use his master to force Leng Ruoxue. How laughable. Your master isn't anyone to me, so what's the use of him betrothing me to you? Leng Ruoxue scoffed at Sun Tao's words. Aren't you afraid that my master will attack again? Sun Tao threatened. Is your master still alive? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Of course he's alive. So, you should obediently surrender. Sun Tao thought that Leng Ruoxue was afraid of his master, so he quickly shouted. In your dreams. Leng Ruoxue laughed coldly. In an instant, a cold shadow appeared in her hand. Leng Ruoxue flicked her wrist lightly, and a fiery red sword ray flew through the air, heading straight for Sun Tao. Are you trying to murder your husband? Sun Tao dodged in a panic, but he did not stop teasing Leng Ruoxue. You bastard! Whose husband are you? Whose husband is he? Don't even think about my cute master, you're not worthy. Before Leng Ruoxue could even flare up, a petite purple figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Sun Tao's head. Immediately after, two tiny claws danced in the air, releasing rays of cold light as they scratched Sun Tao's face. Sun Tao, on the other hand, let out a heaven-shaking, God-weeping scream. Very quickly, Sun Tao's face was covered with claw marks and blood was flowing out. When Leng Xiaoqing and the others saw this scene from a distance, they could not help but feel the pain for him. This action was really too. They didn't know what to say. Furthermore, they did not know if they should make a move at this moment, because looking at the current situation on the battlefield, even though they only had 2 women and a few beasts on their side, Sun Tao and the others had clearly underestimated them, and they did not have the advantage of numbers. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided, and it was all on Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree side. The 2 women's powerful combat abilities made all the men at the scene blush with shame. All of them combined were no match for Sun Tao and the others, but just look at them. Just 2 women were enough to beat Sun Tao and the others into a sorry state. Seeing this, they felt deeply inferior. Was this the weak woman that Lan Lai had mentioned? If a woman could be this weak, what would they be? Weak man. The appearance of Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree had completely shattered their understanding of women. Even though many people knew that Leng Ruoxue was not to be trifled with, there were also quite a number of people who were witnessing Leng Ruoxue in action for the first time. Hence, one could only imagine the shock in their hearts. In fact, many factions were rejoicing in their hearts that they had not agreed to hand Leng Ruoxue over. Otherwise, based on Leng Ruoxue's strength, the retaliation they would suffer would not be small. Just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Senior Leng, when are we going to make a move? The Lan clan's old ancestor, who had been watching the show for a while, suddenly went to Leng Xiaoqing's side and asked softly. When Leng Xiaoqing heard this, he glanced at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree who were playing around on the battlefield. In addition, there were a few small beasts and their battle team. Do we still need to take action? There are. The Lan clan's old ancestor nodded. It was a little embarrassing to not do anything. They were men. As a man, Leng Xiaoqing could understand the Lan clan's old ancestor's thoughts. He nodded helplessly and said, then let's make our move. Everyone, do what you can. Leng Xiaoqing's words were filled with sorrow. Everyone's mood was indeed heavy. However, their low mood was quickly replaced by the will to fight. When they were on the battlefield, these people were all full of energy and high spirits. Upon seeing this, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree took the initiative to withdraw from the battle, leaving the rest of the battle to them. As for the two of them, they took out a deck chair and placed it at the city gate. The ugly middle-aged man who was hung on the city wall was very clear-headed, and when he saw the tragic state of his side and the casual state of the two women at the city gate, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. Ayaya! I fainted. He threw a piece of dried meat to the hawk out of habit. The hawk swallowed it and shouted, delicious. Delicious. It's much more delicious than Sun Momo's cooking. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Hee hee. Luck. I was just lucky. The golden hawk replied humbly. Kid, tell us, what did This is real? The same scene caused the mother parasol tree to widen its eyes. Leng Ruoxue was also very surprised. She pulled the golden eagle over and asked, how did you do it? I don't know. I just wanted them to be unlucky, and they really were unlucky. The golden hawk was also confused. Oh. When did you discover that you had such a talent? The mother parasol tree asked in surprise. Hee hee. I only realized it when they took me away. The golden hawk said proudly. Then why didn't they lock you up when they knew you had such talent? Why did they let you run around and cause trouble? The mother parasol tree could not understand. Was it threatened by the golden eagle? Humph. They want to lock me up, but they can't be locked. I know how to pick locks. A skill? Alright. It seemed that they had worried for nothing for this little guy. Taking a deep breath, Leng Ruoxue started to pity Sun Tao and the rest. However, she still feigned anger and said, why didn't you come back earlier if you knew how to open locks? You made us worry for you. I don't know the way. The golden hawk felt wronged. It thought for a while and then added, I knew those bad guys were coming to find you, so I followed them here. Sob. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to them leading the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you now. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree pitied Sun Tao and the rest even more. After a long time, with Leng Xiaoqing and the others cleaning up the scene, Sun Tao and the others were all annihilated. This time, Leng Ruoxue had witnessed Sun Tao's death with her own eyes. Naturally, Sun Tao had died with a grievance. However, no one cared about what he thought. Just as everyone was in a good mood, someone suddenly exclaimed, oh no, it seems like Sun Tao still has some strength left. We've forgotten about those people. The remaining forces he was referring to were the people that Sun Tao had sent out to chase after the other forces. Don't worry, we've already eliminated the others. Hearing these words, everyone suddenly understood. Since there were no more fish that had escaped the net, everyone's hearts were at ease. Following that, it was naturally a huge celebration. Sun Tao and the others, who had been weighing on their hearts for many years, had been wiped out. After 3 days and 3 nights of celebration, the people from Wanshan City and the Luo family were all mingling with the crowd. However, Leng Ruoxue kept a low profile. She, the mother parasol tree, and a few of her little beasts stayed in the falling snow garden and did not leave the house. In fact, they were worried for nothing. When the matter with Sun Tao and the rest had settled down for the time being, Leng Ruoxue had to consider the issue of her family's land. The top forces of Wanshan City, Luo City, and Proud Cold City did not dare to have any complaints because they were afraid of Leng Ruoxue's might. Upon hearing this news, the forces that failed to be selected were naturally overjoyed. They adjusted their teams and immediately rushed toward Sun Tao's sphere of influence. Although the people brought by Sun Tao had been completely wiped out, there were still some people left behind in Sun Tao's faction. However, in order to deter them, Sun Tao had sent out almost all of his main force. Therefore, the strength of those people left behind was not high. The combined strength of several teams was enough to eliminate them. Furthermore, they did not dare to trouble Leng Ruoxue with such a small matter. On Leng Ruoxue's side, there were many things that she had to do. In addition to Ao Han City and Wanshan City, Luo City also needed to send someone to receive them before handing them over to the next master. Naturally, most of the people heading to Luo City were from the Luo family. The moment they left, Leng Ruoxue's side became quiet. The Leng family was also busy with the handover, and even the Leng brothers did not have the time to disturb her. On a certain day, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree sat in the garden, drinking tea and chatting as usual. Suddenly, a blue figure scuttled in front of the two of them and fell beside Leng Ruoxue's feet. She hugged her leg and wailed, Wu. Shua. You're abandoning me again, you're really disloyal, even Woody is leaving me this time. Why is my life so hard? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. What was Lan Lai doing? The mother parasol tree gloated, little guy, didn't Shua say that I can take you with me? Lan Lai was bawling his eyes out. There were still tears in his eyes. He was at a loss. He wanted to go to the divinity, but... Sighing lightly, Leng Ruoxue helplessly said, alright, don't cry, you look so ugly. Go back and ask the Lan family. I can bring along those who are willing to go to the divine realm. However, when you go to the divine realm, you will have to pay for all the expenses and have to start from scratch. So you'd better let them think it through. Previous chapter. Next, Lan Lai, who was bawling his eyes out, raised his head when he heard this. He looked at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief and said, Shue, what did you say? I said that I can bring the Lan family along to the divine realm, but you have to pay for your own expenses. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and repeated. She had a good relationship with Lan Lai and had already taken Lan Ming in. In this case, it didn't matter if it was one sheep or a group of sheep, so she didn't care if more people took him with her. Besides, she couldn't stand Lan Lai crying like an abandoned wife. Those who didn't know would think that she had bullied him. Shue, are you really willing to do it? Lan Lai still couldn't believe his ears. His eyes were wide open. But your Lan family might not be willing to come with me. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. Since she had already said it, she would not go back on her word. However, whether the Lan family was willing to leave or not, she could not control it. I'll think of a way to convince them. After Lan Lai confirmed it, he stood up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He greeted them again and ran out of the room in a hurry. Looking at Lan Lai's anxious expression, the mother parasol tree could not help but tease, what an impatient little guy. It seems that he doesn't want to stay in the Haotian continent anymore. Lan Lai is smart. They'll have to go to the divine realm sooner or later. If they come with me now, I'll have to take care of them more or less. I can't really bring them to the divine realm and leave them to their own devices. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Yup. What a smart little fellow. However, I'm quite surprised that you're willing to take him there even though you know what he's thinking. The mother parasol tree smiled faintly. Doesn't the land of demons need people? Leng Ruoxue smiled calmly. In reality, as the young master of a large family, how could she not think for the family? This was also the reason why even if Lan Lai was dissatisfied with some people in the family, he had no choice but to fight for their interests. Otherwise, even if Lan Lai left with her, he would still miss some people in the family. If that was the case, why wouldn't she do Lan Lai a favor? After receiving Leng Ruoxue's approval, Lan Lai immediately went to find the Lan family's old ancestor. Although this ancestor of the Lan family was not the most powerful in the Lan family, he definitely had an important voice in the Lan family. He was also very fond of the greatest ancestor. Lan Lai also believed that as long as he could convince him, things would be much easier. At that time, his stubborn grandfather would have no choice but to agree. Lan Lai didn't know what to say when he arrived at the Lan family's ancestor's room. Looking at Lan Lai's conflicted expression, the Lan family's ancestor couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the matter? Great ancestor, Shue, and the others are leaving Haotian continent. Lan Lai took a deep breath and said. He was ready to risk everything. I've heard about it, sigh. In the future, only the Lan family will be left on the Haotian continent. The Lan family's old ancestor said unhappily. They had been on equal footing with the Leng family and the Sun family for many years. Now that the Sun family no longer existed and the Leng family was leaving, they were the only ones left among the three great families. Even the Luo family, which had replaced the Sun family as one of the three super families, was also leaving. From now on, the Haotian continent would probably be quiet for a while. Forefather, I also want to go to the divine realm. After hesitating for a moment, Lan Lai said with some embarrassment. He quickly lowered his head. Lai, the divine realm is not peaceful. Otherwise, why do you think Brother Leng Shaoqing and our Lan family's old ancestor came back from there? It's because it's not suitable for us to stay there for long. Unless you can find a backer, but it's not that easy to hug someone's thigh. The Lan clan's old ancestor sighed. As one of the Lan family's important figures, even though he had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, he knew much more about the divine world than the other members of the Lan family. He had also heard the Lan family's ancestor mention many things about the divine world. After hearing about it, he no longer had any yearning for the divine world. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressing his cultivation all this time. We have a backer. Lan Lai said in a low voice. Are you talking about Leng Ruoxue? You don't even know how she's doing in the divine realm, so how can you be so sure that she can become our backer? The Lan family's old ancestor was a little speechless. Wasn't Lai too confident in Leng Ruoxue's abilities? Even though Leng Ruoxue was known as the god of slaughter in the Haotian continent, from what he knew, she had only been in the divinity for slightly more than 10 years. Hence, he could not believe that Leng Ruoxue would be able to make a name for herself in the divinity in such a short period of time. After all, the divine realm and the Haotian continent were different. Shue is such a genius, I believe that she must be doing well in the divine realm, enough to protect us. Lan Lai said confidently. He didn't know why he trusted Leng Ruoxue so much, but he just believed in her. However, after hearing Lan Lai's words, the Lan family's ancestor could not be at ease. Lai, the divine realm is different from the Haotian continent. Many of us are like fish in water in the Haotian continent, but when we get to the divine realm, we still have to pretend to be weak. Unless you have good fortune, it's very difficult to gain a foothold in the divine realm. The Lan clan's old ancestor said earnestly. But Shue is in the divine realm. She said that she could bring the Lan family along with her. I believe her. The Lan family head lowered and mumbled. Although his voice was soft, the Lan family's old ancestor could still hear him clearly. Lai, what did you just say? You're saying that Leng Ruoxue is willing to bring us to the god world? The Lan clan's old ancestor asked in shock. Didn't I say that? Shui is willing to bring us along. Lan Lai said, a little embarrassed. She didn't say anything. I thought she only wanted to bring you along. The Lan family's ancestor was at his wit's end with Lan Lai's confusion. Ancestor, this is a good opportunity. Let's go. After Lan Lai explained, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he grabbed the arm of the Lan family's ancestor and begged. This is not something we can decide. The Lan family's old ancestor patted Lan Lai's head and said helplessly. Why can't you decide? As long as the old ancestor agrees, Grandpa won't dare to object. Lan Lai smirked. Your grandfather doesn't dare to object, but what about the other ancestors? The Lan clan's old ancestor was speechless. He thought to himself, this little fellow can't be thinking that as long as he's convinced me, the others won't be a threat, right? Old ancestor, let's not care about the others first. I'm only asking if you're willing. Lan Lai said as he pestered the Lan family's ancestor. You want to hear the truth? The Lan clan's old ancestor raised his brows and asked calmly. Yes, yes. Lan Lai nodded. I don't want to. The Lan clan's old ancestor said bluntly. Why? Old grandmadam, could it be that because of your previous indecisiveness, you feel that you don't have the face to see Shui? Don't worry, for my sake, Shui won't blame you. Lan Lai patted his chest and promised. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? It was Leng Ruoxue who made me do it. The Lan clan's old ancestor said with an aggrieved expression. Infernal affairs? Lan Lai blinked a few times. No wonder the old ancestor suddenly went crazy. So that's what happened. Previous chapter. I don't care about the inferno, I'm just following orders. The Lan clan's old ancestor said with a straight face. He was extremely displeased that this stinky brat had misunderstood him. This little fellow was truly heartless. He had doted on him for nothing. Hee hee. Hee hee. Old ancestor, I misunderstood you, don't be angry. Lan Lai saw that his ancestor was angry and quickly coaxed him. However, he immediately changed the topic and said, Ancestor, since we have worked well together before, we have to trust Shui this time. My instinct tells me that it is absolutely not wrong to follow Shui. Besides, uncle and his master are with Shui. Lan Ming is with Leng Ruoxue as well. Hearing this news, the Lan clan's old ancestor was a little surprised. Very quickly, he became a little angry. Stinky brat, he actually only remembered to tell him about this matter now. Yup. That's why I said that following Shui is definitely not a bad thing. Old ancestor, just agree. Lie, it's not that I don't want to agree to your request. It's just that this matter is of great importance. It's not something that I can decide on my own. But Shui is still waiting for the news. After that, he thought for a moment and asked, Old ancestor, what do we cultivate for? After listening to Lan Lai's words, the ancestor of the Lan family was completely silent. Lie, even if I agree with your idea, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to convince the other ancestors. It was undeniable that Lan Lai's words had aroused his ambition. He knew that many people in the Lan family would not be willing to give up their current good life and go to the cruel and unknown world. I don't care about the others, but does the ancestor agree? I agree, the Lan clan. Old ancestor, you have to trust my intuition. It's not wrong to follow Shui. Besides, there are so many of us here, so we can take care of each other. Stinky brat, don't be happy too early. Don't worry, I'll find a way to convince them. After convincing one of the important figures in the Lan family, Lan Lai immediately went to look for Leng Ruoxue and asked her to give him some time. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement without even thinking. Since Luo Lin and the others had not returned from Luo City yet, and they could not leave Haotian continent immediately, it was no big deal to wait for the Lan family. Hearing this, Lan Lai immediately led his family's men back to the Lan family. He still had a tough battle to fight, so he had to go all out. After the Lan family left, the Leng family's main residence became quieter. Half a month later, Lan Lai sent back a message. The ancestors of the Lan family had agreed to move to the divinity. When she heard this news, the parasol tree that was sitting opposite Leng Ruoxue in the garden was very surprised. It could not help but ask, I didn't expect that little Lan Lai to have such a plan. That guy is very smart. However, the Lan family's ancestors aren't stupid. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Now, the Lan family was also in a hurry to find a buyer for their territory. He believed that from now on, the Haotian continent would be reshuffled. Once the news that the Lan family was going to sell their territory spread, the entire Haotian continent was in an uproar. Many people did not understand what was going on with the Lan family. Why did he take it so hard? Where would they go if they sold their sphere of influence? However, a small number of people seemed to have caught a glimpse of the opportunity from the Lan family's sale of their territory and directly went to find the Lan family's ancestor. The Lan clan didn't have the time to carefully select a buyer like the Wanshan city and the Leng clan. Therefore, their request was for the one with the highest price to win. After all, they were going to the immortal realm, and there were many places where they needed money. During this period, the members of the Leng clan were also taking the time to pack up their things, bringing everything they could. When Luo Lin and the others returned, they saw the Leng family moving like ants, their things filling up the courtyard. Woody, what are you guys doing? Pack up. There are too many things to bring. The storage ring can't fit them all. Leng Woody said with a headache. There were too many people in the Leng family. They had collected a lot of junk over the years, but no one was willing to throw them away. He had no idea when the Leng family had become so thrifty. Actually, it wasn't that the Leng clan members were being thrifty. It was just that they didn't have much confidence in Leng Ruoxue. They were afraid that if Leng Ruoxue were to abandon them when they reached the divinity, who would they cry to then? Therefore, they didn't want to let go of anything that they could bring and was very useful. This was also the main reason why there were so many things. Of course, they could only keep these thoughts in their hearts and couldn't reveal them. Otherwise, they would definitely anger the goddess of death. Take your time and work hard. Although Luo Lin was a little speechless, this was the Leng family's matter, so it was better for him to stay out of it. With that thought in mind, he bade Leng Wuti goodbye and led his men to the snow garden. When they arrived at the snow garden, Luo Lin first reported the situation to Leng Ruoxue, then looked at her hesitantly. Is there something? Leng Ruoxue looked at the other party's conflicted expression and asked with a faint smile. Master, is the Lan clan also coming with us to the divine realm? Luo Lin asked curiously. On the way back, they had all heard that the Lan family was selling their land, and immediately thought that it might be related to Master. As a matter of fact, he couldn't hold back his curiosity, and couldn't wait to ask as soon as he returned. Yes, the Lan family will also come with us. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Hee. It's better to have more people, it's more lively. Luo Lin's thoughts were very simple, so Leng Ruoxue just smiled. Xiaoshan, why are you acting so sneaky? Come in. Leng Ruoxue called out helplessly. When Xiaoshan heard Leng Ruoxue calling for him, he walked over in embarrassment. Big Mountain followed behind him with his head lowered. Upon seeing this father and son pair, Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue took the initiative to ask, Deshan, Xiaoshan, we're about to leave the Haotian continent. What are your plans? We don't know either. When Big Mountain heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he raised his head abruptly. If all of you wish to head to the divine realm, I can bring all of you along. When the mountain father and son heard this, they were extremely excited. Senior, we can't make a decision immediately. Can you give us a few days to consider? Sure, just tell me your decision before we leave. The mountain father and son nodded and left the garden. A few days later, the Lan family came to the proud cold city in a grandiose manner to meet up with Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, the Lan family's old ancestors had to express their gratitude to Leng Ruoxue. At the same time, the mountain father and son had decided to head to the divinity with Leng Ruoxue and the others. After knowing the decision of Big Mountain and his son, the head butler of Wanshan City was the happiest. 2 days later, Leng Ruoxue moved everyone into her personal room. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't have the time to explain anything to them. After settling everyone down, she teleported to a barren mountain and took out a small, snow-white, round ball. That small ball was shaped like a pearl and was snow-white and clear. However, in reality, this small ball had nothing to do with a pearl at all. It was a one-time use teleportation ball. When she first arrived at the teleportation array in Haotian continent, the person guarding the teleportation array gave her this little thing after she paid 1 million top-grade crystals. He also told her not to lose it, or she would not be able to teleport back. Now, it was time to use this little ball. After she crushed the teleportation sphere, a teleportation formation appeared not far from Leng Ruoxue's feet. With a slight wave of dizziness, Leng Ruoxue was teleported out of the teleportation array. You're back so quickly. She looked up and saw that the person who spoke was the one who had guarded the teleportation. Nodding her head slightly, Leng Ruoxue scanned her surroundings again. Wait for a rabbit? Did that mean she had become a rabbit? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glanced at the other party as she said indifferently, Of course. I'm going to settle old scores with you. What old scores? Leng Ruoxue played dumb. Your little beastie scratched me. Didn't I give you a healing pill? How is it? Of course, it's to compensate for my emotional damage. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but smile. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Emotional damages, no. No? Then compensate me with your people. My people? You can't afford it. In an instant, the young master was captivated again. At this moment, the 5 little beasts who were in the house with Leng Xiaoqing and the others were all furious. Baby clenched his little fists and roared, Cute master, let me go out and teach him a good lesson. You bastard. You're really tired of living, daring to have ideas about Cute master. Baby was very angry, and the consequences were quite serious. It was strange. When they were in Haotian continent, although they had guessed that these little guys were not simple, they had never seen the 5 little beasts so angry. Moreover, for some reason, they, who should be worried about Leng Ruoxue, could not help but mourn for that young master who did not know better. Leng Ruoxue could feel the beasts in her house flying into a rage, but she did not release them. Instead, she spoke to the young master in front of her in a calm and collected manner. I'll give you a chance to get lost, or you'll have to bear the consequences. You're asking me to get lost? Beauty, I didn't hear wrong, right? Leng Ruoxue saw that the other party wasn't going to listen to anything and didn't bother to waste any more time. She immediately took out the cold shadow and held it in her hand. The cold shadow emitted a terrifying cold light, causing the hearts of the young master and his men to tremble. However, they had the advantage in numbers and this was their territory, so they were only afraid for a moment before they became fearless again. Yo! A hot beauty, I like her. This time, Leng Ruoxue didn't say a word. With a slight wave of her wrist, the cold shadow released several rays of cold light. In an instant, the young master and his guards fell to the ground and let out a series of miserable screams. A bunch of trash. Leng Ruoxue looked disdainfully at the people lying on the ground. She had not hit them hard, but these people were screaming in agony. They were simply too useless. After a moment of disdain, Leng Ruoxue turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. He watched Leng Ruoxue's back view and then looked at the person lying on the ground. As for Leng Ruoxue, she was surrounded by a group of fierce-looking guards before she could even walk out of the 5 alliances' territory. The moment she heard the word Alliance Master, Leng Ruoxue did not resist. Someone was confused and asked curiously, Senior Leng, who is the Alliance Master that those people are talking about? In this place, only the Ascender Alliance is called the Alliance Leader. I just don't know which alliance this is. The Ascender Alliance? Are you saying that the people here are the same as us, they all ascended? Yes. The Ascender Alliance's members are all Ascenders. Then, don't we have found the organization? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was smacked on the head. The one who had hit him was the Lan clan's great ancestor. His status was similar to Leng Xiaoqing's. He didn't understand why he was beaten up just because he said. At this moment, the Lan clan's most senior elder exchanged a glance with Leng Xiaoqing before he said helplessly, the Ascender Alliance is not a good place. You should not yearn for this place. Ugh. When everyone heard this, they were all a little dumbfounded. In the end, Leng Xiaoqing explained the situation of the Ascender Alliance to them so that some of the young fellows would not think that this was a good place. Everyone who didn't understand the situation on the godly continent widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. How did this happen? However, the old ancestor would definitely not lie. Old ancestor, will Shui be in danger if she faces them alone? As soon as he said this, many people looked worriedly at the few people with the highest seniority. Leng Xiaoqing and Leng Xiaoxiao were also very worried about Shui's safety. The two of them were very worried about this situation. They couldn't help but turn their eyes to the violent little beasts, but they received a disdainful look from Baby. These words caused everyone to fall silent for a long time. Of course, these words could never be said. Leng Ruoxue, who had been taken away outside, was well aware of the commotion in her house. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes. From the outside, the house looked very simple and unadorned. When she saw these two words, Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart. It's indeed the 5 alliances. I wonder why the alliance masters of the 5 alliances had sent people to capture me. Then, she followed the guard into the alliance of 5. The interior of the 5 alliances' residence was even more desolate than it looked on the outside, but the courtyard was rather clean. After she was brought into the living room, Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting down, took out a teapot, a teacup, and some snacks from her bangle. Looking at her smooth and natural movements, the 2 guards who were left behind twitched their mouths. After taking a deep breath, one of the guards replied, "You've injured the young master of the Alliance Master." Alliance Master? You want to take revenge on me? The guard didn't say anything. In fact, they didn't know how the Alliance Master would treat this beauty. Since you want to take revenge on me, then quickly ask your Alliance Master to take action. When the 2 guards heard Leng Ruoxue's words, black lines appeared on their foreheads. Little girl, you're really bold. When the 2 guards saw that the Alliance Master had arrived, they hurriedly bowed. Seeing this, the alliance masters of the 5 alliances prepared to give Leng Ruoxue a taste of her power. This person looks familiar. Have we met somewhere before? The leaders of the 5 alliances. We've never met. Leng Ruoxue. What's your name? The leaders of the 5 alliances. Cold. Leng Ruoxue's words were concise. What's cold? Leng Ruoxue. When she said these 3 words, Leng Ruoxue suddenly smiled and looked at the alliance master of the 5 alliances. When the alliance master of the 5 alliances heard the nightmarish name in his memory and saw her glance at him, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. In the end, he couldn't support himself anymore and knelt down. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she looked at the alliance masters of the 5 alliances in confusion and asked, "Why are the 5 alliance masters bowing so heavily?" I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope Senior won't blame me." When the 2 guards at the side saw this scene, they were both dumbfounded. What was wrong with the alliance master? Why did he have to kneel down in front of this little girl and call her Senior? They couldn't figure it out, nor were they clear about Leng Ruoxue's identity. Hence, their faces were filled with bewilderment. At this moment, the alliance masters of the 5 alliances weren't in the mood to explain to them. The alliance masters of the 5 alliances truly felt that they were unlucky. I'm not a senior. In my heart, you are my senior. All right. Since you've said so, I'll be impolite to refuse. However, I heard that you're here to take revenge, so let's not waste time and just attack. My ancestors. How could he dare to attack this ancestor? The General Union had already made an announcement, telling them to avoid Leng Ruoxue and not to get into a conflict with this she-devil, so he didn't dare to mention anything about revenge. He could only blame his son for being unlucky. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The depressed leader of the 5 alliances smiled and said, "Is it really a misunderstanding?" Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with uncertainty, "It must be. All right then. I'll just take it as a misunderstanding. By the way, was the one I injured at the teleportation formation your son?" "Yes." The alliance masters of the 5 alliances nodded with a constipated expression. He was teasing me. Leng Ruoxue only said these 4 words and didn't say anything else. The alliance masters of the 5 alliances broke out in cold sweat after hearing what Leng Ruoxue said. He could not understand what she meant. Was she asking for compensation or was she trying to take revenge on his son? To be honest, he didn't want to agree to either of them. But looking at the situation, it was not something he could control. If Leng Ruoxue were to fly into a rage out of humiliation, the 5 alliances would be in deep trouble. "Senior, you're thinking of. Your son even asked me to compensate for his emotional damage." He didn't dare. He didn't dare. I'll definitely teach that stinky brat a good lesson later. Then what do you think of the things he did to me? If Senior has any requests, you can just say it. As long as you spare my family's stinky brat's life, woo. I only have this one brat. Senior can't bear to let me see my white-haired one see my black-haired one off, right? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes began to size up the 5 alliance masters. A white-haired man sending off a black-haired man? Did it have to be so exaggerated? Leng Ruoxue felt a little disdainful. She didn't want to continue scaring the alliance masters of the 5 alliances, so she said directly, "It's the father's fault for not teaching the child. Your son's character is bad, and he flirts with women from good families. You, as his father, can't escape the blame. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Alliance Master's heart sank. Did she not want to let her son off? After Leng Ruoxue deliberately paused for a moment, she changed the topic and said, however, seeing how much you love your son, I can let your son go, but you have to help me do something. What is it? As long as it's not a betrayal of the Ascender Alliance, Senior, you can speak freely. Hearing Leng Ruoxue say that she wouldn't pursue the matter with her son, the Alliance Masters of the 5 Alliances immediately resurrected on the spot as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and said with a fawning expression, Don't worry. I won't ask you to betray the Ascender Alliance. Leng Ruoxue had not expected this fellow to be so loyal to the Ascender Alliance, so she replied honestly. Then please give me your orders, Senior. Help me find a few people. Leng Ruoxue replied without even thinking. Senior, who are you looking for? The Alliance Masters of the 5 Alliances did not expect that it would be so easy to find someone. It's my subordinates and my brother. Senior, leave this matter to me. Then I'll thank the Alliance Masters of the 5 Alliances first. If you have any news, send me a voice transmission. Alright. The Alliance Masters quickly agreed and respectfully sent Leng Ruoxue off. Sobs. The pressure that she-devil gave off was too great. Recalling what Leng Ruoxue had instructed him to do, the Alliance Master of the 5 Alliances did not dare to delay and quickly ordered his subordinates to search for her. Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, was escorted out of the Alliance's territory by the guard sent by the Alliance Master. It was only after they had left the Ascender Alliance's territory that Leng Ruoxue moved Leng Shaoqing and the others out. In Leng Ruoxue's words, she wanted them to experience the air and life here. However, Leng Shaoqing and the rest who came out looked at Leng Ruoxue with complicated expressions and did not say a word. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue could not understand. My lovely master, they've suffered a huge blow. Calm down. Leng Ruoxue only said these 2 words before giving you a look. You instantly transformed back into her original form and waited for her master to sit on it. After Leng Ruoxue sat on Yu's back, she looked at the people who were still unmoving and said helplessly, Are you guys planning to stay here? Hearing this, everyone immediately reacted and sat on Feather's back. Master, are we going to Yanbei City? When they arrived at the entrance of Yanbei City, the Feather landed. The city guard recognized Leng Ruoxue. The moment he saw her, he hurriedly jogged over and said respectfully, Master, you're here. I'll send someone to inform the city lord. No, we can go in by ourselves. Leng Ruoxue smiled. The guard nodded and welcomed Leng Ruoxue and her group into the city. At this moment, Leng Shaoqing and the others were dumbfounded. If the city guards addressed Leng Ruoxue as master, then what about the city lord? Even though they had been city lords in the Haotian continent, this place was different from the Haotian continent. For a moment, Leng Shaoqing, Leng Xiaoxiao, and the Lan family's old ancestor all felt inferior. They were both ascendants, but why was the difference so great? As expected, when they arrived at the city lord's mansion, Yan Kun called Leng Ruoxue master with a face full of excitement. This confirmed their guess. Now, they were obviously much calmer than when they were in the Ascender's 5 alliances. Yan Kun, how are you? I'm still alright. Hearing Yan Kun's words, Leng Ruoxue was relieved. At this time, Yan Kun also knew that his master was going to bring these people to the divinity. He couldn't help but feel envious. Leng Ruoxue didn't bring him along when she saw his reaction. She only told him to let her know whenever he was no longer willing to stay in the divine mainland. Yan Kun was overjoyed to hear this, but he couldn't leave the godly land without him, so he couldn't get there for a while. Furthermore, Yan Kun also knew that Leng Ruoxue had a few subordinates who had come to the godly mainland by themselves. Leng Ruoxue was confident in Yan Kun's ability. The day after the Yan clan's welcoming banquet ended, Leng Shaoqing, Leng Xiaoxiao, and the Lan clan's eldest ancestor came to look for Leng Ruoxue. However, after seeing Leng Ruoxue, they were at a loss as to what to say. In the end, it was still the mother parasol tree who could not stand it and reproached, if you have something to say, then say it. You don't look like a man when you're hemming and hawing. After being criticized by the mother parasol tree, Leng Shaoqing went all out and asked directly, Shui, aren't we living in the godly mainland? No. Leng Ruoxue smiled. She already knew what they wanted to ask. Do I really have to go to that divine realm? Yes, grandfather and the cheapskate old ancestor are all in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, the 3 people who came to clarify the matter were so depressed that they felt ashamed. One should know that they had arrived at the divine mainland much earlier than that last Leng Ruoxue. However, she had already gone to the divine world to develop her career. They didn't dare to set foot on the divine mainland so easily. Woo, what a difference. It was really not just a little bit worse. The 3 old men who had lived for a long time were so sad that they did not know what to say. The mother parasol tree looked at the back of the 3 mechanical figures and felt a little sympathy for them. Shui, you really are a monster. Senior, I still haven't told them about your strength. Shui, let's keep a low profile. Alright. Keep a low profile. For the next few days, Leng Shaoqing and the other 2, who had found out about Leng Ruoxue's strength, locked themselves in their rooms and reflected on themselves. It was undeniable that Leng Ruoxue had given them quite a shock. Not to mention the other party's vast territory, just the strength of that little girl was far beyond theirs. This wave behind didn't push forward the wave in front, but directly smacked the wave in front firmly. After thinking for a few days, the 3 of them felt that they could not go on like this. Otherwise, their Leng family and Lan family would disappear from the divinity sooner or later. That place was filled with spiritual energy. It was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Leng Ruoxue agreed. He then moved them into his house. Who knew that when they heard that their ancestor was in seclusion, many people from the Lan and Leng families also requested to go into seclusion. Because they had been with the people from the city lord's residence for the past few days, they had more or less heard about Leng Ruoxue's past and had been deeply affected. Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't stop them if they wanted to improve themselves. She happily agreed to their request. The moment they went into closed-door cultivation, the originally bustling city lord's residence instantly became quiet. However, at this moment, Leng Ruoxue had also received a voice transmission from the Ascender Alliance's leaders. Seeing Leng Ruoxue again, the alliance masters of the 5 alliances still felt immense pressure. A sob. Why are women so powerful these days? The alliance masters of the 5 alliances looked at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree with sorrow and resentment. They wished they could hide in a corner and draw circles. This was too much of a blow to them, wasn't it? Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand the other party's sudden coyness. She said impatiently, "Didn't you say there's news? Where are they?" Hearing this, the leader of the 5 alliances immediately became alert and said carefully, "Senior, after I tell you their whereabouts, you must hold back and not be angry." The alliance masters of the 5 alliances were afraid that Leng Ruoxue would smash the 5 alliances into pieces in a fit of anger. After all, he was definitely innocent. He didn't want to bear Leng Ruoxue's anger for someone else. Speak. Leng Ruoxue's lion-like roar scared the alliance masters of the 5 alliances so much that they were trembling. Immediately after, the alliance masters of the 5 alliances handed Leng Ruoxue a few pieces of paper. On them were the whereabouts of Luoxian and the others. Leng Ruoxue took a look at it and her face turned black. How detestable. Luoxian and the others were indeed in the Ascender Alliance. In the past, the reason why she had asked the 5 alliances masters to help her find people was that she felt that the chances of Luoxian and the others coming to the Ascender Alliance were very high. After all, everyone was an Ascender, and they would naturally have a good impression of such an organization. But now, they were sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. 3 alliances. 4 alliances. Luoxian and the others were in these 2 alliances. Not only did they have a difficult life, but they were also forced to become slaves. This was something that Leng Ruoxue could not tolerate. Humph. If you dare to touch her subordinates, you must be prepared to pay the price. Leng Ruoxue was furious. The consequences would be dire. When the alliance masters of the 5 alliances saw Leng Ruoxue's expression turn ugly, they were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. However, they could understand Leng Ruoxue's feelings. If it was anyone else who knew that their subordinates were living a life worse than a pig or a dog, who wouldn't be angry? One must know that when he first saw the information that his subordinate had sent back, he was already a little angry, let alone Leng Ruoxue, who was directly involved. Sigh. He truly felt that he was too kind compared to the people from the 3rd and 4th alliances. At the very least, he had never done anything that caused others to detest him. At the same time, he was glad that he had not offended Leng Ruoxue because of his son. Otherwise, his ending would not be any better than the 2 alliances. After some thought, the leader of the 5 alliances couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what do you plan to do?" Leng Ruoxue's face was cold and she did not say anything. At this moment, the parasol tree took the paper from Leng Ruoxue's hands and read through it quickly. Then, it said furiously, "Shue, what are we waiting for? Let's just kill our way into the 3rd and 4th alliances. To dare to bully our people like this, you must be tired of living." In an instant, the mother parasol tree transformed from an elegant woman into a fire-breathing tyrannosaurus. Shue's people were her people, bullying Shue's subordinates was the same as bullying her. As the most ancient plant ancestor in the divinity, the mother parasol tree had a mild temper most of the time. Although this kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the divine realm, she wouldn't meddle in other people's business if it didn't involve her. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't have much of a reaction and the woman beside her was the first to fly into a rage, the alliance master of the 5 alliances was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "Senior, I don't dare to meddle in your affairs, but can you not sell me out?" Sob. If the Ascender Alliance knew that he was the one who had revealed the news to Leng Ruoxue, he would be isolated. He was so scared. "Don't worry, you won't be involved in this." The mother parasol tree rolled its eyes at the cowardly leader of the 5 alliances and said. The alliance masters of the 5 alliances were relieved. "Senior, let's go to the 3rd and 4th alliances." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue finally spoke. "All right," he said. The mother parasol tree responded. She could tell that Shue was in a bad mood. Even though she did not turn into a shrew and curse like her, the mother parasol tree understood her well. "Oh. This should be called the calm before the storm. Senior, do you need me to send someone to bring you to the 3rd and 4th alliances?" At this time, the 5 leaders asked again. Don't blame him for not being loyal to the alliance. It was truly better for a fellow Taoist to die than for me. This ancestor could not be offended. "Thank you, then." Leng Ruoxue didn't reject the other party's flattery. Naturally, the leaders of the 5 alliances didn't dare to accept the other party's thanks. After the 2 of them left, the leader of the 5 alliances realized that he had broken out in a cold sweat again. As for the confidant of the leader of the 5 alliances, after bringing Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree to the 3 alliances, he wanted to return. He knew that the 2 of them were going to the 3 alliances and the 4 alliances to cause a scene and was afraid that they would see that he had brought the 2 of them here. "Senior, this is the 3rd alliance. The 4th and 3rd alliances are right next to each other, Oh. Bring me to the 3 alliances, base." When the confidants of the 5 alliance masters heard this, they wanted to kneel down in front of Leng Ruoxue. Sob. This way, they would be discovered. At that time, the 5 alliances would be targeted by the 3rd and 4th alliances. He really didn't want to go. However, how could Leng Ruoxue be so easily dismissed? She coldly glanced at the other party and said, "If you don't, What if I accidentally let it slip and say that you brought us to the 3rd and 4th leagues to cause trouble? You know the consequences. Humph. Was she that easy to make use of? Leng Ruoxue sneered in her heart. Don't think that she didn't know the intense competition between the 5 alliances in the Ascender Alliance. If they wanted to use her as a weapon, how could they not pay the price? The confidants of the alliance masters of the 5 alliances wanted to kneel down in front of Leng Ruoxue immediately. Would they only be satisfied if they dragged the 5 alliances into the water? A certain trusted aide was very worried, but he could not do anything about Leng Ruoxue, this ancestor. He could only brace himself and continue to lead the way. The mother parasol tree chuckled at the back as it watched a certain trusted aide walk in front as if a loved one had died. This time, the Ascender Alliance was going to be lively. The excitement she was talking about was not referring to her and Shui are going to cause a scene, but rather that the few alliances in the divine realm would not be at peace. The 5 league masters wanted to use them to deal with the 3rd and 4th league. Did they really think they were fools? However, she did believe that the leaders of the 5 alliances would not dare to lie to them about the whereabouts of Shui, her subordinates, because if they did, the 5 alliances would end up in a terrible state. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the 3 alliances' encampment. One of his trusted aides pointed at Leng Ruoxue and said, "Senior, we've arrived." After saying that, he immediately hid far away to avoid being discovered. However, Leng Ruoxue wouldn't let him off so easily. She beckoned him over with her finger. A certain trusted aide didn't dare to disobey and could only brace himself as he walked over unwillingly. "Senior, is there anything else?" The confidant wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was the errand he had taken on so terrifying? Sob. This was the rhythm of wanting him to die. "Use your status as a member of the 5 major guilds and bring us in." Leng Ruoxue smiled. "Senior, this will let them discover my identity." A certain trusted aide reminded them, thinking, "Didn't you guys promise the alliance master that you wouldn't betray him? Then what was going on now?" "Don't worry, they're already dead. Dead people can't speak." The mother parasol tree patted the shoulder of a certain trusted aide and consoled him. When a certain confidant heard this, he had a mixed feeling in his heart. This meant that he had to go in. Sob. Why was his life so bitter? "Don't talk nonsense, just hurry up. Our time is precious." Leng Ruoxue saw that her confidant was hesitating and was not decisive at all, so she asked impatiently. "Ugh." No matter how slow the confidant was, he could tell that this ancestor was about to get angry. The guard took a look but did not let them in immediately. Instead, he asked, "Why are the 5 leagues here at the 3 leagues? What's the matter?" After he finished speaking, his eyes were still sizing up Leng Ruoxue and the parasol tree. He thought to himself, "These 2 are good stuff. Hee hee. The alliance masters of the 5 alliances asked me to give the alliance masters of the 3 alliances a gift. These 2 gifts are not bad. That's good." A certain trusted aide put on a relieved expression and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree uneasily. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the parasol tree finally realized that they were the gifts that the trusted aide was referring to. Seeing this, the confidant's heart that had been in his throat was finally at ease. Beautiful. It was so beautiful. Without further hesitation, the guard excitedly invited the 3 of them into the 3 alliance. Previous chapter. Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 sat in the 3 alliances' living room, as steady as a mountain. Seeing that the alliance masters of the 3 alliances hadn't arrived yet, one of his confidants dared to explain in a low voice, "Seniors, the leader of the 3 alliances is very cunning and ruthless. However, he is very friendly to women." It was fine to feel aggrieved. "Will the alliance masters of the 3 alliances recognize me? Don't worry. As long as you don't admit it, the alliance masters of the 3 alliances won't think that you're Leng Ruoxue. Alright." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue understood, not long after, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were calmly drinking the tea that they had brought with them until the middle-aged man also saw Leng Ruoxue with a single glance and shouted, "Leng Ruoxue." His heart trembled. Why did the unreliable alliance master of the 5 alliances send Leng Ruoxue to him as a gift? Wasn't she trying to harm him? When Leng Ruoxue heard the other party calling out her name, she didn't even raise her head. She just calmly did what she was supposed to do. However, a certain trusted aide was already drenched in cold sweat. Sob. He was afraid of death. "Third alliance master, why you've got the wrong person. She's not Leng Ruoxue." Not Leng Ruoxue? Just look alike? How could there be someone who looked so similar? The alliance masters of the 3 alliances were still worried. However, the woman in the portrait had the air of a queen, and the one in front of him was definitely a little white flower that people couldn't help but want to pity. "You're not Leng Ruoxue." The parasol tree mother tree broke out in a cold sweat. She then grabbed the wrist of the alliance master of the 3 alliances and shouted, "What do you want to do? You're not allowed to bully my little sister." I didn't bully her, I just wanted to confirm if she's Leng Ruoxue." "What Leng Ruoxue?" The alliance master of the 3 alliances could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. If the other party really wasn't Leng Ruoxue, then he would be very satisfied with these 2 women. As for Leng Ruoxue, she simply hid in the embrace of the parasol tree. She was so frightened that her little face turned pale. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears as she said gently, "Sister, I'm so scared. Let's go home." "Schwer, don't be afraid. With big sister here, this uncle won't dare to bully you. But this uncle is so fierce. Don't be afraid, I won't." After testing the waters time and time again, he finally let go of his suspicions that the other party was Leng Ruoxue. "Really? 2 drops of tears rolled down from Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes. The Alliance Master's heart softened when he heard her gentle question. Such a delicate beauty would definitely be pampered by others. Therefore, the Alliance Masters of the 3 alliances nodded heavily, then turned to one of their confidants, who was petrified, and said, "Go back and tell your Alliance Master that I'm very satisfied with his gift." A certain trusted aide suddenly came back to his senses when he heard this, and he nodded his head somewhat woodenly. One had to know that he was completely dumbfounded by the situation in front of him. How did the Queen-level Azura become a little white flower in the blink of an eye? The confidant's heart trembled violently, and he was even more determined to not offend the 2 women in front of him. He had decided that he would leave this place as soon as he had the chance, because it was not safe here. He wanted to leave. He wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. However, he did not need to ask for it as the 3 alliances masters let him go. The moment he heard the order to leave, a certain trusted aide ran away faster than a rabbit. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't want him to be too idle and had secretly sent him a voice transmission, telling him to be on standby at all times, or else he would bear the consequences. When a certain confidant received this news, he even had the thought of buying a piece of tofu to kill himself. Sob. Isn't this asking for his life? However, he definitely did not dare to disobey Leng Ruoxue. Oh. My God. Someone come and save him. Leng Ruoxue definitely didn't know about a certain trusted aide's wish. As for Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree who had turned into golden canary, they looked obedient on the surface and did not step out of their homes. Shue, could it be that guy from the 5 alliances is lying to us, deliberately using us to get rid of his... Seeing that the beauty seemed to be a little dissatisfied, the leader of the 3 alliances immediately smiled and coaxed, "Tong, you're angry too. It's because I have something important to do these few days that I didn't come to see you sisters. What important matter made you leave us 2 sisters here for so many days?" When the Alliance Master heard this, he quickly explained, "The 3 alliances of the Divine Realm gave us a mission." How detestable. This woman was really greedy. However, the thoughtful Alliance Master of the 3 alliances did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he said lovingly, "Tong, I really like you." "Oh, really? Then do you like me more or Shue more?" "I like both. I can't like all of them. I like you the most. This is more like it." After the Alliance Masters of the 3 alliances had left, Leng Ruoxue put on a weak and delicate appearance and walked out of the room. "Bad girl. Who am I doing this for? You don't know how disgusting it was when I said those words to the Alliance Master of the 3 alliances. Damn it, I've never been like this in all my life." The mother parasol tree said, sweating. "Thank you for your hard work, senior. It's good that you know." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue suddenly received a voice transmission from a certain trusted aide. Immediately, her expression turned grave. "Shue, what's wrong?" The mother parasol tree quickly asked as it sensed that something was wrong with Shue. So the 3rd and 4th alliances have courtyards on the divine continent. However, they are not within the Ascender Alliance's sphere of influence. No wonder we didn't discover them. Leng Ruoxue replied. "Then let's quickly go to the courtyard. Your subordinates should be locked up there." The people from the 5 alliances told me that they don't know the exact location of the courtyards of the 3rd and 4th alliances. In that case, we can only let the Alliance Masters of the 3 alliances take the initiative to bring us there? I'll have to trouble Senior to cooperate. Alright. In order to save your subordinates, I'll go all out. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly nodded and started to feign illness. Her illness naturally attracted the attention of the 3 alliances' leader. The Alliance Master of the next day, the Alliance Master of the 3 alliances, who acted swiftly, sent someone to send Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree to the courtyard. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to alert the enemy before she rescued Luo Xian and the others. She pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect our Alliance Master to build a courtyard with the 4 alliances. Sister, this is great, our safety is even more guaranteed." Yup. With the 4 alliances as our neighbors, I don't have to worry about our safety in such a remote place. The mother parasol tree also put on a look of extreme relief. When the guard who brought them here heard this, he was a little unhappy. Did the 2 of them not trust their strength? Of course we believe that, but with the 4 alliances as company, wouldn't it be safer? The mother parasol tree said with a smile. Seeing that she... After exchanging information with the mother parasol tree, the 2 of them were a little puzzled. According to their divine senses, they didn't find any big miss of the 3 leagues. However, before the 2 of them could figure out where the eldest miss of the 3rd alliance had gone, the Alliance Master of the 3rd alliance came looking for them. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue's condition was much better, the Alliance Master of the 3 alliances was naturally in a good mood. However, when he thought about how this woman was about to no longer belong to him, his mood fell again. After hesitating for a moment and seeing the leaders of the 4 alliances winking at him, the leader of the 3 alliances took a deep breath and said, "Shue, from today onwards, you belong to the 4 alliance masters." Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree looked at each other. They thought they had heard wrongly. "Alliance Master, what is the meaning of this? The 3rd alliance master has already sold Shue to me." "What? Alliance Master, how can you do this? You've really gone too far. Why can't I do this? How have I gone too far?" The parasol tree wanted to argue with the 3rd alliance master when Leng Ruoxue tugged at her sleeve and said in a choked voice, "Sister, don't blame the alliance master." Sob. "I'm too useless." Then, she turned her teary eyes to the Alliance Master and asked pitifully, "Alliance Master, how much did you sell me for?" "Beauty, there are 5 pieces of top-grade crystal stones. 5 pieces of high-grade crystal stones, so much money." Leng Ruoxue was so depressed by her price that she wanted to vomit blood. However, the mother parasol tree was shocked and could not help but ask, "Didn't you say 10 top-grade crystals? Beauty, 10 top-grade crystals is the price of the two of you." The mother parasol tree was infuriated when it heard that. In that instant, the mother parasol tree had already sentenced the alliance masters of the 3 alliances to death. Humph. Did he really think that he could sell it to anyone in this world? Did he treat them as slaves? Hearing the mother parasol tree roaring in her heart, Leng Ruoxue consoled it for a while before cutting off the connection between the two of them. That's a prison cell, right? Leng Ruoxue searched around and found a familiar aura in the place that looked like a prison cell. Since she had found something suspicious, Leng Ruoxue naturally would not wait any longer. After summoning Ling and casting an invisibility spell on herself, Leng Ruoxue searched for her memory and found the prison cell. As soon as he entered the cell, a damp smell hit him in the face. It was so unpleasant that it was almost suffocating. Leng Ruoxue covered her nose and mouth, then moved her feather out to help her lead the way. Feather's night vision played a huge role in the dark cell. After reporting the situation to Leng Ruoxue asked you to bring her to the cell. Through the dark cell door, Leng Ruoxue used the faint moonlight to recognize her cheapskate big brother. At this moment, the cheap big brother was lying on the ground, not moving at all. "Big brother." Leng Ruoxue called out softly. However, Li Zhong didn't have any reaction. Leng Ruoxue was extremely worried. The next moment, she summoned the golden eagle in her hand. Leng Ruoxue did not even think before she ordered, "Little guy, unlock the door for me." Oh. The golden hawk had learned to read people's minds. It knew that the fierce woman was in a bad mood, so it would grant her every request. After that, it made a few gestures with its little claws, and the giant lock on the cell door made a crisp sound as it was opened. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly walked in and helped Li Zhong up from the ground. After feeding him an elixir, she called out softly, "Big brother. Wake up." Li Zhong, who was in a daze and felt as if his entire body was on fire, suddenly felt a cool and comfortable sensation in his body. Then, he heard a woman's gentle call. After a while, he opened his eyes with great difficulty. The light in the cell was very dark. "You're Li Zhong, I'm Xue, big brother, Xue. You're really Xue, he must be dreaming." Li Zhong couldn't convince himself. Seeing that Li Zhong was sighing and saying that he was dreaming, Leng Ruoxue, Xue. "Is it really you? Big brother, it's me. Xue, leave this place quickly. Big brother, I'm here to save you. We don't need you to save us. You should leave quickly. Don't let anyone find out, or you'll be in danger. Big brother, listen to me. I don't care about those people here at all. They can't hurt me, really? Xue, don't lie to me. Big brother, when have I ever lied to you?" Hearing her words, Li Zhongyi felt relieved. "They're not with you?" "No, they're being held by the Miss of the 3 Leagues. Miss of the 3 Leagues? The Miss of the 3 Leagues fell for Luo Fei and wanted to force her to marry him. With Xue, he seemed to have a pillar of support. "Then what about you guys? We're also slaves now." Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue suppressed her anger and moved the small flame on her fingertip down. She saw that Li Zhong's clothes were in tatters and there were quite a few bloodstains on them. Then, she stood up and walked to the others. After a thorough check, the anger in Leng Ruoxue's heart suddenly rose. Everyone she saw had serious injuries on their bodies. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. The golden hawk, who had been silent all this while, saw this scene and jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms in shock and fear. It buried its head in Leng Ruoxue's arms and mumbled, "So scary. It's so scary." Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's anger rose by a few levels. After instructing Ling to bring the parasol tree over, Leng Ruoxue remained silent for a few minutes. Li Zhong was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. He didn't know that Xue's aura was so powerful. This kind of Xue made him feel more at ease. However, when he thought of his current status, he was no longer happy. So what if he saw Xue? He was now someone else's slave, the lowest status in the entire godly mainland. What future did he have? How could they be together with Xue in this state? If people knew that Xue had a few godbrothers who were slaves, Xue's future would probably be ruined. For a time, Li Zhong thought of many things. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. At this moment, the mother parasol tree arrived. The moment she entered the cell, she happily said to Xue, "I heard that you found her. That's great. We have found them, but they are seriously injured. Besides, Luo Xian and his son are not here." Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Heavens! How did they get injured to this extent? Who did this? Using Leng Ruoxue's flame, the mother parasol tree only needed a glance to see the few unconscious people lying on the ground. They were on the verge of death. "Miss of the 3 Leagues." Leng Ruoxue said coldly. The chill in her voice was so strong that even the mother parasol tree could feel the chill. "Miss of the 3 Leagues? Then why did she put him in the 4 alliances? We are the slaves of the 4 alliances' leaders. So, they are colluding? They have a good relationship. Xue, what do you plan to do now? Let's save Big Brother and the others first." "Xue, we can't." Li Zhong wanted to remind Leng Ruoxue that they couldn't leave yet. "You don't have to worry about Luo Xian and his son. I'll go and save them later." However, perhaps the other party had left a deep impression on Li Zhong. He was afraid that those people would kill Luo Xian. The mother parasol tree saw this and roared, "Don't worry and do as Xue says. Unless you really want to be a slave to the 4 alliances leaders for the rest of your life?" "I don't want to, but I've been forced into a slave contract. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this life." Li Zhong said sadly. Who said that? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. The miss of the 3 leagues said that if we are slaves for a day, we will be slaves for life. Li Zhong said very honestly. You believe that? The parasol tree mother tree said in disbelief. Shue's godbrother was too easy to fool, wasn't he? Could she be lying to us? Hearing the underlying meaning of the mother parasol tree's words, Li Zhong was stunned. She was indeed lying to you. The slave contract can be terminated. F***CK. This be *TCH. Big brother, calm down. I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Shue, you must let us deal with that be *TCH with our own hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Don't worry, I'll leave it to you. At this moment, another weak sobbing voice was heard. Master, is that you? When she heard this voice, Leng Ruoxue moved the little flame on her finger to the owner of the voice. The person who was crying and complaining was one of the ancestors of the Luo family and also Luo Xian's father. Don't cry, didn't you see it? Seeing a middle-aged old man crying in front of her, Leng Ruoxue couldn't put her feelings into words. I'll definitely save them. Do you know where they're being held? Leng Ruoxue saw that most of them had woken up, and all of them had tears in their eyes. She was afraid that they would all start crying, so when she asked this question, she was even more careful, afraid that she would remind them of unhappy things. They've been locked up in a secret room by the Lady of the 3 Leagues, and that secret room just so happens to be in that lady's room. Li Zhong said after seriously recalling. Her room? This is a courtyard of the 4 alliances. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, this is the place where she lives. Li Zhong said with absolute certainty. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and save them. The mother parasol tree said anxiously. She didn't want to stay here for another day. If she saw people from the 3rd and 4th leagues again, she would throw up. More importantly, she wanted revenge. Seeing the mother parasol tree's eagerness, Leng Ruoxue understood. However, Li Zhong and the rest could not understand why. They only felt that the people around Shue were all loyal, and women were no exception. With Li Zhong leading the way, Leng Ruoxue asked Ling to cast an invisibility spell on everyone. The group of them successfully arrived at the courtyard of the eldest miss of the 3 alliances. After entering the courtyard, they found the room where the eldest miss of the 3 alliances was staying. Leng Ruoxue saw that the eldest miss was not around and thought to herself, I'll let her off first. Leng Ruoxue extended her hand and felt around the wall. However, she did not find any mechanism. Helplessly, she could only release you. Be careful, Leng Ruoxue warned you. You nodded and looked at the wall with his bright eyes. A moment later, you used its sharp beak to peck at a certain spot on the wall. Leng Ruoxue understood and reached out to pat the wall. She touched the part of the wall that had caved in and gestured for everyone to step back. I found it. The mother parasol tree was pleasantly surprised and took the lead to enter. The secret room was very dark. Leng Ruoxue lit up a small flame, illuminating the secret room. Following that, her beautiful eyes searched around again. The 2 of them had their heads lowered and were clearly unconscious. They were covered in wounds and blood was dripping to the ground from their wounds. Xian, Master, I can't untie this rope. Luo Xian's father was so anxious that he was about to cry. This isn't an ordinary rope. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out the cold shadow. She and the cold shadow could already communicate telepathically. When the patriarchs of the Luo family saw this, they quickly helped Luo Xian and Luo Fei to lie on the ground. After the pills entered their stomachs, the injuries on both of their bodies started to heal and they woke up very quickly. Even though it wasn't nice for 2 grown men to cry in front of her without any care for their image, Leng Ruoxue didn't stop them. After a long time, the 2 of them finally stopped crying. Master, we've let Master down. If you want to talk about Luo Xing, I already know. You can't be blamed for this. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Master knows? I just came back from the Haotian continent. I saw Luo Lin and the others, and then I killed Sun Tao and the others. A bunch of idiots. If we didn't know about this, how could we have come to save you? Pfft. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the first time they had been called silly. Seeing that these people were a little embarrassed, Leng Ruoxue cleared her throat and said, let's leave this place first. If you have anything to say, we can talk outside. Master, we. Luo Xian hesitated when he heard that Leng Ruoxue wanted to leave. Don't worry about the slave contract. I'll help you remove the restrictions after we get out. When Luo Xian heard this, he widened his eyes in disbelief. It can be removed. That's great, Wu. Get out. Leng Ruoxue didn't want the 2 men to continue crying. The group of people silently left the courtyard of the 4 alliances without alerting anyone. Once they were out of the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue did not lead the group to leave immediately. Instead, she threw a small flame each into the courtyards of the 3rd and 4th alliances. In an instant. Then, an earth-shattering shout rang out in the courtyard, fire. Everyone, quickly put out the fire. Seeing this scene, Li Zhong and the others were dumbfounded again. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and turned to the crowd, let's go. As she spoke, she gave you a look. You understood and instantly widened his eyes. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest were seated on its back, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. Its destination, Bamboo City. Originally, Leng Ruoxue knew of a method to remove the restriction. However, it was not suitable for Li Zhong and the others. Hence, she could only go to the Mission Guild. This place wasn't close to the Bamboo City. Shue, the other party should have realized that we've gone missing. Not necessarily. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and felt that the other party was probably just testing her because her flames were not so easily extinguished. However, it wasn't a good idea for Li Zhong and the others to be in pain like this. After entering the bracelet, Li Zhong and the others immediately felt much better. Although there was still some pain, they could at least endure it. Supreme Li Zhong and the others in the bracelet were in less pain. Leng Ruoxue immediately pulled the mother parasol tree into the bracelet to check on their situation. How do you feel? Leng Ruoxue asked with concern. It's alright, I can endure it. What about you guys? Master, we're not in as much pain as Li Zhong and the others. How did this happen? Leng Ruoxue could not understand. Master, I'm guessing it might have something to do with the bloodline contract between us and you. It's probably the bloodline contract that helped us resist some of the restrictions of the slave contract, so we're free from the persecution of the slave contract. That makes sense. A bloodline contract is higher than a slave contract in the first place. It's a pity that you didn't contract it in the divine realm, so a slave contract will still have some influence on you, but not much. The mother parasol tree agreed upon hearing that. Yes, if it wasn't for the blood contract with Master, I'm afraid I would have lost my innocence long ago. AI. We've implicated you. Uncle Li, don't say that. We're one. There's no such thing as a burden. When Luo Fei heard Li Zhong's words, he felt a little embarrassed. Yup. It's all in the past now, so let's not discuss who's right and who's wrong. Leng Ruoxue nodded as well. However, the parasol tree mother tree was very curious about the conflict between these people and the 3 and 4 alliances. She asked curiously, why did you think of going to the Ascender Alliance? Haven't you heard that the Ascender Alliance has a bad reputation? Hearing this, Li Zhong and the others quickly fell silent and sighed. After a long time, feeling the mother parasol tree's expectant and curious gaze, Li Zhong suppressed his anger and said, we didn't go to the Ascender Alliance on our own. We were deceived. Upon hearing this, the mother parasol tree could not help but blink its eyes. After we arrived here, we originally planned to cultivate while looking for Shui. However, the divine continent is so big that looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Then, by chance, we met the Miss of the 3 Leagues. She liked Luo Fei very much and expressed that she wanted to marry him. However, Luo Fei was a man. How could he marry a woman? Thus, Fei politely declined. The Ascender Alliance is indeed very powerful in the divine mainland. However, we weren't clear about the Ascender Alliance's current situation at the time. After that, we've been living a life worse than a pig or a dog. If Shui didn't come to save us, I really don't know how long I would have to endure such a life. Big brother, it's fine now. I won't let those who hurt you have an easy time. Yes. Li Zhong nodded his head. Before they came here, none of them had thought that the divine realm would be like this. Especially Luo Fei, he would probably not have any good feelings for these terrifying women in the divine world in a short period of time. AI. What a sin. Big brother, before the restrictions on your bodies are removed, you should stay here for the time being. Alright, but Shui, where is this place? I won't. This is my territory, you guys can stay here without worry. That's good, Shui. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. It wasn't just him. Although the others didn't ask as much as he did, every time Li Zhong asked, they would all stare at Leng Ruoxue with curiosity, waiting for her to answer. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could only call Qing Ju out and let him explain to these curious babies. A day later, they had finally arrived at Bamboo City. The mother parasol tree did not understand why Shui had to come here. When Leng Ruoxue heard the mother parasol tree's question, she smiled faintly and replied, there's an acquaintance here. Shui, can you tell me where you don't have acquaintances? Hee. I don't know, but even if I don't have any acquaintances, I can still create acquaintances. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Manufacture? The mother parasol tree was even more speechless. The 2 of them entered the city and headed straight to the mission guild without any delay. The moment they entered, Leng Ruoxue asked to see their president. When the waiter heard this, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Then, he looked at the 2 beautiful women in front of him as if they were crazy. Was their president that easy to meet? Shui, there's something wrong with the way this person is looking at us. The mother parasol tree noticed something amiss and whispered into Leng Ruoxue's ear. Yes, he took us for lunatics. Her serious tone almost made the mother parasol tree break out in a cold sweat. Did Shui have to be so serious? We want to see your president. Leng Ruoxue repeated impatiently when she saw that the guard was not moving. I'm sorry, our president isn't here. You're really not here? No. The waiter resisted Leng Ruoxue's pressure and said. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue's expression was turning uglier by the second, the waiter thought that the other party would be angry. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue would actually take out a piece of earthen yellow top-grade crystal and toss it up and down in her hands? Notify us and this crystal is yours. The waiter was very moved. This was the earth attribute top-grade crystal that was just right for him to use. Then, the waiter's attitude changed and he said respectfully, please wait a moment. After saying that, the waiter turned around and went upstairs. The mother parasol tree looked at the waiter's back and despised him for being so greedy. Bah! What a snob. The mother parasol tree said with a look of disdain. It's only human nature. Shui, why don't you just kill them? Why waste a high-grade crystal? You should know that we're only worth 5 high-grade crystals. Ha ha ha. Senior, calm down. I want to kill my way up, but I'm old friends with the president here, so I have to give him some face. Alright then. At this moment, the waiter came down from upstairs and said with a happy face, I said a lot of nice things before the president agreed to see you. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on the piece of high-grade crystal in Leng Ruoxue's hand. Leng Ruoxue nodded and threw the crystal in her hand to the waiter. She found her way to the president's office with great familiarity. Who are you? I'm the president here, miss can call me President Pu. Schwepper, don't you have an old relationship with the president? The guild leader has changed. It's really too unfortunate. May I ask where President Zeng is? Miss, you know President Zeng? President Pu asked in surprise. We've met several times. Oh. President Zeng was transferred to the Divine Realms headquarters a long time ago, so I'm in charge here now. May I know why the young lady is looking for me? I want to terminate a few of my slave contracts. Miss, do you know that once you cancel the slave contract, the slave will no longer belong to you? At that time, we won't have any means to control them, so the loss outweighs the gain. Of course I know. You just have to help me handle it. Alright then. However, the cost of terminating a slave contract is very expensive. I know. You don't have to worry about the money. Hearing this, President Pu didn't know what to say. He could only accept his fate and help Leng Ruoxue with her business. After flipping through the slave records, President Pu looked at Leng Ruoxue with his small eyes and said, please tell me the name of the slave. Leng Ruoxue nodded and named a few of the slaves. Hearing this, President Pu's brows furrowed together and he said with a troubled expression, Miss, I'm sorry. From the records, those slaves don't belong to you, so I can't help you with this. What if I insist on it? President Pu shivered, but he still gathered his courage and said, this is the rule of our guild, I can't go against it. President Pu's words were spoken with a sense of justice. Leng Ruoxue laughed when she heard that and said, as long as you do this for me, I won't mistreat you. You can name the price. This is not a matter of money, but of principle. President Pu said righteously. If it wasn't for the green light of desire in his eyes, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree would have believed that President Pu was a man of principle. What a pity. Don't talk to me about principles. Let me ask you, what do I have to do for you to help me? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. This. President Pu hesitated for a moment, before saying with a troubled expression, we are not related. If I really handle this matter for you, it is equivalent to offending the Ascender Alliance. At that time, not only will I lose my position as the president, but I will also make a great enemy of the Ascender Alliance. I really don't need to take risks for a stranger. I only found out today that the quest guilds are afraid of the Ascender Alliance. Why would our quest guild be afraid of the Ascender Alliance? What I mean is that if the headquarters finds out that I've done something for you, you're right. It's unnecessary to take risks for strangers. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, President Pu gave her a, it's good that you know, look. Why don't we form some sort of relationship? Upon hearing this, the mother parasol tree understood that it was time for a fight. However, President Pu didn't know Leng Ruoxue's intentions and even nodded his head in a daze, yes, yes. As long as we have an extraordinary relationship, I will naturally do this for you. Since that's the case, you can recognize me as your master. Recognize a master? Of course it's you. Didn't you say you wanted to have an extraordinary relationship with us? It's the best choice. Meanwhile, the mother parasol tree was already rolling with laughter in its heart. Who said that master recognition was the best choice? After President Pu confirmed that he didn't hear wrongly, he shouted at the top of his voice again. Damn it. It was really too detestable. Do you have a better choice? Of course. You can marry me. Is this a toad lusting after a swan's flesh? At least, Alliance Master 3 and Alliance Master 4 didn't say that he treated them as his possession and that they were considered toads. Who are you calling a toad? Of course it's you. You really don't know what's good for you. With my status, it's your honor to be able to take a fancy to you, do you understand? President Pu said angrily from embarrassment. He thought that by saying his request, the two beauties in front of him would happily devote their lives to him, but who knew that they would actually call him a toad? May I ask who you are? Humph. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I'm the chairman of Ing City's Missions Guild, and my son-in-law is the right-hand man of the 10th Elder of the Divine World's Missions Guild. What a strong backing. How is it? Are you afraid? Faced with the provocation, Leng Ruoxue stood up calmly. Then, she pulled the little old man who was sitting on the chair across the desk over and smiled charmingly. Do I look like I'm afraid? What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. This is the territory of the Mission Guild, and you won't get any benefits from offending me. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's unfriendly and rude expression, President Pu was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly threatened her. Oh, really? What if I have to offend him? You will regret this. Our Mission Guild will not let you off. Some people. You won't die if you don't seek death. President Pu thought to himself. You've reminded me. So the quest guilds belong to the Divine Lord's residence. It's good that you know. So, I can't be offended. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue turned to look at the parasol tree and asked calmly, Senior, the Mission Guild belongs to the Divine Lord's estate. What should we do? Should we smash it or not? What's wrong with the God Lord's estate? I'll smash it as well. Old man, did you hear that? You guys are really bold. These two women are so bold. Yes, you're right. We're very bold. Leng Ruoxue agreed with a smile. She then tugged on his collar and asked, I'll ask you one last time, are you going to help us handle this matter? I. President Pu struggled on his deathbed, not daring to relent. Although the threat of these two women made him feel afraid, his end would be even worse if he offended the Ascender Alliance. However, his hesitation had already made Leng Ruoxue and the parasol tree unhappy. Woo, too bad. This woman was too evil. Don't be like this. It's not good for women to play with such sharp weapons. I don't want to either. It's your fault for not cooperating. Look, even my sword is looking down on you. Then let it stay away from me. Sure, as long as you promise to help me break my slave contract. This isn't. Ruoxue, don't talk nonsense with him, let's do it ourselves. Do it yourself? Well, he's just the president of the Guild of Missions. As long as we know the procedure to terminate the contract, we can do it ourselves. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? In just a few minutes, Jingju told her that it was done. Now that she knew the procedure, Leng Ruoxue naturally had no use for this timid fellow. He threw him to the side and handed him over to the mother parasol tree to look after, while what do you want to do? Nothing much. I'm just borrowing the official seal of your guild president. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she took out a silver seal from the drawer. The seal was not big, and it looked even more exquisite in her palm. In the middle of the seal were the words, Ing City, and at the bottom was the symbol of the Divine Master's estate. As for the process of removing the slave contract, it would first be the application submitted by the subordinate branch of the Mission Guild. Finally, it would be reviewed and approved by the Divine Realm's headquarters. The headquarters would also send over a method to remove the restriction, and the slave contract would be removed. To be honest, after Leng Ruoxue knew the procedure, she felt that it wasn't too difficult to cancel the slave contract and decided to do it herself. However, she still needed President Pu's cooperation in the process. In order to prevent the official seal of the Quest Guild from being abused by others, a little bit of the blood of a certain guild leader was needed. After Leng Ruoxue was done with the application and stamped it with the official seal, she walked over to President Pu with a smile. She took out a small and exquisite dagger and waved it in front of President Pu's eyes a few times before saying, I'm sorry, guild leader, I need to borrow some more blood. No, don't. Don't mess around, you'll regret this. Unfortunately, a small arm was no match for a large thigh. After Leng Ruoxue had collected enough blood and completed the process of terminating the slave contract, she was ordered to wait on President Pu and requested him to settle this matter quickly. Seeing this, the waiter immediately promised that he would finish this matter as soon as possible. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with the waiter's working attitude. She also told him that if he could complete this task within 2 days, she would reward him. As soon as he heard that there was a reward, the waiter immediately promised that he would do his best. After the waiter left, President Pu, who was sitting on the chair, immediately became listless and his entire body slid from the chair to the ground. The mother parasol tree who had been standing behind him saw this and picked him up, saying, sit tight. Woo. I've already done as you said, what else do you want? When will you let me go? Other people were bullied by dogs when the tiger fell into the sun, what was this? How did the fallen Ping Yang get bullied by 2 vicious dogs? Sister, he's calling you 2 vicious dogs in his, is that so? After Leng Ruoxue heard this, she turned to look at the dispirited President Pu and said indifferently, I heard you were scolding us? No. There's absolutely no such thing. How would I dare to scold you? Don't try to lie to me. My beastie can read minds. I know everything you're thinking. How did this happen? President Pu was so shocked that he was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This fact was a huge blow to him. Couldn't he just scold them in his heart to vent his anger? After regaining his senses, President Pu looked at Leng Ruoxue warily. This old man seems to be afraid. He was not afraid, he was very afraid. Senior, he just called us vicious dogs in his heart. When President Pu heard this, he became even more indignant. I see. When the mother parasol tree heard this, it cooperated with Leng Ruoxue and revealed a smirk. Then, it took a few steps forward and looked down at President Pu. If you call us vicious dogs, what are you? I'm a pig. It was a stupid pig. Woo, I was wrong, I won't dare to speak nonsense anymore, please let me go. President Pu cried and begged, he was so close to hugging the mother parasol tree's leg and begging for mercy. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to hug it, but he didn't have the guts to do so. These 2 women were not human at all. In order to borrow some blood, she actually stabbed him with a dagger. Was this something a normal person would do? Let you go? Didn't you just want us to marry you? What, you don't need it now? No need. No need. I really don't deserve you too, please let me go. This isn't a matter of being worthy or not. The key is that those who dare to have ideas about us usually don't have a good end. How do you want to die? Woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I beg you to let me go. Just treat me as a fart and let it go. I've said it before, this isn't a matter of letting go or not. Isn't the Mission Guild's purpose to take people's money and get rid of disasters for them? But did you do it? Not only are you not helping us, but you're also trying to get your hands on us. Do you really think you've lived too long? Do you really think that a branch president of a Mission Guild is that great? You dare to scheme against anyone? I know I was wrong. I was afraid that the Ascender Alliance would take revenge on me, so I didn't dare to help you easily. Aren't you afraid of them taking revenge if we marry you? She's my woman, of course I have to protect her. According to your logic, we should be able to do whatever we want to you, right? After all, you're not anyone to us. Did you offend us again? Don't. I know I'm wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended the 2 ancestors. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time. In the future, I promise that I'll handle all of your matters properly, and it won't be like this. What do you think? Senior, what do you think? Leng Ruoxue looked up at the mother parasol tree. I can do a lot of things. My son-in-law is the confidant of the 10th elder of the headquarters. With him around, I can help you in many ways as long as you 2 ancestors are willing to give me the opportunity. I still think he's useless. Hearing this, President Pu's eyes became wet again. Was he really going to die? He was really unwilling to accept this. It's indeed useless. If we kill them, we'll only dirty our hands. Why don't we? However, her inferiority made President Pu's heart jump to his throat. Cold sweat covered his entire body. Woo. This can't be so scary. Why don't we give him another chance? After a long pause, Leng Ruoxue finally spoke. Seeing that his life was finally saved, President Pu's entire body collapsed. Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree revealed a tacit smile. After that, Leng Ruoxue took Li Zhong out from the bracelet and pointed at President Pu, "Big brother, let him be your servant." This was the president of the mission guild. Even though it was only a branch. Looking at President Pu, who was paralyzed on the ground, Li Zhong was drenched in sweat. Even though he hadn't been in the godly mainland for long, he knew what kind of guild quests were. The Guild of Missions was said to be omnipotent. There was nothing that others couldn't think of, but there was nothing that they couldn't do. Furthermore, their fees were extremely high. Li Zhong felt like he was in a dream. It was too unreal. I don't want to be a servant. You can't do this to me. You don't have the right to refuse. You can either become my big brother's servant or die. It's your choice. Old man, it's better to be a servant. At least I'll be able to keep my life. I. President Pu was so anxious that he stuttered. He turned his gaze to Li Zhong, trying to find a breakthrough from him. When Li Zhong saw this, he wasn't moved by President Pu's pitiful gaze. Hence, Li Zhong could only remind Leng Ruoxue that President Pu was from the Divine Master's residence. That's right, President Pu said loudly. I'm a member of the Divine Master's estate. With the God Lord's estate as a fox exploiting the tiger's might, President Pu's spirit was instantly lifted. God Lord's mansion? The Divine Master's estate is nothing. Let me tell you, I have a grudge against the Divine Master's estate. Li Zhong and President Pu were both stunned. A grudge against the Divine Master's estate? What was the meaning of this? The two of them didn't dare to understand. Upon seeing this, Leng Ruoxue calmly said to Li Zhong, "Big brother, I forgot to tell you. That B***TCH, Wuhan, is my enemy. One day, I will get rid of her. Therefore, the God Lord's estate is my enemy. You dare to curse at God Lord Fogripple?" He had been scared out of his wits. If it was really as the other party had said, that he had a grudge against the God Lord's estate, then it would not have been easy for him to keep his life. When Li Zhong heard President Pu's words, he was also stunned. The mist ripple slut that Xue spoke of was actually a God Lord of the divine world. For a moment, Li Zhong looked at Leng Ruoxue with a complicated expression. He couldn't understand why. Xue had only just arrived in the firmament. How did he become the Divine Master's enemy? Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Li Zhong looked at Leng Ruoxue, who didn't think much of it, and made up his mind. "Xue, since that's the case, I'll accept this great president as my servant. Big brother will thank you in advance." "Big brother, you're welcome. I suddenly remembered that guilds that do missions are very rich. Do you think I should recruit a few more guild leaders to help us accumulate wealth?" The more Leng Ruoxue thought about it, the more she felt that this was a good idea. The mother parasol tree agreed immediately after hearing that. Li Zhong naturally didn't have any objections. President Pu, who had been listening to their conversation, wanted to faint immediately. Sob, did this count as him hearing the inside story of these people? But fortunately, there were people who were in the same boat as him, so he felt more balanced. "Little old man, why don't you recognize me as your master first? There will be someone to accompany you later." Sob. Could he refuse? Since she couldn't, why did she still ask for his opinion? Seeing that the other party did not respond, Leng Ruoxue took it as a silent agreement. Then, she turned her beautiful eyes to the mother parasol tree and asked with a faint smile, "Senior, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of contract is suitable for him?" She didn't want to use a slave contract, nor did she want to use a bloodline contract of a higher standard for the other party. As for the master-servant contract, she was afraid that with the fog, it wouldn't be binding enough, and then her efforts would be in vain. "I do know of an ancient contract. It's a combination of a slave contract and a master-servant contract, but the effect is obviously better. More importantly, no one can break this kind of contract." "That's good, let him use it." Leng Ruoxue pointed at President Pu. Seeing President Pu's worried expression, she smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, there will be someone to keep you company." President Pu's heart was finally balanced, but he had nothing to say. Who could be happy about this kind of thing? Now, he really regretted it. A single misstep could cause 1,000 bones to be filled with hatred. However, no one would care about his thoughts. Feeling the connection between the two, Li Zhong smiled and ordered, "Little Pu, in the future, remember to hand over the income of the guild to Xue, understand?" "Yes, master." After recognizing him as his master, President Pu also accepted his fate and immediately entered the role of a servant. "Be good." Li Zhong coaxed her like he was coaxing a child before letting Leng Ruoxue send him back to the bracelet. In less than 2 days, the Immortal Realm's headquarters had sent back the method to remove the slave restrictions for Li Zhong and the rest. Leng Ruoxue had also rewarded the highly efficient servants as promised. After removing the restrictions for her brothers and subordinates, she brought her men back to the 3rd and 4th alliances. This time, she naturally came back to cause trouble. When they arrived at the Ascender Alliance's territory, the group first went to the 3 alliances. At the entrance of the 3 alliances, Leng Ruoxue did not want to be as polite as she was the last time. However, before they had the chance to voice out their doubts, the mother parasol tree waved its hand and threw out a few green branches. Upon seeing this, Li Zhong and the others broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, what a fast technique. What a powerful senior. Go in. The mother parasol tree turned its head and said, before walking in with large stride, "You bastard." She had to find the third alliance master who had sold them out. Seeing that the mother parasol tree could not wait any longer, Leng Ruoxue followed the mother parasol tree to deal with the third alliance master. When the 3 league masters saw Leng Ruoxue and the parasol tree once again, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. However, he immediately sensed that the two of them were different from before and probed, "Shui, Tong, I'm relieved that you're fine." "We're fine, but you're going to be in trouble." "Shui, what do you mean by this? Are you jealous that I transferred you to the 4 alliance masters?" Leng Ruoxue couldn't be bothered to look at the other party's Casanova-like appearance. With a look of disdain, she said, "Stop acting. We're not here to watch you act like you're deeply in love. Your actions are really disgusting. Then what are you here for?" "I'm here to take revenge for my big brother and his subordinates." "I don't understand." The third alliance master was even more puzzled. He didn't hear wrong, did he? "Who are you?" "I'm Leng Ruoxue." "Didn't you already guess it?" Hearing this, the third alliance master's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. The other party was actually Leng Ruoxue. It was hateful that he was actually tempted by the other party's beauty and dispelled such thoughts after a moment of suspicion. After knowing the other party's true identity, the third alliance master felt like he was courting death. Alliance Master 3 was filled with regret. However, he wasn't in the mood to think about whether Alliance Master 5 had lied to him. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, "Since it's Miss Leng, then this one has offended you before. Rest assured." "Humph. Can I be at ease? My brother and his subordinates fell into your hands and were forced to sign a slave contract." Never in his dreams would he have thought that this goddess of killing's brother and subordinate would actually be forced to sign a slave contract, and it was even done by his incompetent daughter. Looking at the other party's confident appearance, it was clear that there was enough evidence, and there was no room for him to quibble. What was this good? The third alliance master was deeply worried. He felt that the consequences of this matter were too serious. If they didn't handle it well, they might all lose their lives. "Shui, he even sold us out." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue seemed to have forgotten about this matter, the parasol tree mother reminded her. "Yup. Only today did I find out that I'm only worth 5 pieces of high-grade crystal stones." No, it's not like I don't know your identity. You can't blame me for not knowing. Just because you said you didn't know, you can shirk responsibility for what you did? Then, I'll cut you guys off first, and then you can say that I didn't do it on purpose? Ugh. How was he supposed to respond to this? The third alliance master's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He finally understood how difficult it was to deal with Leng Ruoxue. "Third alliance master, we didn't come here today to listen to you shirk responsibility." He knew that it was precisely because he knew that he was even more at a loss on how to save his little life. Just as the third alliance master was racking his brains for a solution, the parasol tree said impatiently, "Shui, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and do it." Seeing that the parasol tree was getting anxious, Leng Ruoxue made a rather helpless expression and laughed evilly. "As you can see, I've already given you a lot of time. Let's not waste each other's time. After taking care of you, I still have to deal with the leaders of the 4 alliances. He also has a share." Hearing that Alliance Master 4 was also involved, Alliance Master 3 miraculously felt better and decided to go all out. He had already crossed the other party's bottom line anyway, and it was obvious that there was no possibility of reconciliation from Leng Ruoxue's expression. Thinking of this, the third Alliance Master's aura suddenly rose. He then shouted at the two, "If you kill us, the Ascender Alliance will not let you off. It doesn't matter. I'll kill you first." Before he died, he didn't even have the time to struggle or call for help. Seeing that the third Alliance Master had died so easily, the Parasol Tree Mother Tree was stunned for a moment, then said embarrassedly, I was a little too heavy-handed and let him off easy. Senior, he is only a high-level deity." The Mother Parasol Tree put on an expression of being taught and promised seriously, "Shui, I will be careful in the future." Leng Ruoxue nodded and started a fire. That was where the Miss of the 3 Leagues lived. At this moment, with the help of his precious little beasts, Li Zhong and the others were having a great time taking their revenge. The lady of the 3 Leagues that Leng Ruoxue saw was considered a beauty. However, Baby's little beasts surrounded her and insisted that she take a good look at the miserable state of her subordinates. In this short period of time, Leng Ruoxue had already heard a few howls that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Seeing Leng Ruoxue and the Parasol Tree approach, Baby immediately jumped happily to Leng Ruoxue's side after stabbing the Miss of the 3 Leagues. "Baby, this needle?" Leng, hee. "It was abandoned by my master and I picked it up." Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to say. The Mother Parasol Tree patted her baby's fluffy little head excitedly and praised, "Baby, you're so smart and know how to save money. You've made good use of this waste, hee." After being praised, Baby became more and more proud. At the same time, Li Zhong and the rest had already worked together to eliminate the last guard of the 3 alliances. They walked quickly to Leng Ruoxue's side and said excitedly, "Shui, this is really too satisfying." They were having a great time fighting. Although they usually worked together, as long as they could get revenge for themselves, who cared if it was a group fight or not. Previous chapter. How do you plan to deal with the Miss of the 3 Leagues? Leng Ruoxue first nodded, then asked. Looking at the eldest Miss of Sanmeng's expression, there was a trace of unwillingness in her fear. Fortunately, Li Zhong and the rest had already discussed this beforehand. He smiled evilly at Leng Ruoxue and said, "Let's make her a slave contract first." After listening, before Leng Ruoxue could even nod her head, she heard the eldest Miss of the 3 Leagues wailing, "You can't do this to me. I'm the young lady of the 3 Leagues. The Ascender Alliance will not let you off." Sanmeng's young miss shouted herself hoarse. She still didn't know how things had turned out like this. Such a fact was really too tragic. She could not understand. However, no one cared after she shouted. After being slapped, the lady of the 3 leagues saw stars and was forced to accept the truth. After the contract was completed, the young miss of the 3 leagues was free. Luo Fei, on the other hand, was both embarrassed and angry, his face alternating between green and white. The listless miss of the 3rd league was then brought to the 4th league for her to continue watching. After using the same method to get rid of the 4 alliances and leaving behind the 4 alliance masters, Leng Ruoxue burned down all the buildings in the 4 alliances. Then, everyone left. As for the 4 alliance masters, they were treated the same way as the ladies of the 3 alliances. They were all forced to sign slave contracts, and the beneficiary of their slaves was Li Zhong. Xue, where are we going? Li Zhong asked calmly after leaving the Ascender Alliance's territory. Having gotten their revenge, they had never felt so relaxed before. Of course, we're going to raid the guild that's doing quests. She had so many people to feed, and the construction of Demon City was a bottomless pit. In order to reunite the Luo family, the members of the Luo family, who had originally planned to go into seclusion, were awakened. Now that they heard that they were going to be robbed, they immediately became excited. Master, can we join in? You're only allowed to look, no talking. Yes, yes. We'll just watch and not talk. In the following time, Leng Ruoxue was like a spinning top. Those who were tactful were accepted as Leng Ruoxue's subordinates, while those who were insensible became Li Zhong and the others' servants. Everyone worked together and earned a lot of money. Soon, all the guilds that were responsible for quests on the godly continent had fallen. Every guild leader would be so depressed when they were first captured that they wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill themselves. However, after they knew that they were not the only ones who were like this, they all felt balanced in their hearts and even formed feelings for each other. After all, in the future, when the master changed, they had to perform even better. From this, the chairman of Ing City's Mission Guild, President Pu, finally knew who the woman he was after was. Leng Ruoxue. It was actually the famous Leng Ruoxue. Why didn't he ask for her name in the first place? Otherwise, he would never have provoked that fiend. Sob. It was too late to say anything now. What's done is done. President Pu was filled with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted, it would be of no use. With a heart filled with grief and indignation, he decided to collect the appearance of all the experts in the divine realm that he couldn't afford to offend. He had offended Leng Ruoxue, and he was at a disadvantage because he didn't know her appearance. Actually, President Pu couldn't be blamed for being blind. After all, the Quest Association belonged to the Divine Master's residence. They would never have thought that the other party would set their sights on the Divine Master's residence. Moreover, Wu Cheng wouldn't have instructed his subordinates to guard against Leng Ruoxue. If that was the case, wouldn't it be him being afraid of Leng Ruoxue? The prideful fog would never do such a thing. Such a result naturally benefited Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue had earned quite a fortune on the divine mainland. In addition to the wealth she had obtained from the Alliance 3 and 4, she truly felt that robbing was a good way to get rich quickly. AI. She even had the thought of setting up a bandit organization and robbing the entire divine realm. Of course, it was just a plan. She didn't have any thoughts of offending the entire divine realm. If people didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. This was still her principle in life. However, once he offended her, she would definitely be very petty and take revenge. After settling the matters on the divine mainland, Leng Ruoxue planned to bring them back to the divine world. At this moment, Li Zhong and the others finally realized that they wouldn't be living in the godly mainland. When they first heard this news, Li Zhong and the others were stunned for a long time. When they finally came back to their senses, they were all speechless and didn't know how to react. This matter was really too stimulating. Even Xue had gone to the divine realm. It had only been a few years. However, Li Zhong and the others' mental fortitude wasn't bad. They quickly adjusted their mental state and looked at Leng Ruoxue as if she was their idol. Even Leng Ruoxue, who thought she was very thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed. In order to hide the awkwardness in her heart, Leng Ruoxue immediately moved everyone into her house. Then, she and the Mother Parasol Tree teleported to the transfer array to the God World. On the way, the Mother Parasol Tree noticed the strange expression on Leng Ruoxue's face and could not help but ask curiously, Xue, what's wrong? The Alliance Masters of the 5 Alliances sent me a message. They said that the Ascender Alliance of the Divine Realm already knows what we have done. Oh. So what if he knew? What can they do to us? The Mother Parasol Tree said disapprovingly, you can't do anything to us. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and followed the Parasol Tree into the teleportation formation. After a moment of dizziness, he arrived at the God Realm. Just as Leng Ruoxue and the Mother Parasol Tree stepped out of the transmission array, they were surrounded by a group of fiendish-looking people before they could step out of the light circle. These people were made up of both men and women. Of course, men made up the majority. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue remained calm and said, is there something? She pretended to be stupid as she asked, while observing the strength of these people. Leng Ruoxue, we've always minded our own business, but you actually attacked our Ascender Alliance. He's really too much. My principle is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Not only did your Ascender Alliance capture my brother and subordinates, but you also forced them to sign a slave contract. How can I not avenge them? Leng Ruoxue sneered as she questioned. The other emperor was speechless and couldn't help but argue, then you just have to kill the person responsible. Why did you destroy the 3rd and 4th alliances? Wild grass grows again when the spring breeze blows. Do you think I'll give them a chance to take revenge on me? According to your logic, you still have to get rid of us. Leng Ruoxue smiled calmly and said, originally, I could treat the Ascender Alliance of the Divine Realm and the Ascender Alliance of the Divine Continent as two different things. However, if you all insist on coming to me to seek revenge, I don't have much of an opinion. Her casual and nonchalant attitude had thoroughly angered the Ascender Alliance. Humph. What an arrogant girl. After saying that, they automatically opened up a path for the furious man. This Zhang Miao was one of the vice presidents of the Ascender Alliance. Originally, he had only come to support and encourage the Ascender Alliance. Of course, he had no intention of killing Leng Ruoxue. Today, they had to make Leng Ruoxue give the Ascender Alliance an explanation. Otherwise, wouldn't outsiders think that their Ascender Alliance was afraid of a little girl? However, Leng Ruoxue and the Mother Parasol Tree were not surprised by the Reverend God's appearance because they had already noticed his existence. Stinky girl, I will not let you off today. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. The Mother Parasol Tree did not even give him a look of pity. Do you know who I am? What does your identity have to do with me? I only need to know that you are a member of the Ascender Alliance. I am the vice president of the Ascender Alliance. However, after he said this, Leng Ruoxue still gave him face and didn't let him down. She looked at him and sighed softly before saying, you just became the vice president, right? You, how did you know? I thought you didn't know who I was. I can tell just by looking at you. If you're not a new official, how can you be so angry? Calm down. Don't be impatient, I'll do whatever you want. When the Parasol Tree heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it could not help but burst out laughing. Instantly, Zhang Miao's old face turned red. Even though he was a little high profile, he wasn't a fool. How could he not tell that the woman beside Leng Ruoxue was laughing at him? In an instant, his anger surged and he fired at the Mother Parasol Tree. What are you laughing at? You'll be crying soon. I see. Then let's not waste everyone's time, let's do it. The Mother Parasol Tree rubbed her fists in anticipation. Although this Reverend God was a little stupid, it was better than nothing. Her straightforward attitude of wanting to start a fight stunned Zhang Yi. It looked like the other party was not just arrogant. Why was this so? Didn't they know that he was a Reverend God? In reality, it was normal for him to not be able to see through. Vice President Zhang, are we going to fight? Humph. I will make you regret being so arrogant. Therefore, he took the blow. After being provoked like this, if he could still hold it in, was he still a man? The battle between the two of them started at once. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she quickly took advantage of the gap between the two of them before they started fighting to ask, sob. Isn't this bullying? Leng Ruoxue was rather worried about this. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Mother Parasol Tree pretended to be dumb and did not say a word. Zhang Miao, on the other hand, said arrogantly, you will naturally be taught a lesson by my subordinates, humph. Does a puny divine emperor need my help? Alright. She knew that she was being looked down upon. Although she really wanted to say that the Mother Parasol Tree's strength seemed to be inferior to her on the surface, the Mother Parasol Tree gave Leng Ruoxue an apologetic look before she started her lightning like it. She and Zhang Miao quickly engaged in battle. Glancing at the battle not far away, Leng Ruoxue tried her best to shift the attention of the Ascender Alliance's members from the battle to her. Since a battle is unavoidable, let's not waste any more time, she said. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Ascender Alliance's people who were originally watching the show could not help but chuckle. At this moment, the Emperor God, who represented the Ascendants, answered her question. Leng Ruoxue, although I've heard that you're quite powerful, there's no need for all of us to go all out to deal with you. Just me alone is enough. The meaning expressed by his red eyes was clear. Furthermore, the Emperor God's position in the Ascender Alliance was not low. This was especially so in front of so many people from the Ascender Alliance. This time, it was his and the 4 Alliance Masters' idea to gather the people to teach Leng Ruoxue a lesson. He also wanted to let everyone see how Leng Ruoxue, who was unparalleled in the firmament and whose name was like thunder to everyone, would be defeated by him. Humph. She was just a woman. This wasn't just his inner voice. After he said that he wanted to deal with Leng Ruoxue, the other Divine Emperor interrupted anxiously, how can we do that? Needless to say, the one who spoke was the leader of the 4 alliances. These words seemed so reasonable that no one could refute them, but he also felt that Leng Ruoxue shouldn't be hard to deal with, so he wouldn't be willing to let his archenemy make the first move. Therefore, avenging the 3 and 4 alliances of the godly mainland was pure nonsense. Before the battle had even begun, the Ascender Alliance had already begun to stir up trouble. Most of the Ascender Alliance's people present were from the 3rd and 4th alliances. The first was a scolding battle. All kinds of curses spewed out from the mouths of. Then, the scolding battle escalated to a fight. Even before they started fighting with Leng Ruoxue, the Ascender Alliance's internal department had already started fighting fiercely. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching from the side, as well as Li Zhong and the others who witnessed this from their house, were all dumbfounded and in disbelief when they saw this dramatic scene. What was going on? Leng Ruoxue looked on in a daze. You understand. She turned to look at the Mother Parasol Tree and Zhang Miao who were still fighting, and then turned back to look at the 2 sides who were in a chaotic battle. Didn't he want to fight her? Why can they kill each other? When both sides of the chaotic battle had already used their weapons, Leng Ruoxue was drenched in sweat. How deep was the enmity between the 2 alliances? Blinking her eyes, Leng Ruoxue looked innocently at the people on both sides of the chaotic battle falling into a pool of blood before she decisively called for a stop. In fact, it wasn't that she was too kind. It was just that both sides had lost their minds. Even a small number of onlookers had joined the chaotic battle to help their friends. This can't do. She couldn't be an audience member for nothing. All of you, stop. Instantly, not only did both sides stop fighting, even the Mother Parasol Tree and Zhang Miao, who heard the commotion, stopped instinctively. Even though the 2 of them did not know why Leng Ruoxue had asked them to stop, when they saw the scene not far away, their expressions were exactly the same as Leng Ruoxue's. This. Shue. The Mother Parasol Tree called out softly. She did not know what to say. You bunch of idiots. Senior, I didn't ask you to stop. Please continue. Please continue. Alright, but be careful. Swords have no eyes. Don't get caught up in their battle. Her words were clearly adding fuel to the fire, making Zhang Miao almost explode with anger. However, before Zhang Miao could do anything, the mother parasol tree's attack had already reached him, forcing him to fight with 120,000% of his energy. You bastard! How could this woman be so powerful? Zhang Miao was very depressed. But the battle continued. On Leng Ruoxue's side. It was only after the crowd was called to a halt that they realized what had happened. To be honest, they didn't expect the battle to escalate. F***ck. He had actually forgotten the important matter. Not only that, they even let Leng Ruoxue watch the show and laugh at them. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with all kinds of gloominess and entanglement. He had never felt this way before. Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and put on an innocent smile. What's wrong? Why are you fighting? Aya. Little girl, have you seen enough? Don't waste any more time, I'm going to deal with you now. The leader of the three alliances, Hua, roared. It was too embarrassing. Good. It's me. It's US, alright. Let's start fighting now. The alliance masters of the three alliances were furious and roared. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. Come on. However, Alliance Master 4 was not satisfied. Seeing that the two were about to attack, he quickly stopped them and said angrily, why should I let you go first? I'm going to make the first move. You. Do you still want the other party to laugh at us? Hearing this, although the four alliances' leaders hesitated, they still straightened their necks and shouted. I don't care, I'm going to make the first move. Don't snatch. There's still a chance. It doesn't matter who makes the first move. F***ck. What the hell is this? The two of them were fighting for the right to make the first move, but the other party became the good guy. At this moment, he had never felt so depressed before. I'll let you make the first move, alright? The alliance masters of the three alliances had surrendered. If they continued to argue with this idiot, the Ascender alliance would lose all its face before the fight even started. It could be said that compared to the four alliance masters, he still had some brains and had not completely lost his mind. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the alliance master of the third alliance and forcibly suppress the four alliance masters. As for the fourth alliance master, who had been holding back for a long time, when he heard that the third alliance master had given in, he was like a rooster who had won a battle, holding his head high and gnashing his teeth in hatred. Little girl, your opponent is me. The leaders of the four alliances emphasized this before the battle. I know. In fact, you guys can attack together. Leng Ruoxue suddenly suggested. No. Two opposing voices rang out at the same time. Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Why not? Wouldn't they have a better chance of winning if they attacked together? How could she know that the two in front of her were treating her as a stepping stone to climb up the ladder and wanted to step on her to get to the top? Then, let's do it one by one. Seeing that she couldn't figure it out, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to. Originally, she had wanted to let her babies out to practice their claws, but since the other party wanted to come one by one, it seemed that they didn't need to show themselves. However, her precious little beasts were very smart. After they sensed Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, they transmitted their voices to her and begged, Master, let us go out and join in the fun. We promise we won't use our claws. We'll just watch the battle up close and feel the atmosphere. Alright. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Trying to feel the atmosphere? To think they could come up with such an excuse. However, since her own beast had a request, as its master, she naturally had to do her best to satisfy it. Thus, with a thought, a few little beasts were moved out. After thinking about it, Li Zhong and the others were also moved out. Let's just experience the atmosphere of the venue together. Leng Ruoxue's movements when she moved everyone out of the house were extremely smooth. However, when the Ascender Alliance members saw so many people suddenly appear beside her, they were all stunned. Although the other party didn't have many people, it was enough to make them dumbfounded. Because they had no idea where these people had come from. They're my god brother and my subordinates. I didn't ask them to come out to fight with you. I just wanted them to experience the divine realm. They're not going to join the battle. Seeing that the other party was very surprised, Leng Ruoxue was afraid that they would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Li Zhong was even more cooperative as he echoed, we'll only watch. We won't participate in the battle. Although he said that, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That. Could he say that it was also very dangerous for them to watch the battle? In the mobile house just now, their darling, that quick-tongued little fellow, had already told them about the strength of these people. They were all existences that they could not catch up with even if they tried to, and they had to look up to. Although it was very rare for them to watch a battle between experts up close with their strength, when this rare action was accompanied by danger, they didn't feel so good. However, it was hard to get off after riding a tiger, and they couldn't let Shue's name be tarnished. Now that things had come to this, they had to continue watching. With this thought in mind, although Li Zhong and the others were somewhat worried, they didn't show it on their faces. After hearing their explanation, the four alliance masters couldn't help but ask, where did they come from? They've been staying in my house. Leng Ruoxue spoke bluntly and didn't hide anything at all. When Li Zhong and the rest saw that she had exposed this big secret, they were all extremely worried. Sure enough, after listening to the story, the eyes of the third and fourth alliance masters simultaneously shot out a green light of greed. The Third Alliance Master's face turned pale as he looked at the little flame that was approaching him. F***ck. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. However, as the leader of the three alliances and the future elder of the General Alliance, he would not allow himself to drop the ball. The little flame seemed to have sensed his thoughts. With a whoosh, it floated in front of the Third Alliance Master and looked him in the eye. The small flame was right in front of the Third Alliance Master's eyes, and his heart instantly jumped to his throat. He didn't understand what the flame was trying to do. The huge mental pressure caused the three Alliance Masters to open their mouths, but they couldn't form a complete sentence. It was hot. After looking at each other for a long time and seeing that the little flame in front of him didn't do anything, the Alliance Master of the three alliances felt a little relieved. He took a few deep breaths and then gathered his courage to say, "Go. Go away. Get away from me." Hearing this, the little flame seemed to twist its body and turned around in a circle before floating back to its original position and continued to stare at the Third Alliance Master. The Third Alliance Master was dumbfounded. The little flame trembled and suddenly grew a little higher, turning the Third Alliance Master's face red. In an instant, the small flame reached the Third Alliance Master's body and instantly burned into a huge fire that was half the height of a person, enveloping the Third Alliance Master. It was hot. The endless heat made the Third Alliance Master's body unbearably hot. He felt as if he was in a sea of fire, and the heat waves that covered the sky seemed to be about to burn him. After a short while, the Third Alliance Master's painful screams came from the flames. "Help! Help!" When the flame and the three Alliance Masters were staring at each other, the Ascender Alliance's members were so scared that they took a few steps back and kept their distance from the flame's sphere of influence. Those who were less courageous could not withstand the terrifying mental pressure and fainted. Would not withstand the terrifying mental pressure and fainted. After a while, Leng Ruoxue saw that it was about time. She used her mind to summon the little flame away from the Third Alliance Master. At this moment, the Third Alliance Master was just standing there in a daze. "Third Alliance Master, how do you feel? I've been merciful to you. Otherwise, you'll end up like the four Alliance Masters." When the Third Alliance Master heard this, he didn't know how to react. After a long time, only then did the Third Alliance Master let out a wail, squatted on the ground, and started crying. The cry was so miserable that it was simply unbearable, as if he had suffered some great grievance or lost a loved one. When the Ascender Alliance saw this scene, their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. On the side, Li Zhong and the others saw a man squatting on the ground and wailing without any care for his image. In addition, they also sympathized with the other party. AI. He was really pitiful. However, when the Third Alliance Master cried like this, the little flame, who continued to wait at the side, kindly let him go and targeted the others. What should I do? When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she broke out in a cold sweat for her little flame, who was becoming more and more intelligent. One had to know that she had no intention of annihilating all of these people at the moment. However, it was not a bad idea to scare them a little. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue revealed a devilish smile and said calmly, "As the saying goes, we share good fortune and misfortune together. Since the three Alliance Masters have already experienced the power of my flames, how about you all experience it too? Don't worry, I won't let you end up like the four Alliance Masters." But they didn't want to experience it either. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's comforting words, the Ascender Alliance did not let go of their fear. Instead, they became even more afraid. Moreover, was this considered comforting? Would they be happy if they didn't end up like the four Alliance Masters? Sob. Even if they were only asked to be like the Third Alliance Master, they were not willing to. It was too embarrassing, wasn't it? The crowd was filled with grief and indignation, but they did not know how to refute Leng Ruoxue's words. Or rather, they did not have the confidence to convince this demoness to let them off. The facts proved that their thinking was right. From Leng Ruoxue's point of view, since these people dared to gather to seek revenge on her, they must have been prepared to enjoy any consequences. One must know that she was never a soft persimmon. Now, she, who wasn't a pushover, was about to counterattack. Looking at everyone's pale little faces, Leng Ruoxue's smile became even more charming. At the same time, the little flame, who had received some kind of hint, also happily floated towards the place with the most people in the Ascender Alliance. In an instant, the flames once again burned fiercely. Almost everyone in the Ascender Alliance was surrounded by flames. A few fish that escaped the net were even kicked into the sea of flames by a few idle baby beasts to enjoy themselves. In an instant, a painful howl suddenly sounded. It scared Li Zhong and the others so much that they trembled, and their hearts also started to beat wildly. At this time, they deeply sympathized with the Ascender Alliance. Shui was really too valiant. He was their idol. Wretched girl. What are you doing? Suddenly, Zhang Miao, who had accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene, shouted at the top of his lungs in anger. However, Leng Ruoxue ignored his roar. But this time, Leng Ruoxue was wrong. After Zhang Miao thought of a way to shake off the mother parasol tree, he teleported to Leng Ruoxue's side and attacked her furiously. When Leng Ruoxue felt a cold and threatening air current coming towards her, she calmly blinked her eyes and used her bare hands to block the opponent's attack. Seeing this, Zhang Miao's anger rose. Damn girl, you do have some skills. The second wave of attacks came one after another, but Leng Ruoxue blocked them calmly. In between the attacks, she even smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but it's mainly because your strength is too low." These words made Zhang Miao's anger instantly rise. His attacks were much fiercer. Bullying a little girl, what kind of skill are you? Little guy, come, I'm your opponent. Don't get it wrong. However, this time, it would not be so easy for him to escape from the mother parasol tree. AI. Leng Ruoxue sighed with regret. Seeing that it was about time, she ordered the little flame to retreat. The retreating little flame was obviously not done playing around as it circled around Leng Ruoxue and acted coquettishly. At this moment, the sound of crying could be heard. Leng Ruoxue turned around and saw that everyone from the Ascender Alliance was just like the 3 Alliance Masters. They were all squatting on the ground and wailing. The scene was so spectacular that it simply made people gasp in amazement. Oh whoa! Suddenly, another sharp howl was heard, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even the people of the Ascender Alliance who were crying were so shocked by this sound that they forgot to cry. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw the scene of Zhang Miao being tortured by the mother parasol tree. At this moment, Zhang Miao had been tied up by the mother parasol tree with vines and was hanging upside down on the tree. The mother parasol tree, dressed in red, was holding an emerald green whip woven from vines, which was hitting Zhang Miao's body again and again. As it fought, the mother parasol tree roared, "Damn it! Who told you to run away?" The parasol tree mother tree was referring to the incident where Zhang Miao had escaped from her to attack Xue. Some people just won't be good if they're not beaten. The mother parasol tree decided to help the Ascender Alliance teach the vice president a lesson so that he would not forget to think that he could provoke anyone. Humph. What was the Ascender Alliance? When she was still around, the Ascender Alliance's master had not even been born yet. One must know that the mother parasol tree's seniority in the firmament was not low. And now, the vice president of the Ascender Alliance was the first person she wanted to intimidate. Zhang Miao, who had stood out, was both indignant and helpless. Zhang Miao, who was quite worried in his heart, felt extremely painful all over. The vice president had been beaten up, so the treatment they had received seemed to be nothing. With this thought, some of the people who were still considered strong-minded calmed down. However, the way they looked at Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree was as if they were looking at 2 mad women. These 2 women were too scary. Sob. The divine realm is so unsafe. Could they return to the lower realm if they wanted to? For a time, the Ascender Alliance could not help but have such a thought. However, it was clearly impossible for them to leave so easily. After observing Zhang Miao, who was being whipped by the mother parasol tree, Leng Ruoxue turned her beautiful eyes back to the Ascender Alliance. How should I deal with you? Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Ascender Alliance's members trembled again. Cute master, cut them all. Can I not have it? That's a good idea. Alliance Master 3, you said before that not using divine power doesn't count as a win, right? I'll use my Shen power now. Let's continue our battle. Continue, my ass. If they really fought, he would probably lose his life. The 3rd Alliance Master was slightly worried, but he forced an ugly smile and said, let's not fight anymore, you win. No. The 3rd Alliance Master swallowed his saliva and was speechless. What do you want? Fight. The 3rd Alliance Master's expression changed like a palette, and then he revealed a constipated expression. Can't I not fight? Of course not. Don't forget what you said before. You said that you can deal with me and that you will avenge the 3 and 4 alliances I killed. Humph. I hate it when people lie to me. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He shouldn't have come to seek revenge from Leng Ruoxue. He should have believed the rumors about Leng Ruoxue. Those rumors definitely didn't exaggerate her matters. Instead, it made the 3rd Alliance Master think that they had exaggerated her matters. If he had known that Leng Ruoxue was so terrifying and difficult to deal with, he would not have dared to come even if he had 10 times the courage. What were the 3 and 4 alliances on the Divine Continent? Could it be more important than his own life? Moreover, the 4 Alliance Masters had lost their lives. He didn't want to end up like them and leave his life in Leng Ruoxue's hands. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The 3rd Alliance Master kept on reflecting in his heart. After a long time, he revealed an extremely ugly smile and put down his pride. I was wrong. I won't seek revenge from you, alright? The Godly Lands 3 and 4 alliances offended you, so they deserve it. They asked for it. I can't blame you for this. It was true. Please believe me. Can you represent the Ascender Alliance by saying this? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and asked. I can. I definitely can. The 3rd Alliance Master saw that there seemed to be a chance and quickly smiled to please him. It's a pity that I don't believe you. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Her words made the 3rd Alliance Master choke and anger him, but he didn't dare to say anything. Leng Ruoxue looked at the other party's face as she tried to suppress her anger. She turned to the mother parasol tree and said, Senior, let me borrow your rattan. Take it. The mother parasol tree generously tossed over a long and thin vine. Leng Ruoxue held the vine in her hand and flung it gently. The long vine then bound the Ascender Alliance's members together. Leng Ruoxue, what are you doing? Quickly release us. The 3rd Alliance Master did not even realize what Leng Ruoxue was trying to do before he was tied up. When he finally reacted, the first thing that rose in his heart was a deep fear. This kind of unknown danger was really not good for them. You're my captives now. How can I let you go? Actually, you should feel lucky that I didn't kill you all like I did with the 3 and 4 alliances. You can still keep your lives for now. In the future. I can't say for sure. Leng Ruoxue spoke in a carefree manner. Upon hearing her words, the hearts of the Ascender Alliance members began to race wildly. They were extremely uneasy, but this woman had already scared them out of their wits. They did not have the guts to resist the evil forces. Sobs. Some of the Ascender Alliance members who had accepted their fate began to sob again. Leng Ruoxue ignored their actions and turned to the mother parasol tree, Senior, please stop. Let's leave this place. The pitiful Zhang Miao had already been knocked unconscious by the mother parasol tree, unconscious. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the parasol tree mother tree nodded and put Zhang Miao down with a look of disgust. She asked, Shui, what should we do with these people? Let's see the attitude of the Ascender Alliance first. These people are our hostages. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Actually, she really hadn't thought of how to deal with these people. It was obvious that most of them were the elites of the Ascender Alliance, so she couldn't easily get rid of them like she had done with the 3 and 4 alliances of the godly continent. If she really did that, and the Ascender Alliance was driven to desperation and turned to Wu Li. This wasn't the outcome she wanted. Alright. Then let's go home as soon as possible. I'm starting to miss everyone. The mother parasol tree said anxiously. Senior, don't go home first. Go to the Divine Realm's 3rd and 4th union. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. However, the mother parasol tree did not quite understand Leng Ruoxue's words and looked at her with a confused expression. Collect more hostages. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Once he said that, everyone present understood. So he wanted to wipe out the headquarters of the 3rd and 4th alliances. Ruthless. He was really too ruthless. The Ascender Alliance members were especially regretful. Who had they offended? How could there be such a shameless human in this world? At this moment, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. However, no matter how remorseful they were, it was none of Leng Ruoxue's business. After sending everyone into the house, Leng Ruoxue even walked towards the 3rd Alliance Master and smiled. 3rd Alliance Master, do you like this place? No, I don't like it. I don't like it. The 3rd Alliance Master stammered. Although he didn't understand the demon's intention, he knew that it was a trap. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that the other party knew what he was thinking? Thinking of this possibility, the 3rd Alliance Master's face became even paler. He revealed an innocent and bitter smile, and added, I'm not interested in this place, really. It doesn't matter if you're interested. Interested. As long as you can defeat me, this place will be yours. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. I'm really not interested. Hearing this, the 3rd Alliance Master was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. Woo. He was really too blind. How could he dare to use this demonic woman as his stepping stone to climb up? He was really courting death. The 3rd Alliance Master, who had thought it through, lowered his head in desolation. The desolate aura around him made him look rather pitiful. Leng Ruoxue stopped teasing him and turned around to leave the house with the parasol tree mother and Yu. After leaving the house, without even waiting for their master's instructions, Yu carried the two of them and directly flew towards the Ascender Alliance's encampment in the deity world. The Ascender Alliance of the Divine Realm was several times more powerful than the Ascender Alliance of the Divine Continent. Yu had flown for close to 10 days before he finally arrived at the territory of the Ascender Alliance. The layout of the Ascender Alliance here was slightly different from that of the Divine Continent. Once one entered the Ascender Alliance's territory, they would first come into contact with the 5 alliances. Then, the 5 alliances would form a ring in order, with the main alliance located in the center of the 5 alliances. Each of the 5 alliances had a teleportation formation that could lead them directly to the general alliance. The moment Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree entered the alliance, they attracted the attention of the spies. In the divine world, Leng Ruoxue's reputation was definitely much more resounding than in the divine continent. Even a small fry would have long remembered Leng Ruoxue's appearance. This was unlike the Ascender Alliance on the divine continent. Other than a few who had seen Leng Ruoxue's appearance, most of them had only heard of her name. As for her appearance, they did not have much of an impression. They had only heard that she was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. It couldn't be said that they didn't value the existence of Leng Ruoxue, the god of slaughter. It was just that no one had expected Leng Ruoxue to go to the godly mainland, so the people there had naturally let down their guard against her. If they were to accidentally offend the other party, they could only blame it on their bad luck. When the spies of the 5 alliances sent news of Leng Ruoxue's arrival back to the 5 alliances, the 5 alliance masters immediately panicked. Then, why did the killer god come? Didn't he get the alliance masters of the 5 alliances to send her a letter? Why did that woman walk into the trap? The alliance masters of the 5 alliances, who could not figure it out, felt a headache coming on. More importantly, he was not clear about Leng Ruoxue's intentions, so he was in a mess. Furthermore, he had secretly sent someone to pass on the news to Leng Ruoxue. Hence, he was even more afraid that Leng Ruoxue would be captured by the Ascender Alliance. If she betrayed him, his future would be completely gone. It should be known that no force would tolerate traitors, and he did not really want to betray the Ascender Alliance. It was just that the competition between the 5 alliances was too intense, so sometimes, in order to take a step further, it was common to use some extraordinary means. This time, he wanted to drag down the 3rd and 4th alliances, but now, he felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't stop. Just as the 5th alliance master was pacing back and forth in his living room, a guard suddenly stammered and reported that 2 women wanted to see him. Before the 5th alliance master could finish listening to the report, he was already greatly shocked. 2 women? Was it Leng Ruoxue and another woman with unfathomable power? The 5th union master wanted to say that he didn't want to see her, but a female voice suddenly rang in his ear. The threshold for the 5th alliance master is so high. It's not easy to see you. With that, the 2 women entered uninvited, and then graciously found a place to sit. Leng Ruoxue. The 5th alliance master immediately recognized him. Alliance Master Wu has good eyes. Your guards don't seem to be able to recognize them. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the uneasy guard and smiled. When the guard heard this, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Wu, it wasn't that he didn't recognize the other person's identity. He was the one who was completely dumbfounded. You may leave. The fifth Alliance Master's anger rose when he saw the guard's cowardly appearance. He knew that the guard must have been frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to speak clearly when he was reporting. When the guard heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief as if he had received a special pardon and quickly turned around to escape. At this moment, the fifth master forced himself to be alert and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "May I know why young Lady Leng has come to the Ascender Alliance?" Two things. First, thank you for your tip-off. Second. Naturally, I'm going to the third and fourth alliances. Leng Ruoxue said directly. I don't understand what Miss Leng is saying. The fifth alliance master played dumb. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the other party indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as I understand." The fifth master was speechless, and the atmosphere became heavy. He didn't say a word, and Leng Ruoxue didn't speak either. Both of them just stared at each other. In the end, it was the fifth alliance master who could not stand the pressure and surrendered. "Miss Leng, please don't harm me, old man." "Why would I harm you? Not only will I not harm you, but I also have to congratulate you. The fourth alliance master is already dead, and the third alliance master has become my prisoner. If there are no accidents, you should be able to take over the position very soon. Isn't this what you want the most?" Leng Ruoxue was all smiles as she spoke in an extremely understanding manner. After hearing this, the fifth alliance master was so scared that he fell to the ground and asked with a trembling voice, The fourth alliance master is dead? The third alliance master had been captured? What about Vice President Zhang Miao?" In all honesty, he had never expected Leng Ruoxue to kill the fourth alliance master. Originally, he only wanted to embarrass the other party and ruin their reputation. Who knew? However, he didn't have much sympathy for the dead alliance master 4. He was just a little scared. Leng Ruoxue's courage was not ordinary. In the eyes of the 5 alliance masters, Leng Ruoxue, who was more courageous than anyone else, was still smiling when she heard the other party's question. "The third alliance master and your vice president Zhang Miao are both in my hands. They are my hostages now." Hearing this, the fifth alliance master wished he could faint. Sob. Why did she let him hear such a terrifying truth? Leng Ruoxue was too evil. Alliance Master Yu Sang's face was filled with anger. Leng Ruoxue was like a demon in his heart. The more he looked at her, the more afraid he felt. Especially now that she had something on him, what should he do? He was so worried that his hair was about to turn white, and the expression on his face was extremely conflicted. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, fifth master. I won't tell anyone that you were the one who tipped me off and gave me the chance to capture third master and that Zhang Miao alive." As if he would believe that. The fifth master gritted his teeth in hatred. Then what was she doing here? In his opinion, although the other party said that they were here to thank him, the situation before him was clearly a threat. "I really didn't do anything." After sighing for a long time, the 5 alliance masters finally said this. "Alliance Master 5, I know you want to do a good deed without leaving your name. I understand. You don't need to explain." Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. After she finished speaking, she stood up with the parasol tree mother tree and said, "Since you already know how grateful we are, we'll take our leave now. We still have business to attend to in the third and fourth alliances. Also, if there's any news from your side, remember to let me know at any time. I hope we can work together happily in the future." After that, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree walked out of the 5 alliances without giving the 5 alliance masters a chance to reject. Only the depressed and conflicted alliance master 5 was left standing in the living room. Had he boarded a pirate ship? The 5th master wanted to cry but had no tears. He deeply felt that he had found himself a big problem, and this big problem was obviously one that he could not get rid of. What should he do? If the General Alliance knew what he had done, he would definitely be expelled from the Ascender Alliance. The 5th master pulled at his hair worriedly and circled the living room again. However, the news that came after that made his jaw drop in shock. This was because not only did Leng Ruoxue and the other woman really go to the 3rd and 4th alliances, they even kidnapped everyone from the 2 alliances and escaped unscathed. Such a reality made him both frightened and impressed by Leng Ruoxue's strength. Look at him, he came to the Ascender Alliance as if he was strolling in his own back garden. He came and left as he pleased. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Since Leng Ruoxue was so powerful, it would not be a loss for him to work with her. As soon as this thought appeared, he could no longer control his excitement. His original entanglement and depression were miraculously calmed down. It was at this moment that he had decided to work together with Leng Ruoxue. Following that, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Leng Ruoxue to express his respect for her. He also told her that he would inform her immediately if there were any movements on his side. When Leng Ruoxue received the message from the 5th master, she was already on her way back to the land of demons. After that, she told the mother parasol tree about this matter, which made the mother parasol tree sigh. How can the Ascender Alliance have such an alliance leader who is a traitor? Ha ha ha. Leng Ruoxue laughed happily when she heard the mother parasol tree's comments. She didn't care whether the Ascender Alliance was good or not, as long as they didn't provoke her again. 5 days later. You carried Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree back to the land of demons. According to his master's request, Feather first flew around the sky above the land of demons. Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, looked down from the sky and realized that the construction speed of the land of demons had increased significantly since she had left. The prototype of the city had basically appeared. The streets and houses were all available. All kinds of tall trees and precious flowers were planted around the main house. It was obvious that Uncle Long and the others had put a lot of effort into this place. Who is it? Don't you know that you can't fly in other people's territory? Suddenly, an angry roar rang in Leng Ruoxue's ears. Following that, a huge red phoenix appeared beside Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes. This phoenix looked so familiar. The red phoenix blinked its eyes as well. It did not recognize Leng Ruoxue, but it was familiar with the aura of the mother parasol tree. When it felt the mother parasol tree's motherly aura, the phoenix's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. It could not be bothered to accuse Leng Ruoxue and the rest of them for not following the rules. It immediately pounced on the mother parasol tree's feet and started wailing. What was this situation? Leng Ruoxue had already recognized the phoenix. Wasn't this the housekeeper of the Phoenix King who had run away from home? Why was it here? The mother parasol tree helplessly patted the little head of the crying phoenix, then carried it up. However, the former housekeeper of the Foam clan cried even more miserably. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue's expression darkened even more. How long were they going to cry for? At this moment, another voice was heard. Master. The moment Leng Ruoxue raised her head, a little red phoenix crashed into her arms. Fengzhan, how are you? Leng Ruoxue asked as she gently stroked Fengzhan's little head. Oh no, I miss Master. Fengzhan said with an aggrieved expression. Huh, Master, I'm back. Leng Ruoxue smiled helplessly. Master, you won't leave again, right? Fengzhan asked, a little worried. They had never been separated from their master for so long. Temporarily not. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Fengzhan was happy to hear that. He turned around and saw a certain phoenix crying. He shouted unhappily, why are you crying? I'll sell you if you keep crying. Leng Ruoxue was a little shocked. What did this mean? Could it be that the construction of the land of demons ran out of money again, so they had to rely on selling orcs? Was this good? Leng Ruoxue's thoughts ran wild. However, when the former housekeeper heard this, he immediately stopped crying. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Fengzhan pitifully and choked out, young master, I was too excited. I like the aura on this person, it smells like my mother. Nonsense. She's the senior parasol tree mother. Fengzhan's face was filled with resentment as he roared. He was deeply helpless against this subordinate of his who had gone off track. Other than the time in their mother's body, almost all phoenixes grew up with the parasol tree. Therefore, in the hearts of the phoenix tribe, the parasol tree was definitely not inferior to their parents. Furthermore, the mother parasol tree was the ancestor of all the parasol trees. Wasn't it normal for the phoenixes to feel close to it? But when the Foam clan's former steward heard Fengzhan's words, his eyes widened in disbelief and shock. He trembled as he said, Wudong, isn't the mother Wudong already dead? You bastard! You're the one who's dead. When Fengzhan heard this, he roared in anger. To say that someone had died in front of them, was this something a normal and intelligent beastie would do? I didn't mean it that way. A certain butler was very embarrassed. It's okay, little guy. I understand what you mean. I'm not dead. I'm still alive and well. At this moment, the mother parasol tree gently stroked the head of a certain butler and said softly. Old ancestor. A certain butler was touched. The old ancestor was so gentle. You dare to try crying? Seeing that his subordinate was thinking of rain again, Fengzhan immediately shouted. Don't scare it. Look at how scared it is. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the trembling butler and said helplessly. Master, this fellow is too stupid. I really don't understand why the Phoenix King would let it be the housekeeper. Fengzhan complained. Then, she briefly explained to her master the reason why this stupid butler was here. Only then did Leng Ruoxue understand that this butler had been captured by humans before and had been accidentally rescued by Uncle Long and the others. I think it was frightened by you. Leng Ruoxue's eyes were burning as she spoke after understanding the butler's experience. Is that so? Fengzhan blinked, then looked at the housekeeper and said loudly, You're afraid of me? Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. A certain butler trembled as he whispered. You're still not afraid? Fengzhan, Leng Ruoxue, and the parasol tree mother tree were all speechless. However, Fengzhan was kind enough not to make things difficult for that stupid subordinate. After the feather landed, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree received a warm welcome from Uncle Long and the rest at their doorstep. However, Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree were a little frightened by the crowd's enthusiasm. Helpless, Leng Ruoxue could only move out her own people from her house and wake up those who were in closed-door cultivation. Then, she instructed Qing Ju to wake up the people who were in seclusion in the bracelet. When his grandfather, big brother, and the cheapskate ancestor saw their old friends who had not seen each other for a long time, they naturally exchanged warm greetings. Uncle Long had also arranged for people to prepare a grand banquet to welcome the Luo family, Wanshan City, the Leng family, and the Lan family. Looking at the magnificent scene of nearly 10,000 people, Uncle Long's eyes shone with a wolf-like green light, which made the people from the Hautian continent shiver. Isn't this a little too enthusiastic? He was so enthusiastic that it made people wonder if the other party had any ulterior motives. The group of people from the Hautian continent felt particularly uneasy. After the celebration banquet ended, the Hautian continent's representative, led by Leng Ruoxue, went to find Xue in private and asked about the matter. Leng Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard their doubts and worries. Was it wrong to be a little more enthusiastic? However, Uncle Long and the others were indeed too enthusiastic. It was no wonder that they were frightened. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I won't sell you guys off. Uncle Long is only so friendly because he's happy to have help." A helper? Leng Ruoxue and the others could not understand. As you can see, my demon city is under construction, and I need manpower the most. So, since you want to stay here, you naturally have to do some work. Of course, if you have a better place, I won't force you. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, the few people present naturally understood. Of course, they wanted to stay with Leng Ruoxue. One had to know that this was the divine realm. They could be in danger of losing their lives at any moment. Without Leng Ruoxue's protection, it would be difficult for them to move a single step in the divinity. Therefore, it was really nothing to make them work a little. The few of them had no objections to Leng Ruoxue's request. After that, Leng Ruoxue sent them to Uncle Long and let him arrange their work. Uncle Long first inspected everyone that Leng Ruoxue had brought back. The people from the Luo family in Wanshan City were his own people, so he was naturally satisfied. These people didn't have any arrogance and were obedient. Basically, they would do anything. But what about the Leng and Lan families? It was easy to arrange for these people who were used to doing manual labor and did not have a high status. What made it difficult for him was the elders who were high up in the Leng and Lan families and had quite a high status. These people were not easy to arrange. In Uncle Long's eyes, these people were simply the clan's insects, the type that just ate and waited for death. Because in terms of strength, they were not the highest. In terms of status, they were not the highest either. However, they were very difficult to serve, even more difficult than the ancestors of the Leng and Lan families. At least those old ancestors and zone-level people could see the situation clearly and know what should and shouldn't be done. However, many of these people were not clear about it and still felt that they were insufferably arrogant and needed others to look up to them as elders. Uncle Long had never been soft-hearted when dealing with people like this. The ancestors of the Leng family and the Lan family knew what kind of people they had, so they had told Uncle Long to use their people as he pleased. Of course, Uncle Long wouldn't stand on ceremony. Since he was here, he had the final say. However, he was still quite gratified that the other party's old ancestor could make such a statement. At least there were still people who understood. After everyone had been assigned their jobs, Uncle Long finally let out a sigh of relief. With the help of these people, Demon City would be completed in less than a month. However, his plan was very good. When the work had just begun, some elders of the Lan family and the Leng family were already very dissatisfied with the heavy work that Uncle Long had arranged for them. In the hearts of some of the elders, they were elders after all. Even if they didn't arrange some light work for them, they shouldn't let them do such heavy work, right? One had to know that some of the blue and cold clansmen, whose status were lower than theirs, had an easier job than them. This fact made them feel particularly unbalanced. With this thought in mind, they quickly went to complain to their ancestor. When Leng Ruoxue and the Lan clan's old ancestor heard this, they did not even frown. They only told them that it was fine if they did not do it, but they had to leave this place. In fact, the ancestors of the Leng and Lan families were well aware that the workplace Uncle Dragon had arranged for them would be given to them as their territory in the future. In other words, as long as the construction of the workplace was completed, they could settle down in Demon City. This was much better than letting them wander around like headless flies. Furthermore, this was the divinity, not the Hautian continent. With Leng Ruoxue as their backer, they were more than happy to have her. How could they let a few clansmen who could not bear hardships destroy the shallow friendship between the two sides? It was precisely because of this thought that they agreed with Uncle Long's arrangement. They even appreciated Uncle Long's kindness because they knew that Uncle Long only wanted to train these elders. Otherwise, if these people were released in a place like the divine world, they would definitely die a miserable death. After hearing that they had to leave if they didn't do it, some of the elders of the Lan and Leng families, who failed to complain, all wilted like frost eggplants and ran back to work dejectedly. With their strength, they would die if they left this place. Under the pressure of the Lan and Leng family's ancestors, this small storm did not get too big. It even calmed down very quickly. As for those fellows who had once thought highly of themselves, after seeing that the many members of the Phoenix race and the White Tiger race here were also working seriously, they became completely honest and began to work as they were told. When Uncle Long received the news, he laughed very proudly. It was a good thing there were people in those two families who understood. Otherwise, his painstaking efforts would have been fed to the dogs. Demon City, which was under construction, was temporarily peaceful. Everyone was working hard for their home. On a certain day, while Leng Ruoxue was away, the master of the Ning family, who had returned to the Ning family to settle some matters, came back in a hurry. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted, "Xue, you brat, come out." Hearing this, Uncle Long and Dongfang Yu walked out of the living room first. They looked at Master Ning with a puzzled face and couldn't help but ask, "Old man Ning, what's wrong? What are you shouting about?" "Xue is in seclusion refining. Don't disturb her." "Why are you still refining? Do you know what that girl did?" "What did Xue do?" That girl, she destroyed the Ascender Alliance's 3rd and 4th alliances on the Divine Continent and captured all the members of the Divine Realm's 3rd and 4th alliances. Now, the Alliance Master is asking me for her. The Master of the Ascender Alliance was an old friend of his, and the other party knew of his relationship with Xue, so he had come to him directly, wanting him to help mediate. Of course, he did not think that this matter was Xue's fault. It was precisely because he knew of Xue's vengeful character that he felt that this definitely had nothing to do with his own girl. Do you think we have to give her to you just because you want her? There's no such thing. However, it was a little strange that Xue didn't tell them about this. It is. What could he do if she didn't give it to him? Are you going to bite us? You. The master of the Ning family was rendered speechless by their tone. Why were these two people becoming more and more like bandits? Godfather is here. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue heard the commotion and walked out with a smile. The moment he saw Leng Ruoxue, Master Ning's anger surged and he shouted at the top of his voice, "You brat, why didn't you tell me you were back?" I forgot. Uncle Long and the others can prove that as soon as I returned, I was immediately pulled away by the great elder of the Craftsmen's Guild headquarters to refine artifacts. If you hadn't come, they wouldn't have let me out. She had brought back a lot of materials for refining weapons and elixirs from Haotian continent. When the weapon fanatics and alchemy fanatics saw her, they couldn't care less about anything else. In addition, some of the materials were so rare that no one had ever seen them before, so they immediately started to study them. As for himself, he naturally couldn't escape the fate of being captured to help with research. Humph. I knew it. The master of the Ning family said angrily, and even turned his head arrogantly, ignoring Xue. Leng Ruoxue was helpless and could only try her best to coax Master Ning. Uncle Long looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of resentment and said, "Xue, you have hostages in your hands. Why don't you hand them over to me? It just so happens that we don't have enough manpower." Not enough manpower? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She hadn't forgotten that Uncle Dragon had told her that Demon City would be completed in a month. This clearly meant that they had enough manpower. Uncle Long, they're from the Ascender Alliance. Do you feel at ease letting them help build the land of demons? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and asked calmly. I really can't be at ease. After thinking for a while, Uncle Long said worriedly. Humans and beasts were different. Most beasts were very honest and kept their promises, but humans. It was hard to say. Of course, there were also good ones among the humans, but not the ones from the Ascender Alliance. In Uncle Long's heart, he didn't have a good impression of the Ascender Alliance. That's why I didn't tell you. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. It's fine if you didn't tell us, but now the Ascender Alliance is coming to find you. What are you going to do? Uncle Long could not help but ask. I don't know. It depends on what they want to do. Leng Ruoxue said irresponsibly. Then, she took the initiative to tell the three of them about how she had formed an enmity with the Ascender Alliance. After hearing this, Master Ning was the first to get angry. I knew that old man wasn't being honest. He didn't tell me the truth. Well, humans are so cunning. How can you be so insincere when you ask for help? I think we'd better wait for the Ascender Alliance to come to us. Anyway, we have to see what they think. Whether it's a war or a negotiation, we'll accompany them all. Yes. Uncle Long and Master Ning both nodded in agreement. Leng Ruoxue had no objections to their decision. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not take this matter to heart at all. After Master Ning arrived, she even took some time to accompany him so that her godfather would not complain again. They were calm and peaceful, but the Ascender Alliance's general alliance was not. Ever since the people from the 3rd and 4th alliances had fallen into Leng Ruoxue's hands, a few important figures from the general alliance had almost gone crazy. Even though they didn't have much contact with Leng Ruoxue, they knew more about her than anyone else. They also knew that Leng Ruoxue was difficult to deal with. Hence, they had been in a frenzy recently. Especially the Alliance Master, who was so worried that his hair had turned white. At this very moment, in the Ascender General Alliance's conference room, the few people present were all influential figures in the Ascender Alliance. Even in the Divine Realm, they had a considerable status. However, at this moment, they felt extremely conflicted because of the same person. Chief, didn't you contact Master Ning? Why hasn't there been any news from Master Ning yet? As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and his aura was well hidden. His handsome features were extremely serious at the moment, and his tightly furrowed brows showed that he was not in a good mood. He was depressed, and not just depressed. Especially after he heard this question, his face turned even darker. Master Ning hadn't sent him any news for a long time, so he already knew that the matter wouldn't be so easy to solve. Unfortunately, some fools didn't understand this. There's no news from Master Ning. I guess there's no conclusion yet. Vice President, you're wrong. Isn't Leng Ruoxue Master Ning's goddaughter? Does she dare to disobey her own godfather's words? Fifth Elder, you also said that he's her godfather. Why should she listen? Without Master Ning, would Leng Ruoxue have her current status in the divinity? Our Alliance Master has been kind to Master Ning, and we're asking him for a favor this time. Shouldn't Master Ning repay this favor? Upon hearing this, the Alliance Master sitting at the head of the table frowned even more. Master Ning and I only have some history, it can't be considered a favor. As for Leng Ruoxue, the fact that she's where she is today really doesn't have much to do with Master Ning. Finally, the Alliance Master spoke. How is this possible? That girl is just a woman, and she has just ascended not long ago. How could she have achieved such great success in such a short time? This is clearly the work of Master Ning. Fifth Elder, don't forget that Leng Ruoxue is Master Yu's disciple. With the identity of Master Yu's disciple, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for Leng Ruoxue to occupy a piece of land in the divinity? But Master Yu has already passed away for many years. He's still Master Yu. In the divine realm, while Master Yu was a taboo, it was also best not to rashly discuss matters regarding Master Yu. After all, there were many fans of Master Yu who were hidden in the dark and not known by others. If they were to find out that someone was questioning Master Yu's authority, they would definitely suffer a storm of revenge. He absolutely did not want the Ascender Alliance he had founded to become the target of the other party's revenge. No one could bear the consequence. After receiving the Alliance Master's warning, the fifth elder immediately became more obedient. In reality, he was extremely depressed as well. However, he was not depressed because the third Alliance Master and the others had fallen into Leng Ruoxue's hands. He was depressed because the General Alliance did not mobilize a large force to seek Leng Ruoxue out for revenge. He couldn't understand why the Alliance Master was so afraid of a little girl. In his opinion, a little girl was not easy to deal with. However, the Alliance Master and the Vice Alliance Master did not want to fall out with Leng Ruoxue. He also had a stomach full of complaints to say, but seeing that the chief's expression wasn't too good, he couldn't bring himself to say those words for a while. At this moment, the fifth elder was in a dilemma. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. After a long time, he couldn't help but reveal a constipated expression on his face. However, the Alliance Master of the Ascender Alliance did not think too much about it. More importantly, he suddenly felt extremely vexed as he looked at these people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the Alliance Master ordered everyone to leave, leaving behind only his most trusted Vice Alliance Master, the young man. After a long silence, the Alliance Master did not say anything. The Vice Alliance Master sat beside him with a calm expression. It was not until he heard a sigh that the Vice President raised his eyebrows slightly, but he still did not speak. Li Jing, what do you think we should do about this? Alliance Master, you must think twice before you act. Leng Ruoxue isn't someone to be trifled with. She doesn't even place the Divine Master in her eyes, let alone our Ascender Alliance. Although his words made the Alliance Master a little depressed, he had to admit that Li Jing was telling the truth. Leng Ruoxue definitely had the ability to be arrogant. If the Divine Master did not take her seriously, what was the Ascender Alliance? What's more, the Ascender Alliance had provoked her. AI. Thinking of this, the General Alliance Master couldn't help but sigh. This period of time could be considered the most sullen period for the Ascender Alliance. As for the conflict between the Ascender Alliance and Leng Ruoxue, although he had immediately dealt with it after the incident and forbade anyone from leaking this matter, how could this matter be hidden from the top factions? He knew that most of the top forces had probably received the news long ago and were waiting to watch a good show. Regardless of the outcome, such a matter was quite disadvantageous to the Ascender Alliance. If the Ascender Alliance were to admit defeat, then the status of the Ascender Alliance in the Divine Realm would probably plummet in the future. What qualifications would they still have to interact with some of the top powers on equal footing? However, if they were to go head-to-head with Leng Ruoxue, the outcome would probably be even worse. That little girl might be young, but she was definitely ruthless enough. If he really offended her, the Ascender Alliance might just disappear from the Divine Realm. These two outcomes were not what he, the Ascender Alliance's master, wanted. However, since things had already come to this, he seemed to be unable to think of a better way. He was worried. He was really worried. Li Jing felt helpless when he saw the Alliance Master sighing again. In his opinion, this matter was not that difficult to handle. As long as they lowered their stance and had a good talk with Leng Ruoxue, they should be able to resolve the issue. However, the Alliance Master was obviously unwilling to do so. He also knew why the Alliance Master was unwilling. It was because he had always been high and mighty, and now he suddenly wanted to beg for mercy from a little girl. He couldn't let go of his face. Since he wanted to save face, he should not have saved the third Alliance Master and the others. In any case, he didn't feel that those people were of any use, so Li Jing couldn't help but secretly praise them. Of course, he couldn't say these words out loud, so he could only think about it in his heart. On the surface, he had to put on a concerned expression. Alliance Master, I still suggest that we have a good talk with Leng Ruoxue. Let's discuss a solution that both sides can accept. Otherwise, if this matter continues to drag on, it will affect the morale of the Ascender Alliance. Li Jing suggested after some thought. You mean we should give in? The Alliance Master asked with uncertainty. How can this be considered giving in? This is a peaceful resolution. Otherwise, if we really fight over this matter, won't it benefit others? Li Jing reminded. However, many forces are watching us now, wanting to see how we'll handle this matter. If we let Leng Ruoxue off and don't pursue the fact that she killed so many of our men, I'm afraid that we'll become a laughingstock to outsiders and think that we're afraid of Leng Ruoxue. Even the people of our alliance will be dissatisfied. Li Jing really wanted to roll his eyes at him after hearing his words. He really didn't know what the Alliance Master was thinking. What did he mean by letting Leng Ruoxue off and not pursuing the fact that she had killed so many Ascender Alliance members? It was obvious that Leng Ruoxue didn't want to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, the General Alliance would be in deep trouble. He still remembered the Yao family. Any faction that offended Leng Ruoxue would not have a good life. If the Yao family, one of the 8 great divine regions, did not end up well, then the Ascender Alliance could forget about it. Li Jing understood this very well and knew that Leng Ruoxue was not to be trifled with. However, the Alliance Master had fallen into a misunderstanding. He could not get past his own hurdle. He always felt that negotiating with Leng Ruoxue would make the Ascender Alliance lose face. But what could they do if they didn't negotiate? Fight? Wouldn't the losses be even greater? Moreover, the Ascender Alliance's third and fourth alliances, people were all in his hands. They could either negotiate to get her back, or they could fight their way into the demonic land to get her back. There were only these two methods. And it seemed that the second option was quite unrealistic. The strength of Leng Ruoxue's side. Alliance Master, I'm in favor of peace talks. Moreover, you've looked for Master Ning. Isn't it because you don't want to have a direct conflict with Leng Ruoxue and the others? Since that was the case, negotiating for peace was the best choice. You're daydreaming if you think you can get the people from the third and fourth leagues back without showing up. Li Jing stood up and gave his final advice. He then bowed and left the meeting room. After Li Jing left, the Alliance Master fell into deep thought again. At the same time, the fifth elder of the Ascender Alliance was jumping up and down, trying to get the other elders to stand on his side and put pressure on the General Alliance Master. After he had shamelessly harassed the elders of the Ascender Alliance, he finally found the Great Elder, who was known for his integrity and was the least likely to be moved by his words. The fifth elder, who was sitting in the first elder's room, looked uneasily at the calm middle-aged man sitting opposite him. He didn't know what to say. As for the Great Elder of the Ascender Alliance, he drank his tea as if there was no one else around. He did not care if the other party had anything to say. After an unknown period of time, the fifth elder finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Great Elder, you've always been highly respected in the Ascender Alliance. You can't ignore the matters of the third and fourth alliances." "I didn't do anything." First elder sipped his tea and said lightly. "Then you should have urged the Alliance Master to quickly settle the score with Leng Ruoxue so that you can avenge the people of the third and fourth alliances." When the fifth elder heard this, he was somewhat impatient. "I'm just an elder. If you ask me to urge the chief Alliance Master, wouldn't that be offending my superior? I can't do such a thing." The first elder shot a glance at the fifth elder and said with a disapproving look. "Are we not going to take revenge for the third and fourth alliances?" The fifth elder couldn't help but widen his eyes and ask in disbelief. "You want to avenge the people of the third and fourth alliances? Then tell me, how should we take revenge for them?" The great elder asked with a smile. "Of course we're going to find Leng Ruoxue to settle our scores," the fifth elder said through gritted teeth. "Are you going? If you want to go, I'm very willing to recommend you to the Alliance Master." The first elder looked at the fifth elder expectantly, as if waiting for his reply. Hearing this, the fifth elder almost choked. F***ck. If he were to seek revenge from Leng Ruoxue, wouldn't that be like throwing a meat bun at a dog? He had to be able to defeat Leng Ruoxue and the others. "First elder, how can I be a match for Leng Ruoxue and the others? This matter needs the Alliance Master to step in personally." The fifth elder took a deep breath before suggesting with a serious expression. "You also know that Leng Ruoxue is difficult to deal with? Then what's the hurry?" The first elder was slightly displeased, and his face fell. The fifth elder was speechless. Was this old man playing with him? Alliance Master will definitely be able to deal with Leng Ruoxue. The fifth elder did not give up. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. What if the Alliance Master can't handle it? You have to know that Leng Ruoxue's strength is not weak to begin with. She also has many godly venerable rank experts by her side. On the other hand, our Ascender Alliance only has 4 godly venerable rank experts, including Vice President Zhang Miao, who has fallen into Leng Ruoxue's hands. This number of godly venerable rank experts is not even enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. Do you think we can deal with Leng Ruoxue? The Great Elder asked calmly. So what if we can't deal with Leng Ruoxue on our own? We can join forces with other powers. The fifth elder suggested loudly. With who? The Great Elder blinked his eyes and asked with great interest. The God Lord's estate or the Yao family will do. That's right, there were also the few other magical beasts from the Phoenix clan who had enmity with Leng Ruoxue. Weren't these the best partners? Those forces are all very powerful and have a deep grudge against Leng Ruoxue. They are the most suitable people to look for. The more the fifth elder spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if they had already reached a cooperation agreement with the other party. Forget it. The Grand Elder shook his head. Let's forget about the Divine Master's estate. The God Lord's estate has countless enemies in the divine world. We can't be implicated by them. As for the Yao family and the Phoenix tribe, fifth elder, if you can convince them, I can represent the Elder Council and make a suggestion to the Alliance Master. Otherwise, don't even think about it. First elder's words were very clear. He wanted fifth elder to contact the other forces. If they were willing to work with them to deal with Leng Ruoxue, then there would be no problem. If they were not willing, then this matter would naturally be dropped. Hearing this, although the fifth elder's expression was a little awkward, he still nodded and said, since the Great Elder has said so, I'll go and discuss this matter with them now. With that, the fifth elder immediately took his leave. After the fifth elder left, Li Jing suddenly pushed open the door of the next room and entered. The Great Elder sitting on the chair glanced at the other party and said indifferently, You heard everything? Yes. Li Jing nodded. What are your thoughts? The Great Elder asked with an evil smile. He's looking for death. Li Jing said with a cold smile. Hee. It's good to let him try. When he hits the wall, he'll know how difficult it is to deal with Leng Ruoxue. A cold light flashed in the first elder's eyes as he spoke with disdain. It's fine if he's hit a wall, but I'm afraid that he'll bring trouble to our Ascender Alliance. You should know that little girl, Leng Ruoxue, is a vengeful person. If things go wrong, the entire Ascender Alliance might be implicated by him. Li Jing said worriedly. I don't think so. Didn't you already send someone to contact Leng Ruoxue in private? I believe that little girl is not unreasonable. The Grand Elder said calmly. In the entire Ascender Alliance, his and Li Jing's positions were more similar. They wanted to negotiate with Leng Ruoxue and settle this matter peacefully. The General Alliance Master was hesitant and couldn't make a final decision. On the other hand, Fifth Eldress and her gang only wished for the world to be in chaos. They were bent on falling out with Leng Ruoxue. Although he didn't know why the Fifth Elder was so concerned about this matter, he was sure that the guy didn't have good intentions. I hope so. Li Jing didn't think that Leng Ruoxue would give him any face. The key to this matter was still the Alliance Master. After all, the Ascender Alliance's chief still had the final say. As the Ascender Alliance's master could not make a decision, the rescue plan was temporarily put on hold. However, the Fifth Elder of the Ascender Alliance was busier than ever. After finding an excuse, the Fifth Elder left the Ascender Alliance in an imposing manner. On Leng Ruoxue's side, their lives were as peaceful as ever. It was only until someone who claimed to be from the Ascender Alliance came to visit that his peaceful days were interrupted. Sitting in the living room, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes sized up the man in front of her. She kept feeling that he looked familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but she was sure that she had never seen him before. The man was very young, looking less than 30 years old. He was very tall, and his blue clothes made him look even more handsome and sunny. Initially, he had a smile on his face. However, under Leng Ruoxue's careful observation, his smile gradually disappeared. A trace of uneasiness uncontrollably rose in his heart. What's your name? Seeing that the young man seemed a little nervous, Leng Ruoxue smiled and retracted her gaze. She asked politely, then invited the other party to take a seat. Li Xiao. The young man replied, pretending to be calm. Is there something you need? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and directly asked the other party's purpose for coming. It's my father, no. It was our vice president who sent me. Li Xiao was a little reserved. Leng Ruoxue's gaze gave him too much pressure. He was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. Oh. What did they send you here for? You want to negotiate with me? Leng Ruoxue guessed. No, no. Li Xiao stuttered. If you're not here to negotiate with me, then what are you here for? Leng Ruoxue was amused by his words. Why was this person so nervous that he could not even speak clearly? The Deputy Alliance Master sent me to tell you that the Ascender Alliance has yet to reach a consensus. After the opinions are unified, they will give you an explanation. Swallowing his saliva, Li Xiao's heart was beating wildly. He finally finished speaking. Leng Ruoxue didn't know how to respond. If she didn't guess wrong, the Ascender Alliance should have long been in chaos, right? At this time, a certain Deputy Alliance Master had sent his own child over. It was obvious that he wanted to appease her so that she would not misunderstand that the Ascender Alliance was deliberately making an enemy of him. It had to be said that this Vice Alliance Master was quite considerate of the Ascender Alliance. He just didn't know if the Ascender Alliance would be grateful for his painstaking efforts. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded and didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Li Xiao was a little depressed. Also, he could not tell if Leng Ruoxue was happy or angry. He wouldn't be able to explain it to them when they returned. After thinking for a while, Li Xiao said, that. Can I stay here for a few days? I think the environment here is not bad. He wanted to build a good relationship with Leng Ruoxue and the others after he had settled down. At that time, if anything happened between the Ascender Alliance and Leng Ruoxue, they might not hold it against him on account of their good relationship. He had to admit that his idea was very realistic and practical. But it was a pity that he met Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue knew what the other party was up to, but she still agreed to let him stay temporarily. She only stipulated that he could not leave the main residence. Li Xiao didn't have any objections to this. He was also very obedient. After staying here, he didn't do anything outrageous except occasionally chatting with Uncle Long and the others. However, following Li Xiao's arrival, something that Leng Ruoxue found unbelievable happened. Li Zhong and his brothers actually recognized Li Xiao and even called him old ancestor. When Leng Ruoxue found out about this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had to confirm it again and again until Li Zhong and the others told her with absolute certainty that Li Xiao was indeed their old ancestor. She still felt as if she was dreaming. A random person from the Ascender Alliance was actually her big brother's ancestor. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Leng Ruoxue believed Li Zhong and the others, but she was still worried about Li Xiao. After confirming it with Li Xiao again and again, Li Xiao couldn't bear the other party's suspicious gaze anymore. He cried and promised that he was really the ancestor of Li Zhong and his brother, and he would never lie. Li Xiao had even said that if Leng Ruoxue didn't believe him, he could swear to the heavens. Leng Ruoxue saw that the other party was about to swear an oath under her pressure and immediately smiled. Of course I believe you. It's just that your intentions aren't pure. I can't let my brothers get hurt. Her words were very honest, and Li Xiao was so touched that he was in a mess. He even felt a little embarrassed for his previous thoughts. In the end, he still told Leng Ruoxue sincerely, I did stay because I want to build a good relationship with you. After all, the Ascender Alliance has different attitudes towards this matter. My father and I are afraid that some people will accidentally offend you and bring greater disaster to the Ascender Alliance. Therefore, I was sent here. My father and the Great Elder want to negotiate with you. I can be considered to represent their attitude. Therefore, please understand that I really don't have any bad intentions. After saying these words and acknowledging his own descendant, Li Xiao was not as nervous when facing Leng Ruoxue. Instead, he was more sincere. On top of that, when he found out that his juniors were the victims of the Divine Continent's Alliance 3 and Alliance 4, he was so angry that he almost killed the Lady of Alliance 3 and Alliance 4. Of course, not only would Leng Ruoxue not allow him to do so, Li Zhong and the rest would not allow it either. They hadn't had enough fun yet. How could he let those two die so easily? Li Xiao thought about it and felt that this made sense. He was not in a hurry to get rid of the Lady of the Third Alliance and the leader of the Fourth Alliance. However, their days became more difficult after that. However, his relationship with Li Zhong and the others grew closer and closer. He also sent this matter back to the Ascender Alliance and told his father. When Li Jing found out that his descendant had come to the Divine Realm, he immediately informed the Alliance Master and rushed to Demon City without stopping. The scene of family meeting was naturally warm and lively. Uncle Long and the others were also happy that Li Zhong and his brother had found their family. They even specially arranged a celebration banquet, and everyone took this opportunity to have a good time. After reuniting with Li Zhong and the others, Li Jing was considered to have completely stood on Leng Ruoxue's side. Furthermore, he was especially grateful to Leng Ruoxue for saving his descendants. Otherwise, his little fellows would have suffered quite a bit. Naturally, Leng Ruoxue did not need him to be polite. Li Zhong and the rest were her godbrothers, how could she not save them? After staying in Demon City for a few days, Li Jing knew that he could not stay any longer, so he returned to the Ascender Alliance reluctantly. Before he left, he even told Leng Ruoxue that he would definitely think of a way to get the Alliance Master to negotiate with them. Leng Ruoxue only nodded her head and did not say anything more. In reality, in Leng Ruoxue's heart, she really did not care what attitude the Ascender Alliance would use to deal with this matter. Of course, it would be best if both sides could sit down and negotiate. However, if the other party wanted to fall out with her, she was not afraid. However, with Li Jing's relationship, it was unlikely that the two sides would fall out. After Li Jing left, Li Xiao stayed behind to act as the bridge between the Ascender Alliance and Leng Ruoxue and the others. He was in charge of communicating the attitudes of both parties. Basically, Leng Ruoxue's attitude had remained the same from the start. They had given the Ascender Alliance a great deal of choice. It's fine to negotiate or fight, but it all depends on your choice. As for Leng Ruoxue and the rest, their lives had returned to normal. After Li Jing returned to the Ascender Alliance, he was surprised to find that the Fifth Elder had also returned. However, the Fifth Elder's expression wasn't too good. Seeing this, Li Jing couldn't help but laugh secretly. Looking at the Fifth Elder's dark expression, it was obvious that he had failed. It had to be said that Li Jing was right. The travel-worn Fifth Elder had come to the Yao family's divine realm. In the beginning, he had been warmly received by the other party. However, as soon as he had explained his purpose for coming, he had been immediately chased out by the Yao family like a fly. After that, he went to a few other beast clans that had enmity with Leng Ruoxue. He didn't even manage to enter their gates before he was beaten out. It could be said that he had left in a hurry but returned in a sorry state. The Fifth Elder, whose journey had not been smooth, returned to his room and threw a tantrum, but finally stopped. Without the Fifth Elder's interference, Li Jing felt that it would be much easier for him to convince the Alliance Master. Unfortunately, he was still thinking too easily. Just as they were discussing again in the conference room, and the Alliance Master was wavering and was about to make a decision, a guard suddenly came to report, someone from the God Lord's estate has arrived. Li Jing had a bad feeling when he heard this. Nothing good could come from the God Lord's manor at this time. Then, he turned to the Alliance Master and saw that the Alliance Master was frowning. It was obvious that he did not think highly of the God Lord's mansion's purpose. However, the Fifth Elder, who had been listless all this time, suddenly jumped up and shouted as if he had been injected with chicken blood, "Chief Alliance Master, the God Lord's estate has sent someone here. What are we waiting for? Let's go out and welcome them." "All right then." The Alliance Master stood up and said to Li Jing, "Come with me to welcome the Divine Master's estate's representative. All the elders can stay in the conference room." "Alliance Master, how can we do that?" Hearing this, the Fifth Elder was indignant. "Why not? Don't tell me you dare to disobey me." "I don't dare." The Fifth Elder hurriedly lowered his head, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart. Why did Li Jing have to benefit from being in the limelight, while they had no chance at all? The Fifth Elder was filled with grief and indignation. However, at this time, neither Li Jing nor the Alliance Master cared about what the Fifth Elder thought. Very soon, the Alliance Master left the meeting room with Li Jing. Unwilling to give up, the Fifth Elder wanted to follow them out, but he was stopped by the First Elder, who had been pretending to be asleep. The Fifth Elder had no choice but to stay in the meeting room unwillingly. As soon as Li Jing and the Alliance Master left the conference room, they went straight to the gate. According to the guard, the Divine Master's estate's representative was still standing at the gate, putting on airs and not willing to come in. The two of them invited the Divine Master's estate's representative into the living room with great respect and served him good tea and snacks. At first, the representative of the God Lord's estate had wanted to continue putting on airs and not speak, but when he saw that the other two were not saying anything, he could not hold it in. One had to know that he had guaranteed that he would definitely pull the Ascender Alliance to his side during this trip. Now that the other party did not take the initiative to ask him what was going on, how could he start? After thinking for a while, he decided to ask in a gentle and casual way, "I heard that something happened to the Ascender Alliance recently." Hearing this question, the Alliance Master and Li Jing looked at each other. After receiving the Alliance Master's signal, Li Jing blinked innocently and asked, "What happened to us?" The representative of the God Lord's manor was so angry that he was about to explode. "Why are you asking me what happened?" After taking a few deep breaths, the representative of the God Lord's estate said, "I heard that you guys have some conflicts with Leng Ruoxue. That brat killed your people from the 3rd and 4th alliances. There's such a thing?" Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't have any?" "No, I didn't. Leng Ruoxue and I have never been in the same line," Li Jing said calmly. This time, the representative of the God Lord's estate was at a loss for words. The other party refused to admit it, so what else could he do? The anger in his heart gradually rose, and when he thought of the purpose of his trip, the representative of the God Lord's estate showed an unhappy expression. "I wouldn't have come if I didn't have enough evidence, so don't play dumb with me." "We're really not playing dumb, and there's really nothing wrong," Li Jing said very seriously, but he couldn't help but think to himself, even if I play dumb with you, what can I do? Are you going to bite me? It was the Alliance Master who asked him to represent them. If he didn't play dumb now, he wouldn't be led by the nose by the idiots in the Divine Master's estate. Humph. He wasn't that stupid. When the Alliance Master heard Li Jing's words, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. He had never known that Li Jing was so talented at lying through his teeth. When he saw that the God Lord Manor's representative's face was red with anger, he suddenly felt much more at ease. It was as if the depression he had felt during this period of time had been swept away. It seemed that seeing others being unlucky was indeed much better than being unlucky. Thinking of this, the Alliance Master became even more silent. He even wanted to pretend to be invisible. It didn't matter if he pretended to be invisible. At least Li Jing could speak on his behalf. However, a certain representative of the God Lord's estate couldn't avoid it. No matter how angry he was, he could only brace himself and deal with the 2 Ascender Alliance members. However, he also didn't want to see the Alliance Master Fong sitting in his seat like a wooden man without a word. He glanced at the Alliance Master and said with suspicion, "I only found out today that the Ascender Alliance's Vice Alliance Master has the final say." Then, he turned to Li Jing. "Vice Alliance Master, you said you're fine. I want to ask you, what's up with the 3 and 4 alliances of the Godly Continent? Didn't they get exterminated by Leng Ruoxue? Also, the 3rd, 4th alliances, and the Deputy General Alliance of the Firmament have fallen into Leng Ruoxue's hands. Shouldn't you explain these things to me?" The representative of the God Lord's estate said arrogantly as if he had found something that could be used against them. However, the General Alliance Master, who had remained calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, did not say a word. He only smiled at the representative of the God Lord's estate and lowered his head to look at the ground. Li Jing laughed as well, his laughter rippling. He said in a calm and composed manner, "Your Excellency, what you said is just a trivial matter. We, the Ascender Alliance, did not take it to heart at all. More importantly, these are the internal affairs of our Ascender Alliance. Do I have the obligation to explain it to you clearly?" His words were a little impolite. It was obvious that he was saying that the Divine Master's estate was a busybody. The Divine Master's estate representative was furious when he heard this. He stood up from his seat and shouted, "Li Jing, you really don't want to accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. Our God Lord's estate was kind enough to help you solve your problem, but you don't appreciate it. Humph. You really don't know what's good for you. You'll regret this one day." Watching the back of the God Lord's estate's representative, the 2 people sitting in the living room did not chase after him. However, the chief still said with a conflicted expression, "Is it all right for us to offend the Divine Master's estate like this?" "Chief, unless you want to submit to the God Lord's mansion," Li Jing said indifferently. "Why would I want to submit to the Divine Master's estate? I don't have any good feelings towards the Divine Master's estate," the Alliance Master quickly denied. "So what if I don't offend them? If I don't say something harsh, the people of the God Lord's estate won't give up," Li Jing said very calmly. "What you said makes sense." The Alliance Master nodded in agreement and didn't dwell on this matter anymore. He had already offended her, so what else could he do? Seeing that the General Master's mood wasn't affected by the God Lord Manor's representative, Li Jing took the opportunity to do his job as the General Master. As for the God Lord's estate's representative, after leaving the Ascender's General Union in a rage, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in an inn in the city. The God Lord's estate's representative was unwilling to give up since he had not completed his mission. Thus, he had contacted the elders of the Ascender Alliance in private. The first person that a representative who had investigated the Ascender Alliance contacted was the 5th Elder. After the 2 of them had a good chat in the room, the representative seemed to have promised the 5th Elder some conditions, and the 5th Elder became active again, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, the people he had privately looked for this time were those who had a good relationship with him and were closer to him. He hesitated for a few days. The Alliance Master finally made a decision. He wanted to personally head to the Land of Demons to negotiate with Leng Ruoxue. When Li Jing heard the Alliance Master's decision, he was naturally delighted and expressed that he was willing to go with them. Just as Li Jing and the Alliance Master were ready to set off, the Ascender Alliance was in chaos. A portion of the elders, led by the 5th Elder, had betrayed them. Glancing at the 5th Elder and the others who were leading a large group of fiendish-looking men in black and blocking the Ascendant's General Alliance's courtyard, Li Jing Mei raised his eyebrows slightly, but he still asked calmly, "5th Elder, what is the meaning of this?" "Ha ha ha. We won't allow you to negotiate with Leng Ruoxue." Li Jing furrowed his brows when he heard this. "They just don't want us to negotiate with Leng Ruoxue? Or do you have another purpose?" "Hee hee, Vice General Li Jing is really smart. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you." Fortunately, I did it in secret this time. You're right, not allowing you guys to look for Leng Ruoxue is only one aspect. On the other hand, I feel that it's time to change the Ascender Grand Master and Vice Grand Master, don't you think so? The elder beside him immediately agreed, that's right. We can't just watch the Alliance Master do something wrong, so we're going to impeach the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master. These words were righteous, but in the General Alliance Master's ears, it was full of sarcasm. They clearly wanted to force them to abdicate, but they could still say it so arrogantly. Why didn't he realize how shameless these people were before? At this moment, the Alliance Master was very regretful. It seemed like he had indulged them too much in the past and given them too much power. But now, what was the use of blaming himself? He laughed coldly and looked up at the Fifth Elder with his dark, starry eyes. Fifth Elder, can you explain where these black-robed men came from? They. Just as the Fifth Elder was hesitating whether to say it or not, another voice suddenly sounded, they're all my people. The one who had spoken was the representative of the God Lord's estate, who had parted on bad terms with Li Jing and the Alliance Master. Since you're a member of the Divine Master's estate, why do you care about the matters of our Ascender Alliance? Wasn't the Divine Master's estate's hand stretching out too far? Or does the House of God want to take the lead in breaking the rules? The Alliance Master asked calmly. According to the unspoken rules of the divinity, if there was a conflict between two forces, unless one of them requested the God Lord's estate to uphold justice, the God Lord's estate could not intervene on their own accord. When one side asked the Divine Lord to show up, the conflict between the two sides had to be made public. The Divine Lord's office had to make a fair judgment without any bias. Otherwise, it would go against the Divine Lord's office's fairness and justice. Now, neither they nor Leng Ruoxue's side had requested for the God Lord's estate to step in. However, when he thought about the situation of the Lord God's Manor, it seemed that the Lord God's Manor had lost its fair and just image in many people's hearts since the last bounty incident. It was not so strange that they could do such a thing. But even so, the Alliance Master was still extremely angry with the actions of the Divine Master's estate, especially when some idiots from the Ascender Alliance had also participated in this matter. This made him even more furious. Ha ha ha. How could our God Lord's estate break the rules? It was your Fifth Elder and the others who strongly requested for us to intervene in this matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have meddled in this. He's not the Alliance Master, what right does he have to make such a request? Your God Lord's estate actually listens to an elder. This is really disappointing. This is none of my business. It's the Fifth Elder and the others who feel that you don't have the right to be the chief and want to impeach you and the vice chief. I saw that he had a good reason, so I stood on the side of justice and helped him a little. Chief, don't waste your breath on them. We have no choice but to fight. The Alliance Master nodded, and the two of them were ready to attack. As the saying went, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. At this moment, the two of them could not exert any strength at all. Although their bodies were weak, their minds were extremely clear. What did you do to us? Li Jing looked at the representative of the Divine Master's estate in anger and roared. Yo! He's quite energetic. Hee. I didn't do anything to you, I just used some extreme means to subdue you. Who asked me to not be your opponent? Li Jing felt hatred in his heart when he saw his smug look. Damn it. He didn't expect that he would actually fall for it. The other party was really too despicable. The Alliance Master was equally hateful. Ever since he had become famous, he had never been treated like this. But today, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. His sharp eyes glared fiercely at the Divine Master's estate's representative. The Chief Alliance Master said in a cold voice, you'd better pray that I don't have a chance to be saved. Otherwise, you'll definitely not end well. Don't worry, no one can save you. Then, he gave the Fifth Elder a look. The Fifth Elder understood and immediately brought his men to capture the First Elder and the others. However, the First Elder and the others didn't resist, which puzzled the Fifth Elder. First Elder, why aren't you resisting? The Fifth Elder asked in confusion. Is there any use resisting? The General Union and the Vice Union Master have been captured, and we're not as strong as them. The First Elder glanced at the Fifth Elder and said calmly. Ha ha ha. Great Elder was still the tactful one. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, I won't kill you. The representative of the God Lord's estate laughed cheekily. It was clear that the Grand Elder's words had pleased him. However, the Fifth Elder was not willing to see the representative of the God Lord's estate admire the Great Elder too much. He went to the side of the God Lord's estate's representative and fawned, Your Excellency, from today onwards, I should be the Ascender Alliance's chief, right? Yes, do your best for the Divine Master. He won't mistreat you. I won't let the Divine Master down. Leng Ruoxue is nothing to be afraid of. Our Divine Master will take care of her. That's good. The Fifth Elder was finally at ease. Soon after, he gave an order, and Li Jing, the General Alliance Master, and the others were all locked up in the Ascender General Alliance's prison. While they were in prison, the Fifth Elder came to visit them almost once a day. Of course, he wasn't going to visit them. He was going to mock them and watch the show. Li Jing, in particular, would mock the Fifth Elder from time to time, causing the Fifth Elder to fly into a rage every time, but there was nothing he could do about it. After a major change happened in the Ascender Alliance, the news was immediately blocked. Therefore, the outside world was still unaware that an earth-shaking earthquake had occurred in the Ascender Alliance. Li Xiao started to worry after she couldn't contact her father no matter how hard she tried. However, he was also afraid that he had made a mistake in being paranoid. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue was in the Bengal, discussing with the First Elder of the Armament Guild headquarters about the matter of refining armaments. When she heard Li Xiao calling for her loudly from outside her room, she helplessly put down the matter at hand and walked out of the Bengal. The moment she saw Leng Ruoxue, Li Xiao immediately grabbed her hand and said anxiously, Shui, something must have happened to my father. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. I can't contact him, something must have happened to him. Could it be that the Alliance Master did not agree with his opinion and felt that he had betrayed the Ascender Alliance, so he locked him up? I don't think so. Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes. She really wanted to tell Li Xiao that she was thinking too much. Li Jing wasn't so stupid as to reveal his own trump card first. I can't be wrong. There are many factions in the Ascender Alliance. If someone knows the relationship between my father and you, there will definitely be people who will hit you when you're down. In case it causes the Alliance Master's suspicion, my father will most likely be convicted as a traitor. I know them too well. Li Xiao sobbed, his eyes filled with tears, but he forced them back. Seeing him like this, Leng Ruoxue didn't know how to comfort him. If his guess was right, then she really couldn't just ignore the fact that something had happened to her godbrother's ancestor. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue said seriously, Li Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. I'll discuss this matter with Uncle Long and the others to see what we can do. I'll have to trouble you. Li Xiao said, somewhat embarrassed. It's no trouble at all. Just wait for my news. Leng Ruoxue turned around and left the courtyard. He had only taken 2 steps when a white bolt of lightning suddenly rushed into his arms and found a good place to lie down. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the little white furball in her arms and said helplessly, Azure, you've come out of seclusion. Only after she returned did she find out that Azure was in closed-door cultivation. When she heard the news, she was baffled. As a tool spirit that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was there still a need for it to go into seclusion? I didn't go into seclusion, I just took a nap. Now that he had woken up, Nyo had also returned. That's good. Song was still in his cat form. He stretched lazily and said with a smile. Then, he snuggled into Leng Ruoxue's arms and acted coquettishly. You. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. She knew it. How could Azure go into closed-door cultivation for no reason? So he went to sleep. As the man and beast conversed, they had already reached the living room. Uncle Long, Dongfang Yu, and the others were currently looking at Demon City's blueprint. It was unknown what they were discussing. When they sensed Leng Ruoxue's arrival, everyone raised their heads in unison. That old man is willing to let you out? Yes, I came out for something. Leng Ruoxue smiled. What is it? Uncle Long asked with a frown. Wouldn't show up unless there was something important, but once she did, it would definitely be something big, so he was a little worried. Li Xiao told me that Li Jing seemed to have met with an accident. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly, how could this be? That guy isn't weak, and he's a reverend god, so he shouldn't be in trouble that easily. But Li Xiao said that he can't be contacted. Uncle Long, do you think we should send someone to take a look? What if something really happened? Who's Li Jing? At this moment, Azure, who heard the name of a stranger, couldn't help but ask. The Ascender Alliance's Vice-Alliance Master, and also my godbrother's ancestor. Leng Ruoxue explained. It seems like many things happened while I was sleeping. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. This was not the main point, okay? There's no need to go and see. Something has indeed happened to the Ascender Alliance. What? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but stand up from their chairs. Because what Song said was true. Something had indeed happened to the Ascender Alliance. And not that something had happened to Li Jing. What did this mean? Senior Azure, can you explain yourself? If you're looking for someone called Li Jing, I've found one in the prison of the Ascender General Alliance. Moreover, he's not the only one in that prison. There's also someone called the General Alliance Master. Azure smiled faintly. The person known as the Alliance Master is also locked up in a cell? Master Ning asked in surprise. Yup. There seems to be a great elder and a group of small shrimps. Everyone present was speechless. Something had happened to the Ascender Alliance? Everyone found it unbelievable. One must know that the Ascender Alliance was also one of the top forces and its strength was definitely not weak. Is it the Divine Lord's estate? Uncle Long wanted to confirm. Yes. Song nodded and didn't keep him in suspense. Hearing this, there was a moment of silence. Why couldn't this God Lord's estate be more peaceful? Wasn't Wu Chen seriously injured? Uncle Long, Godfather, since the God Lord's estate has made a move on the Ascender Alliance, we have to take care of this matter. The Ascender Alliance must not fall into the hands of Wu Cheng. Yes, Let's make a trip to the Ascender Alliance and rescue Li Jing and the others. You guys stay at home, I'll go with Uncle Long and the others were dumbfounded. Was he looking down on them for being in the way? They're just a few small fries, there's no need for you to mobilize so many people. If Senior Tsang went, wouldn't that be considered a big move? Thinking about Azure's violence, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Helplessly, they nodded in agreement. In fact, they had no choice but to agree. Before they set off, Feng Zhan and Li Xiao had strongly requested to follow them. However, Tsang only glanced at them indifferently, and Feng Zhan immediately shut his mouth. However, he still didn't give up and mumbled softly, with me here, we can fly faster. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than me? This time, Feng Zhan was truly speechless. Although Azure couldn't fly, he could teleport. Even a supreme god couldn't catch up to him, so he really couldn't. After dealing with Feng Zhan, Tsang started to deal with Li Xiao. He looked at Li Xiao with extreme disdain and said, you're just a weak child from a previous marriage, you should just stay at home. Don't drag us down. Hearing this, Li Xiao's heart was filled with tears. He was a divine emperor after all. Why did this cat say that he was a burden? And a weak child from a previous marriage? This was a huge blow to him. However, when he saw that everyone agreed with the cat's words, Li Xiao did not dare to reply. No matter how blind he was, he could tell that this cat had a high status in everyone's hearts. He really did not dare to provoke a cat like this. especially when he saw that no one objected when the palm-sized white cat said that it wanted to go with Leng Ruoxue to save the people. He knew that this cat was not someone he could afford to offend. However, why had he never heard of such a cat by Leng Ruoxue's side? With a stomach full of questions, Li Xiao and the rest watched as Leng Ruoxue and Tsang teleported and disappeared from the main entrance. At this moment, an extremely resentful voice came from the crowd of people who were sending them off. I can become invisible, but master didn't even bring me along. Woo. Ling was the one who was sobbing. He was extremely sad. Everyone looked at him with sympathy, not knowing how to comfort him. In everyone's understanding, with Tsang personally making a move, it was impossible for Xue to keep a low profile and save the person without anyone knowing. With that, Ling would naturally be of no use. What invisibility? Those were all fleeting clouds. Whatever Tsang wanted to do, he would always do as he pleased. It could be said that Azure didn't know what invisibility was. When it was in a good or bad mood, it preferred to use violence against violence. However, if Leng Ruoxue wanted to move stealthily, Azure would not object. But this time, Leng Ruoxue did not make such a request. So, Tsang naturally thought that Niu also agreed with its idea. Azure's speed was indeed fast. In less than an hour, Tsang had brought Leng Ruoxue to the Ascender Alliance's territory. When they arrived at their destination, the man and beast walked on the Ascender Alliance's streets as if there was no one else around. When Tsang, who was being hugged by Leng Ruoxue, saw this, he immediately bared his teeth and shouted, "Bastard! What do you want to do? Quickly let go of my girl." Seeing that someone was trying to take advantage of his girl, Tsang was so angry that all his white fur stood on end. Two sharp and cold lights shot out from his cold eyes, scaring the Fifth Union Master so much that he immediately let go and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I have something to report to this little ancestor. If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, then let it out. Why are you touching me? You can't even take advantage of me." Humph. That's what bad guys say when they want to take advantage of others. Taking advantage of others is not human. Azure's brain automatically filled in the blanks. Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. Tsang's thoughts. Hearing this, the Fifth Alliance Master burst into tears. He did not have the guts to take advantage of this ancestor. He was really aggrieved. The Fifth Alliance Master looked at Leng Ruoxue with hidden bitterness. However, Leng Ruoxue ignored the pleading in his eyes and asked directly, "If you have something to say, just say it." "My ancestors. It's not convenient to talk here, there are many people watching." The Fifth Alliance Master warned with a bitter face. "What are you afraid of? They've already found out that you came to find me, so there's no need to hide." Since that was the case, there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Leng Ruoxue was very calm, but the 5 Alliance Masters couldn't be like her. However, it did make sense after some thought. He had already come to see Leng Ruoxue, so the news of their meeting must have spread to the General Alliance. After thinking this way, the 5th Master nodded and said straightforwardly, "The General Union is having an earthquake." "Just this? TSK. We already knew." When Azure heard this, he said with some disdain. It thought that this guy had something important to do. It turned out to be a follow-up attack. "You know? How did this happen?" He thought he was very fast. The 5th Alliance Master was extremely conflicted. Under Azure's disdainful gaze, he didn't know what to do. Seeing the constipated expression on the 5th Master's face, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head kindly. "We already know about it. That's why we're here." I thought. Your news is indeed a little late." "That's right. Their work efficiency is really bad." Hearing this, the 5th Alliance Master was so depressed that he didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a while, he explained, "I also wanted to tell you the news as soon as possible, but the entire Ascender Alliance has been blocked. The news can't be spread." "It's fine." Leng Ruoxue expressed that she did not mind. She then smiled at the 5th Alliance Master and said, "Are you going to take us to the General Union?" "Yes, you can." The 5th Master stammered. He had wanted to refuse, but then he thought that this was a good opportunity to make a contribution, so he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. After that, his eyes started to search behind Leng Ruoxue. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue was puzzled and asked, "Alliance Master 5, what are you looking for? Hurry up and lead the way. Miss Leng, where are your subordinates?" "No, it's just the 2 of us." The 5 Alliance Masters were shocked. A human and a cat wanted to go to the General Alliance? The 5th Master was very regretful. He felt that he had agreed too early. Now, he was riding on a tiger and couldn't stop. If he didn't go, he didn't know if the kitten's sharp claws would tear him into pieces. In just a few minutes, the 5th Master thought about many things. In the end, he couldn't help but remind her, "Miss Leng, they have a lot of people, and you only have 2 people." The 5 Alliance Masters felt that his words were very subtle, but in Tsang's ears, it was not the case at all. Tsang thought that this guy in front of him was clearly looking down on his combat strength. What was a mere ant to him? It could deal with it with 1 claw. However, although Tsang was somewhat angry, he miraculously didn't say anything. This further confirmed the 5 Alliance Masters' suspicions and made them even more worried. Leng Ruoxue noticed the obvious nervousness on the 5th Master's face and smiled. "The 2 of us are enough. The others have things to do and can't come here." But the other side had a lot of people. The 5th Alliance Master wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to say something, but after the cat casually glanced at him, he couldn't say anything. He was very worried. He was going to the General Alliance with them to make a contribution, not to die. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue couldn't care less about what the 5 Union Masters thought. Looking at the 5th Master's timid expression, Leng Ruoxue patted his shoulder and said, "Show us your manliness." "We're not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Of course he was afraid. After hearing this, the 5th Master felt even more resentful. Sob. The 5th Alliance Master was filled with regret. Why did he take the initiative to show Leng Ruoxue the way? Wasn't this self-inflicted? However, no matter what he was thinking now, it was impossible for him to back out. Thus, he made up his mind and said, "Miss Leng, how about I go back and bring some people over? Your people? Will that do?" The 5th Alliance Master was in tears. Leng Ruoxue was stabbing a knife into his heart. At this time, Cold opened his mouth. "It's good to bring some people, but they'll at most be our audience and cheer for us." Tsang's words settled the attitude of the 5 Alliance Masters' subordinates. The 5 Alliance Masters accepted their fate. He didn't believe that his people wouldn't be able to help. With this thought in mind, the 5 Alliance Masters immediately returned to their encampment to gather their men. Just as Leng Ruoxue and Tsang Bai were standing beside the teleportation array in boredom, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and saw a group of people walking out from the teleportation array. The man in the lead looked familiar, but Leng Ruoxue could not remember where she had seen him before. "Miss Leng, it's great to meet you here." The man in the lead exclaimed in surprise the moment he saw Leng Ruoxue, who was beside the teleportation array. "You?" Leng Ruoxue frowned, feeling puzzled. Did she know this man? The man burst into tears. From Leng Ruoxue's expression, it was obvious that she had forgotten about him. After thinking for a while, the man couldn't help but say, "Miss Leng, we met on the godly mainland. I was sent to deal with you. Have you forgotten?" She had really forgotten. However, with the man's reminder, Leng Ruoxue finally remembered. She said in realization, "So it's you." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had remembered, the man was very happy. However, before he could show his happiness or have a chance to catch up with Leng Ruoxue, Tsang, who heard everything, immediately exploded and shouted, "You dare to bully my girl?" He was really tired of living. "Humph. I won't let you off. Just you wait. You bastard." What had its girl experienced before? Why did some random people dare to bully her? No. It would never allow such a thing to happen. Azure decided that when he had the time, he would definitely teach those who bullied Nyo a good lesson. He had to make them remember that not everyone could bully his Nyo. Previous chapter. Thinking of this, Azure deliberately released some of his pressure, causing the man's face to turn pale with fright. He quickly explained, "I didn't bully Miss Leng. I was just following orders. Moreover, I even surrendered at that time. It's true. Miss Leng can be a witness." "Woo, this cat is so fierce." The man didn't dare to let it misunderstand, so after explaining, he immediately looked at Leng Ruoxue, hoping that she could say something nice for him. "Yes, he didn't bully me. He has also surrendered." Hearing this, Azure's expression became slightly better, but he still asked fiercely, "Whose order did you follow?" Second Alliance Master. Second Alliance Master, right? Very good, I won't let him go, he's dead. He's already dead. I'm the Second Alliance Master now. Please don't misunderstand. I see. Looking at the man in front of him and then at Leng Ruoxue, Tsang decided to let the other party off. However, he still warned, "Kid, follow my girl in the future. I guarantee you'll have meat to eat." "Yes, actually I'm here to look for Miss Leng." When the man heard this, he immediately expressed his stance. "If you have something to say, say it. Miss Leng, something big has happened in the Ascender Alliance. I wonder if you are interested." "What, you want to take the opportunity to climb up the ranks?" After hearing this, the Second Alliance Master didn't know how to react. Could he not be so realistic? Although he did have that thought, he wouldn't have come to look for Leng Ruoxue the moment he found out that she had arrived at the Ascender Alliance. TSK. Hypocritical. You obviously want to, but you still pretend to be so noble. Seeing that the Second Alliance Master didn't speak, Tsang said with a look of disdain. "Alright. I do have that thought, but other than Miss Leng, I don't know who to look for this kind of thing." The Second Alliance Master finally spoke the truth. This matter was definitely a great opportunity to rise in power. If he didn't grasp it, he would be a fool. Furthermore, he had already thought about it for a long time. He felt that in the entire immortal realm, other than Leng Ruoxue, there was no one else who would dare to interfere in this matter. However, he did not know if Leng Ruoxue would be willing to bring him along. Now that he was the one asking for help, the Second Alliance Master couldn't help but lower his stance. "We can help you, but you have to listen to my girl in the future." Before Leng Ruoxue could speak, Tsang made the decision. "No problem. I've always respected Miss Leng." The Second Alliance Master expressed his feelings. "That's for the best, but you still have to make an oath after it's done," Tsang insisted. "I can swear it now. You're quite tactful. Since that's the case, then swear. We won't mistreat you after this." The Second Alliance Master was very happy to hear this. He felt that it was understandable to make an oath. After all, who would believe an outsider for no reason? Azure was satisfied and looked at the Second Alliance Master much better. Right at this moment, the 5th Union Master had also arrived at the teleportation array with his team. Seeing the Second Master, the 5th Master couldn't help but widen his eyes and ask loudly, "Second Alliance Master, what are you doing here?" Alliance Master 5 was a little uneasy. "I'm here to look for Miss Leng." "What is it?" The 5th Alliance Master had a look of vigilance on his face. "He's here to work with us. He has the same goal as you, so we're all comrades now. Hearing this, the second alliance master was very calm, but the fifth alliance master was a little conflicted and depressed. What the hell is this? Originally, he was the only one who would benefit, but now, the second alliance master was suddenly competing with him. Zhang looked disdainfully at the narrow-minded fifth master and gave Leng Ruoxue a look. The man and beast then stepped into the teleportation array. Wait. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had left, the fifth alliance master wanted to call out to her but was suddenly pulled back by the second alliance master. The second master glanced at the fifth master indifferently and said earnestly, Alliance Master 5. One must be smart and know how to put in practice. Otherwise, if you make our sugar daddy unhappy, won't we be the unlucky ones? What do you mean by that? The fifth alliance master didn't react in time. Do you think you can take all the benefits for yourself? I'm telling you, stop dreaming. If you make Leng Ruoxue unhappy, we'll end up with nothing and you'll have to cry, so be good, okay? We'll just do whatever they say. More importantly, in front of Leng Ruoxue, it's best for us to appear to be more harmonious. Understand? Even if you're pretending. The second alliance master warned. I understand. The second master's words immediately alerted the fifth master. His earlier behavior had obviously angered the cat. He could not let this go on because he could feel that the cat had a very important place in Leng Ruoxue's heart. AI. When he thought about his performance just now, he felt that he had already made Leng Ruoxue and the cat unhappy. Woo. What should he do? He was at a loss. The second alliance master looked at him, and the anger in his heart rose. How useless. No wonder he could only be the fifth alliance master. The second alliance master said, but he still had to put on a friendly expression and placate her, be careful in the future and perform well. Now, let's quickly catch up to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Alliance Master 5 naturally didn't object to Alliance Master 2's suggestion. The two of them led their subordinates into the teleportation formation. When they arrived at the General Union, they were surprised to find Leng Ruoxue waiting for them at the teleportation array with Zhang in her arms. Have we reached an agreement? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. When the two heard this, they were shocked and quickly nodded. We'll live in harmony. That's for the best. No matter what you're thinking, don't drag me down. He said. Leng Ruoxue warned. Understood, we will do our best. The two of them promised. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said, let's go to the General Union's encampment. I'll lead the way. The five alliance masters said. After he finished speaking, he walked straight to the front. Leng Ruoxue followed behind him, followed by the second alliance master and his subordinates. As soon as their team appeared, they attracted a lot of attention on the streets of the General Union. Many brave people were talking about them in private, but no one knew what they were doing here. Suddenly, someone recognized Leng Ruoxue. This time, all the onlookers exploded. What is Leng Ruoxue doing here? Did the fifth and second master work together to capture him? It's possible. Hee. It seems like Leng Ruoxue isn't that great after all. The discussion of the crowd naturally could not escape the ears of Leng Ruoxue and the rest. When they heard this, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were all speechless. However, Leng Ruoxue obviously didn't lower herself to the level of the passers-by. The second and fifth alliance masters' hearts, which had been in their throats, finally settled down when they finally arrived at the Ascender General Alliance's encampment with great difficulty. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, the second alliance master couldn't help but explain, Miss Leng, don't mind the words of those passers-by. Yup. That's right. Only the higher-ups of the Union know about the General Union, and the news hasn't spread yet, so don't listen to their nonsense. You're overthinking it. Do I look like I mind? The second and fifth masters broke out in cold sweat. Hand Leng Ruoxue over to the Divine Master's residence? Did they have the guts? Ha ha ha. Alliance Master 2, Alliance Master 5, you've done a great job this time. Following that, the arrogant fifth elder led a group of elders and walked out of the main entrance of the General Alliance's encampment. He glanced arrogantly at Leng Ruoxue, who was standing at the main entrance. Then, he turned his loving gaze to the second and fifth masters and praised them, you've done well in this matter. Can I ask, what are they doing well? The second and fifth masters were confused. They really didn't do anything worthy of the fifth elder's praise. One had to know that they had brought Leng Ruoxue here to cause trouble, yet fifth elder actually praised them. What was this? The two of them were in a dilemma. Men, take Leng Ruoxue away and lock her up in the prison. He was so proud of himself. The moment Leng Ruoxue entered the Ascender Alliance's sphere of influence, he had received the news. Initially, he thought that Leng Ruoxue was here to cause trouble. At that time, he was shocked. Later on, he received news that the fifth and second alliance masters had contacted Leng Ruoxue. At that time, he was so furious that he wanted to rush over and capture the two traitors immediately. However, he held back his anger as he was a timid person. However, he had just found out that the second and fifth alliance masters were not traitors. They had personally captured Leng Ruoxue and brought her to the General Alliance. How could he not be happy? More importantly, at this very moment, he was completely shocked by the news of Leng Ruoxue's capture. He had completely forgotten how Leng Ruoxue had been captured. It had to be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. After knowing that Leng Ruoxue had come to the Ascender Alliance, Fifth Elder had been trying to keep a low profile and not take the initiative to start a conflict with her. Fifth Elder, who had been keeping his eyes closed, only started to panic when he received a report from the guard that the second and fifth master had brought Leng Ruoxue over to the General Alliance. He definitely did not have the confidence to deal with Leng Ruoxue. However, in the face of so many pairs of expectant eyes, he, who had only been the Alliance Master for a few days, absolutely couldn't lose face. Thus, he braced himself and brought a group of elders to the main entrance. Just as he reached the main entrance, he happened to hear the last half of Leng Ruoxue's sentence. Instantly, his heart was filled with joy. It turned out that he had misunderstood the second and fifth alliance masters. Not only did the two of them not betray the Ascender alliance, but they had even used some unknown method to capture Leng Ruoxue and send her to the Divine Master's residence. Very good. Very good. This was definitely a great achievement. That was why he had praised the second and fifth masters so much. He was so excited that he couldn't think of anything else. Now, when the two of them saw that the fifth elder had ordered for Leng Ruoxue to be locked up in the prison, they were instantly anxious. The battle hadn't even started yet. Following that, Leng Ruoxue was sent to a prison cell by the guards arranged by the fifth elder. After capturing Leng Ruoxue, fifth elder's mind was at ease. He continued to praise the second and fifth masters, saying that they had performed very well and that he would put them in an important position. After promising the second and fifth alliance masters a bunch of empty checks, the fifth elder sent them away. On the way out of the general alliance, the second and fifth masters felt dizzy, as if they were in a dream. How did this happen? They had clearly not done anything and were clearly on the same side as Leng Ruoxue. What the hell is this? The two of them were so depressed that they wanted to buy a piece of tofu and knock themselves to death. Don't play with me like this, okay? The depressed second alliance master didn't return to the second alliance. Instead, he went to the fifth alliance with the fifth alliance master. Sitting in the Five Unions living room, the two sat face to face, frowning, neither saying a word. Suddenly, the second alliance master slammed the table. Damn it, how did this happen? I don't know. I don't know what we've done to make the fifth elder misunderstand us like that. The second alliance master also carefully recalled that they really didn't do anything. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly said with some uncertainty, didn't Miss Leng say that if we could hand her over to the people of the Divine Master's estate, it would be considered a great contribution? The fifth master blinked his eyes and nodded. I did say that, but it can't be that just because of this sentence, fifth elder would misunderstand, right? It's not impossible. Don't be fooled by the fifth elder's boisterous appearance. In reality, he's still very afraid of Leng Ruoxue. In addition, he couldn't wait for this to happen. Thus, with his imagination, we've become the people who have contributed to the battle. As a minor character, he understood the thoughts of people like the fifth elder. He was ambitious, but he was not that bold. He wanted to do something, but he was too timid. At least, the second alliance master could already foresee the fifth elder's fate. If that's the case, what should we do next? The fifth master felt that the second master's analysis was reasonable, but what was their next step? The fifth alliance master was at a loss. Let's wait. All right. The five alliance masters did not have any good ideas and did not dare to act on their own. AI. Unfortunately, he was in prison now. As for Leng Ruoxue, who was in the prison cell, she naturally had no idea about the conflict between the second and fifth alliance master. After she was caught, she was locked up alone. This made her a little dissatisfied. Hence, the moment the guard left, Leng Ruoxue immediately took out her cold shadow and rudely broke the lock on. It had to be said that the cells of the Ascendants General Alliance could be considered clean. Although there was also some smell, it was obviously better than the other cells she had been to. She was very satisfied with the environment here. After taking a look around, Leng Ruoxue walked with elegant steps towards the cell with the most prisoners. Standing at the prison entrance, Leng Ruoxue graciously greeted the people in the prison. Hello everyone, I'm very happy to have the opportunity to meet all of you here. Hearing that someone seemed to be greeting them, the people in the cell who were deep in thought quickly raised their heads and were stunned. Leng Ruoxue. Everyone was shocked. Why would he see Leng Ruoxue here? At first, everyone thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, after double-checking, they realized that Leng Ruoxue was indeed standing right in front of them. You. Why are you here? When the crowd heard this question, they stared at Leng Ruoxue without blinking, waiting for her to answer. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly when she heard that. She then said with a face full of hidden bitterness, I was sent here by your fifth elder. She was implying that she had been caught. However, the people in the prison cell obviously did not believe her words. Would this little girl be caught by that idiot fifth elder? Wasn't this a fantasy story? Wait a minute. He delivered himself to her door. What was she trying to do? The question marks in everyone's hearts grew. Only Li Jing knew that Leng Ruoxue had come to the Ascender Alliance because of him. However, at this moment, he heard Leng Ruoxue's voice, your fifth elder is too unrefined. He actually locked me up in a cell. How lonely is that? It's better to have a few companions. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Li Jing's mouth could not help but twitch. At this moment, the only thought in their hearts was that this woman's requirements were so high that she wanted to have a companion while in prison. All right. It seemed like she had most likely come here to keep them company. That. Since you've been captured by the fifth elder, why didn't you stay in your cell? Why are you running around? Finally, an elder from the Ascender Alliance could not help but ask curious. The prison was empty. I didn't like it, so I came out. How did you get out? An elder continued to ask. They also wanted to go out. I broke the lock and came out. When everyone heard this, they collectively felt their balls hurt. The lock of this cell was specially made, how could it be so easy to break? Yes. They felt inferior. Leng Ruoxue saw that after they heard her words, their expressions were extremely conflicted, yet they didn't say a word. She felt that they didn't believe her words, so she directly took out the cold shadow and gave it a light swing. With a cold glint, the lock fell to the ground. A crisp bang woke up everyone who was lost in their thoughts. When they looked up, they saw Leng Ruoxue holding an extremely sharp and cold sword. The lock was at her feet. Instantly, everyone's lips twitched and they were speechless. It really was smashed open. It was wrong. It was split open by a sword. What a sharp divine weapon. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the cold shadow in Leng Ruoxue's hand. Feeling the burning heat from everyone's eyes, the cold shadow in Leng Ruoxue's hand started to tremble and let out a woo-woo sound. Leng Ruoxue knew that this was the cold shadow's protest. The current cold shadow had been nurtured by her to become more and more intelligent, and it had also produced a weapon spirit. However, the cold shadow's weapon spirit was still too small and could not transform. Leng Ruoxue shuddered and urgently reminded everyone, "Wake up, all of you. Don't look at my sword with such passionate eyes. It's not happy. If you keep looking, I can't guarantee that it won't attack you." Her words were definitely not alarmist talk. Everyone present could also feel the warning that the sword was sending to them. They could only look away with black lines on their heads. Seeing that they had finally calmed down, Leng Ruoxue smiled charmingly. She then opened the cell door and walked into their cell. The crowd looked at Leng Ruoxue's actions in a daze, not knowing what she was trying to do. Leng Ruoxue didn't explain further. She just walked to the empty seat beside Li Jing and sat down. What was this? Everyone's eyes were filled with question marks. Leng Ruoxue smiled calmly, then said, "Since we're all in jail, I suggest we have a chat to avoid boredom." Chat? Talk about what? Experience in prison? She was here to save someone. Did she plan to chat with them as if nothing had happened? However, Li Jing found it even more difficult to believe that she had not come to save someone and had really been captured by the Ascender Alliance. After the trip to the land of demons, he was already very clear about the strength of Leng Ruoxue's side. It was impossible for the fifth elder and the rest of the idiots to capture Leng Ruoxue. What, don't you want to talk? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and asked innocently when she saw that no one was saying anything. Talk about what? Li Jing had no choice but to cooperate. Let's talk about how you were caught. From my observation, the firepower of the fifth elder's side is obviously not as good as yours, but you've been locked up in prison. This is really puzzling. Seeing this, Li Jing's mouth twitched again. He was really planning to have a tea party with them. Li Jing and the others broke out in cold sweat. Besides that, they also wanted to add that they were equally puzzled about Leng Ruoxue's imprisonment. Come. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. It's rare for me to treat you to tea today. You know, you usually have to pay for a cup of tea from me. Seeing that no one spoke, Leng Ruoxue took it that they were embarrassed and took the initiative to greet them warmly. She even poured a cup of tea for each of them. But after hearing her words, the black lines on everyone's foreheads became even more. The teacups in front of them felt like they were burning their hands, and they didn't dare to move at all. Seeing that they didn't move for a long time, Leng Ruoxue drooped her shoulders in disappointment. There seemed to be tears in her beautiful eyes. Everyone was terrified and kept winking at the Alliance Master and Li Jing. Li Jing had no choice but to say, "We." However, he only said 2 words before he could not continue. "You bastard. This little girl actually came up with this? This is too much, who can stand this?" It was as if they had bullied Leng Ruoxue. I swear to the heavens. They clearly didn't do anything right. Unfortunately, just as he thought of this, Azure's displeased gaze immediately drifted over to him. Then, everyone heard Azure fire roar, "Damn it. You dare to bully my girl? You're really tired of living." Facing the enraged Azure, everyone was speechless. They really didn't do anything? When did he bully Leng Ruoxue? However, Song Kai didn't care so much. In its heart, if these people didn't answer Nyo's question, it was their fault. Quickly explain. Azure roared again, even deliberately releasing a bit of his pressure. In that instant, everyone in the prison, except Leng Ruoxue, felt the pressure increase. Some of the weaker elders' foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they looked at Song in fear. This little white cat's strength was so terrifying. Although he didn't know who this cat was, the tactful great elder still nudged Li Jing, signaling him to quickly explain and not make this little cat unhappy. At the same time, first elder was certain that Leng Ruoxue was not captured by the fifth elder. With this little white cat around, the fifth elder and the others were no match for him. Li Jing laughed bitterly. He did not dare to delay any further and quickly told the truth. After Leng Ruoxue heard this, she sized up Li Jing and the Alliance Master, who was silent and had a dark expression on his face, before coming to a conclusion. "Looking at your appearance, you really don't look like you've been poisoned. We are unable to use divine power right now," Li Jing said honestly. "Hee. You're so lucky, you must have been poisoned by that B*TCH Wuluan." When Azure heard this, he gloated. As far as it knew, the rippling mist bitch loved to use her own poison to refine all kinds of poisons, and what these people were feeling now should only be one of them. Good luck? Li Jing was depressed. How could he not think so? Is there a way to cure it? The similarly depressed Alliance Master saw that Song seemed to have some understanding of this poison and couldn't help but ask. There's a way. When Li Jing and the Alliance Master heard this, they immediately perked up their ears to listen, afraid that they would miss something. It can be removed by using the flower petals on the body of the mist ripple. The 2 of them immediately wilted when they heard that. They all knew that Rime Ice was a plant, and she was a god master. Rob? That's just daydreaming. The 2 thought of all kinds of possibilities, but in the end, they couldn't come up with a good idea. Song, who knew their thoughts, confirmed, "It's the petal of a mist ripple bitch. She definitely won't take the initiative to give it to you. You must know that if she drops a petal, she will lose at least 1,000 years of cultivation, so don't even think about giving it to you. Snatching it. Wasn't that courting death? The two of them didn't comment on Tsang's useless suggestion. They could even see that the kitten was clearly playing with them. The two of them were so depressed that they almost went crazy. Who knew that shirt Tsang would continue? Of course, there's still a certain level of difficulty in snatching it from you. With your current strength, it's like throwing meat buns at a dog, or sending flower fertilizer to that killjoy bitch. So, you can give up on this suggestion. He knew that they couldn't complete it, but he still told them. However, Li Jing seemed to have picked up on something from the kitten's words, so he humbly asked, I wonder if Senior has a better idea? There are. Azure nodded. What is it? You can buy flower petals from me. Does Senior have it? Yes, as many as you want. Then can you sell us a piece? Li Jing asked carefully. Sure. Azure nodded. If it wasn't for sale, why did it make so many preparations? Do you have nothing to do? May I know how much it costs? Just as Li Jing held his breath and waited for the cat to make a big demand, Tsang suddenly waved a paw. Li Jing and the Alliance Master blinked. What was the meaning of this? The two of them didn't understand. Moreover, this number was not easy to guess. It could be 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000. More importantly, they didn't know what the little cat wanted. You want Jingshi? Yes. Azure smiled and nodded. 100,000 top-grade crystals. Azure shook his head. 1,000,000 top-grade crystals. Azure shook his head again. 10 million top-grade crystals. Azure still shook his head. It can't be 100 million top-grade crystals, right? However, if it was compared to their lives and the Alliance Master's, they would have to pay even if they had to sell everything they had, let alone 100 million. However, who knew that after Li Jing said 100 million, Tsang still shook his head. Then, Li Jing offered another billion, but Tsang still didn't agree. In the end, when the price dropped to 10 billion, Li Jing and the Alliance Master's emotions could no longer be described as fear. Alright. Their lives were priceless. No amount of money could buy it. This time, they had a deep experience. But even so, Tsang was still not satisfied. Li Jing and the Alliance Master were in tears. This was the rhythm of wanting them to die. Senior, we really can't guess how much you want to sell the petals of Rhymice for. Can you give us a number? Don't make us guess. Li Jing pleaded pitifully. This was definitely testing the endurance of their hearts, wasn't it? A top-grade crystal. Tsang said with a look of disdain. These two idiots, why didn't they know to start from the same beginning? When the two of them heard the price, they collapsed to the ground in an exaggerated manner. The others were also dumbfounded, not understanding why the situation had suddenly become so dramatic. A top-grade crystal. Weren't God Lord Mist Ripple's flower petals a little too worthless? Everyone was extremely frightened. What, you want it? Seeing everyone's fearful faces, Tsang's mood was great. You're really only selling it for one top-grade crystal? Li Jing's heart was beating wildly, and he could not believe what he had just heard. Of course, it's already good enough for that piece of crap to be worth one top-grade crystal. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to sell it at a low price and didn't want to give it to you for free, I would have only wanted one low-grade crystal. But I also have to think about your status. You are the Ascender General Union's chief and vice chief, so the things I sell must be in line with your status, don't you think so? Azure said with an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. However, his words not only slapped fog in the face, but also caused Li Jing and the Alliance Master to be implicated. Li Jing and the Alliance Master were even more depressed. It seemed that in this cat's heart, their identities were only worth one top-grade crystal. Sob. This was too much of a blow. However, they knew that if Wu Chen knew about this, she would be even more depressed than they were. And Tsang was indeed deliberately trying to mock Fog, who let that woman bully his girl. It couldn't kill the woman easily, but couldn't it find trouble for her? Just like that, the two sides came to an agreement. In the end, Li Jing and the Alliance Master each bought a petal fragment at the price of 2 top-grade crystals. After the transaction was completed, Tsang Yu kindly told the two that it was best to immediately refine the flower petals into pills, otherwise there might be trouble. When the two heard this, they immediately became nervous. What should he do? Under such conditions, where were they supposed to find an alchemist? All of a sudden, an idea came to Li Jing's mind. He looked at Leng Ruoxue with a burning gaze. Shuai, you're an alchemist, right? Yeah, but I don't have a certificate. It's fine. But my price is very expensive. Are you sure you want to find me to refine pills? How expensive is it? The Alliance Master couldn't help but ask. In order to refine your detoxification Dan, in addition to the petals of miasma, you will also need a lot of ordinary herbs. What if I provide the ordinary herbs? When you leave this place, you will have to pay me 10 times the reward or the herbs of the same value. If you provide the herbs yourself, you will only have to pay 3 times the amount of the herbs required for alchemy. When the Alliance Master heard this, he was immediately conflicted. The price was indeed extraordinarily high. However, he could clearly feel that the flower petal in his hand was getting restless, so immediately refining the flower petal into a pill was the right choice. After thinking it through, the Alliance Master no longer hesitated and directly expressed that he was willing to pay 10 times the reward. He also hoped that Leng Ruoxue would be able to refine the antidote for them as soon as possible. Don't worry, it'll only take a few minutes. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with the other party's attitude. She then took out a small and exquisite pill furnace and laid out all sorts of medicinal herbs. The types and dosage were all clearly marked out. She was honest with everyone. After letting the Alliance Master see it clearly, Leng Ruoxue's hands moved quickly. Lighting the fire, putting in the herbs, and so on, the entire set of movements was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, dazzling the eyes of the people present, and making them unable to catch their eyes. In a moment, the pill was freshly made. When Li Jing and the Alliance Master received the 2 blood-red pills, they were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Without any hesitation, they swallowed the pill. Immediately after, the 2 of them clearly felt a hot and warm current flowing through their dantian, making them extremely comfortable. Then, the 2 of them tested their divine power, and sure enough, they had all recovered. Young Miss Leng, many thanks for the pill you refined. In his excitement, the Alliance Master did not forget to thank Leng Ruoxue. Don't worry, you've already paid. Leng Ruoxue replied indifferently. All right. The Alliance Master could feel that although this little girl had refined pills for them, she was still angry. She was probably still angry about what had happened. AI. The Alliance Master was in a dilemma. However, after witnessing Leng Ruoxue's alchemy skills, it strengthened his determination to befriend her. He was just not sure if she would give them this opportunity. After thinking for a while, the Alliance Master asked, Miss Leng, can you tell us why you were caught? Everyone present wanted to know about this. Hence, the moment the Alliance Master spoke, everyone immediately turned their attention to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and said innocently, I don't know either. I originally invited the 2nd and 5th Alliance Masters to come to the Ascender Alliance to cause trouble. I don't know how, but your family's 5th elder misunderstood and thought that I had been captured by the 2nd and 5th Alliance Masters and sent to him. So, he locked me up. Her words were very casual, but the people who heard it were all drenched in cold sweat. AI. They knew that the 5th elder's brain wasn't working well. Otherwise, why would he make such a low-level mistake? However, it was also fortunate that the 5th elder was extremely stupid, which gave them a chance to be saved. Wait, something doesn't seem right. The great elder, who clearly felt that they had overlooked something, thought carefully and couldn't help but ask, when you were captured by the 5th elder, you didn't resist? Why should I resist? They have a lot of people, I need to be more practical. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Hearing what she said, everyone present felt their balls hurt again. Practical knowledge? Was there such a practical person? This bastard clearly wanted to see the world in chaos, alright? At this moment, no matter how stupid the crowd was, they could tell that Leng Ruoxue had definitely been captured on purpose. The poor 5th elder was still daydreaming. AI. The crowd started to sympathize with the 5th elder. Then what's going on with the 2nd and 5th Alliance Masters? After sighing and sympathizing for a while, the great elder asked again. I'm here to cause trouble, so of course I have to find someone who knows the way. They are the guides I found for myself. Besides, they know that you're in trouble and want to save you, so they're very cooperative with me. Leng Ruoxue put in a few good words for Alliance Master 2 and Alliance Master 5. After all, those 2 were half her people. As the saying goes, it's good to have acquaintances. Of course, she was not willing to let others take advantage of such a great benefit. The Ascender Alliance still has some loyal members. Good. Very good. Sure enough, the General Master was very satisfied after hearing this, and his impression of the 2nd and 5th Masters improved a lot. One must know that he was originally against promoting the current 2nd Alliance Master to the position. However, with many elders speaking up for him, he had no choice but to agree. Where's the 5 Alliance Masters? He was also a mediocre person who had never had any outstanding performance, but now it seemed that those 2 people were also hiding their true strength. At the very least, he had to be absolutely loyal to them, which was much more important than strength. After all, one's strength could be slowly improved, but loyalty was quite rare. Especially at this time, the other party did not hit them when they were down and even wanted to save them. What a rare and valuable quality. The Alliance Master decided that he would reward the 2 of them handsomely after he dealt with the 5th elder and the other traitors. Leng Ruoxue wasn't interested in his thoughts, and she didn't want to know either. However, the Alliance Master's words made her speechless. Wasn't this fellow too easy to coax? She had only said a few good words, and she was so sure that he was loyal. Alright. She would just take it as the other party being loyal. In any case, this was also a fact that she wanted to create. However, she couldn't help but complain. It really wasn't easy for the Ascender Alliance to develop to its current scale with such a soft-hearted chief. Leng Ruoxue laughed for a while before she said seriously, since you're all fine, can you leave now? Sure. The Alliance Master nodded his head in a daze. These words made him even more certain that Leng Ruoxue had come specially to save them. Instantly, he was moved beyond words. What a good man. He actually came all the way here to save them. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, he really wanted to cry out loud. He didn't expect that when they were in trouble, the one who came to save them was actually his enemy in name. Although this fact would make people feel a little depressed, who could say that this wasn't sending coal in the snow? At this moment, not only did the Alliance Master think so, but the First Elder and the others also realized that he was here to do good. What a noble sentiment this was. He was definitely worthy of their commendation. Of course, he had to wait until he left this place and dealt with the traitors. After reinvigorated themselves, under the leadership of the Alliance Master, the Ascender Alliance's people stepped out of the prison door with their heads held high and were ready to fight. They had been too aggrieved when they were captured previously. This time, they had to avenge their humiliation no matter what. Leng Ruoxue carried Song and walked with Li Jing at the back of the group. Shuai, thank you for coming to save us. Li Jing expressed his thanks via voice transmission. You're welcome. I'm here to see you for the sake of my god brothers. Oh right, remember to pay me after you're done. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Li Jing was speechless again. Was this girl so into money? However, after thinking about it carefully, they really didn't have the obligation to save them. Sigh. He was completely taking advantage of his descendants. Li Jing's feelings were extremely complicated, but Leng Ruoxue had no interest in caring about his feelings. After following the large group out of the prison, she saw that the Alliance Master and the rest had already subdued the guards and were preparing to find the traitor, Fifth Elder, to settle the score. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had been released from prison, the Alliance Master nodded at her and led the elders to the Fifth Elder's residence. At the same time, Alliance Master 5, who had just returned to Alliance 5, and Alliance Master 2, who had shamelessly gone to visit them, had also received Leng Ruoxue's notice and rushed over to perform. When they arrived at the Fifth Elder's residence, the crowd first cleaned up the guards in the courtyard and then directly blocked the Fifth Elder in his room. At this moment, the Fifth Elder was preparing to take off his clothes and take a nap. This was because he had to celebrate with the other elders later on for capturing Leng Ruoxue, the biggest threat to them. When the General Alliance Master led the group into his room, he happened to take off half of his clothes. Then, both parties were stunned. The Alliance Master and the others didn't expect that their enemy would meet in such a situation. The other party was actually preparing to sleep. The hand that was taking off his clothes immediately froze when he saw them. His eyes were even wide open. It was obvious that the other party was too surprised by their sudden appearance. In fact, the word surprised was not enough to describe Fifth Elder's current mood. Shock. It was an absolute shock. Who wouldn't feel guilty and afraid when they saw the former leader they had harmed suddenly appear? After being stunned for a long while, the Fifth Elder stammered. She heard the Fifth Elder say, "Why are you here?" How did you guys get out? I should be the one who let them out." When Fifth Elder heard this, he was instantly enraged and directed all his anger towards Leng Ruoxue. "Damn it. How could you do that? Don't you know that you're also my prisoner? So what if I know? Do you think that the Ascender General Union's prison can hold me? Don't be too proud. Just as well, I didn't plan on letting them go." Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly, causing the Fifth Elder's anger to rise. "And you?" Azure added indifferently. Then, he stretched out his furry little claws and caught the Fifth Elder, who was jumping up and down, in his claws. He directly carried him over. What do you want to do?" Who knew that just as the Fifth Elder thought of this, Zhang's claw would slash across the Fifth Elder's chubby face, leaving behind a claw mark that was neither deep nor shallow. "Now you know what I want to do. You're too despicable. I won't let you off." However, Zhang didn't care about the Fifth Elder's words at all. Instead, he continued to smile evilly. "Old man, what do you want to do to me?" "Oh. I don't want to let you go either. Tell me, who will be the final winner between the two of us?" Zhang's curious expression made the Alliance Master and the others speechless. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the Fifth Elder. In fact, if it was possible, they still hoped to get rid of the Fifth Elder internally. However, when they saw the kitten in front of them acting as if the Fifth Elder was already in its grasp, none of them dared to snatch the food from it. For an ingrate, any outcome would be self-inflicted. The Alliance Master and the others decided to ignore the Fifth Elder. Seeing this, the Fifth Elder couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck. This was really disloyal. They were all members of the Ascender Alliance. How could they allow a cat to bully their own family on their own territory? Too much. This is too much. At this moment, the Fifth Elder had already forgotten how he had treated the Alliance Master and the others. When it came to betraying others, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. At this moment, the Fifth Elder's heart was filled with extreme hatred. Unfortunately, Zhang didn't care about the other party's reaction at all and suggested to Leng Ruoxue with a smirk, "Girl, I remember that you have to raise your beast taming level, right? Let's see how he is. Can I make up for your number?" Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's face darkened. "This was a human, not a beast, alright? You bastard. I'm a human. In my heart, there's no difference whether you're a human or a beast. You can be tamed anyway." The Fifth Elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He immediately started to resist. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Zhang's grip. How did this happen? How did this happen? The Fifth Elder was filled with grief and indignation. "Girl, quickly try it. This old fellow isn't very obedient and always wants to do some small tricks." After teaching Fifth Elder a small lesson, Zhang started to persuade Leng Ruoxue. Helpless, Leng Ruoxue could only bite the bullet and try out her beast taming technique on Fifth Elder. After trying it out, she was surprised to find that it seemed to work. It was too magical. Leng Ruoxue looked at Zhang in shock, not knowing what to say. When Zhang Yi saw Leng Ruoxue's expression and the Fifth Elder's sudden silence, he knew that he had succeeded. Zhang chuckled, feeling very proud. It had said that this old fellow could make up the numbers. As expected, he didn't let it down. "Girl, in the future, if our enemies are obedient, we won't kill them first. We'll use them to upgrade your beast taming technique, how about it?" Azure suggested again. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She was just thinking about where to find so many beasts to tame. Now that she had enemies to make up the numbers, she could save a lot of trouble. Who asked her to have so many enemies? After the experiment was successful, she felt that Azure's suggestion was good. This way, she could upgrade her beast taming technique. However, the conversation between the two of them made the Alliance Master and the others break out in cold sweat. Using the beast taming technique on a human. It's so scary, isn't it? It was truly unfortunate to become Leng Ruoxue's enemy. It was one thing to be tamed, but to be tamed using a beast taming technique, how much of a blow to one's self-esteem would that be? However, it seemed like he didn't need to care about the enemy's self-esteem. After all, enemies were meant to be abused. The Alliance Master and the others couldn't help but shiver at the thought of it. That was close. They had almost become Leng Ruoxue's enemies, but now, their relationship didn't seem to be that of friends. This would not do. After the internal conflict in the Ascender Alliance was resolved, he had to communicate with Leng Ruoxue properly and build up their relationship. The Alliance Master had made a decision in secret. After that, the Alliance Master said to Leng Ruoxue, "Miss Leng, we'll go and deal with the internal strife first. What about you?" What he wanted to ask was whether Leng Ruoxue was going to follow them or if she had other plans. "I'm going to find someone from the God Lord's estate to get to know them and catch up," Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. For the Ascender Alliance, she only needed the fifth elder. Who asked the fifth elder to lock her up in a cell? As for the others, she didn't care, but she didn't want to let anyone from the Divine Master's estate go. When the Alliance Master heard this, he immediately understood Leng Ruoxue's intentions and tactfully said, "Then we'll split into 2 groups and act separately. Yes, little 5 can lead the way for me. You guys go ahead and do your own things." Xiaowu, who was called out, nodded her head foolishly. Seeing this scene, the Alliance Master and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. She was really obedient. After watching Leng Ruoxue and Tsang leave under Fifth Elder's guidance, the General Alliance Master led the group to find the other members of the Ascender Alliance. With the Fifth Elder leading the way, Leng Ruoxue and Tsang found the whereabouts of the people from the God Lord's estate without much effort. The Fifth Elder had arranged for them to stay in the best guest courtyard in the Ascender General Alliance. At this moment, those people were in a deep sleep. Leng Ruoxue and Tsang Du had arrived in front of them, but they still did not know. Their snores were loud, and they had no intention of waking up. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue didn't waste any words and immediately threw several large water balls at these people. In an instant, the ice-cold water balls woke everyone up. When everyone in the God Lord's manor woke up, they were still a little dazed. Then, they looked around and realized that they were sleeping on the ground in the courtyard. He wasn't the only one in the surroundings. Almost all of them had been gathered together. What was going on? Was he sleepwalking? It even rained? The crowd was puzzled and looked at each other in a daze. No one noticed Leng Ruoxue's presence. She deliberately cleared her throat a few times and decided to increase her presence. Turning their heads to look at the source of the voice, everyone in the God Lord's estate turned pale and panicked. Their minds instantly sobered up. "Ly, is Leng Ruoxue here? When did she arrive? Why are you here? I can't be here. What if I say that I'm only here because of you? Don't you feel honored?" However, when the representative of the God Lord's estate heard this, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. He had come here for them. Didn't that mean he was here to find trouble with them? Thinking of this, the God Lord's estate representative became even more afraid. He trembled and said, "Leng Ruoxue, we didn't offend you. Why are you here? Didn't you want to subdue the Ascender Alliance? You've already offended me. Hee hee. The Ascender Alliance has nothing to do with you. The God Lord's estate is well aware of this." After calming himself down, the representative of the God Lord's estate could not help but remind him. In other words, he was telling him not to meddle in other people's business. "They have nothing to do with me. However, after you have subdued the Ascender Alliance, they have a relationship with me, don't you think so?" However, the representative of the God Lord's manor still pretended to be confused and said, I don't understand what you mean. You don't understand? Do you need me to make myself clear?" "No, no need. Since I don't need to say it, let's solve the problem between us now. Are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it?" However, it was obvious that the representative of the Divine Master's estate did not have such a high level of awareness. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, he continued to smile shamelessly. "Leng Ruoxue, let's talk this out. Why are you fighting and killing? If we don't fight, how can we solve the problem?" "That. Can we leave this place immediately?" "Of course not. I didn't ask you to leave, so how can you leave?" Leng Ruoxue chuckled lightly. "Either die, stay, or surrender. Live and stay, your choice." Both paths had to be left behind, but the methods were different. Unfortunately, he didn't want to choose any of the representatives of the God Lord's estate. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to stay either. Because he knew that neither result would be good. After thinking for a long time, the representative of the God Lord's estate finally made up his mind and said fiercely, "Leng Ruoxue, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because I'm giving you face. You're alone, right? There are so many of us here, do you think you can keep us here?" "You can try," Leng Ruoxue said calmly. When the other party saw that Leng Ruoxue did not deny that she was the only one on their side, he felt at ease. He even held his head high and laughed out loud. "Leng Ruoxue, you're alone and you still dare to boast so shamelessly? I really don't know where you get your confidence from." When the others heard this, they also laughed wildly in cooperation. "Who said that it's only for Miss Leng?" At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, the second and fifth masters appeared in the guest house with their subordinates. Following closely behind them were the Alliance Master and the others, who had quickly dealt with the traitors and rushed over to make up the numbers. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue's side had suddenly gained many reinforcements, the God Lord Manor's representative was not afraid. "Damn it. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been captured. All is fair in war, haven't you heard of it? Who told you to be so careless? That's reasonable, all's fair in war." Hearing this, the representative of the God Lord's estate became more and more proud. "Miss Leng, can you let me deal with this person?" "Yes." Then, the Alliance Master took a big step forward and stood face to face with the representative of the God Lord's estate. As soon as the two of them met, the chief immediately attacked. The God Lord's estate's representative couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You've actually recovered your divine power." However, he didn't panic. He also raised his hand and threw a small handful of colorless and transparent powder into the air. This time, the Alliance Master was mentally prepared. The moment the other party moved, he quickly covered his mouth and nose. Seeing this, the representative of the God Lord's estate snorted and said, "You think you'll be fine if you cover your nose and mouth?" Hearing this, the Alliance Master's eyes widened. What did this mean? He didn't need to think about it himself. The representative of the God Lord's manor then asked, "I'm telling you, it's useless. You're dead today. Is that so?" Just as the Alliance Master was bewildered, Azure asked with a faint smile, "Of course. I don't believe it. Damned animal." Who knew that as soon as he said this, Azure's body immediately emitted an endless cold pressure and roared, "You bastard. You're the animal. Your whole family is a bunch of animals." Azure didn't feel that it could vent its anger just by roaring. After it finished scolding, it quickly jumped out of Leng Ruoxue's arms and dashed towards the representative of the Divine Master's estate at lightning speed. Everyone could only see a white beam of light dancing in the air, followed by tragic screams, each more tragic than the last. A moment later, the white beam of light returned to Leng Ruoxue's arms, returning to its image of an obedient little kitten. He only stood in front of everyone for a few seconds before he fell to the ground and passed out. Tragic. How tragic. The onlookers only felt their scalps go numb and fear rose in their hearts. This little cat was really too ruthless. It had not even been a minute, and he had already scratched him to this extent. How much hatred did he have for her? The Ascender Alliance couldn't imagine it, but at the same time, they were glad that they weren't its enemy. However, the people from the God Lord's manor could not be as calm as them. Seeing that the person in charge was unconscious and his life or death was unknown, they were all afraid without a leader. All of them looked at a loss. What should they do? Should they resist or surrender? This was the only thought on the side of the Divine Lord's estate. "Do you want to die?" Seeing that they were wavering, Azure's eyes widened and he shouted. "No, I don't want to die." Some people couldn't take the shock and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Surrender if you don't want to die. I'll only give you 1 minute to decide. After 1 minute, those who don't surrender will all die." This time, the people from the God Lord's estate were completely flustered. The less courageous ones felt their legs go soft, and the hesitant ones surrendered under Tsang's intimidating gaze. Such a scene caused the Ascender Alliance to sigh endlessly. This was the difference in strength. Just like that, with Tsang's help, Leng Ruoxue took care of the people from the Divine Master's residence without even making a move. Although she had thought of making these people surrender, she felt that she had no sense of accomplishment if they really surrendered. This contradictory mood made her quite conflicted. "Girl, you don't need to do anything to those small fries. I'll give them to you when there's a big shark. Calm down, there'll be a chance." A big shark? After Leng Ruoxue heard this consolation, she was speechless. She couldn't help but wonder if the big shark that Tsang was referring to was the fog phoenix. Ugh. The fish was a little big, and she couldn't catch it yet. In fact, other than Leng Ruoxue who was feeling a little depressed, the Ascender Alliance's Alliance Master was also feeling depressed. This was because the Divine Master's estate's representative had originally been given to him by Leng Ruoxue, but it had been snatched away by Tsang. However, since things had come to this, he could only do this. After that, the Alliance Master quickly adjusted his state of mind and kindly told Leng Ruoxue and Tsang that he would be preparing a grand celebration party later and invited them to join. The man and the cat both smiled without saying a word. The Alliance Master thought that they had agreed. However, when they were ready to invite the person, the Ascender Alliance suddenly realized that the person had quietly slipped away. Before he left, he only left behind a letter, which read, "To the Alliance Master." After opening the letter, the Alliance Master's face was like a color palette, white, red, green, and black. His expression was changing unpredictably, and his expression was particularly conflicted. Li Jing and the other elders did not understand what was going on, but when they took the letter and read it, they were all at a loss. There was only one sentence written in the letter: "Please prepare the reward and send it to Demon City. The deadline is 1 month. If you are late, you will be charged a late payment fee." There were a few small categories, such as the cost of alchemy and saving people. Although the Alliance Master and the rest did not understand what she meant by delayed payment of gold, they knew that it was definitely not something good. Hence, without further ado, the Ascender Alliance, from the Alliance Master to the Elders and Sub-Alliance Masters, all took action quickly to raise funds for Leng Ruoxue. It was a good thing that the Ascender Alliance was a big organization and Leng Ruoxue did not ask for too much. Hence, the reward was prepared very quickly. The Alliance Master and Li Jing followed their original plan and decided to head to the Land of Demons personally. A week later, the Alliance Master and Li Jing finally arrived at the Land of Demons. However, when they arrived at the Devil's Land, the two of them found out that Leng Ruoxue and the little kitten had not returned at all. This result stunned the two of them. Uncle Long and the others also asked in confusion, "Since the matter of the Ascender Alliance has been resolved, why didn't Xue come back with you? She didn't say where she went. She only left a letter and left without saying goodbye." The Alliance Master said the truth, but he couldn't help but think, "Your people, you ask me, but who should I ask? Damn it, where did this girl go? It's really worrying." However, when the Alliance Master heard this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Worried? They shouldn't be worried about Leng Ruoxue, but the people she might cause trouble for, right?" However, of course, he didn't dare to say this out loud. After all, he was in someone else's territory. How could he say bad things about his master? Furthermore, they were indebted to Leng Ruoxue. Therefore, when he heard Master Ning's words, he could only pretend to be invisible and refuse to express his opinion. The master of the Ning family only said that he was worried, but he was actually complaining in his heart. Because Shui didn't say anything to them, they were letting their thoughts run wild at home. That detestable girl. She had to teach her a lesson when she came back. Let her go missing for no reason. Why didn't you think of your godfather when there was something fun? What a heartless little girl. Master Ning was grumbling in his heart, but Leng Ruoxue, who was thousands of miles away, was sneezing non-stop. She knew that her family was nagging at her, but she had no choice. She had been completely kidnapped by Tsang. Where was she now? Leng Ruoxue's eyes went dark. She had no idea where she was at all. There were only mountains in front of her, and the sky was dark and chaotic. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, there was no such thing on the map. Tsang, what is this place? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask as she looked at Tsang's calm and composed appearance. Tsang teleported with her for a few days before finally arriving here. However, it was as if nothing had happened here, constantly commanding her to wander around the mountains like a headless fly. Leng Ruoxue was a little confused about Tsang's intentions. This place. Hee. I'm not telling you yet. Tsang laughed evilly. He then saw Leng Ruoxue's depressed expression and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Leng Ruoxue was indeed very depressed. This little thing was actually keeping her in suspense. Girl, I'm hungry, let's eat something first. Tsang said after laughing for a while. Alright then. Leng Ruoxue was extremely helpless. She could only resign herself to her fate and take out some ingredients to prepare something to eat so that she could feed this little fellow that was driving her crazy. A moment later. Leng Ruoxue nimbly prepared some fragrant food. Tsang didn't say anything and started eating by Leng Ruoxue's feet. Seeing that Tsang's appetite was so good, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but wonder if this little fellow was here for an outing. Just as Leng Ruoxue was thinking about this, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Instantly, she raised her guard. Following that, a huge black shadow pounced towards the man and the beast. Leng Ruoxue immediately picked up Tsang and quickly dodged to an empty space at the side. When the huge black shadow saw that it had missed, it furiously pounced towards Leng Ruoxue and Tsang. It was only then that Leng Ruoxue could see the true face of the black shadow. It was a giant centipede that was at least 1,000 meters long. The centipede's entire body was as black as armor, and there was a light blue glow on it. Its broad body was as big as a small mountain. She had heard that centipedes had 100 or 1,000 legs, but from what Leng Ruoxue could see, this centipede probably had 10,000 legs. The centipede's head was even bigger than her body, especially the two millstone-like eyes on the centipede's head. They were eerie and terrifying. At this moment, they were exuding a frighteningly cold air. Just looking at them would make one feel fear. Its mouth was full of huge teeth, and they were making cracking sounds. As for this centipede's strength, it was roughly between the 8th and 9th rank. However, based on its size and its ferocity, it could definitely be compared to a true 9th rank sacred beast. As for Leng Ruoxue, she didn't dare to let her guard down when facing this disgusting centipede. After dodging the centipede's violent attacks twice, she had completely angered the centipede. Human. Cunning humans. I won't let you off. The centipede opened its mouth in anger. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. How was she cunning? She had to admit that she was very worried about the centipede's intelligence. Very well, I won't let you off either. Yeah. Humans. You're so bold. Leng Ruoxue was very depressed as she thought, so, taking out Cold Shadow, Leng Ruoxue flicked her wrist and drew out several beautiful and dazzling sword rays in the air. Centipede blinked his eyes in confusion and asked, Human, what do you want to do? I'm going to cut off your feet, damn it. You think you're so great with more hands? After listening to her, the centipede didn't get angry at all. Instead, it nodded in agreement. It's quite amazing to have more hands. Leng Ruoxue was truly helpless. Since that's the case, actions speak louder than words. Leng Ruoxue was astonished. This centipede's shell was so hard. Centipede sneered, puny human, you dare to be my enemy? As soon as it finished speaking, the centipede's huge and hard tail swept towards Leng Ruoxue. As Leng Ruoxue dodged, she could not help but remind him, is this your foot? This is a tail, right? You bastard. Did the main body not recognize tails? I'll let you have a taste of my tail first before using it to its full extent, alright? Yes, you can. However, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to use it fully later. The centipede was huge and had no time to dodge. It was extremely confident in its own strength, so it didn't think of dodging either. Therefore, it allowed the sword rays to hit its body and feet. But this time, it had completely miscalculated. The fiery red sword light hit its body and feet, and it was so painful that it wanted to roll on the ground. How did this happen? Centipede couldn't believe his eyes. The other party's sword ray had also hit his body before, but nothing had happened to him, right? Why was it different this time? Not only was it different, but this time, the other party's sword radiance had also cut off a few of its giant legs. It was too painful. It was too painful. Woo. Tears welled up in the centipede's large eyes. What kind of trick did this woman use? Previous chapter. The centipede couldn't figure it out. Its heart was bleeding when it saw the giant foot lying on the ground. What are you doing? Then, the centipede saw the woman in front of it pick up the few giant legs that had left it. It could not help but ask carefully, why did it feel that something was going to fall on its head? I heard that the centipede is a medicinal ingredient, so of course I can't waste it. I'm going to keep your leg for alchemy. Leng Ruoxue answered the centipede's question with a smile. Her pair of beautiful eyes kept on sizing up the centipede's sturdy and hard black shell. At once, the centipede was infuriated by Leng Ruoxue's words and the way she was sizing it up. It immediately roared, "Human!